Flower Stealing Master Chapter 1277 to Chapter 1346. The yellow-robed woman was stunned. What debt do I owe you? The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth rose slightly. He imitated the tone the yellow-robed woman had used in the Jin Kingdom's palace. If you can save my sisters, I will let you kiss. The yellow-robed woman's face reddened. Nonsense, I didn't say that at the time. In any case, the meaning is roughly the same. Why? Song Qingshu moved closer to her. You aren't thinking of going back on your word, are you? Didn't you just say that you can't remember so many things? The yellow-clothed girl glared at him hatefully. At that time, she had indeed expressed similar intentions, but at that time, rescuing her sisters from the laundry yard seemed as difficult as ascending to the heavens, so she had readily agreed. Now that they had been rescued, that promise was just too shameful. How could she possibly fulfill it? Song Qingshu smiled. That depends on what it is. Some things can't be remembered, but some things can never be forgotten. For example, helping someone take off their clothes. Shut up. The yellow-robed woman was both embarrassed and angry. She reached out to cover his mouth. As Song Qingshu dodged, he said exaggeratedly, "It can't be. You have to use the 9 white bone claw just like that. Who told your mouth to be so smelly?" The yellow-robed woman stomped her feet and her figure sped up. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. The faster she attacked, the faster Song Qingshu dodged. How is my mouth smelly? If you don't believe me, smell it. As he spoke, he moved his mouth closer to her face. The yellow-robed woman panicked and quickly changed from offense to defense. She dodged to the side and cried out, "What are you doing? Don't you still owe me a kiss? It seems that you don't intend to take the initiative to pay it back. Then I have to collect it myself." Song Qingshu's figure flashed and quickly appeared beside the yellow-robed woman. Knowing that he was a man of his word, the yellow-robed girl did not dare to let him grab her. Hastily she used the 9 manual's movement technique to evade. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu was also very familiar with the 9 manual. About a few breaths' time later, Song Qingshu appeared on the path that she had to pass through. In front of her astonished eyes, he hugged her. You, don't mess around. The yellow-robed woman's kung fu was excellent, and she was beautiful. In addition, her identity as a princess added a sense of nobility to her. She was also the Holy Virgin of the Jianshan Academy and a martial arts instructor of the Imperial Bodyguards. She could be said to be the most popular woman in the city of Linen. Because of her indifferent temperament, she was a cold goddess in the eyes of everyone in the capital city. But now her blushing and shy appearance did not have the usual cold aura. Being hugged by Song Qingshu, she panicked. Seeing that he was really going to kiss her, a woman's modesty made her subconsciously move back. Song Qingshu was not in a hurry. He was looking for her flaws very carefully. One dodged and the other attacked. It was really lively. Ahem. At this moment, there was a cough not far away. Song Qingshu looked back and couldn't help but be shocked. An old man in a black cloak stood in the shadow of the rockery not far away. Who else could it be but Huang Chang? This person is really persistent. Song Qingshu grumbled inwardly, but he could only stay vigilant. The yellow-robed woman also saw him. 2 faint blushes appeared on her iceberg-like cheeks. She hurriedly pushed Song Qingshu away and then bowed to Huang Chang with embarrassment. Master. Master. Song Qingshu could not help but be startled. Only then did he remember that the yellow-robed woman had mentioned this matter in the Jin Kingdom. Huang Chang did not comment. He only quietly looked at Song Qingshu. When he saw his figure, a faint trace of doubt appeared on his face. Song Qingshu's heart thumped. Although he had covered his face in the previous 2 fights, it was difficult to change his figure and temperament. For such an expert, it would not be easy to hide. The yellow-robed woman did not know the reason and thought that her master was angry. She hurriedly introduced the 2 of them. This is my master, Huang Chang. You are a person of Jianghu, you should have heard of his name. Master, this is Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu? Huang Chang finally spoke. His voice was a bit hoarse. This is the Song Qingshu that you praised so much when you came back. The yellow-robed woman's face was already a bit red. When she heard her master's words, her face turned even redder. She anxiously stamped her feet. Master, when did I praise him like that? I have long heard that the Golden Snake King, Song Qingshu, is an unparalleled martial artist. He is the most outstanding person in Jianghu. Now that I have met him, I did not expect him to be a glib-tongued wastrel. Huang Chang's voice gradually turned cold. Master. The yellow-robed woman did not know why her master had such a bad impression of him and immediately became anxious. Huang Chang glared at her. What, did you do it willingly? The yellow-robed woman was momentarily speechless. How was she supposed to answer? Whether it was a woman's natural reserve or her cold and arrogant personality, she would not be able to answer. Song Qingshu bitterly smiled. He thought to himself that if he had painstakingly raised a cute little loli and raised her into a perfect goddess, only to see her being hugged by another man, he would definitely feel like a cabbage that he had painstakingly raised was being eaten by a pig. Just now, you bullied Ing Luo because of your high martial arts. This old man wants to see if your martial arts are really that high. Just as he finished speaking, he sent a fist flying towards Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was already prepared. He instantly raised his hand and pushed the fist to the side, dissipating the force of the fist. Flying silk force? Huang Chang made a sound of surprise and continued to attack. Song Qingshu saw that his attacks were merciless and did not look like he was fighting against a junior in Jianghu. He hastily focused his attention to deal with him. It was no wonder that Huang Chang was shocked. The martial art that Song Qingshu had used to dissipate the force was the flying silk force from the Nining manual. The two of them had fought before and he was worried that his opponent would see through his moves, so he used a completely different martial art this time. In any case, the fact that he knew the martial arts from the Nining manual was already known by the people of Jianghu at the lion-slaying gathering. It was not a secret. Using the martial arts from the Nining manual to deal with the original author, Huang Chang, was a very difficult task. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's cultivation was high enough and every move was in accordance with the source of martial arts. This was why he was able to fight to a draw. However, in the eyes of a true expert, they could see that after a dozen more moves, Huang Chang would be at a disadvantage. Seeing that Song Qingshu was in a difficult situation, the yellow-robed woman was worried that her master would really injure him. She quickly jumped into the fray and opened her arms, blocking the two. Master, Prince Song has done a great favor for our court. If he is injured, I'm afraid it will not be good. Girls really are outgoing. With his beloved disciple blocking his path, Huang Chang had no choice but to give up. He coldly snorted and turned to leave. Huang Chang's figure quickly disappeared from sight. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Don't tell me that your master is interested in you. Otherwise, why would he be so angry? Prince Song, please be careful with your words. The yellow-robed woman's jade face turned cold. My master is a person of virtue and prestige, he is not like what you think. Alright, I said the wrong thing, alright? Song Qingshu finally remembered that people in this world respected their masters, unlike in his previous world where he could ridicule them without any morals. The yellow-robed woman's expression softened a little. She looked in the direction of her master's departure and felt a little puzzled. Master is not like this usually. I don't know why he is so annoyed with you today. Thanks to Bingo Ice Fruit, King of Meat Pigeon, Gao Feiyuan, and other enthusiastic readers for their generous gifts, this book actually managed to squeeze into the top 20 of the monthly rankings. Song Qingshu shook his head with a bitter smile. He naturally knew the reason. On the surface, Huang Chang was angry at him for bullying his disciple, but in reality, he was suspicious of Song Qingshu's identity and wanted to test out Song Qingshu's martial arts. Fortunately, Song Qingshu had learned a variety of martial arts, so he didn't know if he was able to fool Huang Chang. I haven't seen you in a few months, and your martial arts have improved by another level. The yellow-robed woman suddenly exclaimed, these past few years, Master rarely makes a move. Looking at Jianghu, there aren't many people who are his match. I didn't think that you would be able to withstand dozens of moves without showing any signs of being defeated. I don't know how you practiced your martial arts at such a young age. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Song Qingshu looked at her meaningfully. You can teach me? The yellow-robed woman couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. She was also a martial artist, and although she wasn't a martial arts fanatic like Zhou Badong, her desire to pursue martial arts was also very strong. The Tantric Buddhism sect has a technique called the blissful dhyana. It relies on dual cultivation to increase one's strength. The process is both fast and wonderful. If you want to learn it, I can reluctantly become your dual cultivation partner. Song Qingshu smiled mischievously. Pay, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. The yellow-robed woman spat and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I still haven't thanked you for saving me. Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after her. Humph, if I knew this would happen, I would have let Master kill you. This world would have one less scourge. The yellow-robed woman's face was as cold as ice, but her lips revealed a trace of a smile. Song Qingshu laughed, if I die, your 2 younger sisters will become widows. Are you really willing to do that? What do you mean I'm unwilling? Master, please conduct yourself with dignity. The yellow-robed woman coldly left behind these words, then ignored him and walked away with a cold face. Song Qingshu was stunned. She was fine before, but now she seemed to be really angry. What was going on? Was it because I mentioned her younger sisters? While he was distracted, the yellow-robed woman had already disappeared into the distance. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Well, this time he needed to ask for directions to find out where the banquet hall was. However, he didn't know whether it was because of the assassins during the day, or because the imperial palace had set up a curfew, or because the yellow-clothed woman had purposely led him to a remote road, but there were pitifully few people along the way. He couldn't even find a single eunuch or palace maid. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu began to wonder if he had lost his way. Just as he was hesitating whether or not he should use his qinggong to fly to a higher place to survey the terrain, the sound of a woman crying suddenly came from the lake not far away. Woo, woo, woo. Now that the sky was already dark, the sudden sound of a woman crying in the imperial palace was a little frightening. Song Qingshu had heard too many legends in his previous life about how many vengeful spirits there were in the imperial palace and how they would wander out at night. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Suddenly, he came to a realization. With his current cultivation, even if he was really a ghost, what was there to be afraid of? With this thought, Song Qingshu walked in the direction of the sound, thinking that he could take the opportunity to ask for directions. Turning around the rockery, he found a woman dressed as a palace maid sitting by the lake, hugging her knees and crying. Because her back was facing him, he couldn't see her appearance, but from the back, he could see that she was quite slender and delicate. Miss, excuse me. Song Qingshu was also a little hesitant. He thought that if she was crying so sadly, it would be a little unkind for him to run over and ask for directions. Get lost. Who knew that the palace maid would be even more impolite? Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. But now that his status was high, he wouldn't get angry over a little palace maid. With a bitter smile, he said, were you punished by some concubine or bullied by a eunuch? I was just asking for directions. Miss, do you have to be like this? You're the one who was bullied by a eunuch. Hearing his words, the palace maid was furious. She turned her head and said angrily, which palace's eunuch are you from? When the palace maid saw Song Qingshu's appearance clearly, she was so shocked that her mouth opened wide. She rubbed her eyes to make sure that she didn't see wrong, and couldn't help but say angrily, it's you. Song Qingshu was also very speechless. This outstanding little palace maid in front of him was no other than Aku. I heard that you were conferred the title of imperial concubine. Why are you dressed as a palace maid? Song Qingshu was puzzled. None of your business. Aku glared at him fiercely and wiped the tears on her cheeks. It's all your fault. My fault? Song Qingshu's heart trembled. Did she know that everything that happened before was all his doing? If you didn't trick me from my home to the capital and ignore me, would I have been under house arrest? Later, I wouldn't have been rescued by the people from the southern Song dynasty, and my father wouldn't have pushed the boat with the current and married me to a eunuch. What emperor? I'm still living a free and unfettered life as a princess in Shanhai Pass. Aku recounted Song Qingshu's crimes, and the more she spoke, the sadder she became. Originally, I had my mother to accompany me, but now my mother was also taken away by the bad guys and was seriously injured by the experts in the palace. Then, he was severely injured by the experts in the palace. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I went to beg the emperor to punish that old man, but the emperor didn't agree. Sob sob, I'm the only one left in this palace. So you wore a palace maid's clothes and secretly came out to cry? Song Qingshu's heart was full of regret. Speaking of which, Aka's fate had indeed changed because of him. He was also the main culprit of today's events. Yes, I knew that many people in the palace wanted to see me make a fool of myself and were waiting to hit me when I was down. I didn't dare to cry in front of others, so I had to secretly change my clothes and run out. As Akka spoke, she suddenly realized why she had to explain so much to him and instantly shut her mouth. Seeing her delicate body slightly trembling in the night wind, Song Qingshu sighed, took off his coat, and put it on her. The palace is too big. If you ran out alone and encountered some bad guys who wanted to harm you, no one would know when something happened. Akka blinked her watery eyes and looked at him. Are you talking about yourself when you say bad guys? Song Qingshu was speechless. He didn't expect that his impression in her heart had already been so bad. Aka's fingers pulled on the coat on her body and suddenly said, I heard that this time you came to propose marriage? Song Qingshu nodded with a wry smile. Aka's face turned cold. I've seen those two princesses. Indeed, I feel sorry for them. But in terms of appearance, I'm better than them. In terms of status, I'm also a princess. Why did you refuse me when Kanshi proposed marriage? For a moment, Song Qingshu was speechless. He couldn't say that it was because her father's reputation was too bad. He could only answer, the past is the past. What's the point of mentioning it now? Thinking that she was now the imperial concubine of the Song dynasty, Aka's face darkened. Yes, it's meaningless now. I want to ask you to do something for me. Akka suddenly raised her head and said, after it's done, I can agree to any of your conditions. When a beautiful young girl looked at you with big, watery eyes and said she could agree to any of your conditions, any man would not be able to stop his imagination from running wild. Are you sure it is any condition? Song Qingshu looked at the young girl in front of him with a faint smile. Aka's face blushed slightly, her full chest rising and falling a few times before she calmed down and replied, yes. As Qin Yuanyuan's daughter, how could she not know that her words could be easily misunderstood? Actually, if Zhao Guo was a normal husband, she would not say such ambiguous words to another man. But they were only married for political purposes. It was fine if they did not have any feelings for each other. In any case, this world was like this. First get married, then slowly develop feelings. But Zhao Guo was not a man, and they were a couple in name only. Adding on the fact that she had asked Zhao Guo to punish Huang Cheng and had been coldly rejected, Aku had completely given up on this husband in name. She did not know if the man in front of her was not Song Qingshu, would she still say such bold words? She did not want to think about this question. Seeing Aka's reaction, Song Qingshu knew that it was not a slip of the tongue. It was the result of deep thought. Thinking of a naive and romantic young girl becoming like this, he could not help but feel a bit sad. What if it is this condition? Song Qingshu stretched out his arm and hugged her slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. He decided to give her a good scare so that she would back off. After all, this was a path of no return. She was so beautiful, if she had any thoughts of using her beauty, then it would be a path of no return for her. But he quickly regretted it. The young girl's body was delicate and soft. Their stomachs were pressed tightly together. The thin clothing could not stop the temptation of the young girl's body. Especially after being messed around by Qin Yuanyuan in the afternoon, Song Qingshu already had a ball of fire in his heart. Being stimulated like this, his body instantly reacted. With a moan, Aka's body softened. Although she was still an inexperienced young girl, she had stayed in the imperial palace for a long time and more or less understood some things. She felt that Song Qingshu did not have any bad intentions towards her. She felt proud and shy. Looking at the young girl's bashful expression, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but bend down to steady her tender and alluring cherry lips. Their lips touched. In the end, the young girl's reserve won. Akka quickly pushed him away as if she was startled. She said with a red face, "You haven't heard what it is." Song Qingshu's mouth was dry and he instinctively answered, "There are not many things in this world that I cannot do." "Just say it. Kill Huang Chang for me." Aka's voice was like a bucket of tears that instantly extinguished the fire, and to say, "Kill Huang Chang? Why?" Song Qingshu exclaimed. What kind of joke was this? Not to mention that Huang Chang's martial arts were unfathomable, he himself was a person of virtue and prestige. The Nining Manual had helped countless experts in Jianghu. Not to mention, he was the master of the yellow-robed girl. If he were to touch him, the yellow-robed girl would fight him to the death. He is a grand expert, but he actually attacked my mother, a weak girl who doesn't know any martial arts. The reason is that she is a femme fatale. Those men are incompetent, so why did they make my mother take the blame? Even though I don't think my mother has any responsibility, my mother has been a Buddhist monk all these years. She has always focused on cultivation, trying to resolve the sins of the first half of her life. He could even do this to such a kind woman. The more Akka spoke, the angrier she became. Her entire body began to tremble. My mother has never learned martial arts, so how could she withstand his full-strength attack? I'm afraid she's already dead. After saying this, she couldn't help but throw herself into Song Qingshu's arms and burst into tears. Song Qingshu gently patted her back. At this moment, there was no longer any hatred in his heart. Instead, it was replaced with endless pity. Don't worry, your mother has been blessed by the heavens and earth. She will definitely not die young. This time, she will definitely be able to turn this disaster into a blessing. He couldn't tell her the truth and tell her that he was the one who kidnapped Qin Yuan and saved her, so he could only use this method to comfort her. Really? Akka raised her head and looked at him with hope. She was currently like a person in despair. Even if there was a tiny bit of hope, she would still be able to firmly grasp onto it. Believe me, your mother will definitely be fine. Song Qingshu nodded his head. Perhaps the certainty in his eyes made Akka feel it, but she finally calmed down. Wiping away her tears, she continued to say, I asked around and found out that Huang Chang is the most powerful person in Jianghu. It is too risky for you to kill him. Song Qingshu let out a long breath. He thought that it was good that great aunt knew. But before he could be happy for long, Akka's next words made him not know whether to laugh or cry. How about this? You can also choose to kill the assassin that broke into the palace today. That bastard bullied. Akka's face suddenly turned red. She didn't want to tell this matter to Song Qingshu, so she quickly changed the topic. No matter which of these two tasks you complete, I will consider it as you fulfilling my task. Then you can come find me and I will ask for your conditions. After saying this, she pushed him away and ran away with a red face. Song Qingshu was left standing alone in the wind. What was going on? There were two things, one was to kill Huang Chang, and the other was to kill him. Neither of them could be done. Wait, I haven't asked for directions yet. But by this time Aku had already walked far away. Song Qingshu could only use his qinggong to climb to the top of a large tree to get a bird's-eye view of the entire palace. Finally, he went straight to the brightest place. The banquet was held in the Hall of Heroes. The Hall of Heroes was where the imperial examinations were held. It was also used for palace banquets. Io, my little ancestor, you finally arrived. When he arrived at the Hall of Heroes, the official from the Chamberlain of Dependencies had been waiting at the door the entire time. The emperor will be here soon. If you don't come, my head will be gone. Just now, he had seen only the yellow-robed woman return. There was no sign of Song Qingshu beside her. He was dumbfounded. He ran over to ask but was met with a soft rebuff. After all, the yellow-robed woman's status was special, so he didn't dare act rashly. He could only bitterly wait at the door and beg for help until Song Qingshu finally arrived. Song Qingshu casually comforted him and then sat down. When he passed by the yellow-robed woman, he realized that she didn't even look at him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was just about to find an excuse to talk to her when the surrounding officials saw him appear. They all surrounded him and tried to get close to him. He could only give up on that idea. The emperor has arrived. After about half of the envoys, Zhao Go finally arrived. The group of people all stood up and bowed. Song Qingshu's status was special. He only stood up to show respect. He didn't kneel like the others. He suddenly stilled. So there was a concubine beside Zhao Go. She was like white jade with pearls. Her beauty couldn't be compared to the rose that had just bloomed. It was Aku, who he had just separated from not long ago. Compared to the delicate and lovely maid's clothes just now, the grand palace attire made her look even more noble and beautiful. Aku clearly saw him too. He didn't know if it was because she thought of the scene by the lake. A faint blush appeared on her jade-like face. Under the illumination of the surrounding candlelight, she looked even more delicate and beautiful. Furthermore, Zhao Go led Aku over and introduced with a smile, "This is the Prince Song of Song Qingshu that I mentioned to you before." Aku covered her lips and smiled. As expected, heroes come from the youth. Song Qingshu was speechless. This woman was indeed a natural actor. She was clearly crying in his arms just now, but in the blink of an eye, she became so graceful and elegant, as if she didn't know him at all. Moreover, why did her tone of voice sound like a senior praising a junior? "Greetings, Guifei Nyang." Song Qingshu bowed. He felt strange inside. Why would Zhao Go purposely bring his concubine here to introduce her? It was very strange. He smiled and said, "Earlier, I've heard Master Machi praise Wu Guifei's beauty, and shame the moon and flowers. The surname Machi was really too rare." Everyone present immediately knew that it was the young master of Machi Shi's family. The officials immediately looked at each other. Some of the smarter ones immediately realized that Machi Shi and Song Qingshu had never been on good terms. How could her young master possibly talk about such things with Song Qingshu? However, there were even more people who were thinking, I wonder which young master of the Machi family dared to openly talk about noble consort Wu's character and appearance behind her back. Noble consort Wu is young and beautiful, and the few young masters of the Machi family are around the same age as her. Moreover, they are frequent customers of the brothels. If one were to say that they didn't have any evil thoughts in their hearts when they talked about noble consort Wu, nobody would believe it. Thinking of the Machi family's foppish young master hugging a girl from a brothel and thinking about his concubine, Zhao Go's face darkened. Even though he could not perform, it did not mean that he did not have the mentality of a man. No one would be happy that another man coveted his exclusive property. Nonsense. Machi Shi was so angry her entire body shook. She thought, Wan Gui, the only one of her grandchildren who had interacted with you, is now in a state of limbo. Even he would not talk about such things with you. You are clearly framing me. I also think that young Master Machi is talking nonsense. Song Qingshu nodded. How is concubine Wu capable of captivating even the birds and beasts? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience instantly fell silent. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces as they thought to themselves that they were not blind. Concubine Wu's shoulders were slender and her waist was slender. Her entire being was graceful and beautiful. How could she not be worthy of such an evaluation? Not far away, the yellow-clothed woman also frowned and looked worriedly at Song Qingshu. She thought to herself, you're too bold. If you provoke the emperor, I want to see how you'll deal with it. Hearing Song Qingshu speak of her like this, Aku did not know why, but her heart suddenly felt suffocated. She felt a lump in her throat. No wonder he had rejected Kongshi's bestowal of marriage. In his heart, she was not beautiful at all. Seeing her pout, her face full of grievance, looking like she was about to cry, Zhao Go's expression instantly darkened. Though he could no longer do things, he could still admire her. In his eyes, Aku was the most beautiful and expensive vase in his harem. Usually, he would bring her out to enjoy the envious gazes of the officials. That feeling was quite satisfying. But now, there was actually someone who questioned concubine Wu's beauty, which meant that they were questioning his taste. Machi Sua had always been good at figuring out the intentions of his superiors. Seeing Zhao Go's darkened expression, he secretly cursed in his heart and blurted out, Wan Gui must have praised concubine Wu for her beauty. No, Wan Gui never said that concubine Wu was not beautiful enough to captivate the birds and beasts, and outshine the moon and the flowers. No, these words were clearly said by Song Qingshu. Machi Shi was muddled by Song Qingshu's anger. He spouted a bunch of tongue twisters, causing everyone present to frown. But those who had been in the imperial court for many years were not fools. They quickly understood that everything was Song Qingshu's doing. Even Zhao Go looked at him with an unfriendly expression. That's right, I feel that what young Master Machi said is wrong. Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. A person like Concubine Wu is more than just beautiful enough to captivate even the birds and beasts, to put the moon to shame and the flowers to shame. She's obviously a beauty that can cause the downfall of a city and country, extraordinary and refined, a fairy from the ninth heaven who has descended to the mortal world. Of course. Devastatingly beautiful. Transcendental. A fairy who has descended. The civil and military officials all gritted their teeth in hatred. They thought to themselves, I don't know if I should say it. Under these circumstances, who dared to say no? They could only agree. Too shameless, too despicable, with this bootlicking skill, he would probably be like a fish in water in the imperial court. In the distance, the yellow-robed woman's face had been tense. In the end, she could not help but burst into laughter. She thought to herself, this bastard is still so frivolous. Her smile was like the melting of ice and snow, and the blooming of 100 flowers. Who knew how many young and talented men around her were mesmerized? A group of admirers from Jianshan Academy cried out on her behalf. Humph, our holy maiden's beauty may not be inferior to that imperial concubine Wu. Aku had not expected this turn of events. She was both surprised and happy. She could not help but laugh through her tears. Zhao Go, who was at the side, was also smiling. But she did not look at the emperor. Her eyes were fixed on Song Qingshu. Her eyes were filled with resentment and blame. Song Qingshu could not help but smile bitterly. He thought to himself, you are making eyes at me in front of so many people. Even though I have always looked down on the despicable and shameless Zhao Go, and I don't mind making him a cuckold, but now is not the time. Invite the emperor to take a seat. Fortunately, the eunuch at the side spoke up to dissolve his awkwardness. Song Qingshu smiled and retreated to the side to make way for them. When Aku walked past him, she suddenly dropped her hand. A small ball of paper fell from her sleeve in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's heart froze. His reaction was quick. He instantly used the dragon capturing skill and sucked the ball of paper into his hand. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. This Aku is too daring. In front of so many people, she actually dared to write to me? Could it be that she still holds a grudge against me for tricking her to Yanjing City and is purposely using a honey trap to frame me? His thoughts spun like lightning. Song Qingshu thought of many possibilities. In the end, he could not suppress the curiosity in his heart. When no one was looking, he secretly opened the ball of paper. He saw a line of beautiful small words written on it. The emperor will ask me to make things difficult for you later. Song Qingshu's brows furrowed slightly. Then he understood. Zhao Go is the ruler of a country. Previously, he was bossy and domineering in the morning court. He must have a belly full of anger. If he agreed to my conditions just like that, he would lose the dignity of the court. So he's trying to find a way to get back at me. No wonder he specially brought Aku over to greet him. He wanted to create an opportunity for Aku to speak later. Anyway, she is a woman. Even if she offends him later, Zhao Go can pretend he doesn't know. It's not good for him to attack a woman. How sinister. Looking at the smiling Zhao Go, Song Qingshu finally realized that this person was a sinister, venomous snake. If he was the slightest bit careless, he would be swallowed whole. He could not make the same mistake as Yu Fei. I wonder how Zhao Go plans to make things difficult for me later. Song Qingshu instantly fell into deep thought. At this time, Song Qingshu also understood why Aku took such a big risk to secretly report to him. It turned out that she was worried that Zhao Go would purposely make things difficult for him due to his orders. She was worried that he would misunderstand her intentions. This little girl's life is really not good. Song Qingshu sighed to himself. Although Aku was an absolute beauty, she was not as smart as Huang Rong. She was also surrounded by people who would eat people up without spitting out their bones, like Wu Sangue, like Kangxi, like Zhao Go, like himself. If Aku knew that Qin Yuan is in my hands. Song Qingshu shuddered and decided not to let the mother and daughter meet for the time being. The banquet quickly began. The opening was some extremely boring songs and compliments that made Song Qingshu yawn. Then it finally came to the matter of the Jin Kingdom's Song Qingshu rescuing the princesses. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He thought that the Song dynasty prided itself on being a nation of etiquette, so they had to show some appreciation. Who knew that before the topic had turned to rewards, Zhao Go secretly gave Aku a look at the side. Aku had no choice but to cough softly and said in a clear voice, "Rescuing the princesses of our dynasty from the Jin kingdom is an extremely difficult task for anyone. But for Prince Song, it is not the thing that he is most proud of." These words were clear and charming, soft and gentle. The group of men who heard it were scared out of their wits, and their heartbeats sped up. They all shut their mouths, and the entire hall quieted down. Everyone wanted to hear a few more words from her. "It's coming." Song Qingshu's expression froze. He had no time to appreciate this pleasant voice. Even though Aku's words sounded like she was praising him, he knew that the higher one was praised, the harder one fell. Furthermore, he had just received Aku's warning. "Oh, why does concubine Wu say that?" Zhao Go asked even though he already knew the answer. Aku pursed her lips into a smile and continued, "Even in the depths of the palace, I have heard many stories about Prince Song. Everyone praised Prince Song for his wisdom and bravery, and his martial arts were matchless. One of the things that left the deepest impression on me was that Prince Song could summon the wind and rain, and single-handedly defeated the 100,000 troops of the Qing court." Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He could roughly guess how Zhao Go planned to make things difficult for him. "I'm really curious. Young Master Song, can you show me your ability to summon the wind and summon the rain?" Aku suddenly turned around and quietly looked at Song Qingshu with her beautiful eyes. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, replying to Imperial Consort Nyanyang's words, "These are just rumors spread by the people of the pugilistic world, exaggerating things." Not far away, Machichu seemed to have found an opportunity. She chuckled coldly, "Imperial Consort, you don't know the dangers of the world. There are many people who deceive the world to gain fame. Summoning the wind and rain is something that only exists in myths and legends. How could a mere mortal know it?" Song Qingshu didn't react, but Aku wasn't having it. Even though she had said that under Zhao Go's instructions, hearing Machichu slander Song Qingshu like that made her feel uncomfortable. In the Battle of Fox Slope, Prince Song led the Golden Snake Battalion to defeat the Qing court's northern cavalry. This matter can't be faked. The northern cavalry is brave and valiant. If they hadn't been attacked by a sudden storm, how could they have been completely annihilated? At that time, Aku was still under house arrest in Yanjing City. When the news of the imperial court's 100,000-strong army's defeat reached the capital, it could be said that the entire court was shaken. The entire city was in a state of panic, afraid that Song Qingshu would suddenly bring his army to the city. If one hadn't personally experienced the tense atmosphere, they would definitely not be able to understand. It was from that time that Aku's feelings towards Song Qingshu quietly changed. If one were to say that it was pure hatred before, then from then on, it was mixed with complicated feelings of worship and admiration. It should be known that when she was a young girl, her ideal husband was the kind of unparalleled hero who could govern a country with literature and fight on the battlefield. Originally, Fu Kangan was a little close, but when she found out that he had actually done such a thing to Princess Janning, all of her good impressions immediately disappeared. Originally, she thought that in this lifetime, she would never be able to find such a perfect man, but all of Song Qingshu's deeds came one by one, and Aku was stunned to find that the image of Song Qingshu and the ideal husband in her heart gradually overlapped. Previously, in order to let her act more realistically, Zhao Go had specially given her a large pile of information for her to memorize, but those deeds regarding Song Qingshu, she had long been familiar with them, so there was no need for her to specially memorize them. Zhao Go didn't know the ins and outs, and seeing that she had memorized all of the information in such a short time, he even thought that she was the reincarnation of the female Zhuge Liang. The violent storm at Fox Hill was just a coincidence, and the one surnamed Song was just lucky that time. After the incident, in order to increase the atmosphere of mystery and make the other powers fear them, the Golden Snake Camp deliberately created this big lie. As the Southern Song dynasty's prime minister, Ma Qiwu had naturally studied the information of that battle, and he scoffed at the saying that he could summon the wind and summon the rain. Not to mention him, most of the prime ministers of the eastern and western mansions didn't believe in this matter. But. In the end, Ah Ku was still a young girl, and she wasn't good with words, so how could she be a match for an old fox like Ma Chi-Wu? For a moment, she was so anxious that she couldn't speak. Hearing Ma Chi-Wu's words, the officials in the hall immediately whispered to each other. Song Qingshu's cultivation was profound, and no one's words escaped his ears. Speaking of which, some people didn't seem to deliberately lower their voices, as if they were deliberately speaking for him to hear. How can the young people nowadays be like this? Just because they won a battle, they take all the credit for it. Where do they put the other soldiers who fought bravely? That's right, that's right. Aren't they afraid that their subordinates will be disappointed? Young people love to be in the limelight. You and I both came through this way. I'm not as shameless as him, greedy for the credit of heaven, and not afraid of being struck by lightning one day. He's young, after all. It's inevitable that he will make mistakes, but if he repents, he can still be saved. Among them, the loudest voices were those of the right minister, Zhang Jun. Among the 4 great generals of the southern Song dynasty, Lu Guangshi had been stripped of his military power, Yu Fei had been unjustly killed, and Han Shizhong had played safe. Only Zhang Jun had relied on shamelessly sucking up to Qin Hui and Ma Chi-Wu to frame Yu Fei. Now, he had become the right minister, and he had promoted many of his trusted aides to key departments in the military. Although Jia Shidao was theoretically the #1 person in the military, Zhang Jun was very experienced and had many students in the military. So, it wasn't certain who had the final say in the military. Zhang Jun had always been in cahoots with Ma Chi-Wu, so he naturally seized the opportunity to add insult to injury. Even though his intentions were very vicious, his words were full of wisdom and compassion. Quiet, quiet, Zhao Go suddenly spoke. Prince Song is a guest from afar. Everyone, please don't be rude. On the surface, he seemed to be reprimanding the people, but everyone present was smart, and they all knew what he really meant. Ma Chi-Wu chuckled. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I'm such an upright person, and I can't bear to have any dirt in my eyes. I can't bear to see people playing tricks and fooling the world. Upright? Fooling the world? Originally, Song Qingshu had been waiting to see how they would put on a good show, but when he saw Ma Chi-Wu shamelessly claiming to be upright, he couldn't help but think of Yu Fei, who had been unjustly killed. A surge of hot blood surged in his chest, and he said coldly, what if I really can summon wind and rain? I'm very grateful to Gao Feiyuan, Xianxia, Wei Mo, and the other enthusiastic readers for their gifts and support. Because of the support of all my readers these days, the monthly ticket ranking of this book has unexpectedly reached 19th place. Thank you everyone. The double monthly tickets will expire at noon tomorrow, and the monthly ticket ranking will probably undergo another drastic change at that time. Even though he knew that she was trying to provoke him, Song Qingshu still decided to take her back. Not for himself, but for the passion in his heart. He didn't want to confuse the truth in this world. You know how to summon the wind and rain? Ma Chi-Wu sneered as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Since you know how to do it, why don't you show us something? Song Qingshu looked at her coldly. I'm not a street performer. You want me to go through so much trouble just because of your words? Do you think I'm an idiot? Pfft, I told you you wouldn't dare. Ma Chi-Wu curled her lips in disdain. Who doesn't know how to boast? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jun and the others began to echo his words, mocking him to the extreme. Among the court officials, even though many looked down on the characters of Ma Chi-Wu, Zhang Jun, and the others, they agreed with their judgment this time. After all, they were all 2-rank scholars and grew up reading the books of sages. Which one of them wasn't knowledgeable? Naturally, they would scoff at these strange things. Forget it. Don't bother with these people. Not far away, the yellow-robed woman was angered by Ma Chi-Wu. Worried that he would agree in a fit of anger, she didn't care that the two of them were still in a cold war. She hurriedly used telepathy to remind him. Even though she was familiar with Song Qingshu and knew that his martial arts were unparalleled, she didn't believe that he could summon the wind and rain. After all, it was beyond common sense. No matter how skilled you were still immortal. Summoning the wind and rain was something only the gods and the legends could do. In her mind, Huang Chang was already an immortal, but he still couldn't summon the wind and rain. Why wouldn't I care? Song Qingshu replied indifferently. The yellow-robed woman started. She looked at the elegant young man with the corners of his lips curled up and his brows full of pride and confidence. For a moment, she was in a trance. Ahem, ahem. Zhao Go coughed on purpose and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Then he said, Prince Song proposed to marry two of our dynasty's princesses during the day, but since the founding of our dynasty, there has never been a situation where two royal daughters and jade leaves serve the same husband. We rule the country with filial piety, and dare not go against our ancestors' rules. However, if Prince Song can really summon the wind and summon the rain, then this is the will of heaven. Even if I have to risk being blamed by my ancestors in the future, I will agree to this matter on your behalf. What do you think, Prince Song? Your Majesty, isn't this a bit too much? The yellow-robed woman immediately panicked. She didn't know if she was panicking for Song Qingshu or for her two younger sisters. After all, she was the one who knew Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan's situation the best. She knew that the two of them were completely devoted to Song Qingshu, and had even had intimate relations with Song Qingshu when they were in the Jin Kingdom. Now, the emperor was clearly making things difficult for them, using an impossible task to tactfully reject the other party. The ones who were hurt the most were the two girls. If Song Qingshu couldn't complete this task, he naturally wouldn't have the face to mention marrying the two princesses. In the end, he might not even be able to marry one of them. Thinking of how Zhao Huaner and Zhao Yuanyuan had been waiting for such a result, the yellow-robed woman was very worried that they wouldn't be able to accept such a blow. Ma Qichu chuckled and said, for two royal daughters and jade leaves to marry the same man at the same time is something that has never happened before, and will never happen again. Naturally, there will be some special tests. You have to know that any royal daughter and jade leaves can only be married to one man after 8 lifetimes of good fortune. To marry two at the same time, I'm afraid it will shorten one's lifespan. If Song Qingshu can't prove that he has the ability to defy the heavens and change his fate, even if the two princesses marry him, I'm afraid he won't have the fortune to accept it. The yellow-robed woman gritted her teeth. She really wanted to ask him in return, when the Jin Kingdom conquered Bianliang, countless royal daughters and jade leaves became the female slaves and playthings of the Jin Kingdom. What virtue did they cultivate? Those sisters of the laundry brothel were humiliated, but didn't those Jin Kingdom people still live well? Of course, she knew that these things were a pain that her sisters would never be able to erase, so it was naturally not convenient for her to mention it again. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's warm voice sounded beside her ear. The yellow-robed woman turned her head and saw that he was looking at her with a smile. She couldn't help but blush slightly and turn her face away. Who's worried about you? Don't flatter yourself. The yellow-robed woman also used secret sound transmission to reply coldly. What do you think, Prince Song? As Zhao Go's voice sounded, Song Qingshu once again became the focus of everyone present. Song Qingshu answered unhurriedly, I feel that this wager is too unfair to me. Oh, what's unfair about it? Zhao Go smirked coldly. He knew that Song Qingshu would refuse, and he had already prepared all kinds of countermeasures, enough to force Song Qingshu into a corner step by step. Princess Qingde and Princess Ro Fu were already my women when they were in the Jin Kingdom. When Song Qingshu's words came out, everyone present was in an uproar. Even the yellow-robed woman blushed and spat. She thought to herself, how could this person be like this? With what you said, wouldn't Huer and Yuanyuan's reputation be completely ruined by you? If they married you in the end, it would be fine, but if they didn't marry you in the end, which man would be willing to marry them in the future? If I lose, I will lose them. Even if I win, my women will still be my women, and His Majesty will not lose anything. If this isn't getting something for nothing, then what is it? Song Qingshu continued to say. Ma Qisua stood up and scolded angrily, nonsense, when did the two princesses of this dynasty become your women? If you don't believe me, you can ask the two princesses yourself and see what they have to say, Song Qingshu replied calmly. Ma Qisua's breath stopped. How would he dare to really ask? As the head of the officials, he naturally knew some secrets that normal people did not know. How could he not know what kind of place the laundry yard was? Anything that happened there would not be surprising. Song Qingshu spoke again. Actually, it's not just Princess Qingde and Princess Ro Fu, even Princess Mauda, cough cough. Zhao Go seemed to choke. He naturally knew of the dirty nature of the laundry yard and was worried that Song Qingshu would say something that would affect the reputation of the imperial family, so he hurriedly interrupted him. How would young master like to bet? In any case, he was certain that summoning the wind and summoning the rain was not something that a human could do. He would definitely win and not lose, so he might as well be a little more generous. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, his gaze suddenly landing on Aku, who was standing beside Zhao Go. Since my wager is my woman, why don't His Majesty also use your own woman to bet? As soon as these words came out, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Many people's jaws dropped in shock, thinking, you dare to say something so suicidal? Everyone followed his gaze and naturally knew that Song Qingshu was referring to royal consort Wu. Aku also did not expect this turn of events. Seeing everyone looking at her, her heart could not help but beat wildly. In that instant, she felt dizzy and subconsciously lowered her head with a bashful expression, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corner of her clothes under the table. Everyone saw that her skin was as white as snow, her skin as ice and bones as jade, her face like it was carved out of a piece of art. Her eyes were full of ripples, elegant and refined with a hint of tenderness and allure, causing a group of men to salivate when they saw her. With royal consort Wu's beauty that could topple nations, many of the men present had fantasized about her, but she was, after all, the imperial consort. Even if they had any thoughts, they could only suppress them in their hearts and quickly dispel them with reason. They were not like Song Qingshu, who actually dared to bring it up in public. Zhao Go's expression was also dark. Ever since he had become impotent, he was more sensitive than anyone else in this area. This request of Song Qingshu had already touched his reverse scale, and it seemed like it would explode at any moment. How dare you, to actually have such dirty thoughts about royal consort Wu? Ma Qifeng instantly seized the opportunity, jumping up and cursing angrily. Song Qingshu looked at Ma Qisua in surprise and said, I was just thinking that if I won by a fluke, I would be so bold as to invite imperial consort for a dance. Could it be that Lady Machi's mind is filled with filthy thoughts? Huh? Ma Qichu was instantly dumbfounded. In that instant, his mind was indeed filled with some unbearable images. Noticing that Zhao Go was looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, he hurriedly said, Nonsense, what kind of filthy thoughts could I have? That's good. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Not far away, the yellow-robed woman frowned slightly, her voice cold. Prince Song is too reckless. As the imperial consort of this dynasty, how could you dance for another man? Zhao Go finally spoke. If Prince Song can really summon the wind and rain, it will be an auspicious sign for this dynasty. There is no harm in letting Consort Wu dance for him. He was certain that Song Qingshu could not do it, so he pretended to be generous to show his magnanimity as the ruler of a country. Your Majesty is wise. Since the emperor had spoken, the officials naturally could not say anything else. Zhao Go laughed coldly in his heart. This Song Qingshu had some ability, but he was young and frivolous, arrogant and despotic. He was fated to not be someone who would achieve great things. It looked like he had worried too much. Song Qingshu had always been so arrogant and despotic because, according to historical experience, the tougher the enemy, the weaker the southern Song dynasty would be. He did the same just to fight for more benefits in the peace talks. He did not expect that he would lower Zhao Go's wariness. It was an unexpected gain. If he knew this, he would probably only sigh that Zhao Go had masochism in his bones. The fiercer someone was to him, the more comfortable he was. Someone like Yu Fei who was loyal to him, he was suspicious of everything. Prince Song, please. Zhao Go had a smile on his face, but there was a sliver of coldness in his eyes. Song Qingshu nodded. Everyone, please step outside the hall. No one objected to this. They were inside the Hall of Heroes. Even if it rained outside, they would not be able to see. A group of people filed out. When the yellow-clothed woman passed by Song Qingshu, she deliberately stopped and said with a worried expression, What do you plan to do later? Song Qingshu shrugged. Can't we just summon the wind and rain? I'm being serious here. The yellow-robed woman was so anxious that she almost stamped her feet. Song Qingshu was stunned. I'm being serious. I don't care about you. The yellow-robed woman's face turned cold, and she turned around to leave. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Why didn't you believe me when I told you the truth? With Zhao Guo in the lead, the civil and military officials surrounded the plaza outside the Hall of Heroes. Their gazes were all different. Some were gloating, such as Zhang Jun. There were people like Jia Shidao who had nothing to do with them and just wanted to watch the show. There were people who were worried for him, such as Han Xingzhou. Song Qingshu stood in the middle of the plaza and closed his eyes quietly, as if he was feeling something. The group of people saw that he didn't move for a long time, and they all became a little impatient. Ma Qiju was about to mock him, but she suddenly thought that it would be terrible if he made her the scapegoat for failing. She swallowed her words as soon as she opened her mouth, and she sneered to see what he was going to do. Song Qingshu took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, a sharp cry came from afar, "Assassin!" The civil and military officials were all shocked, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. They saw the guards in the distance in a mess, and people kept falling. Then, a white shadow rushed over at a shocking speed. In just a few breaths, the white shadow had rushed to the front of the Hall of Heroes. Only then did everyone see the assassin's appearance. They saw that the assassin was wearing a white dress that looked like a veil, and she seemed to be in the mist. She seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old, and besides her black hair, her whole body was snow white. Her face was beautiful, but her skin lacked a layer of blood, and she looked unusually pale. Under the moonlight, everyone found that she was elegant and beautiful, and her appearance was no less than that of imperial concubine Wu. The only difference was that this female assassin's expression was cold and indifferent, like ice and snow. Xiaolong knew? Song Qingshu was both surprised and happy. He was happy that they had met again after they had parted in Yangzhou, and he was surprised that she had entered the palace alone to assassinate someone. Wasn't she going to die? Xiaolong obviously did not expect to meet Song Qingshu here either. She was also slightly taken aback. No one knew what she was thinking, but a faint blush appeared on her snow-white skin. She was truly like the first bud of a strange flower, glowing with the glow of a beautiful jade, bright beyond compare. But this was only a matter of a moment, and she quickly recovered her coldness. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhao Guo in the distance, and she shouted, "Muddle-headed ruler, die." Her whole body was like a startled swan, and she shot towards Zhao Guo. "Protect the emperor." At this time, the yellow-robed woman also reacted, and with a flash, she blocked in front of Xiaolong, her 10 slender fingers glowing like white jade. She saw that Xiaolong's movements were light, and knew that her martial arts were very high, so she did not dare to be negligent, and used the 9 white bone claw. "Get out of my way." Xiaolong's delicate eyebrows furrowed, her voice cold, and the moment she attacked, the sky was filled with sword shadows. The yellow-robed woman did not expect that her sword would be so fast. Her 10 fingers flew extremely fast, and there were 20 ding-dang-dang-dang-dang-dang 20 to 30 crisp sounds. Seeing that she could not avoid it, she could only use the snake-form flipping fox movement technique to retreat to the side. She raised her hands in front of her eyes, still a little shocked and uncertain. Because she had practiced the 9 white bone claw, she had purposely kept her nails very long. It was said to be nails, but in reality, every nail was sharp and tough, and no different from a dagger. But in this instant of contact, 2 of her nails had actually been shaved off. Originally, the yellow-robed woman was very conceited, and thought that no one in her age group was a match for her, but unfortunately, Xiaolong's sword attacks were too fast. Just now, in an instant, the 2 swords had stabbed, cut, and slashed, and in total, she had used more than 30 moves. If the yellow-robed woman had not practiced the 9 manual since she was young, and her inner strength was deeper than Xiaolong's, in that exchange just now, she would not have broken her nails, but her fingers. After Xiaolong forced the yellow-robed woman back, she did not chase after her, but rushed unhesitatingly in the direction of Zhao Guo. But although the yellow-robed woman had not stopped Xiaolong just now, she had bought that moment of time, and in that moment, several figures surrounded Zhao Guo to protect him. It was the most mysterious imperial weapon in the imperial palace, and the 2 leading them were Ding Dian and Ling Huchong, who was disguised as Wu Tianda. Shadowless fist. Seeing Xiaolong rush over, Ding Dian shouted angrily, and attacked with a fist. He had mastered the godly illumination technique, and the power of this fist was unimaginable. In the Jianghu, there were probably not many people who could take it head-on. Xiao Longnu's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and the sword in her left hand shot out, as fast as lightning, stabbing towards Ding Dian's wrist. Ding Dian's fist instantly sank, intending to use the opportunity to break the sword in her hand, but who knew that there would be an ah sound by his ear. It turned out that Zhao Guo, who was standing behind him, had already been hit. There was no lack of experts present, but aside from Song Qingshu, no one else could see how the sword had stabbed the person behind him. Seeing Zhao Guo get stabbed, Ding Dian was scared out of his wits. He only relaxed when he realized that Zhao Guo had only been stabbed in the shoulder. If Ling Huchong, who was pretending to be Wu Tianda, had not reacted quickly and pushed Xiao Longnu's sword a few inches to the side, this sword would not have stabbed Zhao Guo's shoulder, but his throat. The surrounding people were all secretly admiring the brilliance of Wu Tianda's swordsmanship, to be able to block such an elusive sword. They did not know that Ling Huchong was currently filled with fear. Invincible East. These were the 4 words that appeared in Ling Huchong's mind. Xiao Longnu's sword was too fast. Usually, when there was a flash of white light, someone would be hit. Just now, he could only see a blurry shadow of the sword, and he had only blocked her sword out of instinct. Even so, he had not been able to completely block the opponent's long sword, and had still injured Zhao Guo. If he had to do it again, he did not have the confidence that he could protect Zhao Guo. This kind of sword speed made Ling Huchong think of the battle with Invincible East on Blackwood Cliff. At that time, the opponent was also very fast, so fast that even when they worked together, they were at a disadvantage. At that time, the reason why they could still exchange blows with Invincible East was mainly because the opponent had a short and small embroidery needle in his hand. Every time, Ling Huchong used the method of making both sides suffer. Because the embroidery needle was too short, the two of them attacked each other's vitals at the same time. Although Ling Huchong was slower, his sword was longer. So even though he was at an absolute disadvantage, he could exchange blows and barely hold on. If Invincible East had been holding a long sword at that time, Ling Huchong thought that his blood would have already spilled on Blackwood Cliff. Right now, the speed at which this beautiful woman in white attacked did not seem to be any slower than Dongfang Bubi's, and she held a long sword in her hands. Ling Huchong's skin instantly crawled. He had a lot of experience in actual combat, and he was not a pedantic person. He instantly used 9 solitary swords and joined the fray. Xiao Longnu's elegant eyebrows were slightly knitted together as the tip of her sword trembled. With a flash of cold light, Ling Huchong's left wrist, left leg, and right leg were all struck by the sword. Fortunately, the 9 swords beyond the swords had attacked his vital points, so Xiao Longnu had no choice but to withdraw her sword and defend herself. Although Ling Huchong's body was covered in wounds that looked frightening, they were all superficial wounds. Seeing that Ling Huchong was wounded, Ding Dian bellowed and leaped into the battlefield once more. Right now, Ling Huchong had mastered the I Jing Jing, the absorbing star's great skill, and the 9 solitary swords beyond the swords. Ding Dian had also mastered the god-reflecting scripture, and his shadowless divine fist was also famous in Jianghu. Looking at the entire Jianghu, they were all top experts. The two of them joined forces to fight, and their momentum was very powerful. But Xiao Longnu's white robes fluttered, and a cold light flashed. Her 2 swords were like 2 silver snakes that continuously moved between the 3 of them. She advanced and retreated as fast as lightning, and unexpectedly did not show any signs of being defeated. Suddenly, Ding Dian let out a cry of "Io," followed by Ling Huchong's "Oh no." The 2 of them were struck one after the other. Fortunately, their attacks were also very fierce. Xiao Longnu had no choice but to hastily think of a way to save herself. As a result, one of her swords missed its mark, and the other, although accurate, only went in a few inches and was unable to injure the enemy. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Last time in Gumu, he used the solitary yang finger to open Xiao Longnu's conception and governing vessels. Now, her Jade Women's Heart Sutra had been cultivated to the large success realm. Compared to when she had gone to Chongyang Palace, her cultivation had increased by a level. No wonder Ling Huchong and Ding Dian were having so much trouble dealing with her. Of course, it was not that Xiao Longnu's martial arts were that much better than Ling Huchong's and Ding Dian's. In terms of internal energy, she was even inferior to those two. However, the speed of Xiao Longnu's sword was too fast, and her lightness skill was far superior to those two. Ling Hucheng was still able to counterattack with the 9 strategies beyond the swords from time to time, but Ding Dian, who had a body full of vigorous inner energy, could not even touch the hem of Xiao Longnu's clothes. The yellow-robed woman, who was watching from the side, saw that the two were surrounded by danger. She could not help but join in the fight. Originally, with her pride, she did not want to bully others with numbers. However, this white-robed woman's lightning-fast sword was too amazing. She did not have the confidence to defeat her. If something really happened to the emperor, then it would be too late for regrets. The yellow-robed woman had cultivated the 9 manual since she was young. On top of that, her lightness skill was much better than Ding Dian and Ling Hucheng's. Once she joined in, the two immediately felt the pressure on them lessen. Xiao Longnu's delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. With the 3 great masters attacking from both sides, the situation gradually became disadvantageous to her. Seeing that in this short period of time, Zhao Guo was being protected by a group of imperial bodyguards and retreating to the back of the hall, she became even more anxious. She could not help but speak in a crisp voice. "I have no enmity with you. I don't want to fight with you. Get out of my way." Huh? Everyone in the field was stunned. Who would have thought that she would actually say such naive words? As the imperial bodyguards, their duty was to protect the emperor. What did it have to do with enmity? Song Qingshu had a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Longnu was indeed as silly and adorable as he remembered her to be. Ding Dian said in a clear voice, "This is my duty. I dare not give way." Xiao Longnu said coldly, "Since you are not willing to give way, then I will have to offend you." Just as she finished speaking, where the sword flashed, suddenly there was a series of sounds, leisurely and uninterrupted. Ling Hucheng and Ding Dian's expressions changed. It turned out that this long sound was made up of over 40 extremely short, continuous strikes. In that instant, Xiao Longnu's twin swords had already stabbed, sliced, pointed, and chopped. In total, she had made over 40 moves. Even a master of the Pipa would not have been able to make such rapid movements. The two of them saw a vast expanse of whiteness in front of them. They hurriedly brandished their weapons so that not even a drop of water could penetrate. Every move collided with the other weapons. To the crowd, it was just a long sound of weapons clashing. Xiao Longnu wanted to force the two of them to defend themselves. Seeing that they were as if they were facing a great enemy, guarding their vital acupoints tightly, she pursed her lips and smiled. She directly leaped over the two of them and flew in the direction of Zhao Guo. Only then did Ding Dian and Ling Hucheng realize that they had fallen into a trap. They hurriedly chased after her. Unfortunately, their lightness skills were far inferior to Xiao Longnu's. They could only watch as the distance between the two of them grew larger and larger. The yellow-shirted girl's lightness skills were better than the two of them, but she had lost the initiative. Even though she was not pulled further and further away by Xiao Longnu, she was still unable to close the distance between the two of them. She could only hope that the imperial bodyguards by Zhao Guo's side would be able to hold her off for a while. But she was quickly disappointed. Even though those imperial bodyguards were carefully selected masters, but even she was unable to withstand Xiao Longnu's swift sword, let alone these normal masters. Ding dang, Chong Lang, Io, not good sounds rose and fell. In an instant, the swords in the hands of those imperial bodyguards fell to the ground. Every one of them had a sword strike on their wrists. The strange thing was that Xiao Longnu had used the same move, jade bracelet of white wrist. When the imperial bodyguards saw her sword flash past in front of their eyes, they felt a sharp pain in their wrists. They could only wait helplessly to be killed. Luckily, Xiao Longnu had a kind heart. If her sword had not pierced their wrists, but aimed at their chest and abdomen instead, their corpses would have long been strewn everywhere. "Emperor, be careful." The civil and military officials all cried out in alarm, but even the imperial weapons could not stop it, so what could they, the powerless officials, do? Song Qingshu intentionally looked in Jia Shidao's direction. He saw his body shake slightly, but he didn't make a move in the end. If Zhao Guo dies... Song Qingshu's mind raced, and he began to think about whether Zhao Guo's death or his life would benefit him. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he suddenly looked in Zhao Gou's direction. The sharp tip of the sword was about to pierce Zhao Gou's throat, but there was a visible ripple in the air in front of Zhao Gou. Her sword stopped when it reached it, and it couldn't go any further. Xiao Longnu's heart skipped a beat, and the sword in her left hand instantly stabbed towards Zhao Gou in an arc. But halfway through, it was stopped by a ripple in the air. Then, an old man shrouded in a black cloak seemed to appear out of thin air. Xiao Longnu only felt a huge force coming from her hands. She could no longer hold the sword in her hands, and with a cry, she was sent flying back. The yellow-shirt woman rushed over, and the 19 white bone claws in her hands subconsciously clawed at her shoulder. Once her shoulder blades were locked, no matter how strong she was, she couldn't fight back. Xiao Longnu was still in deep shock, and she didn't even notice that the yellow-shirt woman's hands were about to touch her clothes. But even if she noticed, she couldn't do anything. Without the two swords in her hands, her martial arts skills were greatly reduced, and she was no match for the yellow-shirt woman. Just as she was about to subdue the white-shirt woman, the yellow-shirt woman saw a flash in front of her eyes, and she was shocked to find that she had lost her opponent. Xiao Longnu knew that her assassination attempt had failed and she would not be able to escape death. She had already closed her eyes and waited for the final outcome. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement? She could not help but open her eyes curiously, only to find that she was in the arms of a man. Let go of me. Xiao Longnu subconsciously wanted to push him away, but she immediately saw that the person who was hugging her was actually Song Qingshu. She didn't know what to think, but she blushed and put her hands on his chest, but she didn't push him away. At this time, everyone present could clearly see the situation. Seeing that the person who saved the assassin was Song Qingshu, the yellow-robed woman was shocked and anxious. What are you doing? She's an assassin. She was so anxious that she almost stamped her feet. It was fine if you were a little greedy and lecherous normally, but how could you act recklessly at this critical moment? Although the white-clothed woman was elegant and refined, she was an assassin who tried to assassinate the emperor. This was a crime worthy of 9 generations of the emperor's family being executed. Your martial arts are indeed very high, but can it be higher than my master's? Just now, the white-clothed woman was so powerful, but she still wasn't my master's match. Not to mention that the imperial palace is filled with experts and tens of thousands of imperial guards. With so many people surrounding you, even if you grew wings, you wouldn't be able to escape. Not far away, Aka's hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were tightly clasped together, her knuckles turning white. She saw that Song Qingshu had actually run out to save the female assassin, and from the way the two of them looked at each other, she knew that their relationship was not ordinary. She was jealous and angry, but in the end, she didn't want to see Song Qingshu really be killed on the spot. She also hurriedly said, Song. Prince Song, have you recognized the wrong person? She had originally thought that as long as Song Qingshu admitted that he had recognized the wrong person, with the addition of his special status and the group of people speaking up for him, today's storm could quietly be calmed down. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu shook his head. Looking at Xiao Longnu in his arms, he smiled and said, How could I not recognize my savior? Xiao Longnu knew that he was talking about the time when he had been poisoned by the golden rippling flower in Yangzhou and how she had saved him. Thinking about how she had fed him medicine with her mouth at that time, Xiao Longnu felt a trace of embarrassment rise in her heart. She hurriedly pushed him away. Quickly put me down, this is improper. Song Qingshu also knew that he was currently in a deep encirclement, and there was also a super expert like Huang Cheng watching from the side. If he continued to hold her like this, today he would probably really die with a grievance. Gently placing the beautiful woman in his arms on the ground, Song Qingshu gently said, In a moment, you will stay close to me. Xiao Longnu made a sound of agreement. Originally, when she entered the palace to assassinate the emperor, she had the conviction that she would either succeed or die trying. She had already thought of dying, but she did not expect that she would actually meet Song Qingshu here. After seeing him, Xiao Longnu suddenly realized that she did not want to die so soon. Ma Qifeng finally reacted. This unforeseen event almost made him unable to restrain himself from throwing his head back and laughing 3 times. He hurriedly ordered, Song Qingshu, so you are an accomplice of the assassin. Guards, kill these 2 traitors without mercy. Yes. In just a short while, the guards of the palace had completely reacted. Countless imperial guards instantly surged out and charged towards the two people in the middle of the field. "Help me find two swords, I will face the enemy with you," Xiao Longnu said in a gentle voice. She clearly knew that with so many imperial guards, if Song Qingshu still had to take care of her, he would definitely be unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. "How can two swords be enough?" Song Qingshu shielded her behind him, then slowly raised both his hands. Suddenly, the swords and blades of the surrounding imperial guards began to buzz. This unforeseen event caused the group of people who were charging forward to stop in their tracks in bewilderment. Song Qingshu smiled faintly, then abruptly raised his hands. The buzzing swords and blades seemed to be pulled by a pair of invisible hands, flying out of their sheaths one after another. The swords and sabers that filled the sky formed a torrent of steel, finally floating in midair with Song Qingshu as the center of the circle with a radius of 10 feet. The gleaming blades faced outwards, quickly rotating around him, forming a forbidden zone for life. Witnessing such a strange scene, the group of imperial guards who were charging forward sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. Some even retreated at the same time, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. Song Qingshu casually plucked two swords from midair and handed them to Xiao Longnu. "These are the two swords you dropped just now. I picked them up for you." "Thank you, big brother-in-law." In the past, she was already used to calling him brother-in-law, but for some reason, now that she called him brother-in-law, Xiao Longnu found it difficult to say it out loud. When she took the swords, she accidentally touched Song Qingshu's hand. Feeling the heat from his hand, Xiao Longnu could not help but think that in Gu Mu, it was this pair of hands that did evil things to her body. In this world, were there such brothers-in-law and sister-in-law, Xiao Longnu's mind wavered and she felt a sweetness in her throat. She could not help but spill a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. Song Qingshu helped her wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. He frowned and said, "The Jade Women's Heart Sutra requires you to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It is really going against the heavens. After this difficulty, I will teach you another martial art." "No." Xiao Longnu subconsciously refused because the Jade Women's Heart Sutra was a memory of her and Yanghua. But when she thought of Yanghua, she could not help but think of the scene of him and another woman in Gu Mu. With a wah sound, she spat out another mouthful of blood. A handsome and elegant young master stood quietly in the middle of the field. Although he didn't utter any bold words, a disdainful air silently spread out from him. An elegant and refined young girl in white, who looked like a fairy descending from the 9th heaven, was leaning weakly against him. Even though everyone knew that she was an assassin, they had to admit that she was beautiful. Perhaps it was because she was heavily surrounded or because she was injured, but the young girl's delicate brows were slightly knitted together, adding a sense of pity to her appearance. What a perfect couple! The surrounding people sighed with emotion, but when they thought that only death awaited this immortal couple, they couldn't help but feel sorry for them. Machi Sua, however, wasn't one of them who felt sorry for them. He had long been itching to grind Song Qingshu's bones to dust, not to mention that he was well aware of the identity of this young girl in white. Back in Yangzhou, he had sent a large number of experts to hunt her down, but who could have expected that she would still escape? "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and attack." Seeing that the imperial guards had stopped moving, Machi Sua flew into a rage and hurriedly urged them. The imperial guards cursed inwardly, thinking that with this one zhang-wide storm of swords and sabers, anyone who approached would be instantly torn to pieces. Although they knew that they might be able to scatter the swords and sabers in the air by relying on their advantage in numbers, those who rushed to the front would undoubtedly die. Who would be willing to take the lead? To one side, Han Xingzhou was very angry with Song Qingshu's behavior. Since the morning court session, this guy had been constantly causing trouble for him, and now he was involved in an assassination attempt. Han Xingzhou couldn't wait for him to die. However, he was a mature politician. He knew that if Song Qingshu really died here, the imperial court would certainly attack the Golden Snake camp, and his plan to conquer the Jin army, which he had painstakingly worked on for many years, would be put on hold indefinitely. What was more frightening was that he was the one who introduced Song Qingshu, and he would certainly be held responsible afterwards. Machi Sua and the others wouldn't let go of the opportunity to hit him when he was down. Therefore, even though he was cursing Song Qingshu to death in his heart, Han Xingzhou still stood up for him and said, Prince Song, from your conversation, you saved this woman only because you know her, not because you knew about her assassination attempt. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. I don't know why she tried to assassinate His Majesty, but she saved my life. I won't let anything happen to her in front of me. Machi Sua sneered and said, Lord Han, are you trying to distance yourself from Song with just a few words? Han Xingzhou braced himself and said, in my opinion, since they have been surrounded, it is clear that they cannot escape. Why don't we first figure out why this assassin wants to assassinate the emperor? That way, we can be prepared in case she has other accomplices. Next time, the emperor will be in danger. Accomplices? Machi Sua sneered, isn't her accomplice right next to her? Song Qingshu suddenly spoke, Machi Sua, don't jump up and down. Even if Song Mao can't escape today, taking your life with him is as easy as blowing off dust. Machi Sua's face instantly flushed red, but she didn't know how to refute and subconsciously shrunk back. As easy as blowing off dust? What big words. Huang Chang, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. His life's mission was to support the imperial family. As the head of all the officials, he naturally wouldn't sit by and watch as she was killed right under his nose. Worried that her master and Song Qingshu would really fight, the yellow-robed woman couldn't sit still and hurriedly spoke to divert their attention. Miss, may I ask why you want to assassinate His Majesty? He should be killed. Xiaolong Nu's red lips opened, her voice soft and pleasant, but filled with killing intent. That's it? The yellow-robed woman was dumbfounded. What kind of reason was this? How could she continue? Even if she wanted to ease the atmosphere, there was nothing she could do. At the side, the fat on Zhao Gou's face trembled. It was clear that he was on the verge of exploding. Song Qingshu knew that with Xiaolong Nu's cold personality, she wouldn't seriously explain things to others. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Joy flashed across Machi Sua's face and she shouted angrily at the group of guards, what are you all standing there for? Hurry up and execute this assassin. At that moment, the imperial guards had brought over shields and spears. With these weapons, their courage instantly increased, and they stepped towards the two people in the middle of the field. Song Qingshu coldly snorted, and the rotating swords and sabers around him suddenly spread out, doubling the range. The group of imperial guards hurriedly raised their shields to block in front of them, but the sword chi in front of them only lasted for a breath's time before the shields in their hands were sliced into pieces by the sword chi. The group of people were so frightened that they retreated, and the formation immediately fell into chaos. Song Qingshu could now be considered a veteran of the battlefield, and he knew the importance of gaining the upper hand with a show of strength. That was why he struck like lightning from the start, causing the guards to tremble in fear. Without waiting for them to restore their formation, Song Qingshu gave a cold humph and stared at Machi Sua. Lord Machi Sua is in such a hurry to order the guards to act. Are you planning to silence them? The word silence them contained too much information. In addition, no one present could understand why such a beautiful and otherworldly little girl would enter the palace to assassinate someone for no reason. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, they all looked suspiciously at Machi Sua. Noticing the gazes of the others, including Zhao Gou, Machi Sua's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Zhao Gou had always been suspicious, so she hurriedly explained, silence them? Song, don't slander me. Little junior sister, why don't you say that it was Machi Nu who sent you here? Song Qingshu said with a faint smile on his face. No, I hate this person. Xiaolong Nu frowned slightly and shook her head in refusal. Song Qingshu did not expect her to refuse so decisively. He had originally wanted to drag Machi Sua into this and see if he could find an opportunity in the chaos. Since Xiaolong Nu was not cooperating, he could only drop the idea. However, Song Qingshu reacted quickly. When he heard Machi Sua's question, he instantly had a plan. He raised his head and swept his gaze around, finally resting his gaze on Zhao Gou. He pointed at Xiaolong Nu and asked, does your majesty know who she is? How would we know? Zhao Gou gave a cold humph. If not for his fear of Song Qingshu's martial arts, he would have ordered the guards to hack these two to death. This Miss Long. Song Qingshu paused, then said slowly, is the orphan of General Yu Fei. He had heard this secret in Machi Sua's residence when he was disguised as a guard. Combined with the information that Li Qingluo had told him before, and the fact that Wang Yuyan looked similar to her, Song Qingshu was sure that there was no mistake. Originally, Xiaolong Nu still had a calm expression on her face, but when she heard Song Qingshu's words, her eyes instantly widened. She looked at the man beside her in confusion, thinking that she had only recently found out about her parentage by chance, so how did he know? What? Outside the Hall of Heroes, the civil and military officials, guards, eunuchs, and palace maids were all discussing. After all, Yu Fei's reputation was so great that even the people of the Jin knew about him, much less the southern Song. Thinking of Yu Fei, the people present all revealed complicated expressions. Some were regretful, some were sad, and of course, some were gnashing their teeth. Han Qizhou's eyes lit up when he heard about Xiaolong Nu's identity. He didn't expect the situation to take a turn for the better. He hurriedly said, "Yes, this young lady does resemble Madame Yu from back then." The young officials were at a loss while some of the more senior officials nodded inwardly. Indeed, they did resemble each other. Hearing their whispers, Xiaolong Nu's frosty face changed slightly. Mother. This word was too distant for her. She had been an orphan since she was young and had never cared about such things. Even if her biological parents appeared before her, she wouldn't be surprised. But now that she knew that her parents had been harmed by villains and had no choice but to leave her, things were very different. Machi Nu was both shocked and angry. She had collected information on Xiaolong Nu and knew that she was ignorant of worldly affairs, so she wasn't afraid of her revealing anything. She didn't expect that Song Qingshu would know of her identity. How did he know? Xiaolong Nu's identity was so secretive that even he had only recently discovered it. Could it be that there was a spy at his side, but he quickly realized that this wasn't the time to be suspicious. He coldly snorted and said, "This is only Song's side of the story. Since Lord Han thinks that she resembles the wife of the rebellious Yu Fei, why didn't you say so earlier? Why did you wait until Song said so before agreeing?" Han Qizhou indifferently replied, "Back then, Madame Yu always lived in seclusion and rarely saw outsiders. I only met her once by chance. It's not surprising that I didn't remember her after so many years. I also met Madame Yu back then, and this young lady does indeed resemble Madame Yu." Huang Chang suddenly spoke. Although very few people knew of his identity, he had defeated Xiaolong Nu with just a single move, which had given him a very high prestige. Seeing that he agreed with Han Qizhou's judgment, even Machi Nu didn't dare to refute him. "I don't know what happened when Yu Fei died, but Mrs. Yu disappeared at the same time. Yu Fei's orphan is also missing." Jia Sherdao took a deep look at Huang Chang. He was obviously trying to figure out how powerful Huang Chang's kung fu was. Unfortunately, Huang Chang's attack was too short, so he couldn't tell. Jia Sherdao's retelling of the story was quite intriguing. Song Qingshu didn't believe that the Isle of Heroes intelligence network wouldn't know what had happened all those years ago. However, Jia Sherdao still pretended that he didn't know anything. It was obvious that he was deliberately trying to draw attention to this matter. Was he going to make a move on Machi Ju, too? Apparently, Machi Chu had the same idea as Song Qingshu. She looked at Jia Sherdao in fear, her small eyes glowing with a vicious light. It was obvious that she was thinking about what to do next. The reason why Madame Yu disappeared that year was because some evil people wanted to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. They sent assassins to kill Yu Fei's wife and children that very night. Even though he knew he was being used as a tool, Song Qingshu still said it out loud. Who could be so vicious? That's so shameless. Although Yu Fei had been executed by the government, his character was impeccable, and he was the famous god of war. Most people in the imperial court sympathized with him, especially the low-ranking officers in the imperial army, who idolized him. They were already unhappy that Yu Fei had been killed unjustly, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, the government had only convicted Yu Fei and Yu Yun, and his wife and daughter were innocent. Now that they heard that Madame Yu and Miss Yu had been killed, the anger that they had accumulated over the years exploded. Machika's face turned green when she heard this. She glanced guiltily at Zhao Guo, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Zhao Guo's eyes were equally cold. It should be known that Yu Fei was Zhao Guo's reverse scale. Now that she and the emperor were on the same boat, what was there to be afraid of? Song Qingshu continued, After that, Madame Yu was on the run. She didn't dare to trust anyone, so she fled to Zhongnan Mountains. She wanted the leader of the Chuanzhen sect, Wang Chongyang, to take in Yufei's orphan. Seeing the Taoist priest of the Chuanzhen sect open the door and pick up the baby girl, Madame Yu felt relieved and left to lead the soldiers away. However, she didn't know that the baby girl wasn't taken in by the Chuanzhen sect. Instead, she joined the ancient Tomb sect, which was next to the Chuanzhen sect. He repeated what Li Qingluo had said in the past. Everyone who heard it wrung their wrists, and were filled with righteous indignation. Xiao Longnu also stared at him, dumbfounded. Although she knew about her past, she didn't know exactly what had happened all those years ago. She only knew that her father, Yufei, had been killed unjustly, and her mother's life and death were unknown. She had never been familiar with the affairs of the world. In her eyes, her father had been killed by Zhao Guo, and the one who had sent assassins after her mother and daughter was obviously Zhao Guo. That was why she had resolutely entered the palace to assassinate them. Who is that shameless person? Hearing him finish, some of the more hot-tempered people couldn't hold it in any longer, and shouted angrily. Far away on the horizon, but close at hand. Song Qingshu's gaze first landed on Zhao Guo, and his heart jumped in fright. The anger of the person who had shouted the most fiercely just now instantly froze. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's gaze quickly moved to Ma Qichu. He looked at him and asked in a cold voice, Master Ma Qi, that year, you killed loyal and good people, and sent assassins to kill the families of loyal and good people. Have you been able to sleep all these years? You're slandering me. Ma Qichu's face was deathly pale, and he screamed in exasperation. However, he quickly noticed the disdainful gazes of the people around him. It was obvious that everyone believed him. He could only blame his poor reputation. Actually, before Song Qingshu had said his name, most people had already guessed that it was him. Your Majesty, you have to uphold justice for this subject, Ma Qichu wailed and wailed. It was these two traitors who purposely slandered the subject in order to absolve themselves of their crimes. Your Majesty, please understand. Song Qingshu followed up, reporting to Your Majesty, the reason why this friend of mine entered the palace to assassinate you was because she was misled by a traitor, and thought that Your Majesty was the murderer who killed her parents. That was why she entered the palace to avenge her parents. Actually, the main culprit was the person who framed General Yu all those years ago. Although Miss Long has offended Your Majesty, this dynasty is founded on filial piety. Your Majesty, on account of her filial piety, please be lenient. First investigate the main culprit and restore General Yu's innocence. It won't be too late to convict Miss Long afterwards. Han Chuanzhou hesitated for a moment. He had always wanted to go on a northern expedition and had long wanted to reverse Yufei's verdict to raise the morale of the soldiers and soldiers. Now was a good opportunity. He stepped out and knelt down. Your Majesty, please be lenient and restore General Yu's innocence. The civil and military officials all looked at each other. After all, they were all old foxes in the bureaucracy. How could they not know that Yufei's execution had Zhao Guo's approval? However, there was no lack of hot-blooded men in this world. Suddenly, another person knelt down. Your Majesty, please be lenient and restore General Yu's innocence. After someone had started, more and more people knelt down. Your Majesty, please be lenient and restore General Yu's innocence. Hearing Zhao Guo's unfriendly tone, everyone looked at each other. The sky was clear, there was no sign of rain at all. Zhao Guo clearly did not want to vindicate Yufei. However, everyone understood. After all, it was the emperor who had agreed to kill Yufei. If they vindicated Yufei, wouldn't the emperor be slapping his own face? Everyone sank into silence. The entire heroes gathering hall was so quiet a pin drop could be heard. At this time, a clear voice came from the field. Is the emperor speaking the truth? Looking at the tall and handsome young man in the field, the surrounding people finally remembered the wager. A monarch does not joke. Zhao Guo was expressionless. He narrowed his eyes and glanced at Song Qingshu. We can continue the bet just now. If you can really call the wind and summon the rain, we will not only pardon the assassin's crimes and investigate Yufei's case, we can also marry the two empress concubines to you. However, if you cannot, Song Qingshu responded coolly, if Song Mao cannot do it, I am willing to share the crime with her. For a woman, is it worth it? The yellow-robed woman's voice came through. She was angry and regretful. If you were the one who tried to assassinate me today, I would do the same. Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile. The yellow-robed woman's heart jumped. She moved her gaze away in panic. After a long while, she reacted. She had always been loyal to the emperor and her country. Why would she enter the palace to assassinate? She couldn't help but spit. This bastard really knew how to say empty words. He knew that would not happen, but even so, she still felt strangely touched. Prince Song, have you really thought it through? You came to propose, why are you risking your life for another woman? Aku couldn't help but speak. Even though she was jealous, the most important thing now was to protect Song Qingshu's life. I have thought it through. Thank you, Your Highness, for your good intentions. Song Qingshu smiled and bowed. Aku wanted to say something but she felt Zhao Guo's confused gaze. Her mind panicked and she didn't dare to say anything. She just felt bitter inside. It's good that he's dead. Out of sight, out of mind. You don't have to take such a big risk for me. Xiao Longnu tugged at his sleeve. Although she was not familiar with the affairs of the world, she also understood that calling the wind and summoning the rain was not something a human could achieve. For you, I'm willing to take any risks, Song Qingshu said gently. Trust me, nothing will happen. Xiao Longnu's gaze landed on the hand that was grabbing her, and her heart trembled inexplicably. She subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but when she thought about how the two of them wouldn't be able to live much longer, and the fact that the other party had taken such a huge risk for her, it's already been half an incense stick's worth of time. How long are you two going to be so lovey-dovey? Aku felt a wave of irritation in his heart when he saw the two of them holding each other's hands in a lovey-dovey manner. He couldn't help but speak coldly. Xiao Longnu retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Looking at her bashful expression, like the first blooming of a flower after the snow melted, Song Qingshu only felt refreshed. He then turned his head and sent a secret sound transmission to the yellow-robed woman. Can you do me a favor? As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you, the yellow-robed woman replied with pursed lips. Go and help me get some. Song Qingshu said. What's the use of that thing? The yellow-robed woman's face was filled with confusion. You don't have to worry about that. Just go and get it for me, Song Qingshu answered. All right then. The yellow-robed woman nodded, and quietly disappeared into the crowd. Song Qingshu then instructed the eunuchs and palace maids in the distance, prepare an incense table and candles for me. The eunuchs and palace maids instinctively looked towards Zhao Guo. Seeing him nod, they then ran off to prepare. Because of the banquet just now, the incense table and the like were quickly set up using materials from the ground. Song Qingshu stood in front of the incense table with his arms outstretched. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind, and he had a somewhat sage-like demeanor. Could it be that he really knows how to summon wind and rain? A thought suddenly arose in the minds of many people, but it was quickly denied by them. After all, summoning wind and rain went against common sense, and it also went against the books of sages that they had painstakingly studied for decades. He's probably just putting on an act, many people thought. Only those who sympathized with Yu Fei would secretly pray, hoping that a miracle would happen next. What are you standing there for? If you want the rain to come faster, then hurry up, Ma Qifeng impatiently urged. Song Qingshu did not even open his eyes. He only replied indifferently, I am currently communicating with the heavens. If I am disturbed by Lord Machi, and the rain cannot come later, would Lord Machi be willing to share the blame with us? Misleading the masses with lies. Ma Qifeng coldly snorted, and really did not dare to say anything more. Otherwise, Song Qingshu would blame the failure on her. In any case, in his heart, summoning wind and rain would never succeed. After the failure, she would slowly settle the score with him. Song Qingshu did not pay any more attention to her, and continued to stand there quietly. Seeing that the second incense stick was about to burn out, and he still did not move at all, the hearts of those who supported him in the banquet hall could not help but sink to the bottom. Because Song Qingshu was worried about Xiao Longnu's safety, she also stood near the incense table. Looking at this man at a close distance, Xiao Longnu's usually calm heart suddenly became chaotic. The third incense stick has already been lit, why is he still not moving? Originally, Xiaolongnu's personality was very cold. Not to mention 3 incense sticks, even if it was 30 incense sticks, or 300 incense sticks, she would still be able to quietly wait. But today, she was very anxious. Forget it, after the 3 incense sticks have burned out, I'll just die with him. As Xiaolongnu thought of this, she felt her body lighten, and she returned to her usual state of being as calm as an ancient well. Xiaolongnu did not realize that this was the first time she had completely not thought of Yanghua. After a while, the yellow-robed woman finally rushed over, and handed a cloth bag to Song Qingshu. I brought what you wanted. Is it enough? If it's not enough, I have more here. Song Qingshu opened the bag and touched it, and said with a slight smile, it's enough. Only then did the yellow-robed woman let out a sigh of relief, but when she saw the half-burnt incense stick not far away, she became anxious again. It's almost time, are you still not going to start? Help me take care of Miss Long. Later, don't let anyone hurt her. Song Qingshu suddenly said. The yellow-robed woman was startled, and thought to herself, aren't you here? Do you still need me to protect her? But she still nodded subconsciously. Xiaolongnu's expression changed slightly. I want to be with you. Her thoughts were pure, and there was nothing romantic in her words. She just didn't want to leave Song Qingshu's side. But when it fell into the yellow-robed woman's ears, it had a different meaning. Thinking of the two of them going through life and death together, she couldn't help but feel sad. Don't worry, I'll be back very soon. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Okay, I'll wait for you. She didn't know why, but when she saw his smile, Xiaolongnu felt at ease. The yellow-robed girl could not be blamed for thinking this way. After all, there was only half an incense stick of time left. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible to summon wind and rain. It was obvious that Song Qingshu and the white-robed girl were in a desperate situation. Although the white-robed girl had displayed great martial arts and lightness skills, now that she had suffered internal injuries, not only could she not be of help, she would also be a burden. If Song Qingshu was alone, he might be able to escape from the palace with his peerless lightness skills, but if he brought her along, he would die without a doubt. After this period of time, the defense forces in the palace had been completely mobilized. Not to mention the unfathomable existence of Master Huangshang and the top-notch experts with the imperial equipment, there were also the front palace guards, front palace commander, inner palace guard, loose member, loose commander, loose dutu, loose marquis, golden spear squad, eastern west squad, archery squad, loose commander, Jun Rong squad, royal dragon bone duozi squad, royal dragon bow and arrow squad, royal dragon crossbow squad, and so on. There were also the Imperial City Department's inner secret agents, the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Guards, the Imperial Guards, and the Imperial Guards. If one were to say that the Imperial Army was an elite force selected from every 10,000 people, then these people were the elites of the elites carefully selected from the Imperial Army. With such a powerful force, any Jianghu expert would be annihilated if they were to face it. Although she had her suspicions, when she saw Xiaolongnu's calm expression and the lack of suspicion in her eyes, the yellow-robed girl could not help but feel a little ashamed. I have been with him for so long, how could he be that kind of person? Song. Prince Song, there is only half an incense stick of time left. Seeing that Song Qingshu was still leisurely chatting with the two girls, Aku, who had been protected by the guards at the rear, was burning with anxiety and could not help but remind him. Zhao Go frowned and looked at her, asking calmly, concubine Wu seems to be very concerned about him? Aku's expression changed and she hurriedly answered, no. I am just curious. Oh. Zhao Go responded expressionlessly. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Machi Sua, surnamed Song. Stop trying to mystify us, quickly surrender yourself. Seeing that time was almost up, he rolled his eyes and deliberately used words to provoke the other party. He couldn't wait to infuriate the other party. It would be best if they quarreled and used up the last bit of time. However, he was soon disappointed because Song Qingshu didn't pay attention to him at all. The white jade capital in the sky. A clear voice suddenly resounded throughout the plaza. The voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. But this wasn't what shocked them the most. Instead, all of them stared wide-eyed at Song Qingshu. Because with every single word he spoke, he would walk step by step into the sky as if there was an invisible staircase in the sky. How is this possible? Not to mention the officials who didn't know martial arts, even the top experts with their weapons, and even Huang Shang looked over in disbelief. The air beneath Song Qingshu's feet was like a lake, rippling with every step he took. Huang Chang subconsciously took a step forward, wanting to get a better look. Is this a domain? No, although I can affect the surrounding environment and make the air seem as if it is solid, I still can't walk on the wind like this and easily walk up step by step, Huang Shang muttered to himself. How is he doing this? The yellow-robed woman was in a daze like her master. As the holy maiden of Jianshan Academy, she had always paid attention to her bearing. But at this moment, if someone was watching from the side, they would definitely see that her red lips were wide open, as if an egg could be stuffed inside. But fortunately, all of her attention was currently focused on Song Qingshu in midair. This caused her, who was usually the focus of all the men, to not be looking at her at this moment. Brother-in-law. Xiao Longnu's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as the yellow-robed woman's. Her elegant and refined face was still as calm as ever, but her eyes, which were as pure as water, suddenly had an indescribable look. Compared to the two of them, Aka's calmness wasn't as good. If she hadn't immediately remembered that Zhao Guo was beside her, she probably would have already screamed and jumped up. Even so, her hands, which were hidden in her sleeves, were still trembling with excitement. But how could someone as sensitive as Zhao Guo not sense her strangeness? Thinking of his woman's special feelings for other men, his expression darkened even more. 12 floors, 5 cities. As Song Qingshu rose higher and higher, the entire imperial palace noticed the commotion. Seeing a celestial-like figure appear in midair, the women in the imperial harem let out all sorts of screams. Even Li Yuanji and Qin Yuanyuan, who were in the cold palace, were alarmed. It's brother Song. The young girl's eyes were sharp. Even though they were too far away and could only see a blur, she quickly recognized her lover. Li Yuanji leaned against the window and said excitedly, "The man I have chosen is just this handsome. Miss Li, can you help me over to take a look?" Hearing the almost boiling voices in the imperial harem, even Qin Yuanyuan was a little curious. But she had just recovered from her injuries, and her entire body was weak. She couldn't get off the bed on her own. Li Yuanji raised her chin. Originally, she didn't really like this beautiful woman, but the young girl couldn't help but show off to other women how amazing her lover was. After hesitating for a moment, she still ran over and helped Qin Yuanyuan over to the window. Looking at the immortal-like figure in midair, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but think of the detestable look he had when he had teased her not long ago. This huge contrast shocked her for a moment. What a mysterious man. Qin Yuanyuan's white jade-like skin was unknowingly dyed with a layer of red as she thought of something. At this moment, outside the Hall of Heroes, Ma Qifeng's ear-piercing and unpleasant voice suddenly rang out. The one with the surname Song is trying to escape. Everyone, use your bows and arrows to shoot him down. The yellow-robed woman was instantly enraged. Lord Left Minister, what do you mean by this? I finally understand what the one with the surname Song is planning. Ma Qifeng sneered. Originally, he was surrounded by the imperial guards and couldn't escape even if he had wings. But because he used the title of Summoning Wind and Summoning Rain, the imperial guards didn't stop him from leaving. Otherwise, he would have long been shot into a porcupine. So noisy Xiao Longnu had always been someone who didn't care about emotions. Normally, no matter how big the matter was, it would be difficult to cause her emotions to fluctuate. But for some reason, when she heard Ma Qifeng slandering Song Qingshu, she felt an indescribable anger in her heart. With a flash of white, she raised her sword and stabbed in front of Ma Qifeng. Huang Chang snorted coldly. Although he didn't like Ma Qifeng, she was still the head of all the officials. How could he allow anything to happen to her under his watch? With a thought, he instantly appeared in front of Ma Qifeng and blocked the fatal blow for her. Xiao Longnu quickly retreated to her original spot. She had already suffered internal injuries due to the violent fluctuations in her emotions. Now that she had used her vital energy so recklessly, a trickle of blood soon seeped out from the corner of her mouth. Ma Qifeng had just escaped from death and was still in a state of shock. When she thought about how she had been put into such a sorry state by a little girl, she flew into a rage out of humiliation and quickly ordered the surrounding soldiers, "Seize this assassin." As the head of all the officials, he still had a certain level of authority. The nearby guards hesitated for a moment, but still approached Xiao Longnu, one step at a time. The energy in her body was surging. Xiao Longnu knew that she wouldn't be able to fight for a while. She couldn't help but frown. The pitiful look in her eyes made the surrounding men feel pity for her. The guards couldn't help but slow down their steps. The yellow-robed woman took this opportunity to shield Xiao Longnu behind her. She snorted coldly, "Lord Left Minister, since the incense hasn't finished burning, the bet is still in effect. Since I promised him to protect Miss Longnu, I won't let anyone bully her." "Miss Yang, what if Song Qingshu is only using the bet as a pretense to escape?" Ma Qifeng sneered. "He's not that kind of person." "I can guarantee it with my life," the yellow-robed woman replied calmly. Ma Qifeng couldn't help but frown. The yellow-robed woman's identity was special, and she held a high position in the Jianshan Academy. Moreover, she was a princess. Others might not know this secret, but as the current prime minister, how could he not know? If such a person was determined to protect Xiao Longnu, he really didn't know what to do. "Let's wait until the incense has finished burning." Huang Chang suddenly spoke. He held a high position and had just saved her life. Ma Qifeng didn't dare to refute him. "Then let's wait. In any case, the incense is about to burn out. Let's see what else you have to say when the time comes." Ma Qifeng sneered inwardly. "Immortal caresses my head." A clear voice still came from midair. However, Song Qingshu had risen too high this time. Except for a few people with profound internal energy who could vaguely see his figure, the rest of them couldn't see anything. They could only sense that he was still in midair through his voice. Is this person an immortal? Could he have gone to the god of thunder and goddess of lightning to pray for rain? The Dragon King should be in charge of the rain, right? Isn't it the Rain Master? Listening to the whispers of the guards nearby, the yellow-robed woman looked worriedly at the incense next to her. It was about an inch away from burning out, but she didn't see a single drop of rain. Was it going to end in failure in the end? "Your Majesty, now that the incense has been burned out, this humble subject earnestly requests your Majesty to issue an order to capture the assassin, and then issue a wanted poster for Song Qingshu." Ma Qiwu could not help but gloat in her tone. Zhao Go nodded and was about to speak when the yellow-robed woman said, "Your Majesty, the incense has not completely burned out yet. Please wait a little longer." "How long can this little bit of incense last? Maybe it will burn out before I finish speaking." "Will the rain fall at this time?" Ma Qifeng sneered. Song Qingshu's voice suddenly came from the clouds again. Then, someone shouted, "End develop receive live forever, it's raining." Ma Qifeng was furious. She jumped out and glared in the direction of the voice. Who dares to mislead the people here? Suddenly, he felt a chill on his face. He subconsciously reached out to touch it and was stunned to see a wet patch on his hand. "It's really raining," someone exclaimed. The yellow-robed woman stretched out her hand to feel the raindrops falling from the sky. In that instant, she couldn't help but fall into a daze. He actually did it. Brother-in-law Xiao Longnu raised her head, her flawless face quietly feeling the raindrops in the air. It was as if she was feeling Song Qingshu's aura. Aku subconsciously covered her mouth, afraid that she would cry out in excitement. Her eyes seemed to be filled with tears, and a voice kept ringing in her heart, "Those legends about him are really true, they're all true." At this moment, Zhao Go didn't have the time to pay attention to the imperial concubine beside him. He was completely dumbfounded as well. He kept mumbling to himself, "Could it be that he really is a god? This is a miracle." The ordinary soldiers didn't have so many qualms. Looking at everything in front of them, their bodies trembled in excitement. They couldn't help but roar, as if this was the only way they could vent the excitement in their hearts. The roars of over 10,000 soldiers were shocking. For a moment, the nearby palace shook slightly. Some of the weaker ones even had to cover their ears to feel better. What a scandal! Silence, silence! Feeling as if the army was about to mutiny, Zhao Go couldn't help but frown and snort coldly. However, everyone's emotions were at an extremely high stage. His voice was instantly drowned out. No one paid him any attention. "Dangerous buildings are 100 feet tall, you can reach for the stars, you don't dare to speak loudly, you're afraid of startling those in heaven." Song Qingshu's voice rang out again. Even though he didn't purposely make it loud, It still traveled clearly into everyone's ears amidst the angry roars of over 10,000 soldiers. "You don't dare to speak loudly, you're afraid of startling those in heaven?" The group of soldiers thought that their voices had disturbed the gods in heaven. They all hurriedly shut their mouths. The palace that was previously noisier than a wet market instantly quieted down. Seeing Xianxia walk down from the clouds step by step, like an immortal descending into the mortal world, no one knew who started it, but over 10,000 soldiers knelt on the ground of their own accord. Their bodies trembled. Greetings, immortal greetings, immortal. Recently, many readers have questioned the monk's character. When he has monthly votes, he gets more every day. After asking for monthly votes, he gets even less. The monk had to explain. Recently, it's not that I don't want to update, it's just that I can't update for now. After all, I'm a new author. I'm not as skilled and stable as a mature author. Although I've decided on the general outline of this book, there are many details that I haven't finished. I'm thinking as I write. Usually, I can only prepare a detailed outline of about 20 chapters in advance. Later on, I only have a vague outline. I also want to prepare more, but there are too many combined plots. I have to make sure there aren't any major bugs, and I have to be self-explanatory. It's hard to think of how to arrange the later parts of the plot. I can only write and write every day, constantly perfecting the outline of the next 10 chapters. Looking at the man walking on the moon, Xiaolongnu suddenly realized that her heart was beating really fast, as if she could hear it clearly in her ears. "What's wrong with me?" Xiaolongnu held her heart, a complicated expression flashing through her eyes. The yellow-shirted woman's eyes also lit up, but then she remembered that he was here to ask for her hand in marriage, and that he was about to become her brother-in-law, and her expression darkened. Brother Song Ah Li Yuanji, who was in the cold palace, was jumping like a child, screaming excitedly. Her eyes almost popped out of her head. Looking at the excited girl beside her, Qing Yuanyuan couldn't help but think of her youth. Back then, the people around her were either weak scholars or fierce-looking generals. If she had met him back then, would she have followed Hong Fu's example and run in the night, looking at the fairy-like man in the air? Qing Yuanyuan couldn't help but be dazed. Different from her mother, Aku's thin lips were pressed together, her expression alternating between happy and angry. No one knew what she was thinking about. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Worried that her expression would cause unnecessary trouble if Zhao Go saw it, Aku subconsciously turned around, but she was shocked to find that Zhao Go wasn't looking at her at all. His face was dark, as if it was about to drip water. It was no wonder that Zhao Go's expression was dark. He had ordered his soldiers to be quiet earlier, and none of them listened to him. Then, with a few words from Song Qingshu, the soldiers immediately quieted down. His own soldiers listened to someone else's orders. Any emperor would have a reason to be angry. But Zhao Go didn't dare to show it. Song Qingshu's move was too shocking. Even his heart was shaken. Was this person really a god from heaven? After Song Qingshu returned to the ground, he reached out to support Xiaolongnu, and asked with concern, "Are your wounds okay?" Xiaolongnu's face was slightly red. She found that her heartbeat seemed to have sped up. She answered softly, "I'm fine." Seeing that the first thing he did was to ask about Xiaolongnu, the yellow-shirted woman's expression darkened. But she had always been a proud and cold person, so she quickly recovered. "Miss Yang, fortunately you were there to take care of me just now." "Thank you." Song Qingshu suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Although he was in midair just now, he could vaguely see that Ma Chi-chu was about to attack Xiaolongnu. Fortunately, the yellow-robed woman had blocked them. Hearing his thanks, the yellow-robed woman's face suddenly brightened. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. "Since I promised you, I naturally have to keep my promise. Furthermore, Miss Long might be General Yu's daughter. Whether it's for public or private reasons, I will protect her." Song Qingshu nodded. He held Xiaolongnu's hand and walked to the center of the field. He looked at Zhao Go and said in a clear voice, "Your Majesty, the heavens are crying for General Yu now." This proves that General Yu's case was indeed filled with injustice. "I hope that Your Majesty will order a retrial of the case. Your Majesty, please issue a decree to reopen the case of that year." Now that Song Qingshu's prestige was soaring, many people had already wanted to cry out for justice on Yufei's behalf. They all took the opportunity to kneel down and beg. Zhao Gou's face twitched. Even though he was extremely unwilling to bring up the matter of the past, he had just made an agreement. Furthermore, the crowd was so agitated now. He was worried that going back on his word would deal a devastating blow to his prestige. He could only snort coldly, summon the 3 departments to conduct a joint trial and reopen the case of Yufei. Long live the emperor! Hearing the thunderous cheers, Zhao Gou's heart sank. He glanced thoughtfully at Ma Qichu in the distance, wondering if he should abandon the rook to save the king. Your Majesty, even if you want to reopen the case of that year, it is an irrefutable fact that this woman attempted to assassinate your Majesty. Not to mention the fact that she is Yufei's daughter. Even if she is, she will not be able to escape death. Your humble servant sincerely requests that your Majesty throw this female assassin into the heavenly prison and interrogate her harshly. Zhang Jun saw that Ma Qichu's face had already turned deathly pale, and she seemed to have lost her soul. He had no choice but to step forward. Zhao Gou hesitated slightly, but before he could speak, he heard Song Qingshu say, "That year, General Yu was harmed by a traitor. If he is thrown into the heavenly prison, it is hard to guarantee that those traitors will do something that will anger even the gods again. For the time being, Song Mao will be in charge of Lady Long." "Who are you calling a traitor?" Zhang Jun said angrily. Song Qingshu did not even look at him as he replied calmly, "Whoever is flustered and exasperated is the traitor." "You." Zhang Jun's old face flushed red. He had no choice but to say to Zhao Gou, "Your Majesty, since the founding of this dynasty, there has been no logic in handing over an assassin to someone else. Your Majesty, please decide." Song Qingshu shielded Xiao Long Nu behind him and said clearly, "No matter what your rules are, I will not hand Lady Long over to you." Looking at the broad back of the man in front of her, Xiao Long Nu felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. Her beautiful eyes looked at him quietly. Han Chuanzhou hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Your Majesty, Prince Song's words are not without reason. If this lady really is General Yu's daughter, then she is General Yu's only flesh and blood in this world. If something really happens to her, I am afraid that it will be very difficult to answer to the people of the world." As soon as he finished speaking, the officials of the same faction all chimed in, each of them quoting from the scriptures. It could be said that their words flowed like a river. The officials of Ma Qichu and Zhang Jun's faction did not want to be outdone. They all retorted, and for a moment, their faces were red with anger. "Enough." Zhao Gou gave a heavy humph, and the scene instantly quietened down. "This lady will temporarily be under the care of Prince Song. Until the truth of the case is revealed, she is not allowed to leave the capital during this period. If she disappears, then the person in charge will be punished as well. Is Prince Song willing?" At this time, he was still in a state of shock when Song Qingshu ascended to the heavens to pray for rain. He was also very wary of the other. Even if Song Qingshu was not a god, just based on his miraculous lightness skills, the entire palace would not be able to keep him. In addition, he had a complicated background of good relations with various countries. Zhao Gou thought about it and felt that there was no need to make such a great enemy over such a small matter. So he went with the flow and agreed. Song Qingshu seemed to have already expected this. He did not look surprised at all. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Aku could not help but pout. She thought to herself, "For this woman, was it worth it for you to sacrifice so much?" Zhao Gou was clearly not in a good mood. He continued to speak coldly. "The matter of the princess that we agreed on earlier, wait until the truth of Yufei's case is revealed." Finishing, he ignored Ma Qichu and Zhang Jun's pleas and turned to leave. Aku had no choice but to leave. She turned back to look at Song Qingshu reluctantly. Her eyes were bright, clearly hinting to him not to forget the agreement between the two of them. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. It seemed that he would not be able to fulfill her request. He unconsciously raised his head to look at Huang Chang. He found that the other was also looking at him thoughtfully. "Boy, I know that you were the one who broke into the Forbidden Palace that night." Huang Chang's voice sounded in his ear. Song Qingshu's heart jumped. He raised his head again and found that Huang Chang and Zhao Gou had already walked further and further away. It was as if they had not spoken at all. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. Even though he had not revealed his true appearance, his peerless lightness skills could not be hidden. With Huang Chang's eyesight, He naturally knew that it was very rare for there to be one person in this world who had such lightness skills. How could there be such a coincidence for two people to have such amazing lightness skills? Even though many people wanted to ask Song Qingshu about his ability to summon wind and rain, now that Zhao Go had left, his concubines, palace maids, and eunuchs could only leave as well. There were also guards with imperial weapons, guards in front of the palace, and guards of the imperial city escorting him back to his sleeping quarters. The rest of the people had to return to their positions. As for the officials, they knelt where they were and watched Zhao Go leave. Song Qingshu naturally would not be foolish like those people. He took the umbrella from a eunuch, held the umbrella with one hand and wrapped his arm around Xiao Longnu's slender waist with the other, and walked out of the palace. Xiao Longnu's gaze landed on his hand, and she could not help but blush. Logic told her that she should reject him, but her mind was filled with the image of Song Qingshu walking down from midair and smiling at her. She could not bring herself to say let go. Wait a moment, the voice of the yellow-shirt woman suddenly came from behind. Xiao Longnu's heart jumped, and she unconsciously took a step forward, leaving Song Qingshu's embrace. I have something to say to you. The yellow-shirt woman looked at Song Qingshu, and her gaze involuntarily drifted to Xiao Longnu. I will wait for you over there. Xiao Longnu was not originally so worldly, and it was completely because of her guilty conscience. She was afraid that the situation just now would be seen by others, and instinctively wanted to stay away from Song Qingshu. Here you go with the umbrella. Song Qingshu stuffed the umbrella into her hands, and their hands accidentally touched. That smooth and cold touch made his heart skip a beat. Xiao Longnu did not dare to look at the two of them, and walked to the side with the umbrella without a word. Seeing that Song Qingshu was in the rain, the yellow-shirt woman hurriedly went over to cover the two of them with the umbrella. You sure have tender feelings for the fairer sex. There was a hint of inexplicable meaning in her tone. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Tender feelings for the fairer sex is an essential quality of a gentleman. What is a gentleman? The yellow-robed woman was startled. It was only then that Song Qingshu remembered the term from his previous world. The people in this world might not necessarily understand it. He explained, you can understand it as a gentleman. At the same time, he secretly cursed in his heart. He was too embarrassed to tell this woman the other meaning of a gentleman. Looking at Xiao Longnu, who was dozens of feet away, the night breeze brushed past, her white clothes fluttering, and her graceful figure, the yellow-clothed woman couldn't help but sigh, such a beautiful woman, I'm sure all men would become gentlemen for her. These men will also become gentlemen in front of Miss Yang. Song Qingshu comforted. Really? The yellow-clothed woman declined to comment. Some people in front of me are not only ungentlemanly, they are actually quite the scoundrel. Song Qingshu blushed and hurriedly changed the topic. Why are you looking for me? Pointing at the pitter-patter of rain outside the umbrella, the yellow-clothed woman's eyes were filled with a strange light. How did you do it? Because of Song Qingshu's tall stature, the yellow-clothed woman had to tilt her head to look at him. Although her face was full of hope, the deepest impression in Song Qingshu's eyes was her tender and beautiful lips. He couldn't help but feel moved. He smiled and said, didn't you still owe me a kiss before? If you kiss me, I can consider telling you the answer. The yellow-clothed woman's eyebrows twitched, a trace of anger flashing between her brows, but it was immediately replaced by bashfulness. Song Qingshu was shocked by the complex changes in her expression when the yellow-clothed woman suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek. Like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, the yellow-clothed woman quickly shrank back. Her slightly pale cheeks were now as red as a rose. Okay, you can tell me now. Song Qingshu subconsciously touched his cheek. For a moment, he didn't react. In his heart, the yellow-clothed woman had always been a cold and arrogant woman. She was comparable to Xiao Longnu. The pride in his heart was even greater. He originally thought that with the yellow-clothed woman's temperament, she would never agree to his conditions. So, he deliberately said this to try to get rid of her. He didn't expect that she would actually kiss him. Looking at her inadvertently revealing a shy expression, Song Qingshu's heart warmed. He subconsciously grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. He aimed at those tender and beautiful red lips and kissed them. The yellow-clothed woman's eyes instantly widened and her mind went blank. She thought to herself, how dare he treat me like this? Cough, cough suddenly, an untimely cough came from behind them. Song Qingshu glanced over and saw Han Xingzhou standing not far away, staring at the two of them with a faint smile. How could the yellow-cloaked woman stay there? She pushed him away and disappeared into the rain without looking back. Sir, you really are extraordinarily charming. Even Jianshan Academy's famous ice mountain saintess was melted by you. Han Xingzhou walked over with a smile. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at him. You appeared at the wrong time. Is that so? Han Xingzhou cupped his chin and pointed in Xiao Longnu's direction. That Miss Longnu seemed to be about to turn around. If she saw what happened just now, she would probably be sad. Song Qingshu almost choked. I don't have the time to talk about love with you. What do you want from me? His tone was naturally not polite when his good time was interrupted. Han Xingzhou didn't care. Too many things happened today. I still haven't completely digested it. But we'll talk about the details later. The most important thing now is to arrange a residence for you. You promised to stay in Linen with Miss Long. The imperial court has to know where you are going, so they sent me to find a residence for you. It's convenient for you to monitor me, right? Song Qingshu sneered. It's just to make some people feel at ease. Han Xingzhou smiled bitterly. In fact, you and I both know that with your martial arts, no one can stop you if you want to leave. Those monitors are useless. Song Qingshu shrugged. Well, I hope that residence isn't too shabby. Of course it's not shabby. That residence used to be a royal prince's side residence. Han Xingzhou explained to him as he made an inviting gesture. The maids and manservants are all ready-made. In addition, I will assign a team of guards to guard the house. Of course, with young masters martial arts, it doesn't matter if these people are here or not, but we still need to do this. Han Xingzhou explained to Song Qingshu along the way. It didn't take them long to arrive at the house. Pavilions, terraces, and pavilions, winding corridors, and high eaves. It could be seen that every detail was very particular. However, Song Qingshu was just talking about it. He was never a person who cared about such things. Xiao Longnu was even more so. She could sleep as long as there was a rope. The guards, maids, and manservants were already waiting in the mansion. When they saw Song Qingshu, Xiao Longnu greeted him, "Greetings, master, madam." These words caused Xiao Longnu's face to blush, but Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He secretly praised these people for having good eyesight. The maids led them into the inner residence. Looking at the spacious and bright bedroom, Song Qingshu couldn't find anything wrong with it even with his most critical eyes. In particular, he was most satisfied with the large and soft bed. Han Xingzhou originally wanted to stay and inquire about Xiao Longnu's identity, but Song Qingshu drove him away on the grounds that he had to treat her. After Han Xingzhou left, Song Qingshu immediately ordered the maids to prepare a hot bath and change clothes. This caused the maids to all have strange expressions. Even Xiao Longnu had an unnatural expression. Song Qingshu pointed at her clothes. Because of the rain, there were a few places that were wet and stuck to her body, revealing her graceful curves. Wash it. It will be uncomfortable if it sticks to your body. Xiao Longnu looked down and couldn't help but frown slightly, but there was still some hesitation on her face. Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile. Don't worry. It's not like I'm asking you to wash with me. Xiao Longnu's face turned slightly red, and then she nodded in agreement. Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and pulled a maid over to whisper. The maid's face became redder and redder. Finally, she nodded like a chick pecking rice and ran out. What did you say to her? Even Xiao Longnu couldn't help but be a little curious. Nothing, Song Qingshu said in an enigmatic tone. Oh. Xiao Longnu's personality was indifferent to begin with. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she didn't ask further. The room suddenly became quiet. Xiao Longnu was used to staying in the ancient tomb. Even if she didn't speak for a whole day, she didn't feel anything. As for Song Qingshu, he was already very satisfied looking at Xiao Longnu's perfect side profile. Naturally, he wouldn't feel too quiet or anything. Not long after, the maids returned one after another. They skillfully prepared the bathtubs, hot water, clothes, and so on. Then they quietly left and considerately closed the door. Looking at the two bathtubs not far from each other in the room, Xiao Longnu asked in surprise, "Are we going to wash like this?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly and pulled a screen between the two bathtubs. He said, "Isn't this fine?" How can this work?" Xiao Longnu's tone was unprecedentedly flustered. "After all, we are men and women. This. The two bathtubs were so close to each other. Although there was a screen between them, as long as they wanted to, whether they tiptoed or went around, they could see the situation on the other side. "Are you worried that I'll peek at you?" Song Qingshu said with a smile. No. Xiao Longnu blushed. She realized that ever since she met this man, she had been blushing more and more. "Isn't that enough?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "Besides." He suddenly realized something and immediately shut up. "Besides what?" Xiao Longnu couldn't help but ask. "What else? This chapter is not finished, please turn to the next page." "I've already seen what you should and shouldn't have seen." Song Qingshu looked at the beauty not far away with a burning gaze. Xiao Longnu couldn't help but recall the scene in the ancient tomb when she was in his arms. Her jade face instantly turned crimson, and she felt the blood in her body churning. She felt a sweetness in her throat, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Little junior sister. Seeing her softly fall like a fallen leaf, Song Qingshu hurriedly went over to support her. At the same time, he transferred his true qi to her. After a long time, Xiao Longnu finally calmed down. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you." Song Qingshu looked apologetic. "It's not your fault. It's the martial arts I practice that requires me to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires." Xiao Longnu gently pushed him away. Noticing the blood stains on her clothes, she couldn't help but frown. Her clothes had been soaked by the rain before, which made her feel incomparably uncomfortable. "You can pull up the screen." I want to take a bath." Women were naturally fond of cleanliness. Xiao Longnu was no exception. Seeing that she actually agreed, Song Qingshu was surprised and happy. He hurriedly covered up the screen again, and then proudly showed off, "You see that the screen is so tightly covered. Now you can rest assured." You still don't go." Xiao Longnu bit her lip and rolled her eyes at him. "Look at my memory." Song Qingshu looked embarrassed and hurriedly ran over. You go first." Xiao Longnu suddenly said in a low voice. "The water will be cold in a moment." Song Qingshu suddenly realized that she wanted to wait for him to enter the water before she could rest assured. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Okay, I'll take a bath first." Then he quickly took off his clothes and entered the bathtub. Xiao Longnu felt a gentle breeze caressing her face. She subconsciously raised her head and casually threw the clothes she had taken off onto the screen. Xiao Longnu lightly spat and hesitated for a while. When she heard the sound of water coming from next door, she quickly took off her clothes and sank into the bathtub. After entering the bathtub, Xiao Longnu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Because she was too nervous, she did not take a stool or something to put the clothes she had taken off. There was a shelf near the bathtub, but it was full of clean clothes. The old clothes were stained with water and blood. She did not want to dirty the new clothes, nor did she want to throw them on the ground casually. Looking at the screen not far away, she struggled for a long time in her heart, and finally threw the clothes on it. "Look, this chapter is not over. Please turn the page to see a few more clothes on the screen." Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little excited. He imagined some pictures next to him, and suddenly felt that his body was a little hot. Worried that if he continued to think about it, he would do something irrational, Song Qingshu hurriedly found a topic to divert his attention. "Junior sister apprentice, why did you go to the palace to assassinate the emperor?" "Ah." Suddenly hearing Song Qingshu's voice, Xiao Longnu was startled and instinctively shrank her body into the water. She looked in the direction of the screen and was relieved to make sure that he was not peeking. She blamed herself for making a fuss and replied, "That time outside Yangzhou, I pretended to carry you on my back to distract the pursuers. Who knew that there were more and more pursuers behind me? It was clear that I was carrying a dummy on my back, but those people still chased me. I was curious. Later, I caught one of the masters, surnamed Shang or something. From his mouth, I learned that they were not chasing me for you, but for you UFA's orphan. Later, I caught a few more people to ask, and gradually learned what happened in that year. Because I was curious about my life experience, and I couldn't find you, I came to Linen later, visited everywhere, and finally confirmed my life experience. I learned that Yu Yuefei's parents were ordered to be killed by the emperor of the southern Song dynasty, so I attacked to avenge my parents. Song Qingshu said strangely, this is not like your temperament. When Grandma Sun died, you were not so impulsive. Xiao Longnu replied lightly, I don't want to live anyway. If I can avenge my parents before I die, I can talk to them when I see them in the future. Hearing the death intention in her tone, Song Qingshu was shocked and suddenly stood up, why don't you want to live? Ah! Xiao Longnu exclaimed, subconsciously holding her hands in front of her chest and sinking into the water, don't stand up. I'm sorry. Song Qingshu hurriedly sat down again and immediately asked, why do you suddenly want to die? Guerf thinking of the scene she saw in the ancient tomb, Xiao Longnu couldn't help but cover her chest, at that time, your whereabouts were also unknown. I thought that you were poisoned by the golden rippling flower, and I'm afraid you were in danger. Because Yongguo was completely within Song Qingshu's expectation, but when he heard that she mentioned himself, he couldn't help but be surprised and happy. For a moment, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Xiao Longnu obviously didn't realize that the man next door had already occupied a lot of her heart. She asked, after we separated outside Yangzhou City, how did you escape? Song Qingshu did not expect that with Xiao Longnu's temperament, she would actually take the initiative to care about other people's matters. He could not help but smile. After you left, a few guards sneaked into the cave, ah. Xiao Longnu cried out. She knew very well about Song Qingshu's condition at that time. Even a normal soldier could kill him, let alone a few skilled guards. Although she knew that Song Qingshu was safe and sound now, she still couldn't help but feel her heart in her throat. Song Qingshu's heart warmed when he heard the worry in her voice. He described his experience of escaping from danger. Then, I ran into the guards of Wan Qix's residence at the foot of the mountain, and then he roughly told her about how he disguised himself as a guard and escorted Qi Feng out of Yangzhou City. Of course, he left out some inconvenient things, but the process was enough to shock her. I didn't expect there to be such a magical martial art in the world. It can cure the poison of the golden ripple flower. Brother-in-law is really lucky. In order to avoid being exposed, Song Qingshu didn't say the name of the Taishan scripture. Xiao Longnu also didn't want to ask. She just felt worried for him. Is the young mistress of the Wan family very beautiful? Xiao Longnu suddenly asked. Song Qingshu was startled at first, then the corners of his mouth rose slightly, yes, she is. Oh. The other side of the screen quickly fell silent. Song Qingshu continued, but compared to little sister, she is far inferior. What, does it have to do with me? Xiao Longnu's heart was beating very fast. Song Qingshu knew that going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He didn't continue to tease her. Instead, he closed his eyes and enjoyed this rare warm and gentle atmosphere. After a while, Xiao Longnu heard the sound of water coming from next door and asked subconsciously, what are you doing? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I'm done showering. I'm coming out. No. Xiao Longnu blurted out. I'll go first. Then put on your clothes first. Song Qingshu knew that the other party was worried that he would see something he shouldn't see if he woke up first, so he shrugged and smiled. Hearing the pitter-patter of water, Song Qingshu soon saw a blurry figure through the screen. He couldn't help but feel his heart warm up. Even though he knew that the world's most beautiful scenery was on the other side of the screen, and he only needed to move slightly to get a panoramic view, Song Qingshu didn't move recklessly. He couldn't bear to offend the beauty. After a while, Xiao Longnu turned around from the other side of the screen while fastening her belt. Her skin was still covered in steam from the bath. Under the steam, her pale face became rosy. She looked very charming. Seeing Song Qingshu lying naked in the bathtub, Xiao Longnu instantly turned around. I'm done. I'll wait for you over there. After saying that, she ran all the way to the other side of the screen. Wait for me? Even though he knew that Xiao Longnu didn't have any other intentions, Song Qingshu's heart still beat faster. He hurriedly got up and put on his clothes. Song Qingshu walked past the screen and saw Xiao Longnu sitting quietly by the window. Under the faint moonlight, she seemed to be covered with a layer of silver gauze. Her whole person was beautiful, like a tranquil moon god. The wind is strong by the window. You still have internal injuries. Come in quickly. Even though the scenery in front of him was rare, the fluttering hair on her temples showed that the wind outside was not small. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel distressed. As a martial artist, this little bit of wind is nothing. Xiao Longnu smiled faintly. Even though she didn't seem to care, she still moved away from the window. The hot water from the bath has already activated the meridians in your body. Healing now will be twice the result with half the effort. Song Qingshu went over to help her to the bedside. I'll just circulate my energy to regulate my breathing. Xiao Longnu unnaturally retracted her hand. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra's method of circulating energy is too treacherous. Once your emotions fluctuate violently, it's easy to go berserk. This kind of internal injury is very complicated. If you rely on yourself, I don't know how long it will take for you to completely recover. Song Qingshu shook his head. Don't you want to avenge your parents? It's better for you to heal quickly. Having her thoughts pointed out, Xiao Longnu hesitated for a moment and said in a small voice, then I'll have to trouble brother-in-law. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He held her hand and sat down on the bed. The two sat across from each other, their palms intersecting. Relax your mind. I will slowly transfer my Xianxia into your body to help you heal. Okay. Xiao Longnu nodded and quietly closed her eyes. In Jianghu, aside from husband and wife, father and son, there were very few situations where people completely let go of their defenses and let the other person's Xianxia enter their body. Because once they did this, it meant that they were defenseless in front of the other person. Their life and death were in the hands of the other person. Song Qingshu came from the future and didn't know many of the taboos in Jianghu. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Xiao Longnu, on the other hand, was as calm as the moon. Because of the previous healing sessions, she didn't have any guard against him. The vigorous and rich Xianxia slowly entered Xiao Longnu's body, nourishing and repairing her damaged meridians. Song Qingshu carefully looked at the beauty in front of him. He couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the Creator. Xiao Longnu's beautiful face was as white as jade, perfect and flawless. Song Qingshu was silently admiring her. Xiao Longnu suddenly opened her eyes and quietly looked at him. Having been caught in the act, Song Qingshu couldn't help but blush. He tried to change the topic to resolve his embarrassment. What's wrong? Xiao Longnu pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. She still opened her mouth and asked, this time, the Xianxia won't be like the last time, right? Thinking about what happened in the ancient tomb, Xiao Longnu's voice trembled. Seeing her blushing face, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly explained, of course not. That time in the ancient tomb, it was really an accident. Xiao Longnu pursed her lips and nodded. She closed her eyes again. After this little interlude, Song Qingshu hurriedly gathered his thoughts and focused on healing her. After about the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, he reluctantly withdrew his hands. Your internal injuries are almost healed. 2 days of rest and you'll be fully recovered. Xiao Longnu opened her eyes and silently felt the condition of her body. Her face revealed a faint trace of joy. It's indeed much faster than healing myself. Brother-in-law, your internal energy is really indescribable. I'm afraid that even ancestor grandma doesn't have such internal energy. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. No matter how powerful I am, I'm still her grand-disciple's son-in-law. Xiao Longnu's face blushed slightly. Her first reaction was that he was taking advantage of her. She then remembered his relationship with Grand Senior Sister. For a moment, she was a little confused. Little Junior Sister, we are now a family. Your enmity is my enmity. Furthermore, General Yu is someone I have always respected. Song Qingshu looked into Xiao Longnu's eyes. Give me some time. Not only will I avenge General Yu, I will also restore his reputation and glory. A family. Xiao Longnu had a strange look on her face. For a moment, she stood there in a daze. Looking at the flawless jade face in front of him, Song Qingshu's heart warmed and he could not help but move closer. Seeing his face getting closer and closer, Xiao Longnu's heart beat faster and faster. Her mind was blank. At first, Xiao Longnu felt a little guilty. However, as the two of them got closer, Xiao Longnu did not reject him. In the end, she even silently closed her eyes. Song Qingshu was so furious that he was about to explode. Someone had actually ruined such a crucial moment. Originally, his relationship with Xiao Longnu would have improved qualitatively if he had actually kissed her, but with this disruption, their relationship might even deteriorate instead of improving. I don't care who you are, you'll have to pay the price for this. Song Qingshu turned his head around and gazed out the window in annoyance. He saw a young married woman in palace attire standing there. Her hair stood tall, and there was a hint of a smile in her dignified eyes. Her orange-red tube top complemented the skin on her neck that was as white as jade, making her seem even more alluring. When Xiao Longnu saw such a beautiful married woman come looking for Song Qingshu in the middle of the night, she secretly spat. At the same time, she was confused. She was certain that she had never seen her before, so why did she feel a hint of familiarity when she looked at her? So it's you. Song Qingshu said in exasperation. He had already recognized her. She was Madame Wang of Mantua Villa, as well as the White Lotus mother, Li Qingluo. When she heard his hostile tone, Li Qingluo raised an eyebrow. What? Are you blaming me for interrupting you? Their conversation made Xiao Longnu feel like she had been stabbed. Right now, her cheeks were bright red. As she felt both embarrassed and furious, she was also secretly puzzled over her impulsiveness earlier. Why had she closed her eyes back then? As she covered her burning cheeks, Xiao Longnu could not help but become rather dazed for a moment. How did you get in? Song Qingshu ignored her question and answered with a question. After all, he was an esteemed guest of the imperial court right now, and he was also in charge of watching over the criminal Xiao Longnu. Han Xingzhou had specially deployed a group of soldiers to guard the estate. How can those good-for-nothings outside discover me? A hint of pride appeared on Li Qingluo's face. Song Qingshu thought about it and agreed with her. With Li Qingluo's martial arts, as long as she was careful, the guards outside would not discover her so easily. Aren't you going to invite me in? Li Qingluo asked calmly from outside the window. Before he could reply, she had already jumped in. Song Qingshu smiled. I remember someone once said, the humiliation today will definitely be repaid in the future. Madam, you've come to my room in the middle of the night. Do you plan on throwing yourself at me as repaying me? Li Qingluo staggered and almost fell to the ground. After she stabilized herself, she glared at him rather angrily. It has been a while, but you're still to be so annoying. Song Qingshu cupped his hands. Thank you for your praise, madam. Li Qingluo snorted and ignored him. Instead, she looked at Xiao Longnu and said, I didn't come for you this time. I came for her. Madam? Li was stunned. Li Qingluo turned to. Li Qingluo did not answer. She only looked at her carefully. As she looked, she muttered to herself, alike, really alike. Ever since they left the ancient tomb, Xiao Longnu had gradually gotten used to men looking at her in amazement, but she had never been looked at like that by a woman. She blushed and subconsciously looked at Song Qingshu for help. Song Qingshu coughed. I forgot to introduce you. She is Li Qingluo. Your mother is her mother's younger sister, what nonsense. Li Qingluo rolled her eyes at his introduction. She walked over and pulled Xiao Longnu's hand. She smiled and said, I'm your cousin. Your older cousin. Ah? Xiao Longnu did not react for a moment. Li Qingluo reached out and gently stroked Xiao Longnu's eyebrows, nose, and lips. She sighed. Two alike. You're practically made from the same mold as Aunt. Older, cousin? Xiao Longnu finally understood the relationship between the two. When she heard the other mention her mother, she could not help but feel excited. Ahem. Song Qingshu was dissatisfied at being ignored. You didn't come here just to acknowledge your family, did you? Can't I just come to acknowledge my family? You don't know how many years I've been searching for Aunt's orphan. Li Qingluo snorted. Song Qingshu cursed silently. You should have never found her. Once you did, you ruined my plans. Of course, I came here for another matter. Li Qingluo suddenly opened her mouth. She pulled Xiaolongnu's hand and said, Cousin, I heard that in order to avenge aunt and uncle, you entered the palace to assassinate them. How could you be so stupid? Xiaolongnu blushed. I didn't know any other way to avenge them. I could only do this. Li Qingluo sighed. There are many experts in the palace. Not only would you not be able to avenge them by assassinating them directly, you would also get yourself killed. Fortunately, you met Song Qingshu this time and saved you. After a pause, Li Qingluo turned to look at the man beside her. Song, seeing that you saved my cousin, I won't pursue what happened last time. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and revealed a strange smile. Since that's the case, can we continue to do what we did last time? Don't even think about it. Li Qingluo glared at him fiercely. She could not help but blush. What is it? Xiaolongnu was confused and asked subconsciously. Nothing. Song Qingshu and Li Qingluo answered at the same time. After speaking, they could not help but pause and look at each other. They knew from each other's eyes that they did not want to do something like that to desecrate this girl who was as pure as snow. Thinking about what happened that night, Li Qingluo even felt her legs go weak. She hurriedly changed the topic and said, other than visiting cousin, I also plan to help you deal with Machigo. Machigo? Xiaolongnu made a sound of surprise. Li Qingluo nodded. Even though Zhao Guo is the main culprit behind the deaths of aunt and uncle, Zhao Guo is the ruler of a country after all. He has many strange people and experts by his side. We can only take it step by step and first cut off his claws and teeth. Back then, Qin Hui was the mastermind of uncle's case. However, the heavens have eyes and have already taken his life. Only Machigo and Zhang Jun are left as accomplices. Originally, it was not difficult to assassinate these two people. However, letting them die just like that was too easy. Moreover, it would not be able to clear uncle's name. I have always been looking for a way to satisfy both sides, but unfortunately, I have not been able to find a way. Even though this Song brat looks annoying, I have to admit that he is quite capable. This time, forcing Zhao Guo to reopen the case is the opportunity that I have been looking for all these years. Song Qingshu cupped his hands and said with a smile, Thank you for the compliment. Li Qingluo turned her head and ignored him. Xiaolongnu looked at her strangely. Cousin, did brother Song do something wrong to you? Ah? Li Qingluo was a little flustered. No, nothing. Then why do I feel like you hate him so much? Xiaolongnu was not stupid. She had heard Li Qingluo mention Song just now and her tone did not seem friendly. Hey, that's a personal attack. This time, Song Qingshu could not take it lying down. Have you been harmed by me before? Otherwise, why would you be so angry? He had finally managed to raise Xiaolongnu's favorability level to the max, but Li Qingluo had interrupted him at the most crucial moment, causing his efforts to fall short. Then, he was slandered by her. Song Qingshu did not even need to think to know that his favorability level in Xiaolongnu's heart had plummeted. Thus, he purposely emphasized the word harm. At the same time, he stared provocatively at her full breasts and graceful buttocks, as if reminding her if she wanted to experience the punishment from that night again. Li Qingluo naturally knew what he meant, but she could not admit it in front of Xiaolongnu, so she could only glare at him hatefully. However, that invasive gaze made her heart tremble, and she subconsciously clamped her legs together. When Wang Yuyan was still very young, her husband had passed away. All these years, she had been alone. However, in order to avenge her aunt, she had devoted herself to managing the White Lotus Society, so she did not feel lonely. Until that night. After that night, Li Qingluo felt as if a new door had been opened to her. It made her realize that she was a mature woman. In the past, her husband's body was weak, so the two of them rarely had sex in the bedroom. She had never felt anything, but the trembling in her soul that night made her realize that she had missed out on so many wonderful things all these years. Even though she did not like what had happened that night rationally, her body's reaction could not be faked. After a long drought, rain had finally fallen. After that night, she would often toss and turn in bed in the dead of night, unable to fall asleep. Her body also seemed to have become much more sensitive than before. At this time, when Song Qingshu's gaze swept over her, she felt that shameful feeling again. Li Qingluo was more angry than shy. All these years, she had been in charge of the White Lotus Society and held a high position. She was used to being swift and decisive. She could not tolerate her body being so weak. If I want to take revenge for my uncle, I can only make a big deal out of this matter, and use the power of public opinion from all sides. I will make it so that the imperial court cannot suppress this matter. Li Qingluo ignored Song Qingshu's words, and used proper business to divert her attention. Once Zhao Go understands that this matter cannot be carried out, with his vicious personality, he will definitely choose to abandon the rook to protect the king, and abandon Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun. Seeing that she mentioned business, Song Qingshu's expression also became serious. Madam, please enlighten me. All these years, Li Qingluo had been studying how to take revenge. She answered naturally, Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun are now the left and right ministers of the court. They have high positions and power. If you want to deal with them, you must find an alliance of the same weight. In the current court, only Han Xingzhou and Jia Shidao can go against them. Han Xingzhou is focused on conquering the Jin kingdom in the north, recovering lost territory, and vindicating Yufei. This is a good opportunity to set an example and give the people of the world confidence. Therefore, he is the best ally. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Han Xingzhou and I have a good relationship, and he has always disliked Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun. This time, even if I didn't say anything, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. Li Qingluo continued, after the court has an alliance, we must fully mobilize public opinion. To mobilize public opinion, Jianshan Academy is the best choice. Most of the officials in the court are from Jianshan Academy. If Jianshan Academy helps to mobilize public opinion, it will be twice the effort for half the result. Jianshan Academy. Song Qingshu seemed to be deep in thought. Li Qingluo sneered. Don't pretend to be in a difficult position. According to the intelligence, you have an ambiguous relationship with the saint of Jianshan Academy. If you ask, how can she not help? Song Qingshu almost choked. He glanced at Xiaolong Nu guiltily. Seeing that she was still as calm as before, he heaved a sigh of relief, but also felt a little disappointed. She and I are friends. Why do you make it sound so unpleasant? Li Qingluo snorted, but didn't expose him. The last part is the most difficult. Even with Han Xingzhou's help and Jianshan Academy's sufficient support, if the censorate remains unmoved, it will still be very difficult to deal a fatal blow to Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun. The censorate is divided into the court, the palace, and the imperial censorate. They are managed by the imperial censor Miyuan, the palace censor Xinyan, and the supervising censor Lu Qingda. If we want the censorate to initiate an impeachment, we must first get their approval. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I have no relationship with these people. Why would they help me? It seems that we can only go to Han Xingzhou and ask him to help us. Han Xingzhou's reputation won't help them. Li Qingluo sneered. They are obviously closer to Jia Shidao in the court. If you ask Han Xingzhou to help you, it will only backfire. Then what should we do? Should we go to Jia Shidao? Song Qingshu frowned. Li Qingluo shook her head. That old fox Jia Shidao is happy to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. He won't get involved this time. Noticing her expression, Song Qingshu smiled and said, judging from your expression, you must have already thought of a way. Of course, but you may need to use your strength. Li Qingluo's smile seemed to be malicious. Song Qingshu said curiously, oh, do I have to compete with someone? That's not it. Li Qingluo smiled. The officials of the censorate are all bad-tempered and stubborn. It's not easy to use force to make them submit. We can only take a roundabout way. I'd like to hear the details. Song Qingshu asked curiously. Li Qingluo tucked her hair behind her ear and said, whether it is Shi Miyuan, Xinyan, or Lu Qingda, they are all old foxes who have experienced ups and downs in the official world. It's not easy to start from them, but everyone has a weakness. They all love their children very much. Lu Qingda's most precious son is Lu Xianlian, a famous playboy in Linen City. It's a pity that you are not a girl, or you could use your honey trap on him. Lu Xianlian? Song Qingshu remembered that he had met him when he disguised himself as Jia Baoyu. However, he couldn't help but feel disgusted when he thought of the meaning of Li Qingluo's words. Don't worry, I said that I will let you do what you are good at. Seeing that she had successfully disgusted the other party, Li Qingluo was secretly pleased. Don't worry about Lu Qingda. Shi Miyuan and Xin Yan love their daughter the most. Xin Yan's daughter, Xin Bijuan, is a famous beauty. However, she has always stayed in her hometown, Shanin's Xin Garden. It's not convenient to get in touch with her, so you can exclude her. Xin Bijuan? Song Qingshu's expression was extremely strange. Does she like Xiaoxi Lang? Xiaoxi Lang? Li Qingluo thought for a moment and shook her head. I haven't heard of it. I only know that Xin Yan has arranged a marriage for her. Her husband seems to be the son of the Lian family. Song Qingshu's entire person was like a Spartan. He didn't expect it to be the Xin Bijuan in his memory. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to see this dignified and ladylike girl when he was with Lu Yu in Xin Garden. She was a young lady from a noble family who yearned for freedom. You seem to be very interested in Miss Shen? Li Qingluo looked at him suspiciously. Even Xiaolong Nu, who was at the side, also turned her head. No. Song Qingshu's expression became solemn and he hurriedly shook his head. Shi Shengyun? Song Qingshu looked strange, but thinking of Jia Baoyu's Grand View Garden, it was not surprising that there was Shi Shengyun. Li Qingluo went on to explain, Shi Miyuan has many sons, but he only has one daughter. He treasures her very much. If you can win his daughter's favor, it will be easy to persuade Shi Miyuan. Shi Miyuan is the head of the censorate. As long as he agrees, Xin Yan and Lu Qingda will not have any objections. The more Song Qingshu listened, the more depressed he became. He couldn't help but say, what a bad idea. Do you have a better idea? Li Qingluo gave him a white look. Song Qingshu was speechless for a while. He really didn't have any intersection with Shi Miyuan. He wanted to ask him for help, but he had no clue at all. Li Qingluo snorted and continued, Shi Miyuan's father is Shi Hao, the teacher of 3 emperors. His cultivation is unfathomable. Perhaps under his influence, Shi Shengyun has learned a good martial arts since she was a child. In addition, her character is quite refreshing. If it weren't for her father who has been stopping her, maybe there would have been a heroine in Jianghu. You are so famous now, you can take advantage of her yearning for Jianghu. Song Qingshu touched his nose and said, why do you want me to do such a dirty thing? Because only you have the charm and ability. Li Qingluo looked at him deeply. If it were so easy, I would have chosen a handsome man in the sect to hook up with her. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He was very happy with her evaluation. He couldn't help laughing and said, she is just a little girl who is ignorant of the world. You can find some experienced men who are good at playing with flowers. No one can compare with you in terms of clever means. Li Qingluo's lips showed a hint of sarcasm. What's more, Shi Shengyun has a fiancé who is a childhood sweetheart. How can it be so easy to hook up with him? Fiancé? Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't remember this plot in the dream of the Red Chamber. Li Qingluo said, her fiancé is called Wei Rulan. Not only is he handsome, he is also a top scholar. Top scholar? Song Qingshu declined to comment. He was used to seeing big scenes. It was really difficult for a mere Zhuangyuan to arouse his interest. Wei Rulan, on the other hand, had a vague impression of him. He rarely appeared in Dream of the Red Chamber. All that was known was that he was a young master of the royal clan, but he was not known to be the son of some duke. Jia Baoyu had given Shi Shengyun a golden qilin, but the golden qilin had appeared on Wei Rulan. The rhodologists used this and Shi Shengyun's verdict to deduce that it was a token of love that she had given to Wei Rulan. Don't underestimate him. Not only was he appointed by Zhao Go as the top scholar in the Jinshi examination, he also won the top scholar in the martial sciences examination. It can be said that his literary ability can bring peace to the world, and his martial ability can bring peace to the world. I don't know how many ladies in the capital city dream of. Li Qingluo was full of praise. It was obvious that she admired him very much. If I hadn't already made arrangements, I would have wanted to marry Yu Yan to him. Song Qingshu's expression changed. For someone like Li Qingluo to be full of praise, that person was clearly very outstanding. When he heard her last sentence, he could not help but ask, "Are you planning on marrying Yu Yan to her cousin, Murongfu?" "Don't call her so affectionately." Li Qingluo glared at him. "What virtue or ability does Murongfu have to have the qualifications to marry my daughter?" Song Qingshu secretly mourned for Murongfu. In the original work, Li Qingluo had never liked Murongfu, let alone in this world. Li Qingluo was the White Lotus goddess with supreme martial arts. But Miss Wang is deeply in love with her cousin. It's just a young girl's love. Li Qingluo was expressionless. Marriage is obviously decided by the parents. Song Qingshu, who came from the future, was very disapproving of this kind of arranged marriage. "I wonder who Madam wants to marry Miss Wang to?" "It's none of your business." Li Qingluo responded coldly. Song Qingshu was speechless. If it were not for Xiaolongnu beside him, he would have grabbed her and spanked her. "I have said what I should say. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not," Li Qingluo said coldly. Then she turned around and took Xiaolongnu's hand with a smile. She began to ask about her well-being. The change of her expression was so fast that Song Qingshu was shocked. After a while, Li Qingluo suddenly turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. "It's so late. What are you doing here?" Song Qingshu was speechless. "Sister, this is my room, okay?" Li Qingluo frowned. "Isn't this my cousin's room?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "It's her room, but it's also mine." Li Qingluo's expression changed. She looked at Xiaolongnu and asked, You two are living together?" Xiaolongnu nodded. Yes. In her mind, Song Qingshu had taken such a big risk to protect her. If she disappeared, the southern Song dynasty would vent all their anger on him. In order to make him feel at ease, she had to stay in his sight at all times. As for sharing a room with him, it was not a problem. She was used to sleeping on ropes. She used to sleep in the same room with Gua in the tomb. Xiaolongnu was not familiar with the world. She did not know that a man and a woman living in the same room would make people's imagination run wild. Li Qingluo's face turned green and then red. It was obvious that she had misunderstood. After hesitating for a while, she decided to give her cousin a warning. "Cousin, this man is very fickle. He is not a good match. You are highly skilled in martial arts and have a beautiful face. You can't find any man you want. Why are you with him? Did he lie to you on purpose? Didn't he tell you that he already has a wife?" She almost told Xiaolongnu about her relationship with Song Qingshu, but a woman's modesty and sense of shame made her resist the impulse. She could only remind Xiaolongnu in other ways. Xiaolongnu's face turned red. She replied in a low voice, "I know. He is my brother-in-law." "Brother-in-law?" Li Qingluo trembled. She subconsciously thought that the sister Xiaolongnu was talking about was her. She even thought that Xiaolongnu knew about her and Song Qingshu. She couldn't help but feel ashamed and angry. At the same time, she was worried that Xiaolongnu would misunderstand that she had such a relationship with Song Qingshu. She deliberately persuaded her to leave and thought that she was a scheming B*tch, cousin, actually, that night with him. Li Qingluo's mind went blank. She subconsciously wanted to explain something. Song Qingshu's face darkened when he heard this, and he hurriedly interrupted her words, "Don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Although little junior sister slept with me, no, sleeping in the same room doesn't mean that we slept together." "Ah?" Li Qingluo couldn't react for a moment. Xiaolongnu faintly smiled. With a wave of her sleeves, a white ribbon wrapped around two pillars in the room. Then, with a tap of her toes, her entire body was like a light feather as she lay down on the white ribbon. Although it wasn't the first time he saw Xiaolongnu sleeping on a rope, Song Qingshu was still amazed. He couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps all the men in the world wanted to become that rope. Li Qingluo ran over to Xiaolongnu's side and looked around. She was also amazed. Clearly, she found this method of sleeping to be extremely wondrous. After Xiao Longnu demonstrated it, she leapt off the rope gracefully very quickly like a fairy. Oi, I want to sleep with my cousin tonight. We have some intimate things to talk about, so you better go. Don't get in the way. Li Qingluo suddenly turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu was rendered speechless. No, I have to stay here. My fate is tied to my junior sisters right now, so how can I be at ease leaving her in the hands of the White Lotus Mother? Actually, although he had agreed to look after Xiao Longnu in the imperial palace, even if he directly let her go with his current identity and cultivation, what could the Southern Song Empire do to him? The reason why he had always said that was because he had finally reunited with Xiao Longnu after so much difficulty. He did not want to be separated from her again so soon. Xiao Longnu could not help but try to persuade him as well. Yeah, brother-in-law has done so much for me, so how can I leave him in danger? Li Qingluo glanced at her in exasperation. Cousin, you're far too naive. With what this bastard is capable of, why would he be afraid of the Southern Song Empire? As the White Lotus Mother, she was knowledgeable, so she obviously would not be fooled by Song Qingshu's tricks. However, when she saw how Xiao Longnu smiled silently, she already understood that while they were sisters, they had only just met after all. She should trust Song Qingshu a little more. Li Qingluo did not want to raise Xiao Longnu's ire right from the start either, so all she could do was snort at Song Qingshu. You can stay in this room. You can sleep on the rope. I'll sleep on the bed with my cousin. Sleep on the rope? Song Qingshu was taken aback. With his current cultivation, maintaining his balance on the rope was nothing difficult, but who knew what would happen if he slept soundly? One had to know that to be able to sleep safely on the rope for a night, one had to have a pure mind. Even Zhou Baodong couldn't do it. He didn't think that he had so many tricks up his sleeve to meet the standard of a pure mind. He would definitely fall in the middle of the night. I won't do it. Song Qingshu flatly refused. Don't tell me you still want to sleep on the bed with us? Li Qingluo sneered. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. Even though he really wanted to nod, he knew that saying such words would be asking for a beating. Suddenly, Xiao Longnu said, how about this? I'll sleep on the rope, and you two can sleep on the bed. She had always been a quiet person and was not used to sleeping with others, even if that person was her sister. In addition, she was not familiar with the ways of the world, so she did not realize how destructive her words were. All right, I have no objections. The corners of Song Qingshu's mouth rose as he looked at Li Qingluo provocatively. This bastard. Li Qingluo clenched her teeth. However, through the conversation just now, she had already figured out her cousin's personality. To put it nicely, she was ignorant of the ways of the world, but to put it bluntly, she was a little cute. She fiercely glared at Song Qingshu, then unhappily pulled Xiao Longnu to the side and said, what nonsense are you talking about? In this world, other than husband and wife, how can a woman sleep on the same bed with a man? As soon as she finished speaking, the image of her and Song Qingshu on the bed in Yangzhou City appeared in her mind. She couldn't help but blush. At the same time, Xiao Longnu also thought of the situation in Gumu. For a moment, her jade-like face also became crimson. Her fingers twisted the hem of her clothes, but she couldn't say anything. Looking at the two sisters simultaneously revealing their infinite shyness, one bright and charming, the other elegant and refined, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be tempted. However, he also understood the principle of one monk carrying water to drink, but 3 monks having no water to drink. If there was only Xiao Longnu or Li Qingluo tonight, he would have a way to go one step further. However, with the two sisters here, Song Qingshu evaluated the favorability of both sides in his heart. In the end, his rationality still won out. All right, I'll sleep on the rope. Song Qingshu understood that he could take advantage of them verbally, but it was absolutely impossible for him to have one on each side. He could only tactfully lie on the rope. I hope I won't fall down in the middle of the night. That's more like it. Seeing his anxious look, a faint smile appeared on Li Qingluo's face. She pulled Xiao Longnu over to the bed. Cousin, elder sister has a lot of things to say to you. Song Qingshu, on the other hand, widened his eyes and looked towards the bed. Unfortunately, Li Qingluo had put down the bed curtain, so he could only faintly see the two women's silhouettes. He couldn't see the erotic scene that he wanted to see at all. Helpless, he could only settle down and start to sleep. "Cousin, why do you call him brother-in-law?" After a while, Li Qingluo's whisper came from the other side of the bed. Song Qingshu instantly pricked up his ears. "He's my brother-in-law." Xiao Longnu answered matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. Although he couldn't see, he could totally imagine how wonderful Li Qingluo's expression was at this moment. "Who is the elder sister that you're talking about?" Li Qingluo was a knowledgeable person. At this moment, she had already realized that the elder sister that the other party was talking about was not her. "It's my eldest senior sister," Xiao Longnu explained. "Eldest senior sister?" Li Qingluo was curious and continued to ask a few more questions. Xiao Longnu answered them one by one. Of course, with Xiao Longnu's personality, her answers were concise and comprehensive. After a while, Li Qingluo suddenly deliberately lowered her voice. "What's your relationship with him? Don't get so close. My ears are itchy." Xiao Longnu giggled. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart fluttered and he almost fell off the rope. What relationship?" After a while, Xiao Longnu finally recovered, but her tone was obviously not as natural as before. Song Qingshu also became alert. Although the other party's voice was deliberately lowered and seemed to be using telepathy, with his current level of cultivation, at such a close distance, he could roughly hear what they were saying. At this moment, the curtains on the bed were pushed aside by a smooth arm. Li Qingluo stretched out her head and looked over warily. Song Qingshu subconsciously closed his eyes and at the same time pretended to let out a light snore. Li Qingluo then continued to ask, "Do you like him?" "Cousin, what are you talking about?" There was a rustling sound coming from the bed. Clearly, Xiao Longnu had turned her body around and her back was facing Li Qingluo. "Can't you even tell elder sister?" Li Qingluo giggled a few times. Clearly, she wanted to continue asking, but unfortunately, Xiao Longnu did not pay attention to her anymore. After continuing to listen for a while, Song Qingshu realized that he could not hear any meaningful information and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, the sun shone into the room. Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu woke up one after another. When they were about to wash up, they found Song Qingshu in front of them with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Xiao Longnu cried out in alarm, "You! What happened to you?" Li Qingluo smiled faintly, "What else can it be? Last night, I don't know how many times I fell off the rope." "You still have the nerve to say that?" Song Qingshu glared at her unhappily, "I didn't sleep well last night." "Since you're up, let me use the bed. I'll go back to sleep first. Call me when you're done washing up." After saying that, regardless of their objections, he pulled the two girls to the side and directly went to sleep under the quilt. As soon as he went under the quilt, he smelled a refreshing sweet fragrance. He realized that it was the body fragrance of the two girls. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. But at this time, he was extremely sleepy and did not have any other thoughts. Li Qingluo wanted to stop him, but found that he had already gone under the quilt shamelessly. She could only give up. But when she thought that the bed and quilt she had just slept on was slept by another man, she felt a little strange in her heart. Subconsciously, she turned her head to look at Xiao Longnu. She saw that her jade cheeks were slightly red, like a spring had been added to an iceberg. After the two girls finished washing up, Li Qingluo saw that Song Qingshu was still asleep. Li Qingluo said, "I'll take my cousin to the old residence of the in-laws." "Go ahead." Song Qingshu waved his hand casually. "You're as lazy as a pig." Li Qingluo snorted and pulled Xiao Longnu out. Although Xiao Longnu didn't want to be separated from Song Qingshu, she also wanted to see the place where her parents used to live. After hesitating for a moment, she followed her. After sleeping for another 2 hours, Song Qingshu finally sat up on the bed and stretched his body. Suddenly, he thought of something and couldn't help but grab the quilt and sniff it. The faint fragrance immediately made him excited. It's not a good idea to sleep on a rope every day. If I could sleep on this bed with them, tsk. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu couldn't help but giggle. after leaving the residence, Song Qingshu didn't go to find Li Qingluo and Xiaolong Nu. Instead, he went to Jianshan Academy. He knew that business was more important. Last night, Li Qingluo had analyzed the situation very clearly. He didn't need to go to Hanxingzhou. Whether it was for their friendship or for his northern expedition, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Therefore, the most important thing now was to go to Jianshan Academy and stir up public opinion. When he arrived at Jianshan Academy, Song Qingshu stated his purpose. Hearing that he wanted to see the saintess, the scholars in the academy all looked at him unkindly. Having lived 2 lives, how could Song Qingshu not know what was in their eyes? He couldn't help but laugh, thinking that the yellow-robed girl was quite popular. Go, go, go. The saintess is focused on cultivation. How can you see her just because you want to? A few scholars waved their hands. Song Qingshu smiled lightly. I am a friend of your saintess. As long as you send a message, she will definitely see me. Although it was a big deal last night, the people present were either nobles or officials of the 4th rank or above. These scholars of the academy did not recognize his identity. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Song Qingshu deliberately did not say anything. There are at least 8 or 10 people like you every day. Can you please change your excuse? Those scholars sneered again and again. Because the yellow-robed girl was too beautiful and had a noble status, all of the nobles in the capital city flocked to her and often tried to get close to her, which annoyed the yellow-robed girl to no end. All the scholars in the academy regarded her as their dream lover and were naturally unhappy to see those nobles trying to please her. Therefore, everyone tacitly joined forces to keep those flies at the door. They saw that Song Qingshu was handsome and elegant, and his clothes were very particular, so they thought that he was a young master of some family who had come to harass the girl in yellow. Naturally, they stopped him. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He did not know the reason and could only sigh that it was easy to meet the king of hell, but difficult to deal with. However, he needed the help of Jianshan Academy, so he did not want to make things difficult for these people. Since you are not going to send a message, then I can only call her myself. Song Qingshu had just finished speaking when he took a deep breath and shouted towards the direction of the mountain gate. Ingluo, Ingluo? Although his voice was not as majestic as the lion's roar, it was plain and clear to every corner of the academy. All the scholars were shocked. Although they did not know martial arts, they had seen a lot of it. Jianshan Academy was divided into the inner and outer courtyards. The disciples of the outer courtyard were familiar with the books of the sages and took the path of the imperial examinations. The disciples of the inner courtyard were diligent in practicing martial arts and were the reserve strength of the officers in front of the palace. After interacting with the disciples of the inner courtyard, these scholars had trained their eyesight very well. Naturally, they knew that the person in front of them had a very high level of cultivation and was not someone they could stop. Song Qingshu's voice caused a commotion in the entire academy. Very quickly, a group of people flew over. Who was making such a ruckus here? Song Qingshu nodded his head inwardly. These people all had a very solid foundation in martial arts. It seemed that Jianshan Academy was indeed a place of hidden talents. The group of inner disciples quickly turned their attention to Song Qingshu and surrounded him. The person in the lead angrily shouted, "What kind of sacred place is Jianshan Academy?" Emperor Taizong personally wrote, "Civil officials get off the sedan chair, military officials get off the horse. You actually dare to break into the mountain gate. You really have some guts. Men, capture this madman for me and give him 30 strokes of the plank before handing him over to the linen prefecture for punishment." Humph. Song Qingshu snorted. The group of people instantly trembled and felt their blood boil. How could they take even half a step forward? "Zhao Ingluo, if you still don't come out, don't blame me for being ruthless." Song Qingshu had always been a person with a good temper. However, as his cultivation and status increased, he naturally developed the arrogance of a superior. Previously, he had been made difficult by those scholars. Now, a group of people had come and fiercely wanted to beat him up. It was inevitable that he would be a little angry. How dare you? How dare you tarnish the name of the holy maiden? Although they were intimidated by his martial arts, this was their headquarters after all. They did not know how many experts there were in the academy. In addition, they were all young and vigorous. How could they show any weakness? Enough. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the side. Everyone turned around and saw a slim and beautiful figure in a fluttering yellow dress standing not far away. Who else could it be but their holy maiden? He is my friend. You can all leave, the yellow-robed woman said calmly. The group of people were extremely depressed and could only leave resentfully. Many of them fiercely glared back at Xianxia as they left. I didn't expect your charm to be so great. I really got shot even though I was lying down. Seeing that those people had left, Xianxia said gloomily. Who asked you to come to the entrance of the academy so early in the morning? Thinking that everyone in the academy had heard it and that she had defended him just now, there would be all kinds of rumors in the academy. She blushed slightly and felt a little angry. What do you want from me? You hurt our relationship by saying that. We are friends. Can't I look for you for no reason? Xianxia said exaggeratedly. You have been in linen for so long and I have never seen you look for me. The yellow-robed woman replied calmly. If you don't say it, I will go back. With that, she turned and walked into the academy. Thinking of her strange behavior last night, her heart was in a mess. Now, she really did not know how to face this man. Hey, Xianxia panicked and pulled her back. You're really leaving? The yellow-robed woman looked into the distance guiltily. Seeing that many people in the academy were intentionally or unintentionally glancing at them, she couldn't help but be anxious. Let go of me. Xianxia just looked at her with a smile. Seeing that she was really a little annoyed, he just let go of his hand. The yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes at him grumpily. It's not convenient to talk here. Come with me. Then she turned around and left. Xianxia followed behind her and looked provocatively at those people in the academy. Seeing those people gnashing their teeth, he was very happy in his heart. This scene is like going to someone else's school and taking away their campus bell in front of everyone in my previous life. Seeing the direction of the two people's departure, those people in the academy suddenly burst into an uproar. Did the holy maiden take that man to her room? How is it possible? For so many years, the holy maiden's room has never allowed men to go further. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. That's right, that man just now seemed to call the holy maiden by her name. He seemed to call her quite intimately. It's over, my holy maiden. Hearing the faint wails in the wind, Xianxia only felt refreshed and his mind was clear. What are you laughing at? The yellow-robed woman suddenly asked. Being with a beautiful and refined fairy like you, if I don't laugh, should I cry? Xianxia looked at her with a burning gaze. Save those words for that Miss Long, the yellow-robed woman snorted, but the corner of her mouth slightly curled up. The yellow-robed woman didn't say anything else. Not long after, the two arrived in front of a quiet courtyard. There were a few maids guarding the door. Seeing a man behind her, they couldn't help but be surprised. Miss? This gentleman is my friend. Bring the pot of tea from the small room over. Then, without my orders, no one is to disturb us. The yellow-robed woman very naturally ordered. The maids all looked at each other. It had to be known that their miss never brought a man over. Also, the pot of tea she had just mentioned was real Longjing before the rain. Moreover, it was picked from the 18 imperial tea trees beside Longjing. There was a limited amount every year. After the emperor and empress dowager had a portion, there wasn't much left. Many of the nobles in the capital coveted those tea leaves. The yellow-robed woman had obtained a little with great difficulty, but she couldn't bear to drink it. The group of maids began to gossip, guessing at Xianxia's identity. As soon as they entered the room, a thin and sweet fragrance assaulted them. Xianxia had a strange expression. In his previous life, there seemed to be some research done by a relevant organization. A woman's preference for perfume could often show how passionate she was about sex. Women who liked light fragrances tended to be cold. Women who liked rich and sweet fragrances tended to be. Xianxia couldn't help but glance at the yellow-robed woman. He hadn't thought that under her icy cold exterior was a burning volcano. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Every time she appeared, a group of maids would play music and occasionally create flower petals. deep down, she must be a person who was cold on the outside. Why are you looking at me like that? The yellow-robed woman turned and happened to meet his gaze. She couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Song Qingshu knew that if he told the truth, the other's anger would not be a joke. He instinctively looked around the room. Seeing that the decorations were very elegant, he couldn't help but smile. I wouldn't be the first man to enter your room, right? Of course not, the yellow-robed woman rolled her eyes at him. My master came. She clearly didn't want to dwell on this topic and hurriedly changed the topic. Okay, now that there's no one else to disturb us, you can tell me the purpose of your visit. Song Qingshu sat face to face with her and then said, the purpose of my visit is to ask for your help. Then he repeated what Li Qingluo had said the night before. Of course, he didn't mention anything that shouldn't be mentioned. After listening, the yellow-robed woman didn't say anything and only looked at him quietly. Song Qingshu couldn't help but say gloomily, can't you say something? What do you mean? Song Qingshu was shocked. What do I owe you? The yellow-robed woman opened her mouth but didn't say anything. Instead, her face blushed slightly. After a long time, she whispered, you also told me how you were able to call the wind and summon the rain last night. Song Qingshu remembered that in order to get the answer last night, she had even kissed him. He covered the place where she had kissed him last night and couldn't help giggling. Don't laugh. The yellow-robed woman couldn't help feeling annoyed. Okay, I won't laugh, I won't laugh. Song Qingshu saw that the woman in front of him was about to transform into an angry female leopard and hurriedly said, since I have received the reward, I naturally won't go back on my word. The yellow-robed woman's expression eased slightly, but when she thought of the reward he spoke of, she felt uncomfortable. Song Qingshu cleared his throat and began to explain, do you know the principle of rain? The yellow-robed woman frowned slightly and shook her head. Although she knew that thunder and lightning were only myths and legends, she really didn't know how it would rain. Song Qingshu explained with a smile, when the sun shines on the earth, water vapor rises from the surface of the ocean and lake and becomes part of the air. When it encounters cold air in the sky, it condenses into small water droplets. These small water droplets are very small, so small that they can't be seen with the naked eye. They are small and light. They are carried in the air by the rising air currents and gather together to form clouds. Clouds are formed by water vapor? The yellow-robed woman couldn't help but ask. She was confused by the rising air currents. It should be known that the people of this world always imagined clouds as a mysterious thing and often associated them with all kinds of myths and legends. How could they know that clouds were actually ordinary water vapor? Of course, I had been to the clouds. Song Qingshu couldn't help but think of the scene of him and Dongfang Muxue passing through the clouds at Blackwood Cliff. A trace of tenderness appeared on his face. The yellow-robed woman subconsciously felt that he was bragging. After all, according to common sense, only immortals could ride the clouds. But when she thought of the scene of him walking step by step into the sky last night, she couldn't help but sigh. That's right, with your qigong yesterday, it wasn't difficult to go up to the clouds. Imagining the scene described by the other party, she suddenly frowned and said, according to what you said, the clouds are all water droplets, so why don't the water droplets fall? Didn't I just say that those water droplets are very small, so small that you can't even see them? Song Qingshu explained, the raindrops that you usually see are more than 1,000,000 times larger than those water droplets. 1,000,000 times? The yellow-robed woman's expression changed. She couldn't imagine what 1,000,000 times was. Song Qingshu explained to her, those small water droplets are also called cloud droplets. They mainly rely on absorbing the water vapor around the cloud to condense themselves. What is condensing? You can think of it as strengthening yourself. If the water vapor in the cloud can be continuously supplied and replenished, the surface of the cloud droplet will always be in a state of supersaturation. Then, this condensation process will continue and the cloud droplet will continue to grow. When the cloud droplet grows to a certain extent, because the volume and weight of the large cloud droplet will continue to increase, they will not only be able to catch up with the slower small cloud droplets during the process of falling, but they will also swallow more small cloud droplets to strengthen themselves. When the large cloud droplet grows larger and larger, it will finally become so large that the air can no longer hold it, and it will fall straight from the cloud to the ground. It will become the common rain that people see, and eventually become raindrops. The yellow-robed woman nodded, not fully understanding. Fortunately, she was well-read and smart. Although there were still many details that she didn't understand, she understood the general principle. But the yellow-robed woman suddenly thought of something and looked at Song Qingshu with a burning gaze. According to what you said, it will only rain when the cloud droplets are large enough, but how did you so coincidentally control the time of the rain yesterday? This is all thanks to your help. Song Qingshu smiled. Me? The yellow-robed woman's pretty face blushed. How did I help you? She thought to herself, I don't even know the principle of rain, how can I help you? Did you forget the bag of things that you helped me find yesterday? Song Qingshu's eyes were full of smiles. That bag of salt? The yellow-robed woman's moist red lips were wide open. That bag of salt is used for rain? When she heard his request yesterday, she was confused, but she still found it for him out of trust. Later, after experiencing the shock of him ascending to the sky and summoning the wind and rain, this small matter was quickly forgotten. Who would have thought that it would be related to rain? Otherwise, should I bring it to eat? Song Qingshu smiled and continued to explain, just now I already explained how rain is formed, but there is still a key question that I haven't said. That is, how does the water vapor form small water droplets in the first place? How? The yellow-robed woman was already confused at this time, and asked completely out of conditioned reflex. Song Qingshu answered, water vapor must accumulate around small particles such as dust to form water droplets or ice crystals. These particles are very small and can't be seen with the naked eye, but without these particles, even if there is enough water vapor in the air, it is impossible to form a drop of rain. So you used salt to replace those particles? The yellow-robed woman was exceptionally intelligent and quickly deduced other things from one example. That's right. Song Qingshu nodded. When I reached above the clouds, I used my power to spread the fine salt evenly. The water vapor in the clouds condensed, and the speed of rain was greatly reduced. As Song Qingshu spoke, he suddenly realized that the yellow-robed woman was staring at him blankly, and couldn't help but laugh. Is there a flower on my face? The yellow-robed woman's face reddened, and she hurriedly shook her head. She whispered, I didn't understand what it meant to be a pedant before, but today I finally see it. Not only are your martial arts unparalleled, you are actually so knowledgeable, these skills are not worth mentioning. Song Qingshu's expression became solemn. In fact, my greatest strength is that I am handsome and elegant. The yellow-robed woman originally looked at him with a face of worship, thinking that he would say something that would shock the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. She didn't expect such an answer. She couldn't help but blush and spit, you are always so frivolous. Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Looking at your face just now, if I continue to be serious, you will worship me as your master. I don't want you to call me master. Then what do you want me to call you? The yellow-robed woman opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say this out loud. There was a faint smile on her face. Actually, I really want to invite you to the academy to teach those students. Please don't. Song Qingshu shook his head like a rattledrum. Your academy studies the books of sages and sages. They are used to take the imperial examinations and rise to the sky in one step. They won't be willing to learn this knowledge of physics even if you give it to them for free. Thinking of the group of fanatical bookworms in the academy, the yellow-robed woman nodded subconsciously. That's right. What's more? Song Qingshu changed the topic and looked at the yellow-robed woman with a smile. Those students in the academy are basically your fanatical fans. If they knew about our relationship, wouldn't I be ganged up on? Bah. The yellow-robed woman's face reddened. She couldn't help but spit lightly. What relationship can I have with you? The relationship of sharing a bed, the relationship of kissing. Seeing that the yellow-shirted woman's face was getting darker and darker, he hurriedly changed the topic. Ahem, I have already told you the secret of the rain, shouldn't you return the favor and help me? The Shinzu scripture that Yutanji practiced in the demigods and semi-devils came from the country of Magadha. That was why the monk posted a peerlessly beautiful Princess Magadha on the public account today. You should have told me that last night. The yellow-robed girl snorted and muttered. Song Qingshu knew that she was still holding a grudge about last night's kiss. He smiled and said, "Hey, if you really want to count, you should have promised me in the Gene Kingdom." Before he finished, the yellow-robed girl interrupted him and blushed. Okay, promise me one more thing and I'll help you. It's always hard to refuse a beautiful woman's request. Tell me, what do you want me to promise? Song Qingshu naturally would not be so clear with her. Helping her might not mean losing. Just like when a man and a woman borrowed books, they could only return it after borrowing it. Over time, they could improve their relationship. Can you take me to see the clouds next time? The yellow-robed girl asked carefully, her eyes full of expectation. Song Qingshu hesitated and said, "If I take someone with me, I may not be able to fly so high." The yellow-robed girl's expression darkened. "Well, forget it." Seeing her disappointment, Song Qingshu could not help but say, "Don't worry, it's just a little difficult. I can take you to try." He had already thought it through. It was difficult to take someone to see the clouds on flat ground. What if they set off from the top of the mountain? Wouldn't it save a lot of distance? Really? Hearing his promise, the yellow-robed girl cried out in surprise. She was usually taught to be indifferent, but now she completely forgot her master's teachings. She was as excited as a child. Of course. Looking at the yellow-robed girl's excited face, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Now it's time to talk about me. Seeing that she was still happy, Song Qingshu could not help but remind her. The yellow-robed girl suddenly looked embarrassed. "In fact, although I am the Holy Virgin of the Academy in name, I never care about specific matters. Moreover, if I do it, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect." "What opposite effect?" Song Qingshu was stunned. That's right. The yellow-robed woman stammered as if she was thinking about how to phrase it. Finally, she could not help but stomp her feet. "Oh, it's not like you haven't seen those people in the academy today. If I stand up for you, they may turn around and ruin your plan." Song Qingshu finally understood. He couldn't help but sigh. Although the yellow-robed woman and Xiaolong Nu had similar temperaments, both of them were as cold as ice, the two of them were fundamentally different. Xiaolong Nu was ignorant of worldly affairs and could be said to be innocent and naive. The yellow-robed woman, on the other hand, was meticulous and extremely mature. Her insight into human nature could be said to have reached an extremely brilliant level. Even she herself did not expect that she was keenly aware of the danger involved. With the love these people had for her, if they knew that she had made an exception for a man, they might really go crazy out of jealousy. Not only would they not help her, but they would also secretly make things difficult for her. It was one thing for Song Qingshu to understand, but another for him to be depressed. "So you gave me an empty promise just now. Not only did I tell you the secret of the rain, but I also agreed to one of your conditions." The yellow-robed woman blushed. Although she did not understand what an empty promise was, she could roughly guess what it was. She said guiltily, "Don't worry. Although I can't directly help you, I can help you in other ways." "How?" After being fooled once, Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became suspicious. The yellow-robed woman explained, "Now the affairs of Jianshan Academy are managed by the Chancellor of the Directorate, Li Shouzhong. These years, it can be said that he has students all over the world. Whether it is in the imperial court or in the academy, he is extremely prestigious. As long as he agrees, the public opinion of the imperial court will definitely develop in the direction that you expect." Li Shouzhong? Song Qingshu always felt that the name was very familiar, but he could not remember where he had heard it. "I am not related to him, how would he be willing to help me?" The yellow-robed woman pursed her lips and smiled. "Have you forgotten what the surname of General Yu's wife is?" "Li." Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. "You mean?" "That's right." The yellow-robed woman nodded. "Li Shouzhong is Madame Yu's younger brother. He would not let go of such a good opportunity." "That's good. I will go find him now." Song Qingshu stood up excitedly. He was excited not only to avenge Xiaolong Nu, but also to seek justice for a national hero like Yu Fei. After a few steps, he suddenly thought of something and turned around again. "Why don't you come with me?" In his opinion, they were both from the academy. With the yellow-robed woman accompanying him, it would be easier for him to put in a good word for Li Shouzhong. The yellow-robed woman looked embarrassed. She said apologetically, in fact, there is one thing I didn't say just now. My identity is sensitive. Yufei's case was approved by my brother. If I help you, I will be openly against him. Only then did Song Qingshu remember that the yellow-robed girl was the daughter of Emperor Huizong of Song, and her current situation in Linen was indeed very awkward. Forget it, I'll go alone. But when I think about how you've extracted a secret and a condition from me with just a few words, I always feel that I've made a huge loss. The yellow-robed woman slightly raised the corner of her mouth. At least I have pointed out a clear way for you. Otherwise, you will be like a headless fly bumping around, and you will not get anything. It is not certain whether it is a clear way or not. Song Qingshu was not as optimistic as her. He had experienced too many things. He had long understood that before the dust settled, there might be mistakes no matter how sure he was. Alright, I'll take it as I owe you a favor. As soon as the yellow-robed woman said these words, she was shocked. She never thought that she would use such a coquettish tone in front of a man. Coming out of Jianshan Academy, Song Qingshu asked people along the way. Not long after, he arrived at the gate of Li's mansion. When he stated his purpose of coming, the gatekeeper told him that master had gone out and had not come back yet. Song Qingshu frowned. He did not know whether Li Shouzhong really went out or did not want to see him. When he was worried, suddenly a soft sedan stopped at the door. Following that, an elegant and dignified young woman walked out of the palanquin. Her temperament was very unique, like an ancient well without any ripples, and also like a melodious evening bell in the evening mist. She was calm and composed, but also revealed a strong sense of vicissitudes. This young woman was obviously in the best years of a woman, but from head to toe revealed a sense of discouragement, which made people sigh uncontrollably. Sister-in-law. Song Qingshu blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, he secretly cursed. It turned out that this young woman was the widowed Li Wan of Jia's mansion. When he disguised himself as Jia Baoyu and met her a few times, he called out completely out of instinct. When Li Wan heard a handsome and tall stranger call her sister-in-law, her pretty face immediately turned red. There was a trace of anger between her eyebrows. She could not help but scold, where did this lecher come from? She was a very traditional lady of a noble family. In addition, she was a widow at a young age. It could be said that she paid great attention to her reputation. She rarely talked to men, let alone being called so intimately by a stranger. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and could only apologize, I am really sorry. I was dazzled and recognized the wrong person. I hope madam does not take offense. Li Wan's expression softened a little. The other party was polite. She could not pursue the matter further due to her upbringing. She nodded and ignored him, walking straight to the door. Song Qingshu hurriedly chased after her, Madam, please wait. Relying on the omnipotent gentleman, he learned the name of the actress who was the lowly version of Murong Chodi. He did a poll on the public account to compare her with the girl version of Murong Chodi. The result was somewhat unexpected. What do you want to do? Seeing this strange man rushing towards her, Li Wan subconsciously stepped back and said in a panic. Song Qingshu had to raise his hand and explain, Madam, I have no evil intentions. I just want to visit your father, but unfortunately I can't get in. At this time, he realized that the reason why he felt Li Shouzhong's name was familiar was that he was Li Wan's father. When he was pretending to be Jia Baoyu, in order not to expose himself, he secretly inquired about everyone's identity, background, temperament, and so on. Although he had only met Li Wan once, he had a deep impression of this young widowed sister-in-law who lived at home. It should be known that Jia Baoyu was the focus of everyone in the Fu. Everyone greeted him with a smile and was extremely enthusiastic. Only Li Wan still had that kind of indifferent expression when she saw him. At that time, Song Qingshu thought that he had made a mistake and was worried for a while, but later he found out that it was not the case. It turned out that Li Wan's husband, Jia Zhu, was the eldest son of the Jia mansion and a well-known genius. At a young age, he passed the imperial examination and was praised as the top scholar. At that time, he was also loved by many people. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of him and he passed away at a young age, causing Li Wan to be a widow in her youth. This bright flower did not have time to fully bloom before it withered halfway. Seeing that everything in the Jia mansion that originally belonged to her husband was transferred to Jia Baoyu, Li Wan inevitably felt a knot in her heart. Naturally, she did not like Jia Baoyu. In addition, Jia Baoyu was greedy and lustful. Several times, he even had thoughts about her. Li Wan felt disgusted and her expression naturally became colder. Of course, Song Qingshu was not clear about this reason. He could only speculate based on various kinds of information, but he could guess most of it. Hearing his words, Li Wan subconsciously looked at the gatekeeper. The person hurriedly replied, reporting to Second Miss, "This Prince Song wants to visit the master, but the master is out and not at home." Li Wan nodded and said to Song Qingshu, "My father will be back in a while." After saying that, she continued to walk into the mansion. Obviously, these years of living alone had made her accustomed to not paying attention to the outside world. She was not interested in anything. Song Qingshu was stunned on the spot. Obviously, he also knew that she was like this, so he could only smile bitterly. Li Wan walked a few steps and suddenly turned around. "Young master, please come in and wait." It turned out that she suddenly realized that it was impolite to leave others hanging outside like this. Of course, this was also because she had returned home. If she was in the Jia residence, she would not care about this kind of thing at all. "Thank you, madam." Song Qingshu returned the greeting and hurriedly followed. Obviously, there would be tea to drink inside the house, which was better than drinking the northwest wind outside. Li Wan was dressed in a plain long dress without any ornaments on her body. Her hair was tied up with an ordinary wooden hairpin. It was impossible to tell that she was the daughter-in-law of the powerful Jia family. Although there was no makeup on her face, her complexion was still enchanting. Song Qingshu secretly felt that it was a pity that such a beauty could only live in seclusion at home in the best years of her life, living like a Buddha. Feudal ethics were really harmful. However, at this time, Song Qingshu suddenly felt that Li Wan's eyebrows looked a little familiar, as if he had seen her a long time ago. However, he was very clear that it was the first time they met in the Jia residence. Why did he feel that she looked familiar? Although she did not turn her head, women were naturally sensitive. Li Wan quickly noticed that the man behind her was looking at her. That burning feeling made her a little embarrassed, and she secretly regretted that she should not have asked him to come in with her. Song Qingshu noticed that a layer of redness gradually appeared on her originally white jade-like neck. He immediately realized that she must have found out that he was looking at her. Worried that he would make her angry and ruin the plan, he hurriedly coughed and tried to change the topic. "Madam, you were born in a scholarly family. Your temperament is elegant and refined, and you are born with such a beautiful face. I wonder which family's young master has the good fortune to marry madam?" Although he already knew her identity, Song Qingshu still pretended not to know and asked. After all, women liked to listen to compliments. Although Li Wan felt that this man was a little frivolous by saying sweet words when they first met, she had never heard anyone praise her like this. After all, this society paid attention to euphemism and subtlety. Other people would either praise her family background or praise her talent. Very few people would directly praise her appearance and temperament. After her husband passed away, Li Wan's sense of existence in the Jia family became less and less. Later, she did not even have those praises. Song Qingshu came from the future, so naturally he was not so particular. As soon as he arrived, he threw all kinds of sweet words at her as if they were free. This made Li Wan's heart, which had been calm for several years, beat wildly. "My husband's surname is Jia." Li Wan's face was slightly red as she replied in a low voice. Song Qingshu subconsciously sighed. This young master Jia is really lucky to be able to marry such an excellent wife. Lucky? Li Wan's expression became gloomy. "He passed away not long after I married him." Song Qingshu was startled. Only then did he realize that he had flattered the wrong place. He could not help but look a little embarrassed. Li Wan seemed to have been reminded of something sad. "Although those people did not say anything, I knew from their eyes that they did not think I was a good wife. On the contrary, they thought I was destined to bring bad luck to my husband." Song Qingshu frowned. He finally understood why she was so unhappy in the Jia family. He hurriedly said, "Bah, there is no such thing as bringing bad luck to your husband in this world. It's all nonsense said by some swindlers. In my opinion, the people in the Jia family are not kind. Their young master is obviously not in good health, but they still came to propose marriage. They ruined your happiness. Young master, be careful with your words. Li Wan frowned slightly and couldn't help but stare at him. My husband is very good to me and loves me very much. I don't want to hear anyone say bad things about him. Song Qingshu looked apologetic. I was too impulsive. I hope you don't blame me, madam. Li Wan nodded and didn't say anything. In her heart, she wondered where this rash young man came from. If he knew that he was criticizing Jia Sherdao, who was now powerful in the imperial court, would he regret it so much? However, what Song Qingshu said just now touched the bottom of her heart. She had lived a hard life these years. In the dead of night, she also thought that if she hadn't married into the Jia family, she would have been very happy now. Of course, this kind of thought often disappeared in a flash. After all, she was a traditional lady from a respectable family. The concept of obeying her husband when she married had been deeply rooted in her bones. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Song Qingshu quickly changed the topic. By the way, why is this mansion so quiet? I heard the gatekeeper call you second Mississippi. Where are the first and third miss? Li Wan suddenly stopped and sighed faintly. The third sister is very wild and likes to travel around. At this time, she is either in the desert or the western region. As for the first sister, she got lost at the temple fair when she was very young. These things were not secrets in Linen City, so she didn't worry about it being known. Got lost? Song Qingshu's expression changed. He thought that as the eldest daughter of the chancellor of the directorate, there would always be servants looking after her when she went out. If she still got lost, it was obvious that she had been kidnapped by human traffickers. No matter in which world, human traffickers were an abhorrent existence. Song Qingshu knew that the eldest daughter of the Li family was likely to meet with misfortune. If she was not sold as a slave, then she would be sold to a brothel. However, it was not appropriate to say this out loud, so he could only comfort her. Madam, the heavens help your sister. Maybe she met a noble person and saved her. I hope so. Li Wan sighed. In fact, their family had long given up hope for this. After arriving at the main hall, Li Wan originally planned to go directly to the inner residence. However, Song Qingshu's small talk had an effect. Second Miss Li, who had always been shy, was embarrassed to just leave like this. She asked, "It's been so long, and I still haven't had the chance to ask your name?" If they were in the Jia family, with Li Wan's status as a widow, she would never talk to a man like this in private. However, now that she was back in her own home, she did not have so many scruples. Moreover, she had just left the Jia family, and it was as if the mountain that had been pressing on her heart had been moved away. At this moment, she appeared more excited and relaxed than usual. I am Song Qingshu. This time, I have come to pay a visit to your father. Song Qingshu answered. Song Qingshu? Why does this name sound so familiar? Li Wan muttered to herself, and a trace of confusion appeared in her eyes. She suddenly thought of something and looked at him in shock. You are the immortal who climbed up to the sky to summon the rain? Song Qingshu was startled, and then smiled. Song Mao does not have 3 heads and 6 arms, so I am not worthy of being called an immortal. Li Wan's face turned slightly red, and she also realized that she had overreacted. However, she could not be blamed for this. It should be known that because of Sang Feihong of the Five Lake sect, Song Qingshu's deeds had long been made into various storytelling plays, which were sung in the streets and alleys, restaurants, and tea houses. It was unknown how many girls in the boudoir were moved, and even the womenfolk of the Jia family were no exception. Sometimes, in the dead of the night, Li Wan couldn't help but think that if the legendary figure suddenly stepped on the colorful auspicious cloud one day and rescued her from the sea of suffering, how great would that be? Although Li Wan's heart was like a piece of dead wood in the eyes of the people around her, only she knew that under the dead wood, there was a faint spark, as if she was waiting for something. Of course, Li Wan was a married person after all, so she was more rational. In fact, she also understood that most of these storytellers were exaggerating. How could there be such a perfect man in the world? However, what happened in the imperial palace last night was witnessed by thousands of people, and even many people outside the imperial palace were lucky enough to witness it. When the specific news came out from the imperial palace, the entire Lin city was stirred. Li Wan had originally slept very early. She only knew what had happened after hearing the servant girl's excited discussion. She was a little dazed. However, the girl's feelings came and went quickly. She soon remembered her identity and buried some thoughts that she shouldn't have deep in the bottom of her heart. With flagging interest, she asked Mrs. Jia for a leave and went back to her parents' home to relax. Mrs. Jia actually loved her granddaughter-in-law very much, so she naturally had no reason to refuse. However, Li Wan didn't expect that she would meet the legendary man at home. She had never looked at him carefully before. Now that she knew his identity, she subconsciously looked at him up and down. She only felt that he was handsome with starry eyes and handsome eyebrows. More importantly, he had a unique temperament of calmness and indifference, which perfectly matched the image in her imagination. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he could naturally hear that Li Wan's heartbeat was almost twice as fast as before. He couldn't help but be stunned. Had his charm really been cultivated to the point that he could take people's chastity from thousands of miles away? Even this beautiful widow who had lived in seclusion for a long time would be tempted. However, he soon dispelled this idea in his mind. After all, he was not so narcissistic. He said, "Madam, madam?" Ah. Li Wan finally came to her senses. Although she didn't touch it, she still knew that her face was hot. She said, "Child, why did you come to our mansion?" If it was before, it was already unprecedented for her to ask for his name. How could she ask about the visitor? Song Qingshu told her his purpose of coming. Li Wan was moved. After all, the whole Lin city knew that Yufei was wronged. However, she knew that as the daughter-in-law of the Jia family, she couldn't easily express her opinion. So, she had to apologize and said, "I don't usually care about things. I can only wait for my father to come back." Although she said this, she had a higher opinion of him in her heart. After all, everyone knew about Yufei's grievances, but after so many years, no one stood up to uphold justice for him. It was obvious that they were worried about offending the emperor. However, Song Qingshu stood up without any hesitation. This kind of spirit was already admirable. Well, Song Qingshu had expected it and didn't take it seriously. He said, "Is Madam's husband the son of Jia Shumi?" Li Wan nodded subconsciously. Thinking of her identity as a widow, she secretly sighed in her heart. Since Madam is a member of the Jia family, what is Jia Shumi's attitude towards this matter? Song Qingshu thought that since he had nothing to do here, he might as well beat around the bush to see if he could get any information from Li Wan. Even if he couldn't get anything, it was excellent to chat with such a beautiful young woman to kill time. As expected, Li Wan still shook her head and said apologetically, "In the Jia family, I always pay no attention to the outside world. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you." Song Qingshu smiled slightly and said, "After all, Madam is the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. Why do you make yourself like a monk? In the future, Madam can try to participate in the affairs of the Jia family. Maybe your life will be more wonderful." Li Wan thought that with Wang Shifeng's competitive character, there was no room for her to intervene in the affairs of the Jia family. She didn't want to continue discussing this and hurriedly changed the topic. "Yesterday, I heard that you went to the sky to pray for rain. Can you tell me how you did it?" Seeing that her eyes were more lively and energetic than usual, Song Qingshu secretly sighed that it was good to be like this. Her previous appearance of a walking corpse really made people feel sorry for her. "Master?" Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't answer and kept staring at her, Li Wan was ashamed and annoyed. If she was stared at by a man like this on a normal day, she would immediately get up and leave. But today, she didn't know if she was curious about the answer or something else. She moved her body several times, but in the end, she couldn't make up her mind. Song Qingshu finally reacted and said with a smile, "Didn't Madam just say that I am an immortal? It's normal for immortals to be able to summon wind and rain." Seeing his teasing eyes, Li Wan's heart beat wildly again. But she also understood that the two of them met by chance and that he was not willing to tell the truth. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look gloomy. Seeing that the hall had fallen into an awkward silence, a burst of laughter suddenly came from not far away. "So it's Prince Song coming. Sorry for making you wait." Song Qingshu turned around and saw a scholarly old man walking in from outside with a smile on his face. Even though his hair and beard had turned white, one could still see how handsome and elegant he was when he was young. No wonder he could give birth to such a beautiful daughter. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. The Li family's genes were really good. Li Qiushui, Li Qingluo, and Wang Yuyan were all peerless beauties. Li Songhai and Xiao Longnu were even more elegant and refined. Now, even their clan brother was so handsome. He really couldn't imagine what kind of nature-defying figure their ancestors were. Father, seeing this, Li Wan's eyes lit up, and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. The scholarly old man nodded, and then set his gaze on Song Qingshu. Song Mao greets Lord Li, even though they had never met before, it did not stop Song Qingshu from guessing his identity. This scholarly old man was naturally the current chancellor of the directorate, Li Shouzhong. Prince Song is too courteous. Please sit. Li Shouzhong led Song Qingshu back to his seat. After exchanging greetings for a while, he could not help but ask, "What business does young master have at my residence today?" Last night's incident in the palace had caused such a huge commotion. Speaking of which, Li Shouzhong had also been present at the scene and had personally witnessed this man's miracle. He had also been shocked to the extreme. Now that this man had personally come to visit him, how could he not be curious? This time, Prince Song has come for. Li Wan suddenly spoke up, her gentle voice explaining on Song Qingshu's behalf. Li Shouzhong was incomparably shocked. One had to know that ever since his daughter had become a widow, she had really paid no attention to the outside world. Her heart was truly as still as water. Now, she was actually speaking up for a stranger. It was really unimaginable. Could it be? Li Shouzhong glanced at the man in front of him. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like stars. From head to toe, he exuded an aura that made people's hearts tremble. As a man, even he felt that he was dazzling, let alone a woman. Thinking of this, Li Shouzhong suddenly frowned. He was born in a scholarly family, and he himself was the chancellor of the Imperial College. He paid great attention to the reputation of his family. After Jia Zhu's death, he immediately expressed that his daughter was a member of the Jia clan in life and a ghost of the Jia clan in death, and would never remarry. Now that he realized that his daughter was behaving abnormally, he subconsciously felt unhappy. However, he remained calm and collected. After listening to his daughter's story, he said to Song Qingshu, "Prince Song, His Majesty has already handed this case over to the 3 departments for joint investigation. The merits and demerits of this case will definitely be handled impartially. Young master need not worry." Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He was not an ignorant commoner. How could he not know that behind the 3 departments stood the Prime Minister? The final decision was only the result of a game of interests. How could it truly be handled impartially? As the Chancellor of the Imperial College, Li Shouzhong would not be unaware of the trickery involved. Yet, he still used such clichés to brush him off. Clearly, he was tactfully refusing. Song Qingshu tapped his fingers lightly on the table as he looked at Li Shouzhong with a faint smile on his face. He waited until Li Shouzhong's expression became more and more unnatural before he said, "As far as I know, Madame Yu is Lord Li's cousin?" "That's right." Li Shouzhong knew that the man in front of him was the person who had caused the emperor to suffer and the left and right premier to fly into a rage but be unable to do anything about it. It was not a wise move to offend him. After hesitating, he continued, "There are some things that I might as well say to young master. Although Madame Yu is a member of the Li family, regardless of the merits and demerits of the past, she and General Yu are both dead." Li Shouzhong paused and secretly pointed to the sky. "With the approval of that person, I cannot drag the entire family into danger for the sake of 2 dead people. I hope young master can understand." If he had not seen with his own eyes the miracle of Song Qingshu ascending to the sky and summoning rain, he would not have spoken so clearly. After all, the shock of yesterday was too great. He really could not see through the young man in front of him. Adding to the fact that he was already past the age of knowing his destiny, he naturally understood how important it was to have good karma. As expected, you know how to adapt to circumstances. Song Qingshu had a look of disdain on his face. "I'm afraid that there is another reason that Lord Li has not mentioned. Your Li family is currently very close to Jia Shumi. If you put an effort to bring down Ma Qiqing and Zhang Jun, it will completely benefit Lord Han Jiefu. Naturally, this is not something that you would want to see. Li Shouzhong's face immediately reddened. As the Chancellor of the Directorate, although his position was not high, his status was extraordinary. Everyone who saw him would be polite to him, unlike Song Qingshu. If an ordinary person ridiculed him like this, he would have already exploded. But the person in front of him was that Song Qingshu who could summon the wind and summon the rain. Even Ma Qiqing and Zhang Jun were battered by him. Li Shouzhong did not think that he was more powerful than those two. He did not dare to respond, but Li Wan, who was beside him, could not sit still. Seeing Song Qingshu ridiculing her father, she could not help but stand up and scolded, "Prince Song, we have treated you with courtesy. Why do you have to be so aggressive? My husband is a member of the Jia family. Father is only doing this for my sake. If young master has any dissatisfaction, please direct it at me. Do not make things difficult for my father." Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He could not help but admire this intelligent and kind woman. Knowing that it was not convenient for her father to say anything, she took all the responsibility on herself. After all, she was a woman and at the same time a widow. No matter how strong he was, it was not good for him to explode at her. All the women in the Grand View Garden are really clever. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. In his eyes before, Li Wan was just a withered young married woman who didn't care about anything. But now he realized that she was also a very resourceful woman in her bones. Song Qingshu looked at the woman in front of him. Her waist was soft and she stood there timidly as if she would be blown away by the wind. Although she was angry, her beautiful eyes were shining and her cheeks were blushing. She was more charming than her usual calm look. Song Qingshu was moved. "I finally remember who she looks like, Prince Song. It was not easy for my daughter to come back to her parents' home. I want to take her to pay respect to her mother's grave." Li Shouzhong suddenly opened his mouth. Although he did not say it clearly, his intention to drive the guest away was very obvious. Song Qingshu smiled. "Then I'll take my leave." Li Shouzhong hurriedly saluted. "If there is anything wrong with my hospitality, please forgive me." Song Qingshu smiled and turned to walk out. Li Wan looked at his back as he left. The light in her eyes gradually faded, and she returned to her usual withered look. Seeing that he had walked to the door, Song Qingshu suddenly stopped. "Lord Li, I just heard from Miss Li that she had an elder sister who went missing when she was very young?" "Yes." Li Shouzhong sighed and could not help but stare at his daughter. He wondered why she had revealed so many things in such a short time. "I don't know why you suddenly mentioned this." Song Qingshu replied, "Lord Li should know my position in Jianghu. I am afraid there are few people in this world that I cannot find. But the sea of people is vast. She was so young when she was lost. I don't even know if she's still in this world." Li Shouzhong quickly recovered from his excitement. Song Qingshu was indeed very capable, but after all, so much time had passed. The difficulty of finding his eldest daughter was probably several times more difficult than climbing up to the sky to pray for rain. "Of course your daughter is still in this world." The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth rose slightly. "Not only is she still in this world, but she's living a good life." "Really?" Li Shouzhong suddenly became extremely excited. He had always been conflicted. Emotionally, he wanted to find his daughter, but reason told him that even if his daughter was still alive, she would probably have been sold into a brothel. If he found a prostitute, it would only bring shame to the Li family. Now that he heard that his daughter was living a good life, how could he not be surprised and happy? Li Wan was also inexplicably surprised. Since she was a child, she often saw her mother holding her eldest sister's swaddling clothes in a daze. She would sit for half a day and often wipe her tears. If she really found her eldest sister, her mother would probably smile in the underworld. How does young master know so clearly? Li Wan couldn't help but be suspicious. Because when she mentioned this before, the other didn't respond at all. Now that he suddenly said this, it was inevitable that people would suspect that he deliberately spoke without thinking in order to get the Li family's help. "Because I know your sister." A beautiful figure appeared in Song Qingshu's mind, a rose with thorns. "You really know her?" Li Shouzhong walked over excitedly and grabbed Song Qingshu's arm, unable to hide his shock. But after all, as the chancellor of the directorate, he could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable. He quickly recovered and asked suspiciously, "But how do you know she is my daughter?" It was no wonder that he was suspicious. It should be known that when his eldest daughter was lost, it had been so many years since then. As the saying goes, a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Now even if his daughter stood in front of him, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize her. How could the other be so sure? This is all thanks to Second Mississippi, Song Qingshu smiled and looked at Li Wan. Me? Li Wan felt that Song Qingshu's smile was a little hot, and her cheeks immediately turned red. That's right. When I first saw Madame, I felt that she looked familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it. It wasn't until I saw Madame's angry look that I realized she looked exactly like a friend of mine. Song Qingshu smiled. Contact the eldest daughter you mentioned before. She matches my friend's age. Li Wan shyly lowered her head when she heard him mention the scene where she lost her temper. May I know where your friend is now? Can you bring him here for us to see? Li Shouzhong asked hurriedly. Song Qingshu did not reply, only looked back at him with a smile. Having been in the imperial court for many years, Li Shouzhong instantly understood the other party's intentions. He was clearly using this as a bargaining chip in exchange for his help. Li Shouzhong could not help but hesitate. The reason why he was not willing to help was actually mentioned just now. Was it really worth taking such a big risk for an illusory possibility? However, when he thought of his wife's tears in those years and her dying entrustment, Li Shouzhong gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, as long as you help me find my daughter, I promise to help you." He had already clearly thought about the pros and cons of this matter. Although Yu Fei's case was incited by the emperor, the main culprits were Qin Hui, Ma Qifeng, and Zhang Jun. As long as he was careful not to lead the public opinion to the emperor, there should be no problem. As for the Jia family, Li Shouzhong looked at his daughter beside him and secretly sighed. If Jiaozhu did not die young and his daughter was not a widow, he would not get involved in this matter and let the political enemy of the Jia family, Han Xingzhou, take advantage of it. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. No problem, I can tell you the whereabouts of my eldest daughter, but you have to wait until this matter is settled. Li Shouzhong frowned and said, "No, what if you don't admit it? Tell me first." Song Qingshu shook his head and said, "If I tell you first, I can't do anything to you if you break the promise. After all, I am friends with your eldest daughter, so I can't make things difficult for you. So I need you to do something first. With my current reputation and status, I will never do something that goes back on my word." Li Shouzhong's expression changed. He carefully stared into his eyes as if to judge whether the other party really knew something or was lying to him. After a long time, he said, "Okay, I will first complete what you just said. If I find out later that you lied to me, even if I have to give up my old bones, I will settle the account with you." Song Qingshu had a carefree smile on his face. "Don't worry, even if it's for the sake of my friend, I won't go back on my word." Seeing that this matter was settled, he still had other matters to attend to, so he bid farewell to the father and daughter and left. After Song Qingshu left, Li Shouzhong looked at his back in a daze and murmured, "Do you think he really knows the whereabouts of your eldest sister, or is he lying to us? He should know." Li Wan was also uncertain at this time, but subconsciously she was not willing to believe that this handsome man was a despicable liar. "I hope so." Thinking of the amazing miracle last night, Li Shouzhong suddenly became a little more confident in his heart. Then he said to Li Wan apologetically, "It's rare for you to come home, but I don't have time to accompany you. I have to go to Jianshan Academy first." Li Wan nodded sensibly and said, "Father, go quickly. Sister's matter is more important." "Ah, if only my third daughter was as sensible as you." Li Shouzhong couldn't help but sigh seeing that his daughter was so considerate of others at such a young age. This third daughter of his really worried him. She had no interest in women's arts, poetry, and books since childhood. Instead, she was full of yearning for Jianghu. When she was a little older, she ran to the end of the world and only saw her a few times a year. Li Shouzhong boasted that he was from a scholarly family, but he almost died of anger when he had such a daughter. If it weren't for the fact that his eldest daughter was lost and his second daughter had a hard life, which made him feel guilty, maybe he would have driven his youngest daughter out of the family. My third sister has her own ideas and pursuits. In fact, sometimes I am quite envious of her. Li Wan showed a touch of sadness between her eyebrows. Li Shouzhong looked gloomy and said, I am sorry. Li Wan showed a trace of a smile and said, how can you blame me? In the past, I don't know how many girls in Linen wanted to marry into the Jia family. I don't know how many people are envious of the marriage you arranged for me. I can only blame my poor life. Li Shouzhong's nose turned sour and he almost cried because of her words. In order to avoid making a fool of himself in front of his daughter, he hurriedly said, okay. I will go to the academy first. It's not so easy to deal with Ma Chi-chu, Li Wan suddenly said. When I return to the Jia mansion, I will go to talk to my mother-in-law and see if I can persuade the Jia family to help. After all, Ma Chi-chu is also my father-in-law's political enemy. Hearing his daughter's words, Li Shouzhong's body trembled. This daughter of his was well-educated, reasonable, and considerate. She was the daughter he wanted the most. Unfortunately, her life was not good. Her husband died not long after they were married. Li Shouzhong shook his head and said, don't. You are in an awkward situation in the Jia mansion now. I am afraid, don't worry, father, Li Wan answered. Actually, my mother-in-law also feels that she owes me these years. So they won't mind helping me with this little favor. With the Jia family's help, Song Qingshu's plan will succeed faster and we can see my sister soon. When Song Qingshu returned to his house, it was almost noon, and Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu had not returned. He was depressed and had to go out again. Originally, the servants in the mansion wanted to prepare lunch for him, but Song Qingshu refused. Firstly, this mansion was bestowed to him by the southern Song dynasty, and the servants here were all kinds of people. Who knew if there were spies from Ma Chi-chen, Zhang Jun, and the others in the mansion? Who knew if there were any poisons in the food? Although he was not afraid of poisons now, he did not have the habit of eating poisons. What's more, he also wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the customs of Linen, so he found a relatively large restaurant. In martial arts novels, restaurants are the most frequent places to trigger events. I don't know what will happen today. When entering the restaurant, a thought suddenly came to Song Qingshu's mind, but he immediately laughed. He had been to so many restaurants and inns over the years. Although a lot of things happened, there were more times when nothing happened. It was just a selective memory. It was still early, so there weren't many people in the restaurant. Song Qingshu found a window seat on the second floor and ordered some food and wine. He poured himself a cup of wine and drank by himself while thinking about how to deal with Tai Jian. He subconsciously rejected Li Qingluo's proposal before. What a joke. He was a 7-foot man, how could he use the beauty trick? What's more, Shi Miyuan, a famous treacherous official in history, would not be influenced by his daughter. Unfortunately, he could not think of how to persuade Shi Miyuan. The only thing to be thankful for was that the promotion of Jianshan Academy still needed time. He still had a few days to think about this problem. At this time, there were gradually more people in the restaurant. Looking around, there were not many empty seats, but Song Qingshu did not care about this and continued to drink there. Suddenly, a fragrant wind reached his nose. Song Qingshu raised his head subconsciously and saw a girl in a red cloak standing beside him and glaring at him. Although the girl was angry, it did not damage her charming and beautiful appearance. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Do we know each other? Although he was a playboy, he was not like Duan Jingchen, who could not even remember who his lovers were. On Mount Xiaoshi, he still thought that Yi Ernyang was one of his former lovers. He was very sure that he had never seen this girl before, so he naturally did not know where her anger came from. You took my seat. The girl pointed to where he was sitting and said with her cheeks puffed up. That's strange. This is a restaurant. The seats are naturally first come, first served. How can there be a fixed rule? Song Qingshu said with a smile as he poured the wine. Every time I come here, I sit in this seat. If I don't sit here, I won't be in a good mood. Once I'm in a bad mood, someone will be out of luck. The young girl's words were overflowing with menace. Song Qingshu smiled. Are you threatening me, miss? The girl snorted and took out an ingot of silver and slapped it in front of him. This is for you. Find another place to do it. After saying this, she ignored him and turned to the waiter, saying, "Waiter, come over and take this table." When the waiter came over and saw the situation, he immediately looked embarrassed. "Miss, there is already someone here. How about I find another table for you?" the young girl said angrily. "I want to sit here today. I'm not going anywhere." What a coincidence. I also feel that this place has a good view. I plan to stay here for the afternoon. Xianxia's voice sounded. "I'm afraid you won't be able to stay." The young girl coldly snorted and suddenly kicked the stool that he was sitting on. The stool's legs immediately broke. However, the scene of the other person falling down in a sorry state did not appear. Xianxia was still sitting steadily on the stool and drinking by himself. The young girl did not believe it and kicked again. This time, the stool only had 2 legs left. However, not only did Xianxia not fall, he didn't even spill a drop of wine in his cup. Huh? The young girl was surprised and bewildered. Suddenly, she coldly snorted, pretending to be mysterious. In an instant, she kicked again and broke the remaining 2 legs of the stool. She wanted to see how he could show off now. However, soon, her proud smile froze on her face and her eyes almost popped out. The man in front of her was sitting on a stool with 1 leg missing, but he was still as stable as Mount Tai. Not only that, but the stool was also firmly attached to his, but as if there were several invisible stool legs supporting it. The young girl couldn't help but reach out and touch under his stool. After confirming that there was nothing, she couldn't help but praise, "What kind of martial arts is this? Can you teach me?" Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He was just thinking about how to teach this unruly girl a lesson. Who knew that her attitude would change so quickly? It was really unexpected. Just now, this young girl had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. "I hope Senior won't take offense," the young girl in red said as she moved a new chair to replace the broken one under Song Qingshu. "Senior, please sit." As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Song Qingshu couldn't say anything, but he was a little depressed. "Senior? Do I look that old?" "Of course not. You look just like my brother." The young girl in red sat down on the other side of the table. Glancing at the wine and dishes on the table, she couldn't help but laugh. "How can this be enough?" After saying that, she took a silver ingot and stuffed it into the hands of the waiter next to her. She ordered, "Tell the kitchen to make a few more dishes for us: fried quail with flowers, fried duck feet, chicken tongue soup, deer belly wine, beef tendon fried with mandarin duck, chrysanthemum rabbit shreds, stir-fried deer legs, ginger and vinegar gold and silver trotters. Pick the freshest ingredients. Don't think that we are stupid. This young girl's tongue can distinguish." "Not at all, not at all." Seeing that the conflict had been resolved and that he had gained a big customer, the waiter happily retreated. This young girl must be from a rich family. Song Qingshu was a man who had been an emperor. Although these dishes were expensive, they wouldn't move him. Instead, he was more curious about the identity of the young girl in front of him. Commoner girls didn't have this kind of knowledge. Other than Huang Rong, the girls in Jianghu weren't so particular about eating. As for the conflict with her before, Song Qingshu wasn't so narrow-minded. Moreover, it was a little boring to drink alone. He simply acquiesced to everything in front of him and wanted to see what this girl had up her sleeve. "Big brother, what kind of kung fu did you use just now? Can you teach me?" the young girl said as she refilled his cup of wine like she was presenting a treasure. She really knows how to take advantage of the situation. Song Qingshu was speechless. He replied, "Your kung fu is already considered good among the younger generation. Why would a girl learn so much kung fu?" His eyesight was now very good. From the speed of her kicks and the control of her strength, he could tell that she had received guidance from a master since she was a child. The only thing she lacked was experience. Who said girls can't learn more kung fu? The young girl in red pursed her lips and immediately began to act coquettishly. "Big brother, please teach me." Her voice was so sweet that the men at the other tables couldn't help but tremble. Song Qingshu remained unmoved. "My kung fu is not suitable for you." "Liar." The girl in red pouted, obviously not believing his answer. "You're so stingy. You obviously don't want to teach me, but you say it's not suitable." She was born into a rich and noble family. Since childhood, she had been protected like a star around the moon. Whatever she wanted was given to her. In addition, she was not a person of Jianghu, so she did not know the rules of Jianghu. She did not know that the martial arts of masters were never taught to outsiders. Song Qingshu did not mind. He just smiled and said, "My martial arts need to be practiced in bed with a woman." "You're a girl, how can you practice?" The girl in red was startled and replied, "I can practice with you in bed." When she saw Song Qingshu's expression, she finally reacted. Her pretty face turned red and she could not help but spit, "Pervert." She had been taught by a famous master since childhood. Although she was not familiar with the martial arts of the world, she had some understanding. How could she practice in bed? It was obvious that this person was deliberately flirting with her. Seeing her expression, Song Qingshu was able to guess most of her thoughts. The martial arts double Zhuangyuan can be said to be unprecedented. How could a Jianghu person surnamed Song compare to such a character? Song Qingshu could not help but touch his nose. He was not angry. He still had this bit of tolerance. He was just curious. When this girl mentioned Wei Rulin, she worshipped her as if she was a fangirl. He did not know what relationship she had with Wei Rulin. Was she his sister? Several beggar clan disciples looked at each other. It must be known that since the founding of the Song dynasty, the people valued literature and despised martial arts. Outside Donghua Gate, it was common knowledge that those who sang the champion were good men. For a moment, they did not know how to refute. However, perhaps because they were all people of Jianghu, they subconsciously did not like those high and mighty officials. One of the beggar clan disciples snorted, "I heard that Wei Rulin is the son-in-law of the imperial censor Shirmiyuan. Which official in the court dares not to give Shirmiyuan face? Who knows how Wei Rulin became the champion?" The young girl immediately flew into a rage. A red shadow flashed, and the person who spoke had already received a resounding slap in the face. Earlier Song Qingshu had evaluated this girl in red's martial arts skill as not bad. Based on his current level of cultivation, he was worthy of the word not bad. Even if he could not make a name for himself in the Wulin world, at least he was more than enough to deal with several beggar clan disciples. Those people were slapped in the face before they could see their companion clearly, and the girl in red had already returned to her position. "Bitch, you're courting death." Those beggar gang disciples finally realized what was going on, and they all cursed and rushed forward. Unfortunately, they retreated even faster. Within a few rounds, they were beaten black and blue by the girl in red, and they all fell back. "Humph, none of you can fight." The girl in red clapped her hands and added insult to injury. "Wait here if you can." Those people supported each other and ran down the stairs, shouting fiercely. "I'll wait. No matter how many people come, I'll take them all." The girl in red snorted indifferently. Watching those people run away, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. This kind of behavior was no different from those elementary school students in his previous life who went to complain after losing a fight. A few men couldn't win against a girl, but they still went to ask for help. If Huang Rong knew that she had such cowardly subordinates, he didn't know what kind of expression she would have. But winning by numbers seems to be the tradition of the beggar gang. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu understood. "Aren't you leaving?" Seeing that the girl was still sitting on the fishing platform, Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. "Why should I leave?" The girl snorted. Song Qingshu thought about how to phrase it and couldn't help but remind her, those people just now were from the beggar gang. They went back to ask for help. If they got a 9-pouch elder or a lot of low-level disciples to form a dog-beating formation, you'll be in danger. I'll only know if I'm in danger after I fight. The girl didn't care. Song Qingshu shook his head and stopped persuading her. The girl was beautiful, but her behavior was quite masculine, which was really interesting. The two chatted like this. Maybe it was because of tacit understanding, but Song Qingshu didn't ask for her name, and the girl didn't ask for Song Qingshu's identity either. After a while, messy footsteps came from the stairs, and soon a large group of beggar gang disciples came up. "That witch is over there," someone shouted, and a group of beggar clan disciples surrounded the girl with bamboo sticks in their hands. The diners on the second floor saw that the situation was not right and quickly paid their bills. In just a few breaths, everyone had left. Song Qingshu gave them a cursory glance. Although there were no 9 pouch elders, the leader had 8 pouch elders, and it seemed that his martial arts were not weak. In addition, there were so many people here, and there was no lack of experts among them. It was likely that this young lady would be in trouble. Which, you hurt our brothers and you still dare to stay here. How dare you? The 8 pouch elder shouted angrily. The girl in red sneered, you beggar gang people only have your mouth, so what? This immediately angered the crowd. The beggar gang people's necks instantly turned red and rushed forward. The girl in red snorted, took out a chopstick and shot it out. The technique is good, but the skill is not enough. Song Qingshu secretly commented. She had both accuracy and skill, and could hit so many people in an instant. Unfortunately, she only slightly injured the beggar gang disciples, and didn't lose their fighting strength. But it was enough to make them flustered. The girl in red took advantage of the chaos to attack, and the beggar gang disciples screamed again. Unfortunately, there were too many people on the other side, and with the 8 pouch elder in charge, they quickly calmed down and stabilized the formation. Strong wall formation. The 8th generation elder shouted loudly, and then he led more than 10 beggar gang disciples to line up in 2 rows. Each person's arm was linked, and 16 or 17 people formed a strong wall. With a shout, they suddenly lowered their heads and rushed toward the girl in red. The girl in red was shocked, she didn't want to be touched by this group of beggars. She dodged to the left, but who would have thought that 2 rows of beggars would rush toward her from the east and west? The girl in red saw the strange fighting style of the beggars, and couldn't help but frown. She waited for the strong wall to come closer, but she didn't retreat. Her palm suddenly shot toward the person in the wall. She had fought with these beggar gang disciples before, and knew that their skills were far inferior to hers. She wanted to push them away with one palm strike, but who would have thought that the strong wall formation would contain the weight of more than 10 people, and with the force of her charge, how could she push it away? The strong wall felt the force, and paused for a moment, and then the 2 sides flanked her. The girl in red staggered, and was almost knocked down by this strong force. Hastily her left foot kicked the ground, and she flew over the top of the wall. Her waist bent at an exaggerated angle, it could be seen that her body's flexibility was astonishing. Before the girl in red's body landed on the ground, she cried out in pain. Turned out another strong wall of beggars was rushing toward her. Hastily she took a deep breath, her right foot touched the ground, and in the nick of time she leaped over the crowd. Who would have thought that those strong walls came one after another, as if there was no end to them? As soon as the front line passed, they immediately turned to the back line, rolling and rolling like a giant wheel. In addition, the inn's terrain was narrow, so there was not much space for her to dodge. The girl in red was ultimately outnumbered, and her hands were tied, waiting to be tied. Song Qingshu's eyes brightened. This must be the strong wall formation that almost trapped Guo Jing and Huang Rong to death in the Juanshang assembly in the original novel of The Condor Shooting Condor. Seeing that the space was getting smaller and smaller, the girl in red also began to panic. Unfortunately, the more she panicked, the more her moves changed. After all, she had not experienced the tempering of blood and fire, so it was difficult for her to perform steadily in a critical moment. Finally, the girl in red could not fight against so many hands. Her entire body was trapped by the bamboo sticks, and in an instant, her acupuncture points were sealed. She could no longer move. Which, don't be arrogant again. The elder with 8 bags reached out and slapped the girl in red. Smelly old man, you will pay for this slap. The girl in red glared at him fiercely. The elder with 8 bags sneered, I've been in Jianghu for so many years. Do you think I'm scared? As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped her again. However, this slap stopped halfway. It turned out that a young man had stopped it midway. Song Qingshu frowned, it's one thing for you to bully the few with numbers, but to treat a little girl like this, I'm afraid it goes against the way of chivalry. Earlier, the girl had spoken so arrogantly that he thought she had some tricks up her sleeves. In the end, after watching for a while, he realized that the girl could only stare at them with her eyes wide open. After all, they had eaten and drank together. In the end, Song Qingshu could not bear to see her being bullied by a group of grown men. What does it have to do with you? Who are you? The elder with 8 bags tried to pull his hand back several times, but he could not move it at all. He could not help but change his expression slightly. He's in cahoots with this witch. They were just drinking and chatting together. The people who were beaten up earlier immediately recognized him. The elder with 8 bags knew that there was no way to resolve this peacefully today. He shouted in a deep voice, "Do it." The group of beggars were already prepared. As soon as they received the order, they used the same trick and charged towards Song Qingshu. Who knew that Song Qingshu would not dodge or evade? He still stood in the same spot and coldly watched the other party charge towards him. The elder with 8 bags was secretly delighted. He thought that with the combined strength of more than 10 people, coupled with the momentum of a dozen people charging at him, no matter how high his martial arts were, he would not be able to withstand it. Thanks, I'm calling pork chop rice, book friend 471355557, and other enthusiastic book friends tips. Just like the young girl in red's initial choice, Song Qingshu similarly stretched out his palm and pushed it forward. As soon as his palm came into contact with the crowd of beggars, he instantly felt a strong force coming towards him. Song Qingshu nodded to himself. The beggar clan obviously did not have many martial art masters, but they were able to stand tall in Jianghu for so many years and become one of the top clans. Sure enough, they had some tricks up their sleeves. This wall-fortifying formation was similar to the Tantric Buddhism's joint attack method. Even though he had never fought against the 5 clans of the Tibetan border, he had dealt with the masters of the Tantric Buddhism in the Ruyang Palace, so he had the most right to speak. The Tantric Buddhism used a secret method to superimpose everyone's internal energy on one person. Even though the beggar sect's wall-fortifying formation was not so ingenious in superimposing internal energy, it made use of weight and charging to make up for the shortcomings, so the effect was not much different. Of course, with Song Qingshu's current level of cultivation, a dozen or so beggar clan experts working together was not a problem for him. As long as he exerted his strength, these people would either have their bones broken or be seriously injured. However, considering that this time the girl in red only had herself to blame, he did not want to hurt her. Thereupon he used the stick spell. Following the momentum of their charge, he pulled them backward. In that instant, the group of people lost their balance and staggered backward toward his back. At this time, another group of people behind Song Qingshu was charging toward them. They were not able to stop their steps and collided with each other, causing the group of people to tumble backward. In the blink of an eye, a large number of them had fallen to the ground. Naturally, the wall-fortifying formation could no longer be set up. The 8 bags elder was experienced and knowledgeable. He hurriedly stopped the rest of his subordinates from rushing over and said, "So we've met an expert today. Would you be able to leave behind 10,000 children?" Song Qingshu chuckled. "What? Do you want to find more experts to take revenge?" He was very clear about the enmity between that Song Qingshu and the Jiangnan beggar clan. Song Qingshu was completely dragged into the muddy water by the beggar clan. He lost his standing and reputation. Moreover, at the lion-slaying assembly, the Jiangnan beggar clans Zhifa Zhonglao and Zhongbo Long Tu died under Song Qingshu's Jiuyin by Gu Kla. This could be considered as a blood feud. Once the other party found out about his identity, it would probably be a fight to the death. He didn't want to see such a headache. The 8-pouched elder's face turned red. "I wouldn't dare." Song Qingshu waved his hand and said, "You can go now. I have some connections with the beggar sect, so I won't make things difficult for you." At this moment, Huang Rong's charming face appeared in his mind. He wondered if she would be angry if she knew that he was making things difficult for her disciples and grand-disciples for a strange woman. That 8-pouch elder saw that although his martial arts were high, he was still polite and courteous, so naturally he knew when to stop. After cupping his hands, he called for the disciples to support each other and leave. After the people of the beggar clan retreated, Song Qingshu unsealed the girl's acupoints. Before he could say anything, the girl in red took the initiative to attack. "Who told you to be a busybody?" Song Qingshu was startled. He saw that she was glaring at him angrily, as if he had ruined something good. With a cold snort, the girl turned around and left. "Stop," Song Qingshu said lightly. "What? Do you want me to be grateful to you?" the girl in red said coldly. Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. This girl must have been spoiled since she was a child, causing her mood to change. There's no need for that. But today's incident was caused by you. Now that so many things have been damaged in this inn, you have to compensate the innkeeper for their losses. Hearing his words, the girl's face turned green and then red. She took out an ingot of gold and threw it on the ground. This is more than enough to compensate them. With a cold snort, she jumped out of the window and quickly disappeared around the corner. Thank you, young master. The innkeeper ran out and thanked Song Qingshu. Waiter, quickly bring a new jar of good wine for young master. No need. Song Qingshu smiled. Now that things had come to this, he was not in the mood to drink. He left an ingot of silver and floated away. In the wuxia novels he had read in his previous life, his biggest regret was that the people of the pugilistic world often fought and killed in inns and inns. Who knew how many pots, bowls, ladles, tables, and chairs were destroyed? The innkeepers worked hard to run their businesses, so why did they have to suffer such an undeserved disaster? Because he was an ordinary person in his previous life, he often thought from the perspective of an ordinary person. He couldn't be like those privileged people who didn't care about these things at all. I'm such a hypocrite walking on the street, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. All these years, he had been knocking on the doors of widows at night, bullying men and women, and so on. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't be considered a good person. He was the typical example of a prostitute who still wanted to maintain a chastity. Who cares, as long as my heart is at peace? Unknowingly, Song Qingshu had already arrived at the imperial censor's mansion. Previously, he had racked his brains but couldn't think of a way to persuade Sherma Yuan to help him initiate the impeachment of Ma Chi-rua. After thinking it over, he realized that the main reason was that he lacked sufficient information. He didn't even know what kind of person Sherma Yuan was, so it would be difficult to drug him. Not long after he handed over the visiting card, the gatekeeper ran back and said, Prince Song, my master invites you in. Looks like my luck isn't bad. I didn't have to wait as long as I did at Li Shouzhong's place. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. However, what caught his attention was that the gatekeeper's expression was a little strange when he mentioned his master. Originally, he wanted to sound the gatekeeper out, but soon, another servant came out to lead the way, so he didn't have the chance to ask. Fine, so what if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Song Qingshu shrugged, throwing his doubts to the back of his mind. After leading Song Qingshu to the study, the servant told him that his master was waiting inside, then took his leave. When he pushed the door open, he was stunned. He had met Sherma Yuan once in the imperial court, so he naturally remembered his appearance. However, the person standing in the study wasn't him. In fact, it wasn't even a man. It was the red-clothed young lady from the restaurant. It's you? It's you. Both of them said in unison. Are you Song Qingshu? The red-clothed young lady seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness that happened in the inn before. She trotted over and looked at him for a while, nodding. No wonder your martial arts are so high, young lady, you are? Song Qingshu already had a guess in his heart. Sherma Yuan is my father. The red-clothed young lady's answer made Song Qingshu speechless. How could she call her father's name directly? However, considering her careless temper, it was understandable. It turns out that you are Miss Xiangyun. Sherma Yuan had only one daughter, so he was cared for like a pearl in the palm. This was a well-known fact in Linen City. Therefore, although she didn't introduce her name, Song Qingshu had already known it clearly. However, although Shi Xiangyun had the naivety described in Dream of the Red Chamber, she was much more unruly and capricious than Shi Xiangyun. This difference might be caused by the change of family background. I heard that you went to the sky to pray for rain last night. Can you tell me how you did it? Shi Xiangyun blinked her big eyes and looked at Song Qingshu curiously. That's just a coincidence. I've always been lucky. Although the principle of rain was not a secret in his previous life, it was still very useful to use it to render mysterious in this era. Song Qingshu was not stupid enough to talk about it with strangers. I guess so. Shi Xiangyun felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from her heart. Her whole person relaxed, and there was even a charming smile on her face. Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. This little girl must be worried about her lover, for fear that someone was better than her lover. When the beggar sect members were talking about him in the restaurant, Xianxia was very angry and wanted to prove that Wei Rulan was more outstanding. At that time, Song Qingshu thought that she was Wei Rulan's younger sister. He didn't know that she was actually her lover. "Why are you looking for my father?" Xianxia suddenly asked. "This?" Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. He just replied, "I'm here to discuss something with your father." "TSK, do you think I don't know that you're being secretive?" Xianxia snorted and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Isn't it just you phase matter? You want my father to help you?" Song Qingshu's expression changed. Although Xianxia was known for her naivety, she was never stupid. In addition, she grew up in such an environment, so her knowledge was naturally different from that of ordinary girls. "Yes, it is as Miss said." There was nothing wrong with admitting it. Song Qingshu smiled, knowing that she had something else to say. As expected, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cunning light. "Do you have a relationship with my father?" Song Qingshu shook his head. "No." Xianxia's lips curled up slightly. "What good will it do for my father if Machi Su falls from power?" Song Qingshu shrugged. "It doesn't seem like it." Xianxia's smile grew even wider. "Then, do you think my father will help you?" Song Qingshu rubbed his nose. He looked very melancholic. "It doesn't seem very likely." Xianxia finally smiled. "It's not that it's not likely, but it's impossible for him to help you." Song Qingshu didn't mind. "Monsieur, you've said so much. I don't think it's just to tell me this." Xianxia gave him a "you're smart" look. "If you agree to do something for me, I'll ask my father to help you after it's done." Song Qingshu smiled. "Even if your father dotes on you, how can he be influenced by you when it involves the Prime Minister? You don't have to worry about that. I have a way to make him agree." Xianxia raised her chin, her pretty face shining with confidence. "Let's not talk about that for the time being." Song Qingshu suddenly changed the topic. "Tell me what you want me to do first. My promise is very valuable now." He had long since passed the age of casually agreeing to conditions, not to mention that the other party was not Zhao Min, so it was worth the risk. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't play word games like Zhao Min. She said, "Just accompany me to the beggar gang." "That's it?" Song Qingshu couldn't believe it. It was so simple. At the same time, he finally realized why she was angry when he saved her in the restaurant. It turned out that she was just making things difficult for the disciples of the beggar gang, and then she was taken away by the masters of the beggar gang. It was a pity that he ruined her plan at the last moment. She's the daughter of a rich family. Why does she have to go to the beggar sect? Song Qingshu couldn't help but doubt Songxing. He really couldn't associate a noble lady with a beggar. Of course it's not that simple. You have to listen to my arrangements throughout the process. Xianxia replied. "Listen to your arrangements?" Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. "I don't like to be used." "Don't worry. I won't ask you to help me challenge the beggar gang." Xianxia seemed to know what he was worried about. "I don't like to be led by the nose. Just tell me what I want to do." Song Qingshu was still indifferent. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and then replied, "I only need you to pretend to be tied up by me and come with me to the beggar gang. You don't have to worry about the rest." "That's it?" Song Qingshu wasn't worried about being tied up at all. With his current martial arts, even if he was tied up by fine steel chains, he could still break free. Instead, what she wanted to do in the beggar gang was the most important thing. "That's it." Xianxia gave a definite answer. "If you have no objections, let's do it now." "Now?" Song Qingshu thought that this girl was really vigorous and decisive. But he also wanted to end things here as soon as possible. "Okay. Then I'll tie you up." Xianxia blinked her eyes. "You won't blame me, right? Just tie me up." Song Qingshu said lightly. There was something else in his eyes. Seeing his approval, Xianxia took out a hemp rope out of nowhere and began to tie him up. Song Qingshu's eyes fell on the hemp rope, and his expression was thoughtful. He didn't say anything and even cooperated by putting his hands behind his back, letting her tie him up. Xianxu's fingers touched Song Qingshu's chest. She showed a trace of surprise. I didn't know that you were so gentle, but your muscles are quite strong. Song Qingshu also said meaningfully, I also didn't know that a dignified daughter like you could tie me up so professionally. Xianxu looked away and didn't answer. Instead, she continued to tie him up in silence. When the knot was finally tied, Xianxu suddenly stretched out her fingers and quickly sealed several major acupoints all over his body. Miss, what do you mean? Song Qingshu's tone was extremely calm, as if he had already expected it. Noticing his calmness, Xianxu also felt a little guilty. She hurriedly checked the rope on his body and then breathed a sigh of relief. The famous Golden Snake King is only SOSO. I just used a little trick to tie you up. Song Qingshu chuckled. Since you've heard of my name, you should know that with my skills, how can a mere rope tie me up? Xianxu looked flustered, but she quickly calmed down. You don't have to be deliberately mystifying. I've already sealed all your acupoints. Even if they weren't sealed, you wouldn't be able to break free from this immortal binding lock. Immortal binding lock? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He wasn't playing Investiture of the Gods, so what the hell was an immortal binding lock? This rope is made from the Tianshan black silkworm silk. It was soaked in secret medicinal herbs for 49 days and then baked with a special technique. Finally, it was woven. It is impervious to fire and water and swords. No matter how high your martial arts are, you won't be able to break free. Xianxu proudly said. Song Qingshu inwardly curled his lips. Impervious to swords and swords was possible. After all, Dian also had a black silkworm treasure robe. It was indeed impervious to swords and swords, but impervious to fire and water was nonsense. In any case, he was a transmigrator who had been influenced by science. No matter how powerful the black silkworm silk was, it was still protein. Protein could burn very easily. His expression was as calm as usual. He didn't even try to break free. He just waited to see what would happen next. Big Brother Wei, Xianxu wasn't interested in paying attention to him. Instead, she excitedly shouted at a wall. Her voice was as soft as water and filled with affection. It was enough to make a person's bones go soft. The sound of a mechanism rang out, and the wall gradually moved away. It turned out that there was a secret room behind it. A handsome man dressed in white walked out from the shadows. Wei Ruolin? Although he hadn't seen her before, she had such a graceful bearing. Coupled with Xianxu's attitude, it wasn't hard for Song Qingshu to guess her identity. Oh. Xianxu blushed and ran to her lover to hold his arm. I didn't let him take advantage of me. Wei Ruolin snorted, and her face was still a little pale. Song Qingshu chuckled. I heard Miss Shi praise you so much in the restaurant. I thought you were a great man, but I didn't expect that you would need your woman to use a honey trap on you. TSK. You are a scholar and a martial artist. Shut up. Seeing her lover's gloomy face, Xianxu became anxious and couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu. Miss Shi, you have to pay for what you did today. Song Qingshu's tone was still as calm as ever, as if the person who was imprisoned was not him but the other party. Humph, you don't have to waste your energy. I know you want to buy time to open your acupoints. Xianxu snorted. My grandfather is the emperor's tutor. He taught me a unique acupoint sealing technique. You won't be able to open it no matter how hard you try. The grandfather she mentioned was Shi Miyuan's father, the emperor's tutor, Shi Hao. As the emperor's tutor, not only was his knowledge top-notch, but his martial arts were also unfathomable. Because of this identity, Shi Miyuan's position had always been very important and he was deeply favored by the emperor. Song Qingshu smiled faintly with a noncommittal expression. Wei Ruolin didn't dare to take it lightly. This person's martial arts are too high. We have to be careful. As she spoke, she came to Song Qingshu's side and suddenly attacked after looking at him for a while. Wei Ruolin was relieved when she saw a few extremely thin pieces of ice shooting into his major acupoints. In this way, even if he opens his acupoints, his life is in my hands. Life and death talisman? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He never expected that this top scholar, who was popular outside the Donghua Gate, would know the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect. Wei Ruolan smiled. You are indeed the famous Golden Snake King. You can even recognize the mysterious life and death talisman. Since you can recognize the life and death talisman, you naturally know its effect. Those who are hit by the life-death notes can neither live nor die. Song Qingshu replied indifferently, but he was sneering in his heart. Last time in the Jin Kingdom, he had been tricked by Tang's sire, the saintess of the White Lotus cult. After forcing out the life-death talisman, he had completely understood the principle of this mysterious hidden weapon. Therefore, when Wei Ruolan's life-death talisman entered his body, it was instantly dissolved by his true qi. Of course, Wei Ruolan did not know all this. As for Xianxia sealing acupoints, at his level of cultivation, it was not difficult for him to change acupoints. Moreover, he had cultivated the Taishan Sutra, so there was another mysterious method of circulating acupoints in his body that no one knew about. Even if his regular acupoints were sealed, there was no way he could be restrained. Speaking of which, the black natural silk immortal binding lock on his body was a bit troublesome. However, since he dared to let her tie him up, Song Qingshu naturally had a way to escape. The reason why he had been so calm was that he wanted to see what these two people were plotting. One was a rich young lady who wanted to go to the beggar gang, and the other was a top scholar from the Donghua school who actually knew the kung fu of the Xiaoyao sect. He felt that there was some kind of shocking conspiracy. It's good that you know. Although Wei Ruolan's expression was still somewhat cold, the excitement in his eyes could still be seen. After all, anyone would feel proud to be able to capture the world-famous Golden Snake King. Brother Wei, let's take him to the beggar gang now. Xianxia moved closer to Wei Ruolan and said sweetly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. The truth was gradually coming to light. Wait a minute. Wei Ruolan suddenly turned around and looked at Song Qingshu. Feeling the fanaticism in his eyes, Song Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine. It's useless for you to look at me like that. I don't have a fetish for men. Bah. Xianxia was ashamed and angry at the same time. She glared at him fiercely. My brother Wei is not that kind of person. Song Qingshu smiled. You may know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. This guy has soft skin and tender flesh. Maybe he likes men. You. Xianxia was furious. She pulled out her dagger and wanted to rush over, but she was stopped halfway. Wei Ruolan looked at Song Qingshu, and a haze appeared on her handsome face. She said coldly, I didn't expect the dignified Golden Snake King to act like a shrew in the marketplace when he's at his wit's end. Song Qingshu was not offended at all. I'm just making a logical deduction. Your feminine appearance really does look like a rabbit. Xianxia could not bear it any longer. Brother Wei, let me kill him. It's the same to bring his head to the beggar gang. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu narrowed his eyes. He became more and more curious. What were they going to do in the beggar gang? Wei Ruolan shook his head. If we kill him first, what if the beggar gang doesn't admit to it? It's better to bring him there and act according to the circumstances. But that would be too easy on him. Xianxia glared at Song Qingshu. It was obvious that she was very angry at him for slandering her lover. Don't worry, I have a way to punish him. Wei Ruolan walked up to Song Qingshu. She could not contain the excitement in her eyes as she said, You won't be able to survive if you fall into the hands of the beggar sect. It would be a pity to waste your astounding skills. Let me carry them forward for you. She pressed her hands on his clavicle acupoint. A strong suction came from her palms. Dark North divine skill? Song Qingshu frowned. Golden Snake King is really knowledgeable. Wei Ruolan raised her eyebrows as she felt the steady flow of inner energy into her body. The smile on her face became even more obvious. I can't help but admire you. You're still so calm even at this point. You have the demeanor of a legend who would remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of you. Instead of crying and regretting, it's better to face it with a smile. Xianxia could not help but look at Song Qingshu's calm tone. She suddenly found that this man had an admirable temperament. Wei Ruolan felt uncomfortable when she noticed Xianxia's change in expression. She snorted. Let's see how long you can last. she increased the suction force. Of course, Song Qingshu had not reached the legendary realm of forgetfulness. He had a solution long ago. In fact, he could imitate the method he used to deal with Li Qingluo. At that time, Li Qingluo also tried to use the Dark North Divine skill to absorb his inner energy. In the end, he transferred his joyful vital qi to her. What happened next was delightful. It was a pity that Wei Rulan was a man. Whenever Song Qingshu thought of certain scenes, he would feel a chill run down his spine. He immediately dismissed the idea of using the joyful vital energy. Instead, he adopted another method to deal with this situation. That was to simulate a virtual vital energy and use a special technique to make it appear extremely vigorous. However, in reality, the amount of vital energy was very little. It was similar to the fluffy bread from his previous life. It looked rather big, but the actual amount of vital energy was actually very little. Wei Rulan was obviously fooled. She thought that she was absorbing a majestic innate qi, but in fact, it was just Song Qingshu secretly changing the form of his innate qi. The amount of inner force he absorbed was pitifully little. Thanks to Bai Hailing and other enthusiastic readers for their tips. Looking at the scene in front of her, Xianxia could not help but ask, aren't we being too cruel? Although she was not a Jianghu person, she knew how important a person's inner energy was to those who practiced martial arts. After all, she was a carefree girl and had many heroic thoughts in her heart. She would rather kill Song Qingshu and give him a dignified ending than humiliate him like this. Cruel? Wei Rulan's lips curled up. The weak are prey to the strong. If we fall into his hands, we won't have a good ending. Moreover, his martial arts skills are too high. We can't rest easy until we destroy his cultivation. Seeing that her fiancé had made up his mind, Xianxia opened her mouth but did not say anything in the end. After a while, Wei Rulan felt that Song Qingshu's body was empty. Satisfied, he let go of his hand. What a strong inner energy. From now on, with my cultivation and the Golden Snake King's power, I'm afraid no one in Jianghu is my match. Ha 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 ha. Seeing her fiancé suddenly become a stranger, Xianxia could not help but frown, but she quickly relaxed. After all, she also hoped that her fiancé would become stronger. Song Qingshu deliberately pretended to be weak, but in his heart, he was sneering. Let's go, bring him to the beggar clan. Wei Rulan was now unprecedentedly confident. Not to mention going to the beggar clan, he would not feel any pressure even if he went to Mount Hua for the sword tournament. Soon, Wei Rulan found a horse carriage and threw Song Qingshu in the corner of the carriage. He and Xianxia sat on the other side and chatted. All these years, Wei Rulan had always had a big task in his mind, but this task was as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was not until today, when he absorbed Song Qingshu's power and thought about going to the beggar clan that he was halfway to success. That big task in his heart could not help but be filled with heroism. The boulder in his heart was slightly lifted. Only now did he notice the scenery that he usually neglected. He saw that Xianxia had almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks. Her skin was fair and rosy, and she was looking at him affectionately. Wei Rulan's heart was moved. He could not help but hook her chin and kiss her tender and beautiful lips. However, just as he was about to kiss her, Xianxia turned her head to the side and stretched out her hand to stop him from taking even half a step forward. Her cheeks were already as red as fire, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Big brother Wei, we have been childhood sweethearts. In my heart, I am already yours. However, we haven't bowed to heaven and earth yet. After we get married, you can do whatever you want. By the time she had finished speaking, Xianxia was blushing so much that her head was almost touching her knees. Song Qingshu looked on coldly from the side, and he couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Xianxia was fiery like a tomboy, and he didn't expect that there would be such a scene of a little girl. Only then did Wei Rulan remember that Xianxia came from a prestigious family, and her family had always been very strict. Even though she had long been in love with him, and would often hold hands with him on a daily basis, she was absolutely not allowed to take things one step further. If it was an ordinary woman, Wei Rulan could have gotten her way with just a few sweet words and honeyed words. However, Xianxia's identity was too special, and he still needed to rely on Shi Hao and Shi Miyuan's support in the officialdom in the future. If he angered them because of his impatience, then he would really lose something big for a small gain. In any case, Shi Miyuan had already privately betrothed his daughter to him, and Shi Shengyun was also deeply in love with him. Wei Rulin understood that Shi Shengyun would be his sooner or later, so there was no need to rush at this moment. Little sister Shengyun, it's my fault, Wei Rulin immediately apologized. Shi Shengyun smiled shyly, and said, no. It's nothing. Looking at her delicate face, Wei Rulin's index finger moved again, and he quickly suppressed the romantic thoughts in his heart, and said, after today's matter, I will ask father-in-law to let us get married as soon as possible. Shi Shengyun was embarrassed and happy at the same time. She blushed and said, my father might not necessarily let me marry you. Wei Rulin laughed, who else can you marry if not me? Looking at the two of them playing around intimately, Song Qingshu smiled, and his expression became quite playful. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage suddenly stopped, and an angry shout could be heard from outside, who are you? How dare you trespass into the beggar clan's headquarters? Wei Rulin and Shi Shengyun got out of the carriage with Song Qingshu, and said to the beggar clan's disciple who was blocking the carriage, we're here to see Chief Shi. The beggar sneered, do you know the chief's identity? You can't just see him just because you want to. Shi Shengyun was furious, why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's just go straight in, and see who dares to stop us. Hearing her words, a group of beggar clan's disciples immediately walked over with weapons in their hands, and faintly surrounded them. Wei Rulin stopped Shi Shengyun and said, we are gang leader Shi's friends, and this young lady is gang leader Shi's elder sister. I hope that you can go in and pass on the message. Gang leader Shi will definitely see us. Song Qingshu frowned, thinking that Shi Huolong had been famous in Jianghu for decades, and Shi Shengyun was so young, how could she be his sister? But he reacted quickly, and immediately remembered that Shi Huolong had been practicing the 18 dragon subduing palms, and later died in the hands of Qing Kuan. Now the chief of the beggar clan in Jiangnan should be his daughter, Shi Hongshi, whom he had seen once at the lion-slaying assembly. Song Qingshu's thoughts became clearer and clearer, Shi Hongshi, Shi Shengyun. He didn't expect that as a high official of the imperial court, Shi Miyuan would actually secretly control such a big sect like the beggar clan. He had to admire these people in the southern Song dynasty. They were indeed famous for being treacherous officials in later generations, and each of them had a secret pawn in Jianghu. Wan Qichen, Zhang Jun's loyal army, Jiao Shidao's chivalry island, and now Shi Miyuan also had an ambiguous relationship with the beggar clan. Even a child wouldn't believe that they didn't have any ulterior motives. No wonder Shi Shengyun deliberately provoked the beggar clan's disciples in the restaurant. Perhaps she wanted to take the opportunity to enter the beggar clan. On the surface, it seemed that he had saved her, but in fact, he had ruined her plan. No wonder she not only didn't thank him, but was angry. But Song Qingshu soon had another doubt. Since Shi Shengyun was Shi Hongshi's sister, why didn't they just send a message? Why did they have to make it so complicated? When those beggar clan's disciples heard Shi Shengyun's identity, they couldn't help but look at her a few more times. The leader said angrily, nonsense, this lady has white skin and such a beautiful face. Our chief is dignified and solemn, how could she be her sister? As he said this, he secretly winked at one of his men. The man understood and quietly left to go up the mountain to send a message. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily when he heard this. Shi Hongshi's appearance could be said to be still fresh in his memory. She was ugly, her nostrils were pointed to the sky, her wide mouth revealed 2 large front teeth, giving her a ferocious appearance. The dragon has 9 sons, each of them is different. Who said that sisters must look the same? If Wei Rulin had not heard him praise her fiancé's beauty, she would have exploded. Besides, your clan leader Shi is not her real sister, so what if she looks different? Seeing that the disciple was about to say something, Shi Shengyun became impatient and said, you keep making excuses, did something happen to my sister? The disciple's face changed slightly and he smiled, Miss must be joking. Since you are clan leader's sister, please come in. He signaled his men to open a gap and led the way. Noticing his reaction, Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. This show was getting more and more interesting. Wei Rulin and Shi Shengyun looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they escorted Song Qingshu and followed. Along the way to the north, Wei Rulin whispered to Shi Shengyun, the beggar clan has set up checkpoints along the way, the security is very tight. While she was talking, she quietly pointed to the checkpoints for Xianxia. Of course Song Qingshu did not need her to point them out. None of the beggar clan's checkpoints behind trees, in the grass, in the mountains or beside the rocks could escape his eyes. They walked for another 1 or 2 li and saw that every 3 steps there was a checkpoint, and every 5 steps there was a checkpoint. Although these people's martial arts were not high, it was not easy to avoid their eyes in broad daylight. This tight security was indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the beggar clan. Very soon they arrived at a large temple. They saw a plaque on the door with the words Maitreya Buddha Temple. The temple looked solemn and magnificent. The floor of the main hall was filled with beggar clan members, there were at least 300 of them. These people were sitting inwards as if they did not see them. There were 5 prayer mats in the hall, obviously they were waiting for someone to come. Although there were 300 or 400 people in the hall, there was not the slightest sound. It was completely different from the usual chaotic scene of people fighting for food in a restaurant. Wei Rulan sighed and said, "The beggar clan has been famous for several hundred years. Although it has declined in recent times, it has not completely disappeared. The chaos in the restaurant is just the usual situation. It seems like the elders of the sect are very strict in enforcing the law." Before Xianxia had time to reply, suddenly she heard someone in the hall shouted, "Zhang Bo Long too has arrived." The crowd of beggars stood up together. A 9-pouch elder who looked like a scholar walked out slowly with a broken alms bowl in his hand, and stood on the right. Someone else shouted, "Zhang Bang Long too arrives." A 9-pouch elder who looked like Zhou Song raised an iron staff with both hands and strode out, standing on the left. "The law enforcement elder has arrived." A thin and small old beggar walked out, holding a broken piece of bamboo in his hand. His footsteps were light and nimble, not stirring up a speck of dust as he walked. "The elder of imparting techniques has arrived." This time, the one who came out was an old beggar with white hair and a white beard. His hands were empty, and his footwork showed that his cultivation was extremely profound. Song Qingshu could not help but sigh at the beggar clan's profound background. At the lion-slaying assembly, the elder of imparting techniques was killed by Qing Kuan's subordinates using secret projectiles, while the law enforcement elder and Zhang Bang Long Tu died under his jiuyin by Gu Zhang. He did not expect that several new beggars would be selected so quickly. Their cultivation was not inferior to the previous beggars. Wei Rulan's expression also turned cold. She quietly stepped forward and shielded Xianxia behind her. The 4 old beggars sat down on 4 praying mats, leaving the middle one open. At first, Song Qingshu thought that Xianxia would come out next. Who would have thought that the one who came out was a young man of about 30 years of age? He was also wearing the beggar clan's uniform, but his clothes were very clean. Song Qingshu secretly thought, although Xianxia is only a little girl who does not understand anything, she is, after all, the clan leader in name. How come I feel that she is not just a mere figurehead? But what surprised him even more was that he knew this young man. "Who are you? Where is your clan leader Shi?" Although she was already mentally prepared, Xianxia could not help but ask. The young man cupped his hands in obeisance. "My surname is Chen, and my name is Yu Liang. I am now temporarily acting as the clan leader to handle the affairs of the clan." The playful expression on Song Qingshu's face became even more intense. It turned out to be an old acquaintance, Chen Yuliang. It should be known that the original owner of this body was the most outstanding figure of the 3rd generation of the Wudong clan. He was a popular candidate for the next leader of the Wudong clan. It was Chen Yuliang who led him astray. One wrong step after another, and in the end, he could not turn back and lost his reputation. "You were so badly hurt by him. Today, I have to help you get back some interest." Song Qingshu's eyes gradually turned cold, but he was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to see the dogs bite each other first. But what puzzled him the most was that Chen Yuliang had been kicked out of the beggar clan. Why was he back now? And looking at his posture, it seemed that he had complete control of the beggar clan. "Nonsense. Your clan leader is obviously my sister Xianxia." Hearing him call himself the acting clan leader, Xianxia immediately objected. "So it is clan leader Shi's sister." Chen Yuliang made a symbolic obeisance with his hands in obeisance. Miss, you may not know this, but at the lion slaying assembly, our clan leader lost Chuan Gong, law enforcement elder, and Zhang Banglong too. It could be said that our losses were heavy. Clan leader sure blamed herself for this. She thought that it was her own incompetent leadership that led to the decline of the beggar clan. In addition, she was not in the mood to fight in Jianghu, so she took the opportunity to resign. Nonsense. How could Sister Hongshi admit her fault and resign? Shi Shangyun trembled with anger. She knew that Shi Huolong was a chess piece her father Shi Miyuan had placed in the beggar clan. Who would have thought that he would be killed by Qin Kuan? In a hurry, Shi Miyuan could only find Shi Huolong's daughter, Shi Hongshi, to replace him. At the same time, he also asked the yellow-robed woman to come forward and support her as the clan leader. Because Shi Miyuan had been promoting Neo-Confucianism, Jianshan Academy had always had a good impression of him. Naturally, they would not refuse such a request. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. Not long after Shi Hongshi became the clan leader, before she could sit firmly in her position, they lost contact with her. Shi Miyuan was angry and anxious about this matter. He could not ask the yellow-robed woman to come forward every time something happened. Previously, he could say that he pushed the boat with the current, but if he asked her to come forward again, his political enemies would soon know about his arrangements in the beggar clan. Seeing her father sighing all day, Shi Shangyun wanted to share her father's worries, so she volunteered to take this task. All the elders witnessed this matter. Miss, you can ask them if you don't believe me. Qin Yuliang seemed to have already expected this situation. He calmly pointed to the 9 pouch elders next to him and said. Seeing the eyes of those elders, how could Shi Shangyun not understand that they were either bought by Qin Yuliang or his trusted subordinates? How could they tell the truth? Sure enough, the 9 pouch elders opened their mouths one by one, and what they said was not much different from what Qin Yuliang said. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Qin Yuliang was really a talent. Not only did he make a comeback, but he also firmly controlled the beggar clan in a short time. He was indeed a fierce man who fought with Zhu Yuanzhong for the world. Wait, now the beggar clan had Qin Yuliang, and the Ming dynasty had Zhu Yuanzhong. Then what the hell was the Ming Empire before Ajiu? Song Qingshu's expression instantly became very interesting. In the end, he could only explain it with the butterfly effect. Anyway, the world was already chaotic enough, so what if it was a little more chaotic? Shi Shangyun took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. In that case, may I ask where Sister Hongshi is now? After Miss Hongshi resigned from the position of gang leader, she brought her father's remains back to her hometown to be buried. We don't know exactly where he is now, Qin Yuliang replied calmly. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly when he heard Qin Yuliang address Shi Hongshi as Miss Hongshi instead of gang leader. Given Qin Yuliang's vicious and merciless nature, Shi Hongshi was probably already dead. You. Shi Shangyun obviously realized this as well. She glared at him in shock and anger. However, Qin Yuliang's reason was reasonable, so she couldn't say anything. Don't continue to be entangled in this. Wei Rulan pressed her shoulder, motioning for her to calm down. She then raised her head and said to Qin Yuliang and the others, as far as I know, you've spread the word that whoever can avenge Elder Chuan Gong and the others will be elected as the new gang leader. Before that, you'll be in charge of the gang leader's affairs, right? That's right. Qin Yuliang raised his head proudly. This was his brilliant plan. After all, he had driven Shi Hongshi out of the beggar clan, which attracted a lot of criticism. In order to stop people from talking, he had come up with this plan. In any case, in his opinion, with Song Qingshu's current reputation and martial arts, it was impossible for him to avenge Chuan Gong Elder and the others. This meant that he could be the acting clan leader for an indefinite period of time. After a long time, when he had complete control over the entire beggar clan, he could find a random excuse to become the real clan leader. Wei Rulan was waiting for this. She secretly poked Shi Shangyun and nodded. She stepped forward and pulled Song Qingshu out from behind her. Alright, now that I brought Song Qingshu here, according to the agreement, I'm the new gang leader. Song Qingshu was suddenly enlightened. He knew the ins and outs of the whole thing. It turned out that they had planned to capture him to fight for the position of the beggar gang's clan leader. It seemed that Qin Yuliang had shot himself in the foot this time. Upon hearing Shi Shengyun's words, the beggar sect's disciples in the room were in an uproar. The 9 pouch elders also stood up and looked in their direction. Chen Yuliang was also shocked. His attention was attracted by Shi Shengyun and Wei Rulan just now, so he didn't notice the people behind them. Now, for a moment, his expression was extremely unsightly. When Song Qingshu was pulled into the beggar sect by Chen Yuliang, many members of the beggar sect had seen him. Soon everyone was talking about him. Chen Yuliang also reacted quickly. He immediately sneered and said, "Song Qingshu, that bastard's martial arts are matchless, how could he fall into the hands of a little girl like you? I don't know where you found someone similar to him to deceive us." His words were reasonable, and the beggar gang disciples secretly nodded. After all, they all knew Song Qingshu's martial arts, and they really did not believe that he would be caught by a little girl. "Humph," Shi Shengyun snorted, "although Song Qingshu's martial arts skill is high, he is indeed a lecherous person. I only used a little honey trap and he was blinded by lust, how difficult would it be to catch him?" As soon as she explained, many people in the room believed her immediately. Song Qingshu was the beggar sect's archenemy, and these years they had done a lot of research on him. They knew that he was lustful by nature. If Xianxia was not so ugly, perhaps someone would have encouraged her to use a honey trap to take revenge. Hearing the whispers of the people around him, Song Qingshu's face turned as black as charcoal. He did not expect that in their eyes, he was a lustful thief, and his reputation was so unbearable. Seeing that this question did not stump her, Chen Yuliang rolled his eyes and continued, "The precondition for the person who avenges Chuangong Zhanglao and the others to succeed as the clan leader is that the person must be a member of the beggar sect. Miss, your clothes are luxurious, and you look like a rich young lady. How can you satisfy this condition?" Shi Shengyun was obviously prepared for this. She directly replied, "Xianxia is my younger sister, and your previous clan leader, Shi Huolong, is my uncle. Are you saying that I am not a member of the beggar sect? This is only your side of the story. Who can prove it?" Chen Yuliang laughed evilly. He had already made up his mind to first muddle through this obstacle, and then slowly take care of them. "I knew you would say this." Shi Shengyun took out several letters from her bosom. "These are the letters that Uncle and Hongshire Mimi wrote to me. Everyone will understand once you read them." Someone had already come over and handed the letters to the 9 pouch elders. As they read, they secretly nodded and said, "Correct, these are clan leader Shi's notes. Let me have a look." Chen Yuliang stared at the letters with a gloomy expression. Shi Shengyun chuckled and said, "Don't think about destroying the evidence. I still have a lot of letters like this." Having his thoughts exposed, Chen Yuliang could not help but feel suffocated. However, he was a crafty person after all. After a brief moment of panic, he immediately thought of a way to deal with it. "Very well, if you want to be the clan leader, you must first kill Song Qingshu. The clan's agreement is to avenge the technique imparting elders and the others before you can assume the position of the new clan leader. Right now you are only bringing him here, it is far from being avenged." Shi Shengyun angrily said, "Do you think I am stupid? What if I kill him and you don't want to admit it? You are rambling on and on. Is it because you are afraid that someone else will snatch your position as the acting clan leader?" Chen Yuliang sternly said, "If you don't kill Song Qingshu first, who knows if you have colluded with him beforehand to seize the opportunity to usurp our clan leader's position? At that time, not only will the beggar clan not be able to avenge itself, but the hundreds of years of foundation will also fall into the hands of the enemy. Then I will become the beggar clan's eternal sinner." Compared with the foundation of the beggar clan, a little criticism is nothing. What a talent! Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire Chen Yuliang. Chen Yuliang spoke with a righteous and awe-inspiring manner. If Song Qingshu hadn't known Chen Yuliang's character beforehand, he might have really been deceived by him. In the main hall, the crowd of beggars whispered to each other. They all felt that what Chen Yuliang said was very likely to be true. Many of them even openly shouted, "Elder Chen, we believe you. That's right. Maybe it is Song Qingshu's evil plan. He is hooked up with a lover surnamed Shi and wants to seize the opportunity to seize the beggar clan's power. Song Qingshu is a sinister and cunning man. Who knows if he is really under control? How could this woman be clan leader Shi's niece? In the end, she is blinded by a man and actually helps the enemy of the beggar clan. Song Qingshu was speechless when he heard this. He thought to himself, I am also a victim from the beginning to the end. I am really speechless at being implicated. The beggar clan's members were not well-mannered to begin with. All kinds of vulgar words came out of their mouths. Sure, Shangyun was a dignified daughter of a rich family. How could she have heard such things? She was so angry that her face turned red. Her bulging chest rose and fell rapidly. It was obvious that she was on the verge of exploding. Song Qingshu was speechless. He thought to himself, what if this guy takes out his anger on me? Should I make a move or not? Fortunately, Sure Shangyun and Wei Rulan were not stupid enough to give up the bargaining chips in their hands. They did not want to be led by the nose by Chen Yuliang. Sure Shangyun still wanted to argue with the other party. However, Wei Rulan was already impatient. Why do you need to talk so much nonsense with him? Leave it to me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and she stretched out her hand to grab the major acupuncture point on Chen Yuliang's shoulder. Chen Yuliang was not good at martial arts. Although the martial arts of the other 9 pouch elders were not bad, Wei Rulan might have been a little afraid of them, but he had just absorbed Song Qingshu's internal energy and was in a stage where he was bursting with confidence. He felt that no hero in the world could match him for more than 3 rounds, so he did not have the patience to argue with Chen Yuliang. Instead, he used his strong points to attack the enemy's weak points. Seeing him pounce on him, Chen Yuliang hurriedly retreated, but he was overjoyed. He shouted, these people really have ulterior motives. Everyone, take them down. The people who were originally watching immediately turned to Chen Yuliang's side, shouting angrily and rushing over. But Wei Rulan's accumulated power attack was very powerful. With a flash of light, those people pounced on empty air. They only saw a blur in front of them, and the enemy had already appeared in front of Chen Yuliang. But the 9 pouch elders next to Chen Yuliang had already reacted and blocked him with a roar. Almost in an instant, the 2 sides had already exchanged more than 10 palms. Zhang Banglong screamed and fell to the side like a kite with a broken string. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive, but there was no doubt that he had lost the ability to fight. The law enforcement elder and Zhang Bolong both retreated a few steps with blood at the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that this exchange had taken their breath away. Wei Rulan tried to follow up with another attack and completely subdue the opponent. Who knew that the Chuangong elder's face was red, but he did not give way. He met force with force 3 times, and with each palm, blood flowed from his mouth. After 3 palms, the Chuangong elder spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, but he had successfully blocked Wei Rulan. The 18 dragon subduing palms truly lives up to its reputation. Wei Rulan was also not feeling well at this time. He had defeated 4 experts in a short period of time, and his qi and blood were in turmoil. Song Qingshu looked on with cold eyes. He could tell that these several 9 pouch elders' internal energy was not much different from the elders he had seen before the lion-slaying assembly. He had no choice but to admire the beggar clan's deep foundation. They were able to find several qualified replacements so quickly. It should be known that the Chuangong elder was in existence who had fought force with one of the Xianming elders. At that time, their skills were equal, but because of the Xianming divine palm's colding attribute, the Chuangong elder suffered a great loss. Zfa Zhanglao's cultivation level was slightly lower, Zhang Bolong and Zhang Banglong's cultivation level was even lower, but they could be considered first-rate martial art masters in Jianghu. In the past, when Zhao Min brought the Xianming elders to the beggar clan to stir up trouble, Chuangong Zhanglao and Zhang Banglong joined hands to deal with He Biwing. Zfa Zhanglao and Zhang Bolong fought Lu Zhangke. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Song Qingshu had fought against the Xianming elders. He knew that these 2 men were the touchstones of the real top martial art masters. Looking at the whole Jianghu, not many people could defeat these 2 martial brothers if they joined hands. But these 4 elders of the beggar clan were on par with them. It was obvious that their martial art skill was very high. Wei Rulan adjusted her breathing slightly, and straightened out her qi. Then, she hastily stepped forward to take the life of imparting techniques elder. Unfortunately, the law enforcement elder and Zhang Bolong had already recovered by this time. So, they joined hands to stop her. After several moves, imparting techniques elder also adjusted his breathing and joined the battle with a red face. Wei Rulan frowned and used her killing move several times. But just now, the elders had suffered a hidden loss and lost Zhang Banglong too. Now that they were on guard, how could they be hit so easily? The three elders did not seek to gain merit, but to avoid making mistakes. They knew that they were relying on their home ground advantage, and they had the advantage in numbers. If the stalemate continued, it would only become more and more advantageous for them. Because the gap in their martial art skills was too big, the rest of the beggar clan disciples wanted to help, but they could not intervene. So, they could only turn their attention to Shi Shengyun. Seeing them rushing over, Shi Shengyun's expression changed. She hastily retreated, trying to lean against the wall to avoid being attacked from all sides. Unfortunately, the main hall was full of beggar clan disciples, so it was easier said than done to retreat to the wall. Soon, both sides were fighting. Shi Shengyun knew that she was no match for them, so she could only rely on her lightness kung fu to dodge everywhere to buy time. She hoped that her lover would finish off those old men and come back to save her. Looking at the chaos in the main hall, Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. It seemed that his face was really harmless. No one was rushing towards him, but instead, they were all rushing towards Shi Shengyun. Could it be that they saw me tied up? While Song Qingshu was letting his imagination run wild, suddenly, a beggar clan disciple raised a knife and rushed towards him. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. When the disciple saw his ink-black eyes, he could not help but be startled. Then, he changed his direction and rushed towards Shi Shengyun. Flags can't be raised randomly. Song Qingshu did not know whether to laugh or cry. After a while, Shi Shengyun cried out in pain. Her leg was hit by a bamboo stick, and she fell to the ground. When she wanted to get up, there were already countless weapons on her neck. Hearing her fiancé's cry, Wei Rulan was shocked. She subconsciously looked in the direction of her fiancé, and found that she had already been captured. Wei Rulan took a deep breath, and his handsome face flushed red. It was obvious that he had already used 120% of his martial power to subdue these elders. As long as he could control them, Shi Shengyun would not be in any danger. Feeling the sudden increase in his imposing manner, the elders were horrified. They could even feel the surging martial power in his body. Even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to compete with him. Seeing the three elders' frightened expression, Wei Rulan grinned. He was about to take advantage of the situation to pursue and attack. Suddenly, his complexion changed. It turned out that the majestic true qi in his body had suddenly disappeared without a trace. The three elders were prepared to close their eyes and wait for death. Who would have thought that there would be such a sudden turn of events? After all, they had lived for decades, and had climbed up step by step from the bottom. They were very experienced. They instantly attacked Wei Rulan's body. Wah! Wei Rulan spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground with a weary expression. His hair had long been knocked out, and his handsome face was drained of blood. He struggled a few times but could not get up. His face was full of disbelief, and he muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Song Qingshu, who was far away, smiled. As the saying goes, the evils you bring upon yourself are the hardest to bear. Who asked you to be so greedy as to absorb my internal energy? How could my martial power be so easily absorbed? During this period of time, he had observed Wei Rulan with the cold eyes of a bystander. He could see that Wei Rulan was indeed worthy of being called the top scholar in both literature and martial arts. He was indeed a brilliant person, and had practiced the martial arts of the free and unfettered faction to an incomparably proficient level. If he were to fight seriously with the four elders of the beggar clan, he would be able to defeat them within 100 moves. However, he had courted death by absorbing his internal energy. He was confused by the majestic true qi, and thought that his martial power was far superior to his opponent's. Every attack was a head-on collision, and he tried to defeat his opponent in the shortest time possible. Finally, his true qi backfired. Brother Wei. Shi Shengyun saw that her lover had gained the upper hand just a moment ago, and she was secretly happy. However, the next moment, she saw him vomiting blood and falling to the ground. She was panic-stricken and worried, and could not help but cry out. Ha ha ha. Chen Yuliang walked out with a long laugh, and said, "Guards, kill these two madmen who conspired to seize the position of the clan leader. You can't kill us." Xianxia saw that her lover did not respond, and she did not know whether he was dead or alive. At this moment, she was terrified and regretful. "Oh, why don't you tell me why I can't kill you?" Chen Yuliang sneered. Xianxia's words silenced the entire hall. The beggar gang members looked at each other. After all, although they were powerful in Jianghu, they rarely went against the imperial court. Moreover, the Xiangyang beggar gang led by Huang Rong had a good relationship with the Song court. The other branches also had a good relationship with the imperial court. If this woman was really the daughter of the censor, they would be in big trouble. Once they did anything to her, the imperial court would be furious. None of them could bear the consequences. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Yuliang's heart skipped a beat. Under normal circumstances, he did not want to get into conflict with the people of the imperial court. However, he had already offended Xianxia and Xianxia. In addition to the information that Xianxia had revealed earlier, that Xianxia was her younger sister, this matter was serious. Even if he let them go this time, the Shi clan would not let him off because of Xianxia. After thinking about the consequences, Chen Yuliang made up his mind and said, "What a joke. How could the daughter of the censor have anything to do with our beggar gang? I don't know where this wild girl came from. Look at yourself. Do you look like a daughter of an official at all?" The beggars all nodded. They had never seen a daughter of an official before. They only knew some pitiful descriptions from dramas. They only thought that the daughters of an official were well-educated and gentle. How could this noisy woman in front of them look like a daughter of an official at all? Song Qingshu found that he admired Chen Yuliang more and more. His grasp of people's hearts was really at the level of a member of the royal family. With just a few words, he had turned the situation around and controlled everyone's minds. You. Xianxia was a flower that grew up in a greenhouse. When it came to changing words, she could not compare to Chen Yuliang. Chen Yuliang knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. He secretly wanted to kill Xianxia and knew that he could not let Xianxia leave alive. He looked at her carefully and suddenly had an idea when he saw her beautiful face. Chen Yuliang walked up to Xianxia. At this time, her acupoints had already been sealed and she was sitting on the ground listlessly. Chen Yuliang waved his hand to signal the beggar clan disciples beside him to stand down. He squatted down in front of her and reached out to pinch her chin. That smooth touch made his heart flutter. "TSK, TSK, TSK, the daughter of an official's family is indeed delicate and tender. It would be a pity to just kill her like this." His voice was so low that only Xianxia, who was right next to him, could hear him. Hearing the impudence in his tone, Xianxia was both embarrassed and angry. "What do you want?" I have never been a person who is greedy for beauty, but since you are going to die anyway, it would be a waste to just die like this. It just so happens that I haven't tasted the taste of an official's daughter, so I might as well make the best use of it." Chen Yuliang moved closer to her ear and whispered. "Shameless, despicable." Xianxia had never been molested like this. Her pretty face suddenly turned red. "If you dare to touch a hair of mine, my grandfather and my father will never let you go." The beggar clan disciples not far away looked at each other. Because they were far away and Chen Yuliang deliberately lowered his voice, they did not know what had happened to make Xianxia so angry. But these days, Chen Yuliang's prestige was quite high. They just thought that he had his own ideas, so no one went up to stop him. "Do you think they know what's going on?" Chen Yuliang sneered. "They know that I came to the beggar clan this time. If anything happens to me, they will definitely bury the whole beggar clan with me." At this time, Xianxia was really afraid. Usually in Linen City, people would give her some respect for her grandfather and father. In addition, her kung fu was good, and she had always been domineering. It could be said that she was a female overlord. God knows how many playboys had been bullied by her. Those people either had scruples about the power of the Shi family, or because she was young and beautiful, so they did not care about her. But now, the power of the Shi family was useless, and beauty would bring disaster. She was really afraid. Subconsciously, she looked at Wei Rulan in the distance as if asking for help, hoping that her almighty lover could come and save her. But she was disappointed. Wei Rulan was lying on the ground with disheveled hair, as if she had lost her soul. she did not even look at them. In fact, even if he noticed what happened here, he could not do anything. Xianxia's kung fu was not weak, so she could naturally see that he was seriously injured. It was already good enough that he could barely keep his life. Does he know that you came to the beggar clan? Qin Yuliang frowned slightly, thinking that this was really a little troublesome. But soon, he came up with a plan. He laughed and said, so what if he knows? Anyway, there is a ready-made scapegoat here. When the time comes, we can just put all the blame on him. Scapegoat? Who? Xianxia looked confused. She followed Qin Yuliang's gaze and saw Song Qingshu, who was tied up not far away. Song Qingshu also had an expression of f*ck a dog. He just wanted to watch the show from the side, but he didn't expect to be involved in a dispute. Even though Qin Yuliang deliberately lowered his voice, how could he hide it from his ears? He clearly heard the whole sequence of events from the side. Chen, this is not very kind of you. You have finished enjoying yourself, but now you want me to be the scapegoat? Song Qingshu said angrily. Brother Song, you and I are considered brothers. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will let you have a good time. As the saying goes, even if I die under a peony flower, I will still be a romantic ghost. I treat you well, right? Qin Yuliang chuckled. It would be an exaggeration to say that they were brothers. However, the two of them did have quite a deep friendship back then. Of course, it was mostly because Qin Yuliang had been constantly manipulating him, turning the young master of Wudong sect, who had a bright future ahead of him, into the scum of the martial arts world. Want to make me a scapegoat? Did you ask for my opinion? Song Qingshu's voice suddenly turned cold. Speaking of which, the reason why I came to this world in hard mode is because of you. Song Qingshu felt extremely unhappy when he thought of the place where he had transmigrated, where all the tendons and veins in his body had been severed and he had to lie in bed and wait for death. Perhaps it was the lingering obsession of this body, but he suddenly felt a desire to kill Qin Yuliang. This is not up to you. Qin Yuliang was still laughing when he suddenly realized something. His complexion changed and he quickly retreated. 3 elders, kill him for me. It turned out that he was a meticulous thinker. He suddenly realized that he had purposely lowered his voice and whispered in Xianxia's ear, but Song Qingshu could hear him. This meant that Song Qingshu still had his internal energy and was not restrained like Xianxia had claimed. Song Qingshu did not expect Qin Yuliang to react so quickly. Before he could make a move, Qin Yuliang had already hidden in the crowd. Although the 3 elders did not know what was going on, they had all been raised by Qin Yuliang, so they completely followed his lead. When they heard the order, they subconsciously pounced towards Song Qingshu. At this moment, Xianxia's mood was very complicated. On one hand, Song Qingshu came with them, and she felt sorry for him. She subconsciously did not want anything to happen to him. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was captured and had his internal energy sucked dry because of her. Otherwise, with his world-famous cultivation, he would not be in any danger even if he faced such an attack. While she was in a dilemma, Xianxia's eyes suddenly went wide because she saw Song Qingshu suddenly stretch out his hand from the immortal binding shackle. Facing the 3 ninth pouch elders that were approaching menacingly, he pulled, pushed, and pressed, and the figures of the 3 ninth pouch elders staggered and scattered in all directions. All of their faces were pale and their true chi was shaken. Obviously, they'd already suffered internal injuries that weren't light, and the encirclement was instantly broken. Not only Xianxia was stunned, but even the people of the beggar clan were a little dizzy. It should be known that Chuan Gong, elder of law enforcement, Zhang Bo Long Tu, and Zhang Bang Long Tu were the few people with the highest martial arts in the beggar clan. Except for 1 or 2 genius clan leaders like Qiao Feng, ordinary clan leaders might not be able to beat Chuan Gong. Just now, everyone had witnessed the power of their joint attack. That insufferably arrogant Wei Rulan was already beaten half to death. However, no one expected that these 3 people would be defeated in one move by Song Qingshu. Even Wei Rulan, who was in a trance, looked over. Seeing that Song Qingshu had injured 3 nine-pouch elders in one move, her pupils suddenly shrank. She exclaimed, "How is this possible? Wasn't your internal energy sucked away by me?" Song Qingshu glanced at him indifferently. "That's just your wishful thinking. We'll settle the score later." After saying that, he ignored him and stared at Chen Yuliang in the distance. He sneered and said, "You caused me to be excluded from Wudong's sect and became the target of everyone in Jianghu. It's time to settle the score today." After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared next to Chen Yuliang. He grabbed at his clavicle well acupoint. As long as he pressed it, he would instantly lose the ability to fight. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuliang's eyes flashed. He, who was originally stunned, suddenly reached out his hand from an unbelievable angle and blocked the opponent's palm strike. Huh? Song Qingshu was a little surprised. Chen Yuliang's martial arts were many times better than what he remembered. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. If it was an ordinary expert, when faced with Chen Yuliang's deliberate act of weakness and sudden attack, they might even be counterattacked and killed. Fortunately, it was Song Qingshu, who was in a hurry and did not succeed in his sneak attack. Tendon-changing classic? Song Qingshu's expression was a little unsightly. He had already recognized Chen Yuliang's martial arts after fighting for a while. It was obvious that he had practiced the Shaolin Supreme skill, the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, which was why he had made such rapid progress. Originally, Chen Yuliang's aptitude was very high, and he was also very quick-witted. He even secretly learned the 13 styles of Tai Chi when Zhang Sanfeng brought little Zhang Wuji to Shaolin for medical treatment. His only shortcoming was that he did not learn high-level internal energy. Now that he had learned the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, he instantly became one of the top experts in Jianghu. Chen Yuliang's expression was even more unsightly. Originally, when he learned the muscle-bone strengthening scripture, he thought that there were few experts in the world who were worthy of his attention. However, he had always been scheming, so he never showed off his martial arts, waiting for a critical moment to kill. However, he had never expected that his sneak attack, which he had been so confident in, would not injure Song Qingshu at all. Moreover, after exchanging more than 10 moves, he felt that the pressure coming from Song Qingshu's body was increasing, and he could not help but be in a difficult position. So what if you have learned the muscle-bone strengthening scripture ? Song Qingshu sneered and increased the strength of his attacks. In less than 10 moves, he would be able to subdue him. Suddenly, he had an idea. His figure flashed to the side, and he saw that the ground where he was just standing was already covered with frost. What a domineering colding power! As Song Qingshu was sighing, he saw a gray shadow flash, and a figure jumped out from the side and attacked him. Song Qingshu did not dare to be careless, and hastily braced himself to deal with the attack. Although Chen Yuliang's internal energy was profound, he was still a beginner, and his experience was still shallow, so some of his moves were not mature enough. However, this man in gray was completely different. His moves were ruthless, but they were exquisite to the extreme. Obviously, this man had mastered his martial arts for dozens of years, which was why he could be so proficient. Chen Yuliang slightly calmed down his surging internal energy, and immediately joined the fight, joining forces with the man in gray to fight Song Qingshu. The three masters moved around, and the wind from their fists and palms forced the beggar clan disciples around them to have difficulty breathing, and they could only retreat step by step. After exchanging more than 10 moves, Song Qingshu noticed that every time he and the man in gray's palms collided, a part of the internal energy in his palms would disappear. He could not help but frown, absorbing Star's great skill? Who are you? This man in gray was wearing a mask, so he could not see his face clearly. Obviously, the man in gray was not interested in answering his question, and all kinds of ruthless moves came surging over. As Song Qingshu defended against the opponent's attacks, he was surprised in his heart. In this world, there were only a few people who knew the absorbing Star's great skill. One was Ren Wuxing, and the other was Ling Huchong. Obviously, this man in front of him was not one of them. Later on the Blackwood Cliff, in order to dissolve the innate sword chi in his body, Zhang Wuji learned the absorbing Star's great skill from him. But now, Zhang Wuji was dealing with the Mongolian army in the western regions, so he did not have time to come to the Central Plains. Moreover, this man was a thin old man, and his size was much smaller than Zhang Wuji's. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be astonished. After all, none of the people who knew the absorbing Star's great skill in Jianghu matched the person in front of him. The only explanation was that Ren Wuxing had taught the absorbing star's great skill to someone else without his knowledge. But this did not make sense. Ren Wuxing was now his father-in-law, so it was impossible for him to find someone to make life difficult for him. Just catch him and interrogate him. Since he could not understand, Song Qingshu did not want to waste his time and directly increased his attack. His change from defense to offense immediately made the two people in front of him feel the pressure suddenly increase. They could only fight back with 120% of their attention, but their hearts were getting more and more shocked. Seeing Song Qingshu's moves were so elegant, and he easily forced the two masters into a difficult situation, Xianxia was in a trance for a moment. Previously, in her heart, she had always thought that the best martial artist in the younger generation was her lover, and that the so-called Golden Snake King was completely a false rumor spread by those in the martial arts world who had not seen the world. That was why she was so arrogant when she heard the people of the beggar clan bragging about Song Qingshu in the inn. Later at home, he was easily subdued by her and his power was absorbed by Wei Rulan. This made her despise him even more. She only thought that the famous Golden Snake King was a good-for-nothing as she had expected. But in this trip to the beggar clan, her lover who she had always admired was unable to withstand a single blow from the experts of the beggar clan, causing her to suffer the most tragic thing in the world. But at this time, Song Qingshu, who she looked down upon, came to save the world. The 3 nine-pouch elders who had previously beaten her lover like a dog were defeated in one move, and now there were 2 more powerful masters. She could only barely protect herself. It was only now that Xianxia realized that she had always been prejudiced against this famous man. It was not that the others had not seen the world, it was she who had not seen the world. However, Miss Shi had always been firm and determined. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, she returned her attention to her lover. Unfortunately, Wei Rulan did not look at her at all. Instead, all her attention was on the 3 masters who were fighting in the field, her eyes revealing a burst of fanaticism. Seeing that her lover's attention was not on her, Xianxia could not help but pout. It was obvious that in her heart, everything else was secondary. Only her lover's care and love were the most important. But then she thought about it again. As a man, it was normal for Brother Wei to pay more attention to his career. Now that several masters were fighting, it was a rare opportunity to observe. Brother Wei had always liked martial arts, so it was not strange for him to have such a reaction. Thinking of this, Xianxia instantly beamed with joy. A girl in love would only think about her lover. It was as if she could forgive anything the other party did. Following her lover's gaze, Xianxia saw Song Qingshu fighting valiantly against the 2 masters of the beggar sect. She could not help but sigh. I didn't realize that he was quite handsome before. But compared to my brother Wei, he is still a bit lacking. Song Qingshu had already exchanged dozens of blows with the 2 of them. If he was fighting against any one of them, he would have already captured them. However, the 2 of them were constantly looking out for each other, neutralizing each other's attacks, which made them much more difficult to deal with. One of them has the I Jing, and the other has the absorbing star's great skill. But they give me a feeling that they are from the same source. It is really strange. Song Qingshu frowned. One of them had learned the divine skills of a righteous sect, while the other had learned the evil skills of a demonic sect. But for some reason, their martial arts were strangely similar. It was as if they came from the same sect. Otherwise, they would not be able to cooperate so well and would have been defeated by him long ago. Let me see your true face. Song Qingshu snorted coldly and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Qin Yuliang and the man in grey were alarmed. They quickly dodged to the side, but it was too late. Song Qingshu had already appeared next to the man in grey. He poked at the major acupuncture point on the man's waist with one finger and grabbed at the man's face with the other. The man in grey was shocked. In a hurry, he used his best skill to block the attack. As the 2 fingers collided, the grey-robed man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He no longer had the strength to resist the claw that was descending towards his face. If Qin Yuliang hadn't grabbed his waist and leaped back several feet in time, there would have been a few more bloody holes on his head. He would have followed in the footsteps of the elder of law enforcement at the lion-slaying convention. Song Qingshu did not follow up with another attack. Instead, he raised his finger and looked at the thin layer of frost on it. He finally guessed the other party's identity. Illusory Yin finger, so you're the mixed element thunderbolt palm, Qingkuan. When Xianxia was struck by Qingkuan's illusory Yin finger, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His entire body stiffened and he was unable to move for several hours. However, Song Qingshu only needed to circulate his inner breath to dispel the coldness on his finger. Weren't you imprisoned in the Shaolin Temple by the Golden Fur Lion King? Although he had not seen what happened at the lion-slaying convention with his own eyes, Song Qingshu was still quite clear about the general situation. That was why he was very confused. How could a theoretically disabled person, a prisoner in prison, suddenly appear here alive and well? At this time, the man in gray's mask had been swept off by the strong wind, revealing his original appearance. It was indeed the mixed element thunderbolt palm, Qingkuan. At this time, Chen Yuliang's heart was already trembling. He no longer had the thought of fighting with him. He shouted, "Big dog formation! Avenge the former elder of law enforcement and Zhang Bolong too. Kill this monster." In fact, compared to Song Qingshu, the hatred between the beggar clan and Qingkuan was even greater. After all, Song Qingshu only killed 2 nine-pouch elders, but Qingkuan was the main culprit who killed their former clan leader. Unfortunately, for the past 2 years, Chen Yuliang had been painstakingly managing the beggar clan. He had purged a large number of elders, and now the beggar clan was like an iron bucket. Although there were a few people who still had doubts when they saw Qingkuan, they were surrounded by Chen Yuliang's trusted subordinates. Dog-killing formation? Song Qingshu muttered to himself. This dog-killing formation was very famous in the Jianghu. It was the beggar clan's cornerstone formation. According to legend, it was comparable to Shaolin's Luohan formation, Wudong's Shenwu 7 sections formation, and Xuanzhen's Big Dipper formation. Previously, when he was fighting Chen Yuliang, 2 people, the beggar clan's experts had already prepared their weapons, ready to step forward to help at any time. Now that they received Chen Yuliang's order, they swarmed forward in a flash and arranged the big dog slaughtering formation. He saw the crowd of beggars were shouting loudly, the sabers flashed like snow. More than 100 beggar clan martial art masters were holding their curved sabers, surrounding Song Qingshu in the middle. These nearly 100 people were either singing the falling lotus flower, or groaning in pain, or punching their own chests with their fists, or shouting, "Laoi, Tai Tai, spare us a mouthful of cold rice." Song Qingshu was startled at first, but he immediately understood that these strange cries were meant to disturb the enemy's mind. The footsteps of the crowd of beggars were mixed. They were running and leaping here and there, without the slightest pause. They advanced and retreated, but their movements were rigorous and disciplined. Your honorable clan's dog slaughtering formation has a very good name. It's just that killing a dog is easy, but if you want to subdue a dragon or tame a tiger, this formation is useless. As soon as Song Qingshu's voice fell, his shadow flashed and he dashed toward the center of the formation. Everybody, let's attack together. The crowd of beggars brandished their sabers, some brandished their swords. It was as if a snowflake had bloomed in front of them, swiftly sweeping towards Song Qingshu's body. They saw Song Qingshu dash to the left, but his body slanted to the right. His movement was so fast that the crowd of beggars' eyes could not follow him, which made it impossible for them to execute the big dog slaughtering formation's many exquisite changes. They saw white rays flashed repeatedly, followed by puff, 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 puff noise. The curved sabers in the hands of the dog slaughtering formation beggars were snatched and thrown away by Song Qingshu. Each saber was inserted into the beam of the main hall. Nearly 100 curved sabers were neatly lined up in a row. Each saber was inserted about a foot into the beam. In private, Dongfang Muxue often criticized him for being soft-hearted, but in the end Song Qingshu was not someone who would kill people like flies. These beggar clan disciples were only following orders. As the saying goes, where it is possible to forgive, forgive. Therefore, he only snatched their weapons, but did not kill them. Even so, it was enough to shake people's hearts. The crowd of beggars saw that their clan's most powerful formation was easily broken by him. They were dumbfounded. One after another they retreated several steps, looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Suddenly the quiet main hall was filled with Qingkuan's angry voice, "Song Qingshu, why haven't you stopped?" Song Qingshu turned his head around and saw Qingkuan was grabbing Shi Shengyun's shoulder with one hand, while the other was pressing on her neck, looking at him with a fearful expression. Why should I stop? Song Qingshu's countenance did not change at all, he only looked at him. Chen Kuan's breathing stopped. He was somewhat angry out of shame as he said, "Your woman is in my hands. If you dare to act blindly without thinking, my phantomine finger will poke down, even a deity won't be able to save her." As he said that, his finger pressed down. Xianxia could not help but cry out in pain. "If you want to press then press, she has nothing to do with me anyway." Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders, "This woman is treacherous and vicious, she tried to murder me, if you really kill her, I should be thanking you instead." Xianxia had just seen him unleashing his invincible power, easily breaking the beggar clan's formation. She could not help but stare at him with her beautiful eyes. Now that she suddenly heard her image in the opponent's heart was treacherous and vicious, these 4 words, she felt so wrong that she was about to cry. However, when she recalled what she had done to him, this evaluation did not seem to be unjust. Qin Yuliang also chimed in, "That's right, with your martial arts, if you didn't want to, why would you be tied up and brought here? The only explanation is that you and her are colluding to deceive us, trying to usurp the position of the beggar clan leader." What a wild ambition. His words immediately caused the crowd of beggars to be filled with righteous indignation. They all stared angrily at the two of them. Song Qingshu frowned. Qin Yuliang was indeed an expert in reading people's minds. He really was tied up willingly. Of course, his motive was different from what he had guessed. "Break your right arm and I'll let her live, otherwise, don't blame me for destroying a flower." Chen Kuan thought that even if Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, with his right arm broken, he would lose most of his martial arts, he would no longer be a threat. So he added more strength to his hand, pressuring Xianxia so much that she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily, "You are a famous villain for many years, why do you say such ridiculous words? Not to mention that this woman has nothing to do with me, even if she was really my woman, do you think I would break my arm for her?" Chen Kuan's face heated up. If it was him, he would definitely not agree. Originally, he wanted to see if he could be a gentleman. He did not propose to break both of his arms. He was afraid that the other party would be forced into a corner. He did not expect that the other party was not a gentleman at all. He was as cunning as an old fox. "You don't have to pretend to be relaxed. I'll count to 3. If you don't say anything, don't blame me for being ruthless." One Chen Kuan said as he raised his finger. The power of the phantomine finger gradually gathered at the tip of his finger. The color of his finger gradually turned blue, the surrounding air even emitted a cold air. Song Qingshu lightly said, "If you want to massage me then do it, I've already said that this woman has nothing to do with me." Even though he was not related to Xianxia, if the incident at the censor's mansion had not happened, he would not have minded helping her. After all, he still had a chivalrous heart in his bones. But at the censor's mansion, the other party and her lover conspired to plot against him. He was not a masochist. Why would he waste his effort to save her? Confucius once said, "How to repay evil with good? How to repay good?" Too, when he saw that there was no fluctuation in Song Qingshu's eyes, Chen Kuan's heart sank. He purposely dragged out his voice, and the speed at which his fingers descended gradually slowed down. He was trying to prolong the time and increase the pressure on Song Qingshu's heart. "Did you not eat? Why are you shouting so weakly? Do you want me to help you shout 3? Song Qingshu spread his hands and said helplessly. "You." With Chen Kuan's level, he realized that his previous threat was useless. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he used the illusory finger to press down on Xianxia. He did not know if Song Qingshu's words were a bluff or if he really did not care about Xianxia, but what kind of person was he? He was a strong person who had almost destroyed the entire Ming dynasty with his own strength. How could he be led by the nose by the other party? His full power illusory finger had stabbed into Xianxia's body. If he did not immediately rescue her, she would most likely die in the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea. Once Song Qingshu rescued her, he would naturally not have the time to deal with them, and he and Qin Yuliang would be able to smoothly escape. As for the possibility of Song Qingshu not rescuing her, he immediately eliminated it. Chen Kuan was very clear about the human heart. Even if Song Qingshu really had no relationship with Xianxia, it was not enough for him to make such a huge sacrifice by cutting off his right hand. But right now, saving her was as easy as lifting a finger, and it was not as difficult as cutting off his hand. How could a hot-blooded man watch a young girl die tragically in front of him without doing anything? stop. But at this moment, Wei Rulan, who was dispirited and listless on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly rushed over. Because Qin Kuan's attention was completely focused on guarding against Song Qingshu, coupled with the ingenuity of Wei Rulan's water-treading subtle steps, Xianxia was unexpectedly pulled away from his hands. After all, Qin Kuan was an old devil who had been famous for dozens of years. He knew that it was too late to take Xianxia back, so he might as well go all out. He continued to stab into her body with his illusory finger. Only when she was poisoned would he have the opportunity to smoothly escape. Wei Rulan was already seriously injured. It took a lot of effort for him to snatch Xianxia back from Qin Kuan's hands. How could he protect his fiancée's safety under the attack of the opponent's phantomine finger? In a split second, Wei Rulan held his fiancée in his arms and used his own body to block the illusory finger. At that moment, Wei Rulan felt as if her back was about to explode. Immediately after, her whole body felt as if it had fallen into an icehouse. Her whole body was so cold that it was numb, and she could not even move a finger. "Brother Wei," Xianxia screamed in a mournful voice. Seeing that the illusory finger had hit Wei Rulan, Qin Kuan secretly cursed in his heart. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to launch a second attack. He hastily circulated his true qi and ran outside. He did not dare to stay for even a moment. Qin Yuliang also moved at the same time. The two of them did not discuss anything, but they ran in the opposite direction with tacit understanding. They had thought it through thoroughly. This way, Song Qingshu could only choose one direction to chase after. Even if something happened to one of them, the other would still be able to keep his life. "I hope he chases after Yuliang." Qin Kuan kept praying in his heart as he ran as fast as he could. As for the master-disciple relationship between him and Qin Yuliang, it had long been thrown to the back of his mind at this moment of life and death. Suddenly, there was a blur before his eyes, and two figures appeared out of thin air in front of him. Qin Kuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He saw that Qin Yuliang was being held by the back of his neck by Song Qingshu. Qin Yuliang looked dispirited. How is this possible? Qin Kuan was scared out of his wits. After Qin Yuliang practiced the tendon-changing technique, his martial arts were no weaker than Qin Kuan's. How could he be captured alive in such a short time? In fact, being captured alive was very normal. After all, he had already experienced Song Qingshu's unfathomable martial arts when they exchanged blows just now. However, Song Qingshu first captured Qin Yuliang alive in the opposite direction, and then appeared in front of him first. This was very beyond common sense. Just as he was about to die from shock, Qin Kuan felt his chest go numb. It turned out that his opponent had taken the opportunity to seal his acupoints. In fact, with Qin Kuan's current martial arts, although he could not defeat Song Qingshu, he would not be captured in one move. The fact that he and Qin Yuliang had combined forces to exchange dozens of moves with Song Qingshu was proof of this. However, the two of them had lost their courage and only wanted to escape as quickly as possible, which was why they were defeated. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Qin Kuan still hadn't recovered from his shock. He murmured. After sealing the acupoints of the master and disciple, Song Qingshu threw the two of them at the foot of a large tree. He said indifferently, "Now, your life and death are in my hands. Only I have the right to ask you. You have no right to ask questions." The master and disciple looked at each other, and Qin Yuliang said, "Since we have fallen into your hands, we admit defeat. What do you want to ask?" Qin Kuan felt a chill in his heart, and he said embarrassedly, "Why did you?" Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly remembered that Meng Qi had just said that they had no right to ask questions. He snapped out of his shock and shut his mouth, but he immediately realized that such a reaction was too degrading. For a moment, his expression was extremely ugly. "Don't think that I don't know what you two are planning. In this world, there aren't many people as cunning as you two. Are you trying to fool me with some random answers?" Song Qingshu looked at him coldly. "I wouldn't dare." Now that the situation was more powerful than he was, Qin Kuan could only admit defeat. "Master Yuan Zhen has roamed the world for so many years. You should have heard of the Nining Manual, right?" Song Qingshu suddenly said. "I have." Qin Kuan nodded and then smiled obsequiously. Young master, you must have relied on this divine skill to kill everyone at the lion-slaying convention. At the same time, he felt strange. Although the Nine manual was powerful, it could not surpass the Shaolin Temple's muscle-bone strengthening scripture. He had seen the power of muscle-bone strengthening scripture from Chen Yuliang, but how could it compare to Song Qingshu's terrifying cultivation? Song Qingshu did not comment on his deliberate flattery. Since you know the Nine manual, you must know about the soul transfer technique in the Nine manual, right? Chen Kuan was shocked and quickly lowered his head. I've heard of it. Legend has it that it can steal a person's mind. That's good. Song Qingshu nodded. Originally, I didn't have to go through the trouble of using the soul transfer technique on you. That way, you would tell me everything you know, and I wouldn't have to worry about you lying to me. However, the soul transfer technique has a drawback. After it is used on the target, it will easily affect their mind. The higher the target's power, the stronger their resistance will be, and the greater the damage to their brain will be. It is very likely that they will become an idiot. Once he finished speaking, he deliberately paused and looked at Chen Kuan thoughtfully. Chen Kuan hastily said, I hope Gongzi will be magnanimous. Whatever Gongzi wants to ask, I will not dare to conceal anything. Song Qingshu then continued, I don't want two idiots, so I won't use it on you for the time being. However, you'd better answer my questions honestly. I'll wake Chen Yuliang up later and ask him the same questions again. If there's any discrepancy, in order to verify who's lying, don't blame me for using the soul transfer technique. He couldn't be blamed for using such threatening words. Chen Kuan and Chen Yuliang, the two villains in the original work, were more cunning than foxes and more vicious than poisonous snakes. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into their trap. He had to be careful. With a wry smile Chen Kuan said, Shaoran understands, Gongzi can ask. Song Qingshu nodded and asked, weren't you locked up in the Shaolin Temple after the lion-slaying assembly? Why are you here? It was Yuliang who saved me. Chen Kuan glanced at Chen Yuliang next to him. Nonsense. Song Qingshu frowned. The Shaolin Temple is heavily guarded and has many masters. How could Chen Yuliang have the ability to save a felon like you? Seeing his unfriendly expression, Chen Kuan's heart skipped a beat. He hastily explained, Yuliang didn't save me by force. He asked the abbot for me, and the abbot decided to let me out. Chen Yuliang has such a great reputation? Song Qingshu stared at him coldly. Chen Kuan swallowed and explained, speaking of which, it's because of Gongzi. Because of me? Song Qingshu said coldly, if you keep me guessing like this, believe it or not, I'll break one of your legs first. I don't dare, Chen Kuan hurriedly explained. These past few years, Gongzi and Shaolin have had several conflicts. Everyone in Shaolin knows that they have offended you. Now that Gongzi's reputation is growing in the Central Plains, the abbot and the others are worried that once you seize the world in the future, Shaolin will face a disaster. So on one hand, they sent eminent monks to preach Buddhism to the Mongolian princes and gain their friendship. If the Mongolians seize the world in the future, they will have formed a good relationship with them in advance. On the other hand, they found Yuliang and taught him the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. At the same time, they secretly supported him to take charge of the beggar sect and help him seize the world. At the same time, to a certain extent, they restrained the development of the Golden Snake Camp. Yuliang took the opportunity to ask me to help him. Everyone in Shaolin thought that I was a useless person and couldn't do much, so they agreed to his request. Hearing Chen Kuan's answer, Song Qingshu was shocked and angry. These past 2 years, he had indeed had several conflicts with Shaolin, but these were all internal conflicts among the people. Everyone's main enemy was the powerful empire of the grassland in the north. He did not expect that the people of Shaolin Temple not only did not want to drive out the Tartars, but also colluded with foreign enemies and used their strength to deal with their own people. No wonder in his previous life, when people from other countries went abroad, they would unite to fight against foreign enemies, but only the Chinese liked to fight among themselves. The people who were most ruthless to the Chinese were not the white people, but their own compatriots. Many ambitious people were heartbroken when they saw their own people fighting among themselves. They did not expect that after traveling through time, they would once again feel this kind of pain on their skin. Song Qingshu's face was as calm as water, his eyes flashing. After a long time, he finally calmed down and looked at him coldly. At the lion-slaying gathering, your internal power was obviously destroyed by Xiaxun. Why is it that now, not only has your internal power recovered, but it is even better than before? And where did you learn that absorbing star's great skill? Speaking of which, this is also because of young master. Chengkuan looked at him with a bitter smile. Because of me again? Song Qingshu flicked his finger. Chengkuan immediately held his leg and screamed. Don't keep me in suspense. Chengkuan had to endure the pain and quickly said, one day, a mysterious person came to us and said that he could cure my injury and restore my martial arts, but I had to agree to one condition. At that time, I was like a drowning man who had caught a straw. Although my reason told me that it was not possible, I still agreed. As long as I could recover, let alone one condition, even if it was 10,000 conditions, I would agree. That person cured my meridians. Originally, I thought that as long as my meridians were restored, I would practice hard for a few years. Although I could not restore my previous level, it would be enough. But he taught me the absorbing star's great skill, which made my martial arts better than before in less than a year. Song Qingshu snorted coldly, I'm afraid that you have absorbed a lot of internal energy from experts in the past year. Chengkuan laughed awkwardly, yes, when I returned to the beggar clan with Yu Liang, I secretly absorbed a lot of people who did not know what was good for them. He knew the enmity between Song Qingshu and the beggar clan, so he did not worry about making him angry. Who was that mysterious person? If it was Huang Rong's Xiangyang beggar clan, Song Qingshu might have helped them. He had no interest in the clean clothes sect in Jiangnan. Chengkuan replied, I don't know that person's name. I asked him several times, but he did not tell me. He only told me to do my best to help Qin Yuliang deal with the Golden Snake Battalion. At first, I thought he was Yuliang's friend, but later I found out that he was not. Anyway, I have recovered my martial arts, so it does not matter who he is. That person only asked you to help deal with me? Song Qingshu frowned. Could it be that the person who knew the absorbing star's great skill was Ren Wuxing? But that did not make sense. It was not comfortable to have such a powerful person hiding in the dark and eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. After listening to Chengkuan's words, Song Qingshu could not help but fall into deep thought. Who was secretly plotting against him? Suddenly, a name came to his mind. He hurriedly looked at Chengkuan and asked, did that person look like a thin scholar? Thin? A scholar? Chengkuan shook his head and said, that person was short and fat. He had a huge head and a mustache. He shook his head and looked very funny. After listening to his description, a person's appearance appeared in Song Qingshu's mind. He gritted his teeth and said, so it was him. Who is it? Chengkuan asked subconsciously. Song Qingshu glanced at him faintly but did not intend to answer. Instead, his mind was like electricity. According to his description, the mysterious person was obviously the famous killer doctor, Ping Yizhi, who was also Murong Jingyue. In fact, the person that appeared in Song Qingshu's mind at the beginning was Murong Jingyue. However, he was describing the appearance that he saw with icy snow near the King of Medicine Manor. At that time, he had the appearance of a tall and thin scholar. Later, he appeared with the appearance of Ping Yizhi, who was the complete opposite. He can even change his physical characteristics at will. No wonder Zhao Min couldn't find him even with the power of the Ruyang mansion. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. At the same time, he realized that he had to find this poisonous snake as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knew what kind of tricks he would play? Do you know where to find him? Song Qingshu stared at Chengkuan with a burning gaze. I don't know. Chengkuan was worried that he did not believe him, so he hurriedly added, I saw him at the beginning when he saved me. After that, he never appeared again. This answer was not unexpected. Song Qingshu understood that with Murong Jingyue's cautiousness, he would not leak his information. Think again. Did you miss anything or deliberately lie to me just now? If Qin Yuliang's confession doesn't match with yours, I won't bother to distinguish who is real and who is fake. I'll just kill both of them, Song Qingshu said faintly. No, absolutely not. Chengkuan groaned inwardly. This person was so young, yet he was so vicious and merciless. This time, he had really fallen into an easy trap. Song Qingshu was noncommittal. He struck Chen Kuan's sleeping acupoint and woke Chen Yuliang up. He asked the same question again. Although his answer was slightly different from Chen Kuan's, it was not a big deal. To be honest, if the two of them had given the same answer, Song Qingshu would not have believed it. After waking Chen Kuan up again, Song Qingshu said indifferently, "Do you want to live or die?" The master and disciple looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. They hurriedly replied, "Of course I want to live." "Very well, swear loyalty to me from now on, and I will spare your lives." Song Qingshu looked at the two of them quietly. "No problem, no problem. From now on, we will be absolutely loyal to young master. If we go against our oath, we will be punished by the heavens." Chen Kuan and Chen Yuliang agreed at the same time, but in their hearts they had the same idea. After this calamity, they would be able to soar freely in the vast sky and swim freely in the vast sea. Who the f***ck would still care about them? As for oaths, what was the heavens' punishment? Of course, they did not show any of this on their faces. At this moment, their expressions were as sincere as they could be. "Are you fools, or do you think I'm a fool?" Song Qingshu sneered again and again. "You can't possibly think that I will believe you just like that, right?" Whether it was Chen Kuan or Chen Yuliang, in the original work, they were the kind of people who had no moral integrity. It was common for them to use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. How could their oaths be trusted? Chen Kuan and Chen Yuliang felt a chill in their hearts. At this moment, Song Qingshu had already spread out his hands, revealing 2 vermilion pills in front of them. "Eat this." "What is this?" the master and disciple asked fearfully. 3 corpse brain pill. "I believe the two of you have heard of its famous name before." Song Qingshu said calmly, "Either you eat them and pledge your loyalty to me, or you can die immediately." Feeling the sudden burst of killing intent from him, Chen Kuan and Chen Yuliang could not help but shiver. They simultaneously stuffed the pills into their mouths. I'll eat, the master and disciple looked at each other. Their eyes were full of bitterness. From now on, their life and death were no longer in their control. You don't have to hold a grudge. As the saying goes, show kindness and threaten at the same time. Since the threat had been shown, it was time to show kindness. Song Qingshu opened his mouth and said, "Although we have had grievances in the past, there is no fundamental conflict of interest in the end. And to some extent, our interests are in line. For example, Chen Kuan, you want to overthrow the Ming dynasty. It just so happens that I and the Ming dynasty are also enemies." "Understood, understood." Chen Kuan and Chen Yuliang nodded repeatedly. In their hearts, they thought that everyone knew about the trivial matter of Yu and Zhang Wuji fighting over Zhou Jirua. Song Qingshu continued to look at Chen Yuliang. "You have extraordinary ambition. You are eager to stand out and become a person above others. And I can give you this opportunity." Seeing Chen Yuliang's eyes flicker, Song Qingshu seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. After all, Shaolin is a group of vegetarian monks. When it comes to fighting for hegemony, they are not good at it. Only by following me can you get what you want. Chen Yuliang was shocked and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, master." Song Qingshu knew that Chen Yuliang was a famous traitor in history. He was famous for killing his master. But he did not care. At least Chen Yuliang was a man of great ability. At the current stage, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages of using him. After explaining some things to the two, Song Qingshu returned to the beggar gang. After all, Chen Kuan had killed the former gang leader Shi Huolong. His identity was sensitive, so he did not go back with him. Only Chen Yuliang accompanied him. Seeing that Song Qingshu came back with them, the beggar gang suddenly burst into an uproar. Someone could not help but question, Elder Chen, the traitor surnamed Song killed law enforcement elder and Zhang Bolong too. Why are you talking to him so happily? Chen Yuliang's expression became serious. May I ask everyone, which is more important, national hatred or family hatred? Of course national hatred is more important. The beggar gang had always put righteousness first. Although the beggar gang in Jiangnan had been somewhat messed up in recent years, this value had not been lost. Chen Yuliang nodded. So I had decided to temporarily turn enemies into friends with Prince Song and form an alliance. This was also an excuse that he had discussed with Song Qingshu. After all, with the grudges between him and the beggar gang, if Qin Yuliang said that he would bring the beggar gang to rely on him, wouldn't these people immediately turn the sky upside down? But even so, the beggar gang was still in an uproar. After all, just a moment ago, everyone was fighting to the death with Song Qingshu as their target of revenge. But now they suddenly became an alliance. It was very difficult for anyone to accept this so quickly. Everyone, be quiet and listen to me first. Qin Yuliang raised his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. He then continued, Prince Song attacked the Manchurian Qing and became our great Song's northern barrier. He protected countless people from being plunged into misery and suffering. This merit is number one. He went deep into the tiger's den and rescued our dynasty's humiliated princesses from the hands of the Jin. This merit is number two. He persuaded the Mongolians to let Sichuan return to the great Song's embrace. This merit is number three. If we deal with such a national hero because of our beggar gang's personal grudge, we will be reviled by the Han people all over the world and become the beggar gang's eternal sinner. If law enforcement elder and the others knew this in the underworld, I am sure they would not want to see all this. However, the members of the beggar clan were not all simple-minded people after all. There were still quite a few people who revealed doubtful expressions. Qin Yuliang did not give them a chance to raise their doubts. He rushed to say, what's more, young Master Song is now running around for General Yu's unjust case, trying to restore General Yu's reputation. All of you have been in the city of Linen for quite some time. Although even a 3-year-old child knows of General Yu's unjust case, so many years have passed. Is there anyone in the imperial court who dares to publicly reverse the case for him? That bunch of corrupt officials. They are all cowards who are afraid of death. The crowd of beggars was instantly filled with righteous indignation. They all began to curse and swear. Every single citizen of the Song dynasty felt extremely humiliated by the disaster of Jing Kong. It was not easy for Yu Fei to appear and give them hope of revenge. Who knew that he would be killed by an incompetent ruler and treacherous officials? The officials in the court did not dare to express their stance because of various concerns. But the common people did not care. The lower-level beggar clan worshipped Yu Fei as a god. Seeing the crowd's agitation, Qin Yuliang coughed lightly and continued, now that Prince Song has finally come to publicly seek justice for General Yu, if we deal with him now, won't General Yu never be able to clear his name and become a sinner for all eternity? Qin Yuliang spoke passionately, dispelling the remaining doubts in some people's hearts. Although Song Qingshu had killed 2 elders, if it was because of General Yu, then the enmity between the 2 sides could be set aside for the time being. And I have just communicated with Prince Song. It turns out that all the brothers of the beggar clan can also help General Yu. Qin Yuliang then threw out a shocking piece of information. The entire beggar clan burst into an uproar. What idea? How can we help General Yu? Elder Chen, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Only then did Qin Yuliang answer, according to Prince Song's plan, to clear General Yu's name, we must first create enough public opinion. Our beggar clan may not have much else, but we have the numbers. Starting tomorrow, we will send our disciples to every street and alley to spread the word about General Yu's grievances. But when the time comes, there will definitely be constables coming to arrest us. Those brothers who are caught may even be imprisoned. Are you afraid? Being provoked by Qin Yuliang like this, how could those beggar clan disciples bear it? We, the beggar clan, do not have anyone who is greedy for life or afraid of death. At most, I'll be a good man again in 18 years. After completely igniting the passion of the gang members, Qin Yuliang left with Song Qingshu. After arriving at a quiet room, he looked at Song Qingshu with a flattering expression. Young master, were you satisfied with my performance just now? Song Qingshu really couldn't associate this servile man in front of him with his impassioned appearance just now. A sense of vigilance arose in his heart before he nodded and said, you did very well. You are indeed a talent. You flatter me, young master. Qin Yuliang's tense heart finally relaxed. Song Qingshu discussed some details of future communication with him. Suddenly, there was a hurried knock on the door and a beggar clan disciple rushed in. What's the matter? Can't you see that I'm discussing something important with Prince Song? Qin Yuliang asked angrily. This matter is about Song. Prince Song. The disciple obviously hadn't gotten used to the fact that the big enemy of the beggar clan had suddenly become a guest of honor. He changed his words somewhat awkwardly. About me? Song Qingshu was curious. About what? The disciple hurriedly replied, Monsieur made a scene and demanded to see Prince Song. When Qin Yuliang and Qin Kuan had escaped and Song Qingshu had chased after them, the beggar clan members couldn't help them. They could only control Shi Shangyun and Wei Rulan. Qin Yuliang rolled his eyes. Young master, I'll go and make arrangements for General Yu. Thinking of the ambiguous look in his eyes when he left, Song Qingshu was speechless. Obviously, Qin Yuliang still insisted that he had some unspeakable relationship with Shi Shangyun. Song Qingshu didn't want to see her at first, but he thought that the matter between them needed to be resolved. Let her in. Soon, the beggar clan disciple brought Shi Shangyun in. Her hair was messy and her face was a little dirty. She didn't look as spirited as before. After the beggar clan disciple left, Shi Shangyun glanced at Song Qingshu and bit her lip. Suddenly, she bent her knees and knelt in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu didn't have any intention of helping her up. He calmly sat on a chair and leisurely sipped his tea. After a long time, he said in a surprised tone, Monsieur. What are you doing? Shi Shangyun's eyes reddened and her lips moved. I'm sorry. She didn't say what she was sorry about, but both of them understood. Song Qingshu said indifferently, if apologizing was useful, then why would we need the police? Shi Shangyun was startled. She didn't understand what the police meant, but she thought that it should be similar to a bailiff. However, she didn't have time to think about it and quickly said, I know I'm sorry about what happened before, but please save Brother Wei. Wasn't Wei Rulan so arrogant just now? What could have happened to him? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and said with a hint of schadenfreude. Shi Shangyun hastily said, he was hit by Qin Kuan's phantomine finger. He can't hold on much longer. It turned out that in that moment of life and death, Wei Rulan had blocked Qin Kuan's full-strength attack for her and was hit by the phantomine finger. Fortunately, Wei Rulan's martial arts were profound, so he didn't die on the spot. However, he had been seriously injured and was hit by the phantomine finger. It was already very difficult for him to hold on until now. Shi Shangyun saw that her lover was breathing more than he was breathing in. There was even a thin layer of ice on the surface of his body. She was extremely worried. No matter how she thought about it, the only person who could save her lover was Song Qingshu. He is your brother Wei, not my brother Wei. Why should I waste my energy to save him? Song Qingshu's expression didn't change at all. My father is the imperial censor and my grandfather is the imperial teacher. If you are willing to save him, the Shi family will definitely reward you handsomely. Shi Shangyun hastily said. Handsomely? Song Qingshu sneered, I rule over 1,000 li of fertile land and have 100,000 elite soldiers. To put it bluntly, whether it is your father or your grandfather, they don't have the qualifications to be on equal footing with me. Why would I care about their reward? Shi Shangyun became anxious, then what do you want? Song Qingshu shook his head, I don't want anything. Just a few hours ago, Wei Rulan planted the life and death talisman on me and absorbed my inner strength. If I don't mind the past and treat his injury. I'm not an idiot saint. Shi Shangyun's face turned pale. She thought about how the two of them tried to harm him. She knew that the chances of asking for his help were very slim. However, now that Wei Rulan could die at any time, she couldn't think of any other way. It wasn't that she didn't think of asking for help from her father and grandfather. Firstly, she was restricted by the beggar sect. Secondly, even if she returned home, with Wei Rulan's current condition, no one in the family could save her, not even her grandfather who was the imperial teacher. Only Song Qingshu, a man who constantly created miracles, could pull her lover back from the gates of hell. It was a pity that Song Qingshu was indifferent to her pleas. After thinking about it, Shi Shangyun really couldn't think of anything else that could move this man in front of her. In the midst of despair, she suddenly thought of some rumors about Song Qingshu. Her pretty face instantly flushed red. After a fierce struggle in her heart, she suddenly took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. You can leave, I still have something to deal with. Song Qingshu said indifferently. Shi Shangyun bit her lip and suddenly untied her belt. Without the binding, her clothes directly slid to the ground, revealing her smooth and fragrant shoulders, flat and tight abdomen, slender and straight legs. Her fair and alluring body exuded a layer of sparkling and translucent light. She suddenly discovered a bug. She had forgotten that Qingkuan was already blind at the lion-slaying convention. Feeling the chill in the air, Xianxia's body trembled slightly. In fact, she regretted taking it off just now. After all, this kind of sacrifice was a bit big. However, the regret in her heart was quickly replaced by the great feeling of sacrificing herself to save her lover. Her eyes quickly became firm again. Song Qingshu looked at everything in front of him indifferently. He did not stop her, nor did he feel uneasy. "What are you doing?" She did not expect the other party to have such an indifferent reaction. She originally thought that the other party would put on the clothes for her like a gentleman. Even if he pounced on her full of lust, it would not be surprising. But what was with this reaction? This was the first time she showed her body in front of a man. Xianxia's pretty face was already so red that water was about to seep out. She said with a trembling voice, "I know that with your current status, ordinary things are not worth your attention. After thinking about it, I can only use my most precious thing as a bargaining chip." "Bargaining chip?" Song Qingshu chuckled. "This thing is indeed very precious to you, but it may not be that precious to me. I have never lacked women by my side, and there are many who are more beautiful than you. Why don't you tell me, why should I accept such a bargaining chip?" Hearing his words, Xianxia was simply ashamed and indignant. In her mind, a dignified daughter of a noble family had made such a sacrifice. Shouldn't the man anxiously pounce on her? That way, she could take the opportunity to bargain with him and save her lover's life. Then, as long as she used it properly, she might even be able to keep her innocence. However, the plot did not develop as she had planned. She was suddenly at a loss. Feeling the confusion in her eyes, Song Qingshu secretly shook his head. After all, she was a flower in a greenhouse that had been carefully cared for since she was young. How could she have seen the ugliness and darkness of the world? Brother Wei Wei hurt you. Now that he has a chance to vent his anger on his fiancée, I think no man can refuse the pleasure of revenge. After the initial bewilderment, Xianxia gradually calmed down. After all, she was the daughter of a high-ranking official of the imperial court. Even if she had not eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Although she had not seen many of the methods used by the higher-ups to kill people without spilling blood, it did not mean that she did not know anything about it. Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows. He got up and walked in front of her. His fingers slid across her smooth and delicate chin. "I have to say, you've made me have a whole new level of respect for you. I thought you were just a spoiled rich young lady. I didn't expect you to have some intelligence." Being touched by him, Xianxia felt disgusted and shy. She turned her face to the side. "Unless you promise to save Brother Wei, you are not allowed to touch me." After saying that, she picked up her clothes and put them on again. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking very alert. Song Qingshu chuckled and did not do anything to provoke her. He sat back on the chair and scrutinized her with Wuji. "I'm suddenly curious. You're doing this to save your fiancé, but is your fiancé willing to see you save him like this?" Xianxia's face paled. "It's better to be alive than dead. You sacrificed so much to save him. Do you think that after this, you can still be like before? Perhaps Wei Rulin will choose to be with you out of gratitude and guilt. However, this matter will become a thorn between you two. Sooner or later, he won't be able to endure it. After all, there aren't many men in the world who can endure this kind of thing." Song Qingshu continued to break down the defenses in her heart. "Won't it be fine if he doesn't know about this matter?" Xianxia's tone was incomparably calm. It was as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. As expected of Shirmiyuan's daughter. "Your decisiveness is truly admirable." Song Qingshu immediately changed the topic. "However, you said before that the only reason I accepted your bargaining chip was to take revenge on Wei Rulin. If he doesn't know about this matter, where would I get the pleasure from taking revenge?" Xianxia was startled. Then, a red line visibly rose from her neck to her face. She said shyly and angrily, "How can you be so shameless?" After all, she was an inexperienced young girl. Although she had said something similar before, it was mainly to find a reason to convince the other party. She did not know that the other party really thought so. You're the one who suggested this. How is it that I'm the shameless one? Song Qingshu sneered. Shi Shangyun snorted. She turned her face away and did not look at him anymore. Song Qingshu smiled. I have to say, your condition has successfully aroused my interest. I can consider helping you save Wei Rulan. Really? Shi Shangyun felt extremely complicated at that moment. She thought about how she was about to lose something that she had kept for more than 10 years. However, she was the one who suggested it. Of course it's true. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. However, I have another condition. What condition? Shi Shangyun looked at him vigilantly. Song Qingshu replied, when I visited you before, you said that if I agreed to accompany you to the beggar clan, you would help me persuade your father to start the remonstrance. Now that I've accompanied you to the beggar clan, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. When Shi Shangyun heard this, she was extremely annoyed. How could she have forgotten about this? If she had known about this earlier, she would not have used her innocence as a bargaining chip. Okay, you help me save Brother Wei, and I'll help you persuade my father. Shi Shangyun said as she observed the reaction of the man in front of her. Song Qingshu sneered. Miss Shi, you're really naive. I already told you that condition was just an extra. Now you want to replace it with the bargaining chip that we discussed before? Why not? Shi Shangyun plucked up her courage and said, I have a favor to ask of you, and you have a favor to ask of me. We can cancel each other out. Song Qingshu shook his head. First of all, I don't need your father to start the remonstrance. Now that I have the help of the beggar clan, there will naturally be people who will impeach Ma Qizhao under the pressure of public opinion. Secondly, Wei Rulan has cultivated Yinjin Qi. When he was seriously injured, he was hit by the phantomine finger. The cold air of the phantomine finger has penetrated deep into his bones. In the whole world, only I have the ability to save him, so you have to beg me. Lastly, Song Qingshu dragged his tone. Seeing that Shi Shangyun was confused, he continued, not only did you beg me to save Wei Rulan, but you also asked me to hide our deal from him. These are two things, so of course you have to pay for them. You're a devil. Shi Shangyun pointed at him, trembling with anger. Shi Shangyun bit her lips and did not say a word. She knew that she was in the wrong. She only wanted to capture Song Qingshu and hand him over to the beggar sect in exchange for the position of sect leader. As for Wei Rulan planting the life and death talisman on him and using the dark north divine power to absorb his internal energy, it was completely out of her expectation. Although she did not agree with this method, she did not stop Wei Rulan. So in the end, she was also an accomplice. Although Shi Shangyun was usually unruly on the surface, she was completely different from Guofu, who never felt that she was in the wrong. She was just careless in her actions and had been spoiled since she was young, so her temper was a little unreasonable. But deep down, she could at least tell right from wrong. Song Qingshu stretched out his finger and gently brushed past her clothes. He felt her delicate skin with the back of his finger, but you're still a tempting demon. Shi Shangyun's cheeks flushed red and her body involuntarily trembled. She endured the shame and anger in her heart and said, quickly go and save Brother Wei. With his current condition, he could die at any moment. She did not want to make such a big sacrifice just to see her lover die. He has the dark north divine power to protect him. He won't die so soon. Song Qingshu's finger continued to move downwards. No. Seeing that he did not care, Shi Shangyun even suspected that he wanted Wei Rulan to die. If you don't save him first, I won't let you touch me. Fine, let us go and see your lover. Song Qingshu withdrew his finger with an inexplicable smile on his face. Wait. Seeing the surprised look on his face, Shi Shangyun blushed, let me tidy up my clothes first. It turned out that she had taken off her clothes just now. Now her clothes were disheveled and her hair was messy. She did not want to be seen by the beggar sect and did not want to appear in front of her lover like this. After a long time, with a blushing face, she followed Song Qingshu out of the door. Because Chen Yuliang had ordered them to treat Song Qingshu as an honored guest, the beggar clan disciples did not make things difficult for them along the way. When he arrived at the prisoner's room, he found Wei Rulin lying on a straw mat like a dead dog. His cheeks were no longer as handsome as before. His face was green and purple, making him look incomparably ferocious. There was even a thin layer of frost faintly forming on the straw mat beneath him. From this, it could be seen how powerful the phantomine finger was. "Brother Wei!" Xianxia cried out in alarm. She hastily rushed over. Unfortunately, Wei Rulin didn't react to her arrival. So, she could only look at Song Qingshu for help. Looking at her tearful appearance, Song Qingshu sighed with emotion. "You are not completely without merit. At least you are affectionate and loyal to your lover." Xianxia bit her red lips. She was clearly not interested in continuing this topic with him. "Hurry up and save him. If you delay any longer, it will be too late." Song Qingshu took out a pill from his bosom and stuffed it into Wei Rulin's mouth. He supported his chin with his hand and felt him swallow the pill. Then, he nodded and said, "It's done." "That's it?" Xianxia asked in surprise. Although she was not considered a top-notch expert, her eyesight was top-notch. She knew that Wei Rulin's current condition was something that even her grandfather, the emperor's tutor, could do nothing about. How could he be cured with just one pill? Of course it won't be that fast. Song Qingshu smiled. This medicine can only temporarily protect his heart for 2 hours. "What kind of pill is this?" Xianxia asked with a frown. "Leopard embryo tendon altering pill." Song Qingshu answered, "This medicine is refined from dozens of great nourishing and dryness herbs. It just so happens to be able to dissolve the cold energy in his body. Of course, the illusory finger is so powerful that a mere leopard embryo tendon altering pill can only save his life for 2 hours." Song Qingshu did not lie. Although the leopard embryo tendon altering pill was a poison, it was indeed a great tonic before the poison took effect. It just so happened that it countered the cold energy. As for the toxicity, he was certainly not stupid enough to tell Xianxia directly. After all, Xianxia was not a person of Jianghu. She had never heard of the famous leopard embryo tendon altering pill of the divine Dragon Island. She looked at the man in front of her with a face full of suspicion. The other party spoke so clearly and she could not see anything from his eyes. Xianxia subconsciously believed him. "You can only save his life for 2 hours?" Xianxia suddenly thought of something and cried out in surprise. "Of course not." Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "This pill is only to prevent him from dying. As for these 2 hours, although it is a bit short, it is barely enough for me to collect the reward." "You?" Xianxia's expression changed and she subconsciously took a few steps back. "No, absolutely not." "Why not?" Song Qingshu's mouth slightly rose. "You still haven't saved him, how can I let you?" Xianxia's heartbeat sped up several times. If he did not admit it afterwards, wouldn't she be played by him for nothing? "Are you afraid that I won't admit it afterwards?" Song Qingshu seemed to have the ability to read minds as he quietly looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed with panic, but she quickly straightened her chest. "Of course. If you don't save Brother Wei afterwards, I won't be able to do anything to you." In fact, she still had the idea of waiting for Song Qingshu to save Wei Rulin and see if she could renege on the debt. If she did that first, not only would her wishful thinking fail, she would also have to bear a great risk. "I still need you to help me convince your father." "How can I not admit it?" Song Qingshu's tone had a trace of ridicule. "In any case, it's not possible." Xianxia bit her red lips. Her chest continuously rose and fell, outlining the charm of a woman. "Since it has come to this, you can only believe me," Song Qingshu coldly said. Xianxia turned her head to the side and pretended that she did not hear what he said. Song Qingshu was too lazy to feign civility with her and directly said, "Miss Shi, let me give you one last piece of advice. If I want to do anything to you, with your martial arts, you won't even have the chance to resist. Instead of losing everything, it would be better for you to fulfill your obligations before I have the patience to make a deal with you." As he spoke, his aura suddenly rose. Now, not only was his martial arts unfathomable, but he also had a murderous aura that came from the blood and fire of the battlefield. He also had the dignity that he had cultivated during his time as an emperor. Any one of these was not something that a girl like Xianxia could resist. Xianxia felt her hands and feet go cold. At that moment, she felt as if she was unable to breathe. It was as if she was going to die in the next second. Fortunately, that feeling disappeared as quickly as it came. She was able to gasp for breath as she looked at the man not far away with a shocked expression. "Come here." Song Qingshu sat on a chair and patted his thigh, indicating for her to sit. Song Qingshu did not use the soul transfer technique or anything like that. It was purely his powerful aura that made people want to submit to him. It was women's nature to worship powerful men, so she unconsciously obeyed his orders. When she got close to Song Qingshu, the man's masculine aura made her come to her senses. She was embarrassed and shocked. What was she doing? She wanted to step back in panic, but the man in front of her grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. "Let go of me." Xianxia struggled and found that it was all in vain. As she struggled, she keenly sensed that the man's body was getting hotter and hotter. "This is your choice." A hint of madness flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. He even keenly sensed that there was something wrong with his emotions. Did the inner demon of the Mankasvara Dhyana appear again? Song Qingshu was shocked, but he quickly despised himself. Every time he used the inner demon as an excuse, wasn't it hypocritical? Even if it was the inner demon, it was the true thoughts in the depths of his heart. Why did he have to suppress it? No. Feeling the heat coming from the back of her neck, Xianxia was inexplicably flustered. "I'm going back on my word. You've already made a deal with me. It's not up to you whether you're going back on your word or not." Song Qingshu did not let go of her. He gently moved the tip of his nose into her collar. "No." Xianxia cried out, her body involuntarily trembling. Song Qingshu didn't take any further action. Instead, he stopped and said indifferently, "Eldest miss, are you pretending to be chaste at this time to comfort your pitiful self-esteem?" Xianxia's face turned pale and she said angrily, "You bastard. Why are you talking about me like this?" Song Qingshu lifted her chin and said sarcastically, "You're the one who proposed the deal. Now you're doing this again. Isn't being a whore and trying to establish a chastity? You." Xianxia was so angry that her body trembled, but she did not know how to refute. "Alright, I'll be merciful and give you one last chance to choose." Song Qingshu's gaze fell on Wei Rulan. "Do you want me to save him? You can choose not to save him, and I won't force you." Xianxia looked at her lover with a complicated expression, her heart suddenly wavering. "Actually, you're just greedy for this mortal world. If you really love him to the bone, then you can go to the netherworld with him, and he'll probably be able to smile in the netherworld as well. So why are you conflicted here?" Song Qingshu's tone was filled with ridicule. Xianxia smiled sadly. "You don't understand. If he died, he would definitely not smile in the underworld. If his fiancée sacrificed her chastity to save him, I believe he won't be smiling," Song Qingshu said coldly. Xianxia sighed faintly. "He has more important things to do. What's a mere woman to him? That was his mission. It's just a top scholar. What big things can he do?" Song Qingshu didn't understand the meaning of her words and couldn't help but snort. Xianxia shook her head and didn't explain. She just said, "I've thought it through." "Save him. Have you really thought it through?" Song Qingshu asked again. "Yes." Xianxia's cheeks were like burning clouds, and she lowered her head. Song Qingshu reached out and lifted her chin. "Then be natural. Don't make it seem like I'm forcing you." Xianxia was angry and anxious. What was the difference between taking advantage of others and forcing them? "Do you think I'm taking advantage of others?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianxia was shocked. "You. How do you know what I'm thinking?" "I guessed." Song Qingshu smiled faintly. He didn't lie. He had experienced so many things and had long cultivated a pair of wise eyes that could see through people's hearts. He might not be able to guess the thoughts of some old foxes, but it was no problem for him to deal with a greenhouse flower like Xianxia. The more he said this, the more Xianxia didn't believe him. Thinking of the rumors about Song Qingshu, especially the night when he went to the palace to pray for rain, the look in her eyes became more and more strange. The man in front of her couldn't really be an immortal from heaven, could he? But as soon as this thought came to her, she rejected it. What a joke! How could an immortal from heaven be so shameless? Take it off. Song Qingshu suddenly said. What? Shenshangyun couldn't react for a moment. Song Qingshu shrugged. I'll let you take it off yourself. I want you to remember that all of this is your own will. Otherwise, in the future, you will always feel that I'm forcing you or something. Shenshangyun wanted to bite this man to death. After a long time, she calmed down. After all, she had thought it through. Everything was to save her lover. Let's go. Shenshangyun stood up and said expressionlessly. Where to? Song Qingshu asked curiously. Shenshangyun was stunned at first, and then she was embarrassed and angry. Do you want to do it here? Song Qingshu smiled. If not here, then where? Glancing at her lover on the straw mat not far away, Shenshangyun bit her lips and said, No. I have to say this again. I never lack women around me. Although you are beautiful, in terms of appearance, you are not even in the top 10 of all of my women. Do you think I will be attracted by your beauty? Song Qingshu sneered. The reason why I agreed was because your words aroused my interest. What could be more satisfying than taking revenge on the woman of your enemy? Shenshangyun's face turned red and white. I said something similar, but I didn't say that I would do it in front of him. Then wouldn't it be boring? Seeing that she was about to explode, Song Qingshu continued, Don't worry. He is in a deep coma now. His 5 senses have been automatically shut down. How would he know what is happening outside? No, that's ridiculous. Shenshangyun shook her head desperately, but her tone had already softened. I will still say the same thing. He sat down calmly. Anyway, I won't go anywhere. Right, I have to remind you that the effect of the 2 hours has already passed. If something happens because of the delay, don't blame it on me. Shenshangyun trembled all over and stared at the man in front of her. The thing I regret the most in my life is meeting you in that inn. Song Qingshu shook his head. No, the thing you should regret the most is hurting me. Speaking of which, this is just retribution for the 2 of you. Compared to the tragic ending that I have suffered, your loss is almost negligible. Enough. Shenshangyun walked directly in front of him and sat on his legs. I will compensate you. If you want to do it, then do it. Don't talk nonsense. Shenshangyun bit her red lips and glared at him fiercely. Song Qingshu's fingertip gently stroked her lips. Even now you can still be so proud, I somewhat admire you. Shenshangyun suddenly opened her mouth and fiercely bit down on his finger. Looking at her desperate posture, if this bite landed, even his finger would be seriously injured. With Song Qingshu's current cultivation, even if Shenshangyun caught him off guard, she would not be able to do anything to him. However, he did not have the slightest intention of dodging and let her bite him. Shenshangyun's eyes lit up, but she did not have time to be happy. The soreness and pain from her gums made her feel as if her teeth had been broken, and the pain made her tears flow. You are also half a person of the martial arts world, how could you not know about the protection of Xianxia? Song Qingshu gently pulled out his finger and then slowly put it back. Shenshangyun's cheeks were now numb, and for a moment she could not react. She could only watch the man in front of her teasing her. Shenshangyun secretly complained. In fact, it was not that she did not know about the protection of Xianxia, but that ordinary people could not train their Xianxia to some weak places, and the bite force of the teeth was astonishing. Even those in the martial arts world who were good at finger kung fu would not dare to be bitten like this. Who knew that the bastard in front of her had fingers that were harder than gold and stone? What the hell? After the initial pain and soreness, Shenshangyun suddenly felt something strange in her mouth. Only then did she realize that the other party was using a different way to violate her, and she hurriedly leaned back. Pay pay pay. Shenshangyun spat with a face full of disgust. You are disgusting. Do you really think it was disgusting just now? Song Qingshu raised his shiny finger and said with a smile that was not a smile. Shenshangyun's heart inexplicably jumped at his expression, and she hurriedly turned her face away and snorted, I don't want to waste time with you here. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Song Qingshu's eyebrows slightly moved. I don't know if you overestimate yourself or underestimate me, I won't finish so quickly. That may not be so. Xianxia coldly said. You know seduction techniques? Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. This was the only answer he could think of. It was said that women who were proficient in the art of seduction could make a man disarm and surrender with just a glance. However, no matter how he looked at the woman in front of him, he couldn't see any trace of natural seduction from her. Who do you think I am? Xianxia looked as if she had been insulted. I'm a dignified daughter of a rich family. How could I possibly learn such vulgar things? A little girl will always be a little girl. That kind of incomparably mysterious ability is actually a dirty thing in your mouth. Song Qingshu shook his head and couldn't help but think of Su Quan. She was a typical example of someone who had cultivated the charm technique to the extreme. So many men in the Divine Dragon cult didn't even dare to look at her eyes. She wrote a letter saying that she's in Liao. When I'm free, I'll go and see what she's up to. Song Qingshu thought to himself. One look at you, and it's obvious that you're thinking of a woman. The rumors in the pugilistic world are true. You're an out-and-out lecherous devil. Xianxia's cold voice interrupted Song Qingshu's thoughts. Song Qingshu didn't get angry. He just looked at her strangely and said, since you don't know the art of seduction, where do you get the confidence that you can make a lecherous devil like me end quickly? After a pause, he said, actually, even if you know the art of seduction, you can't affect me at all. Bah, I already said I don't know that stuff. Xianxia spat. I'm not telling you. You'll find out later. Woman, you've successfully attracted my attention. Song Qingshu imitated the tone of an overbearing CEO from his previous life. Xianxia couldn't understand what he was talking about at all. She just looked at him strangely and then directly lay down on the table. You do it. Her tone was emotionless as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Seeing her suddenly cooperate, Song Qingshu was not used to it. Did you take the wrong medicine? Xianxia didn't even look at him. She just continued to speak in an ethereal tone. I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Everyone says that you're dissolute and elegant. You probably have a lot of women around you. Although I can be considered pretty, I'm not that attractive to you. The only thing that moves your heart is that you want to take revenge on me and Brother Wei. Xianxia paused for a while and continued to speak, thus, the more I resist you, the happier I get. Why should I humiliate myself to satisfy your disgusting fetish? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, your words have made me have a whole new level of respect for you. I'm even a bit suspicious. How can a virgin girl like you understand a man's thoughts so well? Xianxia turned her head away and didn't say anything. The reason why she could see all of this was because of her playboy brothers. They were all experts at playing with women. When they had nothing to do, they would talk to each other. She was influenced by what she saw and heard, so she naturally understood a bit. Additionally, there was something that she didn't say. Although her brothers had different tastes, they all had one thing in common. They hated women that were like dead fish lying on the bed. That would make them instantly lose interest. From her point of view, Song Qingshu and her brothers were all despicable people. If her brothers hated her, then Song Qingshu would not be an exception. Seeing her expression, Song Qingshu quickly smiled. I've roughly guessed your plan, but you'll be disappointed. To deal with an inexperienced girl like you, I only need to move a finger to make you beg for me to *CKU. Pay. Xianxia gritted her teeth and angrily glared at him, impossible. Is that so? Song Qingshu's eyes turned cold. He gently placed his finger on her delicate neck and slowly caressed it. Being touched by an unfamiliar man like this, Xianxia's body couldn't help but tremble. However, she immediately gritted her teeth and restrained her nervousness and shyness. She simply closed her eyes and expressionlessly laid there. Song Qingshu's face revealed a trace of a mocking smile. With his rich experience in the field of love, it wasn't difficult for him to flirt with a virtuous lady. He was confident that he could flirt with Xianxia to the point that she wouldn't want to. It was a pity that these methods were only used to communicate with lovers. For this pampered woman in front of him, he didn't have the leisure to cook her. He directly circulated his joyous qi. As his hand lightly moved on her body, the joyous qi silently entered her meridians. In the beginning, Xianxia was still holding on. However, she gradually felt a numb feeling in her body. She didn't think too much of it and only thought that it was because she wasn't used to being so intimately touched by a man. However, not long after, her body gradually became hot and her expression finally changed. How is this possible? The one I like is Brother Wei. Why am I so sensitive to this man's touch? Song Qingshu's fingers slid across Xianxia's body, but he didn't do anything further. He just looked at her quietly. Xianxia's face was indeed flushed, and her eyes were so watery that it seemed like water was about to seep out. How can this be? Why would I have such a big reaction when he only touched me a few times? Could it be that I have feelings for him? Shaking her head, Xianxia immediately threw this thought out of her mind. How can this be? This person is so annoying. How can I like him? But no matter how many explanations she found in her heart, she couldn't avoid her body's reaction at this time. She couldn't help but feel shy and terrified. She didn't know what to do. Xianxia was prepared to be a wooden beauty from the beginning. It wasn't that she didn't expect to encounter a challenge, but she didn't expect to encounter such a big challenge. She had tried her best to suppress her body's reaction, but the more she suppressed it, the more obvious the feeling was. Xianxia finally couldn't help but moan. She grew up with her brothers and was a famous tomboy in the capital. Although she was beautiful, her personality was similar to that of a boy. She always had a fiery look. She never expected that she would make such a sweet sound. She had always thought that this kind of sound was made by those delicate girls, and she despised them. She didn't expect that she would make such a shameful sound. But unexpectedly, as the sound came out of her throat, she felt that the uncomfortable feeling in her body actually lessened a little. Do I have to make such a shameful sound all the time? Xianxia was terrified and embarrassed to the extreme. Although reason told her not to, she couldn't suppress the reaction in her body. Soon, a second moan came out of her mouth. At this time, Xianxia's face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She was sweating like a tide, and her clothes were already tightly stuck to her body. The slightly flushed skin was faintly discernible, and it was especially attractive. Her body couldn't help but twist as if this could make herself feel better. Her two long legs unconsciously clamped together, and her voice carried a trace of sobbing. What did you do to me? Song Qingshu shrugged. I didn't do anything. It's just that your nature is like that. I touched you a little, and you're even more coquettish than those girls in the brothel. No, it's not. Xianxia subconsciously refuted, but her body's reaction couldn't lie. When she thought of how unbearable she was, the usually arrogant Xianxia couldn't accept this fact at all and began to cry. Are you feeling very uncomfortable now? Song Qingshu looked at her with a faint smile. Originally, Xianxia did not dare to have any interest in men other than her lover. Previously, she did not think there was anything special about Song Qingshu's voice. But now, when she heard it, she felt that it was extremely magnetic, causing her heart to flutter. Even though she didn't want to talk to him, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Xianxia hated herself for being so useless. You can beg me. I have a way to free you. Song Qingshu's voice carried an inexplicable temptation. Dream on. Xianxia turned her face away. Her full breasts rose and fell rapidly, outlining a beautiful scene of trembling beauty. You just don't want to admit it. In fact, you really like the feeling of being touched by me. As he spoke, Song Qingshu touched her waist. See, this feeling is very comfortable, right? Xianxia felt that his hands were like the sun. Even if she was an iceberg, she would instantly turn into water when his hands touched her. Her whole body was even softer than cotton. How can this be? Xianxia's blurred eyes revealed a trace of confusion. She didn't understand why her body didn't resist him at all when she clearly hated this man. In fact, there was even an inexplicable kind of expectation. No, I don't feel comfortable at all. I hate you. Xianxia bit her lips and shouted, as if this could hide her current weakness. Song Qingshu wiped between her legs and raised his hand in front of her face. You say you don't feel comfortable, but your body is quite honest. At this moment, Xianxia finally broke down. Don't torture me like this. I can't take it anymore. Wu Song Qingshu stopped smiling. Beg me. Xianxia's heart finally fell apart. At this time, the double stimulation of both her body and mind made her throw her usual pride to the back of her mind. I beg you. Beg me for what? The corner of Song Qingshu's mouth slightly curled up, admiring his masterpiece. I beg you. Want me? Xianxia couldn't help sitting up and moving closer to Song Qingshu. Louder, I can't hear you. Song Qingshu was still indifferent. Xianxia only felt that the expression of the man in front of her was exceptionally hateful. However, ever since she spoke just now, she seemed to have abandoned all the shackles of her daily life. The struggle on the edge of morality and the excitement of the fall after giving in made her completely abandon her usual restraint. She directly leaned over and began to take off the other party's clothes. She said in a sweet voice, "Please want me." Song Qingshu pinched her chin and looked at her condescendingly. Do you know that you look even more coquettish than those girls in Qinhui right now? I'm not like them. Hearing him comparing her to the prostitutes in the brothel, Xianxia subconsciously retorted. She breathed in the masculine breath of the man beside her, and her heart swayed. For some reason, she said, I only do this to you. As she said that, she took his hand and put it into her lapel. She let out a sweet moan from her throat, as if it made her feel better. Only to me? Song Qingshu pointed to Wei Rulin who was on the straw mat. What about him? Seeing her lover's voice, Xianxia's heart trembled. A strong sense of shame and guilt drove her to quickly turn her face to the other side. She didn't want him to see her current appearance, even if he was unconscious. I don't want to mention him now. Xianxia's voice trembled a little, but the surging restlessness in her body quickly diverted her attention. Her whole body kept twisting in the man's arms, and she unknowingly took off her clothes and threw them to the side. Song Qingshu hugged her burning body, but he did not take any further action. Instead, he looked at Wei Rulin, who was lying on the side, and said, How do you feel when you see your fiancé in the arms of another man? Hearing his words, Xianxia's body stiffened. She turned her head to look at her lover on the straw mat in disbelief. Wei Rulin still didn't move. She had just breathed a sigh of relief when Song Qingshu's next words scared her out of her wits. Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Wei Rulin's breathing instantly quickened. Finally, she opened her mouth with difficulty. Her voice had a hint of bitterness. I didn't expect the famous Golden Snake King to be such a despicable and shameless person. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. He wasn't angry at all. We're just the same. You treat me with despicableness, so I'll return the favor with shamelessness. But to be honest, I'm much kinder than you. At least I didn't force your fiancé from the beginning. She took the initiative. You should have heard it clearly. Wei Rulin's chest rose and fell even faster. It was obvious that she was extremely angry. But at this moment, she didn't know how to refute. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. She took the initiative to come to me. If I refused, it would be too hurtful to the lady's heart. All right, a moment's worth 1,000 gold. I won't waste any more time with you here. Xianxia, let's go. After putting some clothes on the woman in his arms, he reached out to hold her hand. Even though her rationality told her to reject him, she didn't know why, but when she saw him reaching out his hand, Xianxia still grabbed his hand and followed him out of the room. Wei Rulin was lying on the straw mat. When he opened his eyes, he could only see the ceiling. But through his ears, it wasn't difficult for him to tell that his fiancée didn't reject Song Qingshu at all. He was angry and furious. He tried his best to turn over and see if she was really so heartless. Unfortunately, because he was hit by the phantomine finger, his entire body was stiff. He could only use all his strength to turn his neck slightly. From his current angle, he couldn't see his fiancée's expression. He could only see her two smooth, jade-like calves. One had to know that this society was different from the one in the future, where all sorts of people wore short skirts and bikinis, as if they were afraid that they wouldn't show enough. In this era, women's entire body was basically covered by clothes, and their skin could only be seen by their husbands on the wedding night. Now that both of her calves were exposed, one could totally imagine how disheveled she looked. Even though Xianxia and Wei Rulan were in love, they were extremely reserved in this aspect. It was good enough that he could at most hold her hand. He had never seen her calves or anything like that. Wei Rulan was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he thought about how his fiancée had unreservedly displayed something that he didn't even have the chance to touch in front of another man. Naturally, Xianxia didn't know what her lover was thinking. Or rather, she had subconsciously avoided thinking about this problem. She followed Song Qingshu to another room. She felt that her legs were weak and she couldn't support herself anymore. She fell into Song Qingshu's arms as if she had melted. She looked at him with her watery eyes. "I'm very uncomfortable." "I'm going to." Who knew that Song Qingshu would put away the frivolous expression on his face? He looked at her indifferently. "I only said that I wanted you to cry and beg me to do you. I didn't say that I would agree to it if you begged me." Xianxia's remaining rationality made her feel ashamed and indignant. She was usually a proud and arrogant daughter of a rich family. But now, he didn't want her to sleep with him. That kind of humiliation made her want to bury herself in a hole. However, although rationality could control the body's reaction could also destroy rationality. Xianxia was in this kind of situation. Even though there was a voice in her heart that was loudly reprimanding her, she couldn't help but open her mouth. She sounded like she was about to cry. "What do I have to do for you to promise me?" In fact, there was another reason that Song Qingshu did not mention. Just now, when he looked at Wei Rulan, who was lying motionless on the side, he could not help but think of the time when he first came to this world. Because Zhang Wuji had sealed his acupuncture points, he could not move at all. However, he was relatively lucky. Coupled with Zhou Jirua's strong willpower, nothing happened that night. "I didn't expect that I would become the person I hated the most in the end." Recalling the anger and madness at that time, Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Of course, he was not a compassionate Virgin Mary. He still had to take revenge. Although he did not really take Xianxia's innocence, he did not mind letting Wei Rulan misunderstand this matter. "You, kill me." Xianxia felt extremely uncomfortable at this time. She wanted to throw herself on the man in the distance, but she still had a trace of reason. Since the other party had humiliated her so much, she could only try her best to restrain this impulse. "I don't have many good points, but one of them is that I have tender feelings for women." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I won't even take away your innocence, so why would I take away your life?" If she had heard these words an hour ago, Xianxia would definitely have jumped with joy. But now, she only had the most primitive desire left in her. She even hoped that a man would treat her roughly, so when she heard these words, she didn't feel the slightest bit happy. Xianxia did not understand why her body was so sensitive. She even suspected that she was born to be lewd. Coupled with the fact that Song Qingshu did not care about her, she was ashamed and angry. Suddenly, she clenched her teeth and bumped into the corner of the wall. Originally, she thought that death would be the end of all troubles, but she did not feel a hard wall. Instead, she bumped into a soft embrace. Song Qingshu, who was sitting in the distance, had already blocked her in front of the wall. "Sigh, I'm always so soft-hearted." Song Qingshu hugged her delicate body and could not help but sigh. Feeling the hormones of the opposite sex, Xianxia only felt an explosion in her mind, and the last trace of reason disappeared. Her whole body was like an octopus tightly wrapped around the man beside her. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, Song Qingshu's eyes were full of clarity. He carried her to the bed, gently placed her on the bed, and quickly sealed a few of her acupuncture points. With her acupuncture points sealed, Xianxia could not move as she did before. She could only keep twisting her waist and muttering, "I want. I want." Song Qingshu shook his head secretly when he saw that the unruly and arrogant young lady had turned into such a promiscuous woman. The genuine chi of joy was too domineering for women. He must be more cautious in the future. With one hand pressed on her chest and the other on her lower abdomen, the young girl's delicate and elastic youthful touch did not distract Song Qingshu at all. He only saw him closing his eyes and secretly activating his power to suck out the chi of joy from the young girl's body bit by bit. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain collapsing, and illness goes away like spinning silk. The chi of joy also had a similar effect. It entered a woman's body very quickly, but it was very troublesome to completely extract it. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's control of chi was more precise than a scalpel. As his palm kept moving around various acupuncture points on her body, the chi of joy in her body was also extracted bit by bit. Xianxia also gradually calmed down. She was no longer as red as a cooked prawn. As the desire subsided, reason returned to her body. Looking at the man who was treating her seriously, her gaze became complicated and difficult to understand. Just now, it was just the desire of her body that destroyed her reason, but it did not mean that she did not remember what happened during that time. Thinking of her lowly appearance just now, she was abnormally embarrassed and wanted to kill herself. Originally, all of this was caused by this man's coercion and temptation. She should hate him to death, but he did not take advantage of her and did not take away her most precious thing, which made her feelings instantly become complicated. Noticing her movement, Song Qingshu said lightly, "You're awake?" "Yes." At this moment, Xianxia was no longer as fierce as before. She was as weak as a quail. In order to resolve her embarrassment, she mumbled, Why did I do that?" Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Maybe I'm too charming." What a joke. How could he be so stupid as to tell the truth? Shameless. Xianxia cursed secretly, but unexpectedly found that she was not as angry as before. While she was in a daze, suddenly a strange touch on her body made her instantly come back to her senses. Blushing, she asked softly, "How long are you going to touch me?" "I'll touch you until you completely release yourself." Song Qingshu had been through a lot, and his tone was not unnatural at all. "Unless you want to go back to your old ways and throw yourself into a man's arms in the future, you'd better let me continue." Xianxia had always liked to wander around outside, so she had to come into contact with men on a daily basis. From princes and young masters to peddlers and servants, she often came into contact with them. If she really had a body that would turn on men, she might as well die. However, as a woman, she could not say anything to let him continue touching her. For a moment, she was in a dilemma, so she simply turned her face into the bed and pretended to be an ostrich. The room fell into silence again, and Song Qingshu continued to concentrate on patting and pressing her hand. Xianxia regained her consciousness, and the heat from the man's palm gradually made her face turn red again. While Xianxia was in a state of shock, Song Qingshu suddenly turned her over and slapped her butt. Before Xianxia could get angry, she suddenly felt as if a string of electric current had flowed through her body, and an unprecedented feeling of joy came from her limbs and bones. That feeling was too strong and too sudden, and she could not suppress her body's instinctive reaction at all. A sweet moan resounded through the entire room. Done. Song Qingshu stood up, picked up the silk handkerchief that she had dropped just now, wiped his hands, and threw it back to her. Xianxia glared at him angrily, but she could not say a word. She clenched her legs tightly, and her whole body kept trembling. She felt as if her body was a dam that had burst. "You have a good rest." After dealing with the matters here, Song Qingshu did not have the slightest intention to stay, and directly opened the door and walked out. Song Qingshu did not hesitate along the way, and directly went to the other side of the room where Wei Ruolin was imprisoned. He looked down at her haggard appearance lying on the straw mat, and could not help but sneer, "You're actually crying?" Hearing his voice, Wei Ruolin suddenly opened her eyes, "You bastard." Song Qingshu said lightly, "Both of us know clearly who is the thief. Those who have been tortured by your life and death spell over the years know clearly, as do those who have been tortured by your life-death spell. Those souls who have worked hard to cultivate for a lifetime but had their cultivation power sucked away by you also know very clearly. It's only because I'm more skilled that I didn't follow their footsteps." Seeing that Wei Ruolin still wanted to say something, Song Qingshu interrupted her coldly, "I didn't come here to argue with you about this issue. It's just that I'm very satisfied with eldest young Miss Sher. So, I kept my promise to save your life." Originally, the official account could automatically reply to the corresponding hand-drawn pictures of the corresponding characters by sending keywords, but because too many people often typed in the wrong characters, they could not get a reply. Many readers had a lot of objections, so this time, all the characters' pictures were specially gathered in one link. Everyone could view it in the submenu under the Xianxia harem menu, character gallery. When Wei Rulan heard him say that he was very satisfied with his fiancée, he could not help but imagine the scene of Shi Shongyun under his body. The more he thought about it, the more unbearable it became. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. You better calm down. If your heartbeat quickens and causes the cold energy of the phantomine finger to penetrate deeper into your internal organs, I won't be able to save you even if I wanted to, Song Qingshu said lightly. Who needs you to save me? Wei Rulan almost roared. It was obvious that he was already extremely agitated. That's good, Song Qingshu took the opportunity to get up and walked out. I can go and tell Monsieur that it's not that I broke my promise, but that you don't want me to save you. Stopping, Song Qingshu added, it feels good to play for free. Hearing his words, Wei Rulan's vision darkened. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, the word play for free was too lethal. The muscles on his face twitched as he thought about how he had already lost his fiancée's innocence. He had already lost everything. If he did not let him save him, wouldn't that be an even greater loss? He suddenly thought of the mission passed down by his ancestors for more than 100 years and suddenly came to his senses. How could he let the efforts of generations go down the drain just because of a woman? Wait. Wei Rulan took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. Save me quickly. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh. Weren't you very arrogant before? Why did you suddenly change your mind? Wei Rulan stared at the ceiling and said lightly, I can't let Shongyun's sacrifice be in vain. You make it sound so dignified, Song Qingshu said with a hint of ridicule on his face. Isn't it because you are greedy for life and afraid of death? Wei Rulan's face was ashen and his lips were tightly shut. It was obvious that he had hit a sore spot. Actually, I quite admire you. Song Qingshu looked at him. Any man with a sense of shame would kill himself if he learned that his woman had been bullied by another man. But you reacted as if nothing had happened. There are only two possibilities. Either you're a cowardly man, or you're a schemer. In my opinion, you're obviously the latter. Wei Rulan's expression finally changed. Her complexion became extremely unsightly, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't worry. I won't be afraid to save you just because you're Go Jian. I have many enemies in my life. One more won't make a difference. That way, I will always be on my guard. Song Qingshu looked at the pool of blood that Wei Rulan had spat out. There were many ice shards in the pool of blood that she had spat out. He smiled and said, I'm afraid you'll die if you continue talking. I'll save you first. He then swept his sleeves in the air and Wei Rulan sat up with an invisible force. Song Qingshu stood behind him and quickly sealed all the major acupuncture points on his body. Wei Rulan's complexion couldn't help but change as she felt the vigorous real qi coming from behind her. She had always been proud and arrogant, thinking that she was invincible among the younger generation with the help of the free and unfettered faction's divine power. She didn't pay much attention to Song Qingshu, who was famous all over the world. She only thought that Song Qingshu was an exaggeration. Earlier, she had easily used the Dark North divine power to absorb Song Qingshu's power. Suddenly, Wei Rulan's heart skipped a beat. She had already understood that Song Qingshu must have used fake vital energy to confuse her. But now that he was treating her injuries, the vital energy that was channeled into her body could not be faked. Wasn't this a great opportunity? Wei Rulan could not suppress her excitement the moment she thought of this. Of course, she also hesitated for a moment. After all, the other party was talking about treating her injuries. However, when she thought of the mission of her clan, she quickly threw her hesitation to the back of her mind. Moreover, the other party had done such a thing to his fiancée, so he deserved it. Wei Rulan was like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to strike. He was afraid of revealing any flaws and waited quietly for the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. It was as if he had been blessed by his ancestors. Not long after, he found the opportunity. All the acupuncture points in his body opened and the Dark North divine technique was activated. His entire body was like a black hole that absorbed the inner energy of the person behind him. Wei Rulan finally smiled when she felt the other party's inner energy flowing into her body uncontrollably. Song, you didn't expect this, did you? Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu did not panic at all. He only smiled faintly and said, I know that you have the Dark North Divine technique, but I'm still treating you. Do you really think that I'm not prepared at all? You're deliberately mystifying, Wei Rulan snorted coldly. No matter what you say, you're still under my control. This time is different from last time. I can feel that I'm absorbing real inner energy. In less than an hour, you'll be sucked dry by me. Is that so? Song Qingshu's tone revealed a hint of sarcasm. Wei Rulan was about to take the opportunity to exhale when his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly found that the inner energy he absorbed into his body was not under his control. One must know that the reason why the Dark North Divine technique could absorb the inner energy of all kinds of masters was that once the opponent's inner energy was absorbed into one's body, the inner energy would flow into the practitioner's dantian according to the specific meridian route of the Dark North Divine technique and strengthen one's Dark North True Qi. Under such circumstances, even if the opponent's power was higher than one's, they would still fail miserably. The reason why Wei Rulan's expression changed was because after Song Qingshu's inner energy entered his body, it did not flow according to the prescribed route of the Dark North Divine technique. Instead, it flowed in another strange route, and there were no acupuncture points in those places. Why could the inner energy flow? Naturally, he did not know that the Supreme Mystery Scripture recorded many hidden acupuncture points of the human body. It was a stretch to say that it was acupuncture points because there were many places that only had the size of a pinhole that allowed inner energy to pass through. If one was not careful, it would cause the whole body to be paralyzed. There were many cases of masters in Jianghu who had gone berserk because their inner energy had gone astray into some hidden acupuncture points. Wei Rulan had never encountered such a situation. By the time he reacted, he was shocked to find that the opponent's strange inner energy had already invaded his dantian. The opponent only needed to slightly urge it, and what awaited him was the destruction of his dantian. He would become worse than a cripple. Wei, you didn't expect this, did you? Song Qingshu's tone of voice was exactly the same as Wei Rulan's. It was exceptionally harsh to the other's ears. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Wei Rulan knew that he had failed to harm the opponent time and time again. This time, the opponent would definitely not let him go, so he might as well be stubborn to the end. Don't pretend to be a hero in front of me, Song Qingshu seemed to see through his thoughts. I can give you a chance to live, it depends on whether you're willing or not. Wei Rulan's eyes moved slightly when he heard Song Qingshu's words. He naturally did not want to die, not to mention that he was shouldering the mission of his ancestors. However, he could not bring himself to beg for mercy. After hesitating for a while, he could only remain silent with an ugly expression on his face. Song Qingshu did not care and said directly, now you have two choices in front of you. One is to choose to be loyal to me. From now on, everything you have belongs to me, including your fiancé. Wei Rulan's face could not help but tremble when he heard this. He said coldly, if you don't agree, will you die? You are very smart. You deserve to be the top scholar outside of Donghua Gate. Song Qingshu's words of praise sounded particularly harsh to Wei Rulan's ears. The other choice is to die directly. Of course, I will also take good care of your fiancé. Wei Rulan said angrily, if the world knows what you said, they will know how despicable and shameless you are. Song Qingshu smiled. To deal with despicable and shameless people, we naturally use despicable and shameless methods. Alright, let's not talk so much nonsense. Make your choice. Wei Rulan's eyes flickered. In fact, it was not difficult for him to choose. As long as he was alive, everything was possible. He could succeed in his revenge, he could complete the mission of his ancestors. As for loyalty, would he not regret it in the future? It was not difficult to make a choice. The difficult part was how to make the other party believe in his loyalty. Wei Rulan did not believe that Song Qingshu would be so kind. If it was just a trap for him to jump into, he would still end up dead, and it would be an even more embarrassing death. What do you see in me? Wei Rulan was indeed a talented top scholar. He quickly thought of a way. Although I am proud of my talent, it is obviously not enough to cover up my potential threat to you. If I were you, I would never be so unwise as to nurture a tiger. What do I see in you? Song Qingshu looked at him with a faint smile. If I said that I like your fiancé, would you believe me? Hearing his words, Wei Ruolan's handsome face instantly turned red. The words, "You have gone too far," crossed his mind. However, he was worried that he would lose his last chance to live, so he swallowed the words back. "You are very smart. You know how to retreat in order to advance and dispel my wariness." Song Qingshu stopped smiling and his voice became cold. The reason why he gave Wei Ruolan a chance to live was not because he had taken a fancy to her as his fiancée, but because a living Wei Ruolan was definitely more valuable than a dead one. He already had a vague outline of a plan in his mind, and he wanted to use Wei Ruolan in it. "But you overestimate yourself. You're not qualified to be my opponent, and you can't pose any threat to me." Song Qingshu glanced at him as if he was looking at an ant. Under his gaze, Wei Ruolan felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Even breathing was very difficult. It was only when his opponent moved his gaze that he was able to gasp for breath. His whole body was already drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just climbed out of the water. At this moment, he finally understood that his opponent's strength was beyond his reach. Even if he trained for a lifetime, he would never be able to catch up to his opponent. "Although I can't beat you, I have long heard that the Golden Snake King has many female friends in Jianghu. It would be much easier for me to deal with them." Wei Ruolan braced himself and said. He did not want to court death, but at this moment, his mind was filled with the godlike gaze of the other party. He was clear that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. If he could not find a reason to support his beliefs, he would forever live under his shadow and would never be able to muster the slightest bit of resistance. He could choose to live humbly for the sake of his family's mission, but if he lost his courage and beliefs because of his opponent, then he would never be able to complete his mission. Song Qingshu said indifferently, "You are a smart person, and smart people know how to weigh the pros and cons. You know the consequences of doing this, so unless you are confident that you can defeat me, you will never dare to lay a hand on them." He had just used 100% of his power to perform the soul-shifting technique on Wei Ruolan, which was why Wei Ruolan had such a big reaction. However, although the soul-shifting technique was magical, its effect was greatly reduced against an expert of Wei Ruolan's level. Against an ordinary person, with Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he could even use the soul-shifting technique to turn them into an obedient slave. However, as the target's martial arts became higher or their will became stronger, they would not be able to achieve this effect. At most, they would only be able to temporarily confuse the target's mind. To deal with such an expert, one could only use the soul-shifting technique to leave a soul imprint on them. This would subtly influence their behavior and way of thinking, similar to the psychological suggestions of later generations. The soul imprint that Song Qingshu left on Wei Ruolan was to create a feeling that he was far stronger than him, that he could not resist and could only choose to submit. Of course, with Wei Ruolan's cultivation and will, this kind of imprint could not be completed in one go. Therefore, it required Song Qingshu to continuously destroy his mental defenses and continuously deepen the imprint. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Wei Ruolan's expression changed. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the other party had clearly seen through his mind. This feeling of being defenseless made him shudder. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a beautiful figure staggered in. Who else could it be but Xianxia? It turned out that she had finally recovered and was worried about her lover's injuries. She struggled to get up from the bed and dragged her weak body over to check on the situation. The beggar clan's disciples did not stop her, perhaps because they had received instructions or something else. Xianxia immediately cried out in alarm when she saw her lover's pale face and the vital parts of his body being restrained by Song Qingshu. It was as if Song Qingshu could take his life with just a flick of his finger. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, "Isn't it obvious? I want to take his life, it's up to him to decide." Xianxia suddenly felt as if she had been deceived, and a line of blood rushed to the top of her head. "But you promised me that you would save him." She had made such a huge sacrifice, but the other party actually did not acknowledge it. Although he did not really eat her, the degree of his actions was not much different from losing his innocence. Thinking of the embarrassing scenes from before, she was ashamed and angry, and her whole body could not help but tremble. "I did promise to help you save him, and I also fulfilled my promise. Otherwise, he would have died from the cold poison attacking his heart by now," Song Qingshu replied indifferently. "Then why do you want to take his life?" Sure, Xiangyun even wondered if Song Qingshu was playing some kind of word game with her to trick her. You should ask your sweetheart about this. Song Qingshu sneered. Question mark. Sure, Xiangyun looked at Wei Rulin in confusion, but the other party pursed her lips and turned her head to the side. It seems that he also knows how to be embarrassed, Song Qingshu said with a face full of mockery. Your good lover took advantage of the time when I was healing him to bite the hand that fed him. He even used the Northern Underworld divine technique to try and absorb my inner strength. Do you think I will let him go after this again and again? Sure, Xiangyun almost fainted when she found out about this. She glared at her lover, angry and disappointed. Brother Wei, how could you do such an unwise thing? There were still some words that she couldn't say. In order to save him, she had even sacrificed her chastity. In the end, his unwise actions made all of her sacrifices meaningless. Wei Rulin was originally brooding over the deal between her fiancé and Song Qingshu. Now that she heard the accusation in his tone, she immediately exploded. What I want to do is none of your business. You did such a shameful thing yourself, and you still have the face to accuse me? Hearing him mention this matter, Sure Xiangyun's face instantly paled. She couldn't help but turn her head and angrily glare at Song Qingshu. This was because he had clearly promised her that he wouldn't tell Wei Rulin about this matter. Song Qingshu coughed and said to Wei Rulin, what I said just now was just a lie. Nothing happened between me and Miss Sure. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Sure Xiangyun hurriedly nodded her head. Brother Wei, we really didn't do anything. Originally, when she said this, she was thinking that she really didn't lose her chastity, so she seemed to be in the right. However, as she spoke, she couldn't help but think of everything that happened just now. Those scenes were no different from losing her chastity, so she unknowingly weakened her imposing manner. Wei Rulin turned her head to look at her fiancé. She saw that her hair was messy, and her usually fair skin was flushed. Then, she thought of how she staggered when she entered the door. She didn't know that she was exhausted by Huan's true qi, and even thought that she was a freshly broken melon that couldn't walk properly. Countless scenes that made him want to explode kept appearing in his mind. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I'll believe this kind of nonsense. Even though she knew that Wei Rulin did it to save her and shouldn't blame her, Wei Rulin was a man after all. This kind of thing was taboo for men, so it was inevitable that there was a sense of disgust in his tone. Sure Xiangyun's face turned slightly pale. She had always been a proud and arrogant young lady. This time, she sacrificed so much to save him, and even humbly explained to him. Who knew that not only did he not appreciate it, but he also didn't believe her at all, which made her extremely disappointed. However, they were still childhood sweethearts after all. Sure Xiangyun took a deep breath to calm her emotions, and finally explained again, whether it is or not, in the future, the truth will be revealed. She originally wanted to say that he would naturally understand that she was still a virgin on their wedding night. However, there was a third person present at this time, and a woman's modesty prevented her from saying it clearly. Moreover, because of Wei Rulin's attitude, with her usual temperament, even if there was no third person present, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to put down her pride and say it clearly. After saying that, Sure Xiangyun directly walked towards Song Qingshu, and said with a complicated expression, Prince Song, can you be magnanimous and let him go? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Let's discuss this matter outside. After saying that, he sealed Wei Rulin's acupuncture point, and walked out first. Sure Xiangyun hesitantly turned her head to look at her lover, and finally followed after him, clenching her teeth. Wei Rulin did not answer. Instead, she kept looking behind him but did not see that beautiful figure. She could not help but ask, why didn't she come back? Her? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. He smiled and answered, she wasn't feeling well, so she went back to sleep. She was fine just a moment ago, but she felt unwell after going out for a while. Then, she got a chance to be forgiven. Wei Rulin was not stupid. She naturally thought of something and her expression changed instantly. As if he had guessed what she was thinking, Song Qingshu deliberately said in an ambiguous tone, you're a smart person. You can guess some things even without me telling you. Speaking of which, I admire you a little. Admire me for what? Wei Rulin tried hard to restrain herself so that her reaction would be more normal. I admire you for making the dignified Shi family's eldest daughter fall in love with you. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in wonder. She was actually willing to make such a big sacrifice for you. Many couples in this world might not necessarily be able to do this. Wei Rulan was not happy at all when she heard his praise. She was extremely angry and her eyes had turned red. Are you angry now? Song Qingshu did not wait for her to answer and said, that's right. My fiancé was done by another man. Naturally, I would be angry. Wei Rulan's eyes were red but she could not speak at that moment. All that was left was a gurgling sound in her throat. Actually, what you should be feeling right now is not anger but regret. Regret that you were blinded by greed and regret that you shouldn't have gone against me. Song Qingshu's voice turned cold. Shouldn't I have gone against you? Wei Rulan muttered to herself. She could not help but think that if she had not schemed against him in the beginning, she would not have fallen to such a state. Song Qingshu's pitch-black eyes became incomparably deep. Looking at the other's dazed expression, the corners of his lips curled up slightly as he slowly said, because of your actions, your life is hanging by a thread. You even had to rely on your fiancée to sell her body to obtain the qualifications to live. Remember what happened today. No matter what you do in the future, you will always be a complete failure in front of me. Loser, I'm a loser. Wei Rulan appeared to be a very determined person from all aspects, but after experiencing great joy and sorrow today, and then being stimulated by Song Qingshu using Shi Shengyun in various ways, cracks would appear in her heart no matter how strong she was. At this moment, the word loser kept reverberating in her mind. She looked as if she had lost her soul, as if she had lost her parents. Song Qingshu had been waiting for this opportunity. He took the opportunity to leave a mark in the depths of the other party's heart that they did not dare to make an enemy out of him. Of course, it was not that he did not want to make Wei Rulan his slave, but he could not do it. For such a person with a strong will and a high cultivation base, even if he broke through the defense of her heart, he could not leave a mark on her as he pleased. He could only take advantage of the situation and go with the flow. After all, the effort to become another person was definitely unacceptable to such a talented and arrogant young man. However, not daring to make an enemy out of him was in line with his inner thoughts to a certain extent. Generally speaking, a man's first reaction when his wife was stolen would definitely be to take revenge. However, if the enemy was so strong that he could never reach in his lifetime, that man would rationally give up his hatred and even cheer for the other party. There were many such cases in history. For example, Ming Wuzong, Zhu Hozhao, called the wife of a minister to spend the night in the palace, and the minister did not even dare to fart. The northern Song Zhenzong's empress, Lu Yi, was the wife of a silversmith in Sichuan in her early years. Later, after entering the palace, she was limited by the lack of foundation and helpers, so she called her ex-husband into the palace to serve as the emperor's imperial bodyguard. In the end, that silversmith did not have any hatred for his wife, and loyally guarded his wife's current husband throughout his life. Why would such a thing happen that defied common sense? There was no other reason than the huge difference in strength between the two parties. Although women were important to a man, they were not necessarily the most important. Seeing Wei Rulan's dazed expression, Song Qingshu knew that his plan had succeeded. Naturally, he had no interest in staying here to talk nonsense with her, so he directly left the room. Meanwhile, Shi Shengyun was waiting for him in another room. Seeing him enter, she hurriedly stood up. How is brother Wei? Don't worry, he won't die. Song Qingshu had just healed him. Although he was interrupted by Wei Rulan's northern underworld divine art, he had already successfully dispelled most of the cold poison in his body. Although he had not fully recovered, his life was no longer in danger. Then, when can we leave? Hearing that her lover was safe, Shi Shengyun secretly let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked. You can leave at any time. Shi Shengyun did not have the time to rejoice. Song Qingshu's next sentence made her stunned on the spot, but when did I say that Wei Rulan could leave? Shi Shengyun subconsciously replied, didn't you promise me before? I only promised to save him, I did not promise to let him go. Song Qingshu smiled like an old fox. You. Shi Shengyun immediately realized that she had fallen into a verbal trap. After you persuade your father to launch the censure according to the agreement, I will naturally let him go. Song Qingshu did not want to overstimulate him and cause him to have any reverse psychology, so he immediately said, "Actually, you don't have to overreact. If I let him go now, it would be harming him." As expected, Shi Shengyun's attention was diverted. "What do you mean? Didn't I say it before? When I was healing him, he used northern underworld qi to harm me, causing the treatment to be interrupted. The cold air flowed back into his internal organs, so I need some time to completely heal him." Song Qingshu's skill in deceiving people had reached perfection. When he spoke, his face was serious, and his heart did not beat fast. "So that's how it is." Shi Shengyun knew that what had just happened was not related to him. "If you are worried, you can continue to stay here to accompany him." Song Qingshu suddenly laughed. "I don't want to," Shi Shengyun subconsciously exclaimed. "I'm afraid that Wei Rulan will be sad if she hears this." Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. "I'll go back first." Shi Shengyun blushed. Of course, it was not that she did not want to accompany Wei Rulan, but she was embarrassed to admit that she was recalling the soul-stirring scene just now. She was afraid that something would really happen between her and Song Qingshu if she stayed. Moreover, after going through that torment just now, her whole body was sticky with sweat. For a woman, this was really terrible. At this moment, she just wanted to go home and take a good bath. Before leaving, Shi Shengyun suddenly turned her head. "Just now when you called me out, you just sat quietly facing each other for half an hour. What do you mean by that?" Song Qingshu smiled, as if he had no intention of hiding it. "Of course it's to make your fiancé misunderstand that we are doing something indescribable." Hearing his words, Shi Shengyun was startled at first, but she quickly reacted and blushed. "How can you be so despicable?" "I'm despicable?" Song Qingshu smiled lightly. "Compared to how your lover harmed me, I'm much kinder to retaliate with this little trick." Shi Shengyun opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't find any words to refute him. Song Qingshu then continued, "In fact, you don't have to care so much. If Wei Rulan really loves you, this little trick won't affect her at all. If she misunderstands you because of this, it proves that the relationship between the two of you isn't that solid. Even if you don't test it out this time, there will be problems sooner or later. Instead of regretting it in the future, it's better to stop the damage as soon as possible. In this way, you should thank me." Shi Shengyun was confused by his words and muttered to herself, "What you said is somewhat reasonable. Forget it." She then frowned and left with a heavy heart. Looking at her departing figure, Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Although Shi Shengyun was born into a wealthy family and had a vision beyond that of ordinary women, her family didn't necessarily teach her about the matters between men and women. In this aspect, she was no different from other girls and didn't know that the most untested thing in this world was love. Young master's means are really brilliant. With just a little trick, you've separated a pair of lovers whose love is stronger than gold. It was unknown when Qin Yuliang emerged from the shadows. It's still too early to say that they've separated. Song Qingshu wasn't surprised that Qin Yuliang saw through the trick. It would be surprising if this conniving expert didn't even have this little skill. Qin Yuliang smiled. "This proud miss sure can't escape from young master's hands." Song Qingshu didn't comment and didn't explain that all this was not for Shi Shengyun. Instead, he changed the topic. "How's the arrangement of creating public opinion for Yu Fei to reverse the verdict?" "Young master, rest assured. The beggar gang doesn't have many advantages, but it has many members. I guarantee that in less than half a month, the whole Linen City will know about this matter." Qin Yuliang smiled flatteringly. "That's good." Song Qingshu nodded. "In addition, it's not convenient for me. Let Wei Rulan stay here and keep a close eye on her. If she's gone, I'll hold you responsible." His current residence was provided by the Southern Song officials. Wei Rulan was the imperial court's top scholar and there were many people in the residence. If people saw that he imprisoned her, there would be a lot of trouble. Wei Rulan won't be lost. This is the headquarters of the beggar clan. Even though it's not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, but looking at the whole world, only someone like young master can escape unscathed. Qin Yuliang flattered. "I hope it's as you say." Song Qingshu waved his sleeves. "I'll be leaving first. Remember to inform me if anything happens." After saying the last word, he had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Yuliang put away the shock in his heart and his eyes darkened. After a long time, he sighed and turned to return to his room. When Song Qingshu returned to the Junwang Fu, he was shocked to find that Xiaolong Nu and the others had not returned. He looked up at the moon in the sky and frowned. Li Qingluo didn't kidnap Xiaolong Nu, did she? Was she trying to frame him? After all, he had promised the southern Song court that Xiaolong Nu would stay in the city. However, Song Qingshu quickly denied this speculation. Although Li Qingluo hated him, she was a smart woman. She knew that this would only cause him a little trouble. With his martial arts and power, he was not afraid of the southern Song court. Moreover, he believed that Xiaolong Nu would not harm him. In the end, Song Qingshu did not waste time thinking about this. He ordered the servants in the Fu to prepare a few dishes. When the dishes were served, he dismissed the servant girls and manservants and sat by the window to drink alone under the moon. After drinking for a long time, he suddenly raised the wine cup to block his throat. Then, a shining sword pierced it. The wine cup was a fragile object. Not to mention a sharp sword, even an ordinary iron ruler could easily shatter it. However, the wine cup in Song Qingshu's hand was like a rock. The other party's sword did not even leave a white mark on it. Song Qingshu used one hand to block the other party's sharp sword. With a light brush of his other hand, the peanuts on the table shot out like bullets. Then, there was a muffled groan in the room. The assassin's acupuncture point was hit and he fell to the ground. Hearing the gentleness in the other party's voice, Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but laugh. It's really strange. Why are all the assassins that come to kill me always female? It seems that the heavens treat me well. I just hope that you don't look too ugly, so that I won't waste my mercy. The female assassin's movements were a little strange. In addition, Song Qingshu did not use his full strength. So, at the critical moment, she twisted her body to avoid being hit. After experiencing the initial numbness, she recovered a little and was about to struggle to stand up. When she heard his words, her body went limp and she almost fell to the ground again. You're still as shameless as before. Song Qingshu made a sound of surprise. This voice sounds familiar. There's no ugly person that can leave an impression on me. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. The woman tried to dodge, but the veil on her face was still removed, revealing a charming and affectionate face. So, it's the White Lotus School's saintess, Xianxia. No, I should call you Fu Mini. Song Qingshu sat down on a chair calmly. Speaking of which, you barged into my room in the middle of the night. Don't tell me you're lusting after my manhood? Although Xianxia was usually seductive in the White Lotus School, she was still defeated by Song Qingshu. How can you be so shameless? Ladies' room. Ugh, don't blame me for not reminding you. You should be more polite to your master, Song Qingshu said calmly. Xiao's face darkened. What master? It seems that women are indeed forgetful creatures. Song Qingshu sighed. Don't tell me that you don't even remember that you've been poisoned by my 3 corpses brain divine pill and leopard embryo muscle tendon changing pill. At this point, he began to despise himself for not having any tender feelings for the fairer sex. He had actually poisoned such a seductive beauty with such a vicious poison. Moreover, he had poisoned her with 2 at the same time. A hint of indignation flashed across Xiao's face when she recalled her trip to the Jin Kingdom. However, she quickly restrained herself and took a deep breath. I haven't forgotten. You haven't forgotten? You still dare to assassinate me? Song Qingshu's voice turned cold. Although it's still a long time before the poison takes effect, I can fulfill your wish if you want to die. Xiao bit her lip. There was not a hint of anger in her voice. If I can't save Wei Rulan, there's no point in me living in this world. Song Qingshu did not expect Xiao to have come for Wei Rulan. Originally, he thought that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. When he thought about how Wei Rulan not only had a rich young lady who was dead set on him, but also a charming White Lotus saintess who risked her life to save him, Song Qingshu suddenly realized that he was a little jealous of his astonishing charm. I was wondering where Wei Rulan got his carefree sex martial arts from. So it was you who passed it on to him. You really don't care about anything. As Song Qingshu spoke, he realized that he was a little unhappy. Since Tang Sire had passed on the carefree sex divine martial arts to Wei Rulan, it proved that their relationship was not ordinary. Even though he did not have any feelings for Tang Sire, he could not help but feel a little uncomfortable when he thought about a beauty being possessed by another man. Men's deep-rooted bad habits. Song Qingshu could not help but laugh at himself. Did you know that Wei Rulan has a fiancé? Song Qingshu wanted to see her reaction when she heard this, but he was disappointed. Tang Sire's gaze did not waver at all. I know. Huh? Song Qingshu was very surprised and could not help but ask, aren't you angry at all? Why would I be angry? Tang Sire looked at him blankly. If it was said that Song Qingshu was jealous of Wei Rulan in the beginning, then it had now turned into pure admiration. He was able to make two women with extraordinary identities submit to him, to the point that they were not jealous of each other at all. He was able to enjoy the blessings of having two wives. This was something that even he could not do. Then what's your relationship with Wei Rulan? She was so magnanimous that even Song Qingshu was a little suspicious. He's the most important person in my life, and he's also the person I care about the most. Tang Sire's eyes turned red as she spoke, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Looking at the woman in front of him who was crying, Song Qingshu looked depressed. Although Gu Long said that a woman's tears are the most powerful weapon in the world, this trick is useless against me. Who knew that after hearing his words, not only did Tang Sire not stop, but she cried even harder. Song, we've only been gone for a short while, and you've already made our sex holy maiden cry. The rumors in the pugilistic world are indeed true. What a womanizer. A burst of cold laughter came from outside the door, and then two peerless beauties walked in. One was a bright and charming young woman, and the other was an elegant and refined young girl. It was Li Qingluo and Xiaolong Nu. Before Song Qingshu had time to answer, Tang Sire's face turned pale. She looked at the person who came in incredulously and murmured, "Moss. Master?" She never thought that she would meet the hierarch here, so she was a little panicked for a moment. Li Qingluo glanced at her indifferently. You're very good. You've done a lot of things behind my back. Xiaolong Nu quietly walked to the side, as if what happened in the room had nothing to do with her. I don't dare, Tang Sire replied hurriedly. Li Qingluo no longer looked at her. Instead, she looked at Song Qingshu with a questioning gaze. What's going on? Song Qingshu shrugged and roughly explained the situation. In the end, he even added a little sourly, you were full of praise for this Wei Rulan before, and you even considered marrying your daughter to him. I didn't believe you at the time, but looking at it now, I was too naive. Wei Rulan? Li Qingluo did not pay attention to his joke. Instead, she suddenly turned to look at Tang Sire. You should know that the White Lotus Holy Maiden must remain a virgin for the rest of her life. At the side, Song Qingshu's eyebrows twitched. He thought that this rule was quite perverted. He did not know how Zhou Zhirua had managed to bluff her way out of it in the past. Tang Sire's face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, Master, you've misunderstood. Wei Rulan and I are not in the kind of relationship you think. Then what is it? Li Qingluo's voice grew sterner. This was probably the first time Song Qingshu had felt the dignity of a sect master emanating from her. He could not help but stare at her a few more times. If I hadn't seen her in bed before, perhaps I really would have been frightened by her aura. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. We. Tang Sire opened her mouth, and her eyes revealed a conflicted look. In the end, she said nothing. Li Qingluo narrowed her eyes, and the air in the room seemed to grow colder. How have I treated you all these years? Tang Sire bit her lip, but in the end, she still answered, your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Li Qingluo snorted coldly, and suddenly made her move. Her palm struck towards the top of Tang Sire's head. Song Qingshu was shocked, and just as he was about to stop her, he saw Tang Sire tap the ground with the tip of her foot, and her entire body dodged with an extremely profound footwork. The subtle steps on water. You've really hidden it well. Li Qingluo did not continue to make her move. She only stared at her coldly. Tang Sire smiled bitterly. Isn't Master the same? He obviously knows all the divine skills of the Xiaoyao sect, but he usually teaches me other martial arts. It seems that you've investigated me very clearly over these years. Li Qingluo said expressionlessly, but Song Qingshu could keenly sense a flash of killing intent from her. However, what made Song Qingshu even more curious was the conversation between the two just now. When he was in the Jin Kingdom, he knew that Tang Sire was a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect. Later, he learned about Li Qingluo's martial arts. He only thought that Tang Sire's martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect was taught by Li Qingluo. Only now did he suddenly realize that although they both belonged to the Xiaoyao sect, their martial arts were still significantly different. I'm afraid that my identity as a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect all these years did not escape Master's discerning eyes. Tang Sire's smile became even more bitter. Are you sent by Xianxia Tongra? Li Qingluo's tone was unfriendly. She was the daughter of Li Qiushui, and Li Qiushui and Xianxia Tongra had always been like fire and water. No. Tang Sire shook her head. She naturally knew about the resentment between the two sections. At this critical moment, she did not want to be involved in the resentment between the two sides. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I were not from the Spirit Vulture Palace of the Misty Peak, how could I know that old monster's unique skill, the life and death spell? Li Qingluo had been suspicious of Tang Sire's identity for a long time. After secretly investigating, she found that someone had been hit by the life and death spell. After the shock, she remained calm. On the one hand, she wanted to see what Tang Sire wanted to do. On the other hand, she planned to beat Xianxia Tongra at her own game at the critical moment. Just now, Li Qingluo was just trying to scare Tang Sire. She didn't really mean to hurt Tang Sire. She knew that with Tang Sire's intelligence, she would never do anything impulsive. But unexpectedly, Tang Sire was really impulsive and chose to openly resist. It was fine if he resisted, but the wave-like subtle steps that he revealed in an instant made Li Qingluo unable to sit still anymore. She even gave up her previous plan and did not hesitate to lay her cards on the table, but I'm more curious about where you learned wave-like subtle steps from. Tang Sire opened her mouth with a conflicted expression. She knew that once Li Qingluo misunderstood that she was a descendant of the Heavenly Mountain Maiden, she would immediately face great danger. However, when she thought of the secret in her heart, she weighed the pros and cons and decided not to say it in the end. Li Qingluo sneered, "Do you think you can escape with your life today just because you know some of that old witch's martial arts?" She had clearly made up her mind to kill. No matter why the other party knew wave-like subtle steps, she was obviously an enemy and not a friend. It was better to get rid of the future trouble as soon as possible. I wouldn't dare. Tang Sire said while secretly being on guard. After staying under Li Qingluo for so long, she had long understood her character. Naturally, she knew that the other party had made up her mind to kill. Seeing that the battle between the two was about to break out, Song Qingshu interrupted, "Do you really want to fight to the death? Little girl Tang, if you die, who will save Wei Rulin?" He had already used the 3-corpse divine pill to control her, which would be of great use in the future. Naturally, he did not want her to die for no reason. Tang Sire's expression changed slightly. The other party's words just happened to hit her soft spot, and she immediately became hesitant. Song Qingshu struck while the iron was hot, "Tell me about the relationship between you two. If you can move me, maybe I can let Wei Rulin go." Li Qingluo frowned slightly, but in the end, she did not say anything. As for Xiaolong Nu, she had a cold expression throughout, as if she did not see what was happening in the room. Tang Sire struggled in her heart for a long time. Finally, Song Qingshu's words moved her, and she finally said, "Wei Rulin is my younger brother." Younger brother? Song Qingshu was startled. He did not expect that they would have such a relationship. One was a scholar with a bright future, and the other was a witch from the White Lotus Society. No matter how he looked at it, they should not have a relationship at all. Younger brother? Li Qingluo also frowned and asked. Yes. Tang Sire nodded, "Younger brother. As far as I know, your real name is Fu Mini. Is Wei Rulin also surnamed Fu?" Song Qingshu could not help but ask. Tang Sire shook her head, "Actually, I don't believe in Fu, but my surname is Chai." Chai? Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. That's a rare surname. Chai Rong's firewood. Tang Sire's red lips parted slightly. These few words shocked everyone in the room. You're a descendant of the Chai family? Song Qingshu was extremely surprised. One had to know that compared to the two brothers, Zhao Kuangyin and Zhao Guangyi, he liked Chai Rong more. Chai Rong was shockingly talented and was as dazzling as the sun. Originally, it was inevitable that he would unify the world, but it was a pity that the heavens were jealous of his talent. He died of illness at the age of 30, leaving behind an orphan and a widow, allowing the Zhao brothers to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Tang's sire didn't answer him. Instead, she looked at Li Qingluo and said, "Master, you're also a member of the Free and Unfettered sect. Do you know who the founder of our sect is?" "Naturally it's the unfettered one, Pan Lang." Li Qingluo answered. "Pan Lang?" Song Qingshu knew this person. He was a famous hermit and scholar in the early years of the northern Song dynasty. His style of writing was similar to Jia Dao and Meng Jiao. Similar to other scholars in the Song dynasty, he also had a nickname, the Unfettered One. Song Qingshu originally thought that he was just a down-and-out scholar, an impetuous hermit. Now that he heard Tang's sire's words, it was both unexpected and reasonable. The Unfettered One, the Free and Unfettered sect, how could there be no relationship between them? "Master, do you know the background of our founder?" Tang's sire asked. Li Qingluo shook her head. "Our founder was an extremely knowledgeable man with extraordinary martial arts skills. However, he has always been mysterious. The people of Jianghu don't even know much about the Free and Unfettered sect, let alone our founder." Tang's sire said in a sorrowful tone, "Back then, after the wise martial emperor Xiaowen passed away, at this moment, Xiao Long Nu, who was at the side, suddenly asked, 'Who is the wise martial emperor Xiaowen?'" Song Qingshu was also confused. Although he knew more than the average person as a transmigrator, he couldn't remember the complicated posthumous titles of ancient times. Fortunately, there was Li Qingluo, who was from an aristocratic family, next to him. She explained, "The wise martial emperor Xiaowen is Chai Rong of Zhou. Tang's sire nodded and continued, "The wise martial emperor Xiaowen had 7 children. Unfortunately, the first 3 children died in the hands of Lu Qingyu of the later Han dynasty. Therefore, after his death, the oldest of the remaining 4 children was only 7 years old. Not long after, that dog Zhao Kuangyin forced him to abdicate the throne." Chai Zongshuan. Song Qingshu also knew a little about this period of history. Thinking about it made him sigh. Because of this, the Song dynasty had always been on guard against military generals. The national policy of emphasizing culture and belittling martial arts had led to the Song dynasty being weak and being bullied by foreign tribes. That's right. Hatred flashed in Tang's sire's eyes. The remaining 4 sons of the wise martial emperor Xiaowen were the 4th son, Chai Zongshuan, the 5th son, Chai Shirong, the 6th son, Chai Shijin, and the 7th son, Chai Shihui. After Zhao Kuangyin usurped the throne, he demoted Chai Zongshuan to Qingjing. The 5th son, Chai Shirong, was missing in the chaos. The 6th son, Chai Shijin, and the 7th son, Chai Shihui, were unable to escape because they were young. At that time, Zhao Kuangyin had the intention to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Fortunately, the founding general, Liu Yan, risked his life to dissuade him. At that time, he said, Yao Shun did not abolish Zhu Jun. Today, Zhou Chan will be safe. At this time, General Pan Mei also stepped forward. He said, "How dare I not think so? But it is not right." Only then did he save the lives of the 2 young princes. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. In history, Pan Mei was a famous general and an unyielding man. Unfortunately, he was discredited by the Yang family generals. Pan Mei and Liu Yan each took a young prince home to adopt. Pan Mei took Chai Shijin, and Liu Yan took Chai Shihui. In order to avoid potential danger, the 2 adopted the 2 princes. Chai Shihui changed his surname to Liu and was named Lu Duishuan. Chai Shijin followed Pan Mei's surname and changed his name to Pan Lang. Tang's sire's tone was calm, but it was as if a heavy bomb had been dropped in the room. Ancestor Xiaoyao is actually a descendant of Chai Rong. Not to mention Song Qingshu, even Li Qingluo, who was a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, was shocked. After the 2 princes grew up, they were obsessed with revenge and restoring the Zhou dynasty. At that time, Zhao Kuangyin was killed by the candlelight axe shadow. In order to justify it, Zhao Guangyi announced that it was his elder brother's last wish. However, there was a problem. Their third brother, Zhao Tingmei, had the legal right to inherit the throne. The two princes felt that it was a great opportunity, so they secretly sought refuge with Zhao Tingmei, the king of Qin. They instigated Zhao Tingmei to fight with Zhao Guangyi so that they could find a chance to restore the Zhou dynasty. Unfortunately, God disposes. In the end, they failed at the last step. Zhao Tingmei was sent to another place and died of fear. Lu Duishuan was sent to Yazhou while Pan Lang fled to the Jianghu. Song Qingshu was extremely shocked in his heart. He knew a little about that matter all those years ago. Lu Duishuan had assisted Zhao Tingmei, yet in the end, he'd lost to the joint forces of the old fox, Zhao Guangyi, and Zhao Pu. Tang Sire finally calmed down and said, after that failure, the two princes realized that Zhao Song's fate was not over yet. So, they decided to hide their strength and bide their time, waiting for the right time. Lu Duishuan carefully taught his descendants in Yazhou while Pan Lang secretly established the Xiaoyao sect in the Jianghu and began his grand plan. Note 1. In history, Cai Shijin changed his name to Pan Weiji and Cai Shihui changed his name to Lu Xian. Here, the image of Pan Lang and Lu Duishuan was grafted onto them. A grand plan? Song Qingshu thought about the mysteriousness of the Xiaoyao sect. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he was. Tang Sire continued, Pan Lang had 3 disciples in his life. The eldest disciple was at the misty peak of Heaven Mountain. He secretly made arrangements in Jianghu and controlled the power of the 72 caves on the 36 islands. Song Qingshu and Li Qingluo looked at each other and immediately understood that the eldest disciple she mentioned was Heaven Mountain Tonglao. The second disciple was placed in the Central Plains. He recruited disciples and waited for the Central Plains to change. Tang Sire looked at Li Qingluo thoughtfully. Humph, that heartless man. Li Qingluo snorted. She obviously had a lot of resentment towards that person. Song Qingshu's expression was strange. He knew that the second disciple was Wu Yizi. He couldn't help but say, between him and your mother, it's hard to say who's wrong. With Li Qiushui's fickle personality, Wu Yizi's head was not just green, but green like a grassland. Li Qingluo held her breath. She obviously knew what he was implying. She couldn't help but say, that man had a change of heart first. If he didn't fall in love with someone else, my mother wouldn't have become like that. I wouldn't have to wander around in Jianghu. Who can say for sure about feelings? Song Qingshu seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but sigh. Li Qingluo laughed coldly and said, that's just the excuse you men use. That heartless man could have liked anyone, but he just had to like. She suddenly realized something and couldn't help but glance at Xiao Longnu beside her. She swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth and said, he just had to like an underage girl. What a pervert, disgusting, Song Qingshu actually wanted to say that he didn't discriminate against all kinds of fetishes. Everyone had their own preferences. But seeing Li Qingluo's cold expression, he wisely didn't say what he really thought. Look at your little cousin. I can roughly guess why he fell so deeply in love with her. Li Qingluo looked at the elegant and refined Xiao Longnu beside her. She had to admit that what he said was very reasonable. Back then, her aunt was also this peerless in her generation. If she was a man, it would be very difficult for her to resist her charm. Xiao Longnu was confused by the two's gazes and couldn't help but ask, why are you looking at me? It's nothing. Song Qingshu smiled. He couldn't tell her that her uncle had fallen in love with her mother. Humph, in terms of beauty, figure, and temperament, how is my mother inferior? At the end of the day, you men are just too hateful. You like the new and dislike the old. Over the years, Li Qingluo had captured quite a number of heartless men in the world of wanderers and brought them to Mantua Villa to be fertilizer for her flowers. On the surface, she had become a resentful woman after being abandoned by Duan Jingchen, but in truth, what happened to her parents in the past had become a knot in her heart that she could not get over. Clothes are not as good as new, and people are not as good as old. Don't judge a man to death. Song Qingshu coughed twice and couldn't help but defend himself. When Tang Sire saw that the two of them seemed like they were about to get into an argument, she rolled her eyes. She did not have the time for this right now, so she quickly raised her voice and pulled the two's attention back. Pan Lang's third disciple was sent to the northwest to help the Dongxiang people build their own country. He became a great threat to the Song kingdom. Song Qingshu cast a surprised glance at Li Qingluo. Your mother is really a powerful person. Not only is she skilled in martial arts, but she also has brilliant methods. She even helped the Dongxiang people build their own country. It's no wonder that after she parted ways with Wu Yazi, a married woman could still become the Xixia's imperial concubine. In the end, Pan Lang also gave his son a secret mission. According to rumors, he snuck into a great martial arts sect in the Central Plains. Unfortunately, there was no news of him after that, and no one knew where his son was. Tang Sire frowned slightly. It was obvious that this problem had been bothering her. Pan Lang's arrangements made his disciples split up in the north and south of the country, and faintly formed a pincer attack on the Song kingdom. Not long after that, he died. Before he died, he told his disciples that once an opportunity appeared in the Central Plains, they would join forces to overthrow the Song kingdom and restore the great Zhou dynasty. But he never expected. Tang Sire couldn't help glaring at Li Qingluo fiercely. Not long after his death, those disciples that he was proud of became jealous of each other and formed a deadly feud. Song Qingshu had already guessed the ending when she was halfway through her story. Although they failed in the end, Pan Lang's arrangements amazed him. He was really a genius. It was a pity that he had entrusted the wrong person. Otherwise, those disciples of the Song kingdom could not seize any of the countless opportunities that had appeared in the past few decades to court death. Sometimes, one had to sigh at how fate played tricks on people. Pan Lang and Lu Duishuan were so talented, but it was a pity that they met Zhao Guangyi and Zhao Pu, the two equally powerful old foxes, when the Song kingdom was prospering. They waited for the Song kingdom's luck to begin to decline, but their descendants did not live up to expectations and wasted all kinds of great opportunities. If the two of them knew this in the afterlife, they would be angry to death. Li Qingluo snorted coldly. After all, her mother was one of the three disciples. She changed the topic and said, as a true disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, I don't even know about this. How do you know so clearly? Song Qingshu also looked at Tang Sire curiously. At first, he also thought that she was a subordinate of Tianshan Tonglao. But since Li Qingluo, as Li Qiushui's biological daughter, did not know about these things, presumably Tianshan Tonglao's people might not know. Tang Sire paused and looked at the two with a complicated expression. Can I trust you? Song Qingshu asked curiously, what do you mean? Our identities are too important. If you leak what I said today, I'm afraid Wei Rulan and I will be doomed eternally, Tang Sire said. Song Qingshu did not promise her anything. He only said indifferently, now that things have come to this, you have no other choice. That's true. Tang Sire laughed self-deprecatingly. Between the two of you, one is the White Lotus Society's Holy Mother, and the other is a separatist warlord. I'm sure you won't betray me to the Song court. As if saying this to give herself enough confidence, Tang Sire took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Didn't I just mention that there were two princes back then? You already know about Pan Lang, so let me talk about Lu Duishuan. After Lu Duishuan was sent to Yazhou, he focused all his attention on teaching his children martial arts and military strategies. After all, he was born into the royal family. At that time, when the great Zhou dynasty had already unified the world, the inner palace had collected many secret martial arts manuals. After the Xianxia mutiny, some subordinates loyal to the Chai family secretly stole the secret martial arts manuals and military books from the imperial palace. This was the source of Pan Lang and Lu Duishuan's martial arts. Pan Lang founded the Carefree sect, while Lu Duishuan passed on his martial arts to his descendants. In order to avoid persecution from the Zhao and Song dynasties, his descendants did not dare to restore their surname of Chai. They did not even dare to keep their surname of Lu. They all changed their surnames, and all their children changed their surnames to Fu. This was the surname of Emperor Ruiwu and Empress Fu to warn their descendants not to forget the ancestral teachings. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He could not help but say, your real name is Fu Mini. So you're a princess. My apologies. Tang Sire sighed faintly. I'm just a slave from a conquered country. How can I be called a princess? After listening to this, the murderous aura that Li Qingluo had accumulated had long disappeared. That Wei Rulan is also, that's right. Tang Sire nodded. His real name is Fu Rulan, and he's my younger brother. Our bloodline has withered, and now, only the two of us are left. If anything happens to him, everyone's efforts over the past 100 years will be in vain. So, I beg you, you must let him go. As she spoke, she knelt down in front of Song Qingshu and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Song Qingshu did not express his opinion. His mind was racing, and he began to consider the pros and cons of this. Previously, he spared Wei Rulan's life in the beggar sect because he fancied his identity as the Zhuangyuan scholar. He thought that he might be able to do something in the imperial court in the future. However, he did not expect that Wei Rulan was a descendant of the royal family. Unlike Morong Fu, who was a member of the royal family from 8 lifetimes ago, Wei Rulan was a legitimate member of the royal family from the previous dynasty. Now, many people in the Great Song dynasty sympathized with the Chai family. Coupled with the humiliation of Jing Kong, many people in the southern Song dynasty had begun to have ideas, a rare commodity worth hoarding. Song Qingshu thought of Lu Buwei. However, he did not dare to be careless. Although the national policy of the Song dynasty had always been weak against external enemies, it was extremely strong in suppressing internal enemies. If Wei Rulan's identity was exposed, it was very likely that he would get into trouble and would have to face the thunderous attack of the southern Song dynasty. While Song Qingshu was weighing the pros and cons, Li Qingluo's attitude made a 180-degree change. Previously, she thought that Tang Sire was a spy sent by the Heavenly Mountain Maiden, which was why she wanted to kill her. Now that she knew that she was not, the feelings of a teacher and a disciple of the past gradually surged up in her heart. Moreover, when she thought of the brother and sister's unswerving determination to complete the ancestor's last wish, she thought of how she had to endure all these years in order to avenge her aunt. Li Qingluo could not help but empathize with her. She touched her hair with pity and turned to Song Qingshu and said, "The one with the surname Song, there is no fundamental hatred between the two of you. Moreover, to a certain extent, your interests are still the same. Why don't you let the brother and sister go?" "Thank you, master." Tang Sire did not expect that Li Qingluo would actually plead for her. She could not help but look at her gratefully. Then she stared at Song Qingshu anxiously, afraid that he would say no. "As long as you let my brother go, I am willing to agree to any condition." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Well, then give me your most precious thing." "Shameless." Li Qingluo's phoenix eyes were filled with anger. She glared at him, but unfortunately, he did not seem to see her expression. Xiaolong Nu, who was at the side, also frowned slightly. However, she had always been cold and did not say anything in the end. Tang Sire's pretty face was as red as rouge. She bit her lips and said awkwardly, "Here?" She shouldered the mission of her ancestors, not to mention that Wei Rulan was the only male in the Chai clan. If anything were to happen to her, the Chai clan's lineage would be cut off. Compared to this, her personal honor and disgrace were nothing. "Song, don't you have any shame?" Before Tang Sire could answer, Li Qingluo suddenly became furious. "As long as I'm here, I won't watch you bully my disciple." Tang Sire looked at her in surprise. Seeing that she was so protective of her, she was touched and couldn't help but sob. Master Song Qingshu laughed, "You two obviously have your own ulterior motives, but now you're pretending to be a master and disciple in front of me. Isn't it too much?" Li Qingluo's face turned red. Obviously, he had poked her sore spot. "I don't care. Anyway, I can't sit by and watch you use such a despicable method to take advantage of others." "How did I take advantage of others?" Song Qingshu pointed at Tang Sire. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Under such circumstances, I'm willing to make a deal with her." "Is she willing or not?" Tang Sire bit her lips and looked at Li Qingluo apologetically. "Master, I'm willing." Li Qingluo was almost angered to death. She thought to herself, "You're usually quite smart. Why are you so stupid to ruin my show today? I'm obviously helping you." After getting Tang Sire's answer, Song Qingshu looked at Li Qingluo with a faint smile. "Madam is so angry. Could it be that you're jealous?" "I'm jealous?" Li Qingluo almost jumped up, feeling a little embarrassed into anger. Forget it. Since she's willing to be bullied by you, I'm too lazy to care. After saying that, she turned around and left. Cousin Xiaolong Nu exclaimed. The two of them had agreed that Li Qingluo would talk to her about her father and mother when they went to bed at night. How could she let her leave like this? She hurriedly chased after her. Soon, there were only two people left in the room. Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Can you give it to me now? Tang Sire's face turned red, and at the same time, a trace of anger flashed in the depths of her eyes. But now, she had no other choice but to look up at him. They may come back at any time. Are you sure you want me to give it to you now? It doesn't matter. I don't have any other strong points, but I can guarantee that I can get it done quickly. Song Qingshu patted his chest and promised. It'll be done soon. There was a hint of contempt in Tang Sire's eyes, but she didn't say anything. She got up and closed the door. Why did you close the door? Song Qingshu was startled. Tang Sire rolled her eyes at him in annoyance, thinking, you're quite good at pretending. No matter what, I'm also of royal blood and have a sense of shame. How can I do this kind of thing with my door wide open? Forget it. Let's hurry up. Song Qingshu finally understood that the other party was afraid of eavesdropping. This person is really... At this moment, Tang Sire even suspected that the man in front of her was an impostor. It should be known that in the pugilistic world, Song Qingshu was handsome and elegant, and he was the lover that countless women dreamed of. But now, his table manners were a little too ugly. What was the difference between this lustful look and those big-bellied officials? As a member of the White Lotus Society, Tang Sire had dealt with many people from all walks of life. There were many spies in the society in the brothels, and over the years, Tang Sire had seen many men's ugly behavior. Even though her impression of Song Qingshu had dropped to the freezing point, Tang Sire still knew that she was at the mercy of others. She sighed faintly and clenched her fists tightly in her sleeves. She secretly said in her heart, everything is for the family. Seeing the woman in front of him suddenly reveal a trace of holy light on her charming face, and when she started to untie the ribbon around her waist to take off her clothes, Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Even now, you still want to humiliate me? Tang Sire's face flushed, and she took a deep breath to calm the anger in her heart. She replied calmly, didn't you want my most precious thing? I'll give it to you now. Song Qingshu only then realized that his words just now had a huge ambiguity. Although he didn't mind taking the opportunity to admire Tang Sire's beautiful body, it was too unstylish to do so. I didn't mean that. Tang Sire stopped what she was doing and asked subconsciously, then what do you mean? The so-called most precious thing of yours is the martial arts passed down in your family, such as the life-death talisman, wave-like subtle steps, and so on. It's not that. Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly. Tang Sire's face instantly turned red, and she stared at him with her almond-shaped eyes. You mean my body is not as precious as those martial arts? I have many female friends around me, and we don't have any feelings for each other. Why would I want your body? Seeing that the woman's face was getting uglier, Song Qingshu wisely shut his mouth. You're going too far. Tang Sire was born beautiful, and as the White Lotus School's holy maiden, all the men in the pugilistic world were infatuated with her every frown and smile. No one was like this person in front of her, who took the initiative to throw herself at him and actually rejected her. Song Qingshu shrugged, Miss Fu, I don't want to continue arguing with you about this. You'd better hand over those martial arts quickly. No. These are all secrets. How can I be the sinner of my family? Tang Sire still couldn't calm down when she thought about it. Song Qingshu sighed, if you cause your family to lose its lineage, you'll really be the sinner of your family. Tang Sire finally calmed down from her anger, and after thinking about the pros and cons, she had to admit that he was right. What do you want to learn? Ignoring the dissatisfaction in her tone, Song Qingshu smiled and said, of course, I want to learn all of them. Objectively speaking, with his current cultivation base, the carefree sex martial arts could not improve him much. However, there were many mysterious aspects in the carefree sex martial arts that could be used for reference, such as the wave-like subtle steps to dodge, the life and death talisman to control people, and the northern underworld divine power which could turn a person who didn't know martial arts into a martial arts expert in a short period of time. All of these would be of great help to him when he fought for hegemony in the world in the future. What? Xianxia was shocked and angry. That's impossible. She originally thought that the ancestors wouldn't blame her if she revealed one or two martial arts in order to save her brother. However, if she revealed all of her martial arts, even if she successfully rescued her brother, she would still be the sinner of her family for eternity. Why is it impossible? Xianxia glanced at her faintly. Since you can find me, you obviously know what your brother has done. If it's not enough repayment, how can I spare his life? Xianxia's expression changed. Previously, she had learned from Xianxia what had happened. When she found out that her precious brother had been captured by Xianxia, she was instantly infuriated and hurriedly rushed over to rescue him. Unfortunately, the gap between them was too great, and it was impossible to rescue him by force. After a fierce mental struggle, Xianxia took a deep breath. I can only teach you 3 martial arts at most. This is already the limit. Even if our bloodline is cut off, there is still Pan Lang's bloodline to inherit the ancestors' will. I can't let my brother and I become sinners of the Chai family. 3 then, but I have to choose which 3. Xianxia said. Xianxia hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. She thought that the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were extensive and profound, and at the same time, extremely mysterious. Even many people in the sect didn't know what kind of martial arts they had. As an outsider, the 3 martial arts that he knew were definitely not the most profound in the sect. The first one, Life and Death Note. Xianxia said without hesitation. He had been using the 3-corpse brain elixir and the leopard embryo muscle-changing pill to control some people before, but who knew if these strange poisons would have any unknown side effects. If he wanted to control people like Zhao Min in the future, the Life and Death Note would be more harmless. No problem. Xianxia also guessed that he would choose this way. Originally, the Life and Death Note had a very high position in the martial arts system of the Xiaoyao sect, and it belonged to the kind of martial arts that should never be taught to outsiders. However, last time in the Jin Kingdom, it was actually solved by an outsider, which suddenly made this martial art fall from the altar. She even doubted it, so she didn't feel so bad about teaching this martial art. Xianxia was very satisfied with her straightforwardness and continued to say, the second one, wave-like subtle steps. With his current lightness skill, he could dash in a straight line without leaving a trace. The lightness skill of the Taishan Sutra could ignore gravity, but it was not very good for dodging and moving in a small range. The 1 foot away yet horizon was similar to space teleportation. Although it was powerful, it consumed too much energy, so it couldn't be used as a regular weapon. Usually, he used the snake form flipping fox in the Nine Sutra to move around. Although the dodging effect was excellent, the posture of rolling on the ground was too ugly. According to the saying of playing basketball in the school in his previous life, it didn't matter whether you made it or not, but the posture of shooting must be handsome. With Xianxia's current identity, it would really damage his image if he used the snake form flipping fox. But the wave-like subtle steps was simply a weapon to show off. Once he used it casually, he would be like a harvester. Ahem, his charm was through the sky. Okay. Xianxia still agreed readily. She had just used it to dodge Li Qingluo's attack, so she was not surprised that Xianxia brought it up. Xianxia nodded. The last one, the Northern Underworld Divine Power. With his current martial arts, the Northern Underworld Divine Power was of no use to him at all. After all, it was impossible for him to waste all his internal force to practice the Northern Underworld Divine Power. But this method was the best tool to cultivate masters quickly. In the original work, even a weak person like Duan Yu only practiced 1 meridian of the Northern Underworld Divine Power. He absorbed a lot of internal force in Jianghu and accumulated a world-shaking internal force in a short time. If he used it to train his subordinates, he could train a large number of people to fight in a short time. Or he could teach it to some cute girls around him so that they could protect themselves when they were in danger. Although Xianxia had the secret manual of Absorbing Star's Great Technique before, Absorbing Star's Great Technique was only the beggar version of Dark North Divine Art. There were a lot of fatal bugs, so it was naturally not as useful as the original Dark North Divine Art. Tang Sire, who had agreed readily the first 2 times, frowned this time. I don't know this method. You don't? Song Qingshu was stunned. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect are broad and profound. We can't practice all the methods. We can only choose the one that suits us. Tang Sire explained. Then what internal force do you practice? Song Qingshu asked curiously. The 8 wilderness method, the supremacy method. Tang Sire opened her red lips slightly. It is also called the eternal youth method. Tang Sire stared at him with her big eyes and looked at him blankly. What is a legal loli? Ahem. Song Qingshu almost choked on his saliva when she stared at him with such a pure and innocent gaze and asked such a serious question. Legal lolas are things that perverts like a lot. Tang Sire nodded as if she understood. She thought to herself, it seems that you are a pervert. How old are you? Now? Song Qingshu suddenly asked. 26. Tang Sire looked embarrassed. After all, in this world, a girl at this age would have been married long ago. When did you start practicing this eternal youth art? Song Qingshu asked, unwilling to give up. Tang Sire didn't understand why he asked this. After thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing to hide, so she replied, I started practicing when I was 6 years old. 6 years old? Then there are still 10 years left. Song Qingshu's face was full of disappointment. Originally, he wanted to get a legal loli to play with, but unfortunately, the everlasting youth art would only dissipate once every 30 years. It would take another 10 years for her to regain her youth. What 10 years? Tang Sire looked confused. Nothing. Song Qingshu was not interested. He suddenly thought that he could pass the eternal youth art to his female friends around. If he chose a few older ones, such as Lady Hu and Li Qingluo, wouldn't it be closer to the time? However, he quickly despised his own mathematics. The 30-year cycle of the eternal youth art was calculated from the beginning of practice. If they started practicing now, he would have to wait for 30 years. It would be too late by then. Song Qingshu looked at Tang Sire inexplicably. It seems that the hope of a legal loli can only fall on her. 10 years is not too long. Why are you looking at me like this? Being glanced at by his eyes, Tang Sire suddenly felt a little cold. She couldn't help but take a step back with her arms crossed and looked at him warily. Ahem, it's nothing. Why don't you tell me the chant for the eternal youth art as well? Although it was not practical to use it to create a legal loli, it was also good to let his female confidants practice it so that they could stay young forever. Tang Sire was 26 years old, but she looked like she was only 16 years old. Obviously, it was because of the everlasting youth art. Tang Sire hesitated for a moment and finally nodded, okay. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Song Qingshu looked up and saw Xiao Longnu standing timidly at the door. Cousin said that she will sleep with me in the manor tonight. She has many things to tell me about my parents. She asked me to come and inform you, the master. Xiao Longnu said faintly. Her eyes lingered on Tang Sire for a moment, and then quickly moved away without a trace. Okay, I still have some things to deal with. You can go and rest first. After sending Xiao Longnu away, Song Qingshu laughed in his heart. When did Li Qingluo become so polite and reasonable? It was obvious that she sent Xiao Longnu to spy on the military situation. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to her disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't she immediately come to kill me with a knife? Then Tang Sire recited the chant of the eternal youth art. She was secretly disdainful and thought, you pretended to know but didn't take a pen to record it. Even if you can't forget it now, I don't believe that you will remember it tomorrow. She even played a little trick and changed a few of the incantations along the way, thinking that he wouldn't know if they were real or fake anyway. However, who knew that Song Qingshu would quickly raise an objection to some of the incantations and asked if she had remembered them wrongly. She was so scared that she didn't dare to have any more thoughts. I heard that when one's martial arts reached a certain level, he could automatically complete the technique through deduction. I didn't expect it to be true. Tang Sire secretly clicked her tongue. Then she honestly told him the rest of the chant. After reciting the chant of the wave-like subtle steps, Song Qingshu instantly turned into a green smoke and moved in the room. Tang Sire was already numb to it. They were both using the wave-like subtle steps, but why was it so much more powerful than her? Song Qingshu performed it and had to admire the power of the founder of the wave-like subtle steps. Based on the 64 hexagrams of the Book of Changes, he actually developed such an exquisite footwork. Moreover, as the internal force increased, the wave-like subtle steps became more powerful. Every step of the wave-like subtle steps was closely related to the internal force. It was definitely not just walking. If someone without the foundation of internal force forced to walk the wave-like subtle steps, it would cause the danger of destroying his meridians. Let's start talking about the life and death note. After comprehending the essence of the wave-like subtle steps, Song Qingshu focused on the last martial art. If you want to learn how to make the life and death note, you must first learn how to solve the life and death note. Xianxia paused and continued, you already knew how to solve the life and death note in the last confrontation with the Jin Kingdom, so it will be easier for you to learn it. About 1.5 hours later, Song Qingshu opened his eyes and reached out to the wine glass next to him. A stream of wine was instantly sucked into his hand. As the Yin True Qi turned, the wine turned into several thin pieces of ice as thin as cicada's wings. Then he raised his hand casually, and those thin pieces of ice were instantly inserted into several acupoints on Xianxia's body. Ah! Xianxia exclaimed. Before she could express her anger, a strange itch spread all over her body from those acupoints. She curled up in pain and tried to scratch the itch with her hands. However, her wrist had already been grasped by Song Qingshu. Xianxia felt so itchy that she was about to collapse, and her hand was grasped by him. She couldn't help but curse, Song Qingshu, you bastard, let me go. If I let you scratch, your clothes will be disheveled and your skin will be torn. Are you sure you want me to let you go? Song Qingshu said with a faint smile. Let me go. Xianxia didn't care so much at this time. She rubbed herself desperately in his arms, trying to use some of the friction of her body to relieve her itch. Song Qingshu didn't expect that a girl would do this. Feeling her hot and trembling body twisting in his arms, a heat rose in his lower abdomen instantly. Don't move. I'll undo it for you. Song Qingshu hurriedly suppressed his desire and quickly hit several acupoints on her body. Then he moved his palm on her body and used True Qi to dissolve the life and death notes for her. After the symptoms were relieved, Xianxia gradually calmed down. After the torment just now, her clothes had already been soaked in sweat. Now, the thin clothes could not block the sweat at all. She could clearly feel the temperature of the other party's palm. Presumably, the other party could also feel the tenderness of her skin. Realizing that her mood was a little wrong at this time, Xianxia hurriedly calmed down and changed the topic. Why did you do this to me? You lied to me with fake incantations at the beginning. I can deduce the internal strength, but I can only know if the life and death notes are real or not after I try them myself. Song Qingshu answered. Xianxia was speechless for a moment. It turned out that he had already seen through her mind. I'm good to you, right? I'll undo the life and death notes for you soon. Song Qingshu also felt that he had tortured her enough and felt a little sorry. Feeling his hand moving all over her body, Xianxia bit her lip and said mysteriously, who knows if you want to take the opportunity to touch me? Song Qingshu almost fell to the ground. He said angrily, if I want to touch you, I will do it openly. Why do I have to use these dirty tricks? Xianxia stuck out her tongue. In fact, she also knew that he was not that kind of person. After all, he refused her when she took off her clothes. However, the pain of the life and death notes was so shocking that she couldn't help but want to vent her anger. That was why she said that to him. I've dissolved the life and death notes in your body. Song Qingshu exhaled slightly and stopped cultivating. Then, he helped her up. Thank you. Xianxia regretted her words as soon as she said it. He was the one who planted the life and death notes on her. Why did she thank him? While tidying up her clothes, she changed the topic to ease her embarrassment. I've fulfilled my promise. Now, it's time for you to let my brother go. Don't worry. I'll let your brother go. However, he was hit by the phantomine finger and needs time to heal. When he recovers, you can see him. Song Qingshu answered. Xianxia looked at him deeply and said, this is different from our agreement. It's not different. Song Qingshu said lightly, your brother will be fine. Well, if I find out that you lied to me, I'll take revenge on you by hook or by crook. Xianxia glared at him fiercely before she left. Watching her figure disappear into the night sky, Song Qingshu shrugged. Even without this deal, he had to protect Wei Ruolan's life. After all, with his identity, he had a lot of room to play. Of course, it would be better if there was a deal. He did not know that Xianxia was so stupid. Xianxia had already made a deal with him once, but she came to him again for free. He did not know if Xianxia had any other female confidants or sisters. He would not refuse any of them. I wonder if they're asleep. Song Qingshu looked at the sky and found that it was late at night. Let's go and see. Song Qingshu felt an inexplicable throbbing in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and finally walked to the room where Xiaolongnu and Wei Ruolan were. It was not very honorable to go to a woman's room in the middle of the night. Therefore, Song Qingshu deliberately hid his traces when he went there. With his current cultivation, he was not worried that they would find him. If they're asleep, I'll come back. If they're not, I'll go in and talk. Song Qingshu kept talking to himself as if he was trying to hide his guilty conscience. Hey, the lights are all out. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly as he came to the window. Should I take a look? As soon as this idea came into his mind, it became impossible to suppress. Song Qingshu rubbed his hands and looked hesitant. Suddenly, he felt something and turned to look at the other side. He saw Li Qingluo coming out from the corner of the wall with a faint smile. The dignified Golden Snake King came to peep at a woman's bedroom in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid that your reputation will be ruined if it gets out? Hey, what are you doing? Li Qingluo was both embarrassed and angry. She didn't expect him to hold her hand without saying a word. At the same time, she was worried that he would wake up Xiaolongnu inside, so she could only lower her voice and ask. You. Song Qingshu's breathing quickened. Previously, he was troubled by Xianxia in the beggar clan. He finally managed to use his great willpower to be a Luxiaoui. Who knew that he would be provoked by Xianxia when he came back? Even now, the image of her body's amazing elasticity kept appearing in his mind. Now that he saw Li Qingluo appear in front of him in such an enchanting manner, how could he hold himself back? Li Qingluo was stunned at first. She felt that the other party did not answer her question. However, she was an extremely intelligent person and quickly understood the meaning of the other party's answer. In an instant, her cheeks blushed and her red lips opened, but in the end, she did not say anything. She had originally come here to denounce him. After all, Song Qingshu had done such a thing to her last time. She had to settle the score with him. Unfortunately, she had first brought Xiaolongnu to visit her parents' old home. Now that she finally had some free time, she was thinking about how to make things difficult for Song Qingshu. Who knew that the other party would not play by the rules and caught her unprepared? Reason told Li Qingluo that she should resolutely shake off the other party's hand. She could even give him a slap. However, the heat from the other party's palm made her feel as if a flame had been ignited in her body. Her heart was beating faster and faster. Even without using her hands, she could feel her cheeks getting hotter and hotter. Seeing the other party lead her into the house, Li Qingluo was secretly shocked. She warned herself, this won't do. I have to make things clear with him. Just as she was about to open her red lips, Song Qingshu's dry and hot lips were like a ball of fire blocking her mouth, blocking all the words she wanted to say. Li Qingluo was a mature woman after all. She had a hint of a young woman's charm and lacked the innocence of a young girl. Now that things had come to this, she gave up talking. Her two jade arms subconsciously hugged the man in front of her. After that, neither of them said a word. There was only heavy breathing, tight hugs that wanted to rub each other into their own bodies, the most passionate kisses, and the most primitive exploration. Don't tear my clothes. I'll do it myself. In the end, Li Qingluo couldn't help but speak up. After all, this wasn't her home, and she didn't bring a change of clothes with her. If her clothes were torn to shreds, could she go and borrow clothes from her cousin, Xiaolongnu? She couldn't afford to lose face like this. Watching Li Qingluo unbutton her clothes, Song Qingshu couldn't help but admire that mature women were indeed different from young and inexperienced girls. They could face their body's desires and bravely express their passion. However, Song Qingshu was still not satisfied with Li Qingluo's speed because of Shi Shengyun and Tang Sire. He simply carried her to the table and used his other hand to sweep the things on the table to the ground. The crisp sound of bowls and plates falling to the ground alerted the servants in the residence. They exclaimed and rushed over. "Young master, what happened?" As soon as they stepped through the door, they were shocked to find a girl who looked like a weak scholar. She never dared to go against the rules in this aspect, and the two had always treated each other with respect. Therefore, Song Qingshu's request made her nervous and excited at the same time. Biting her lips, Li Qingluo's phoenix eyes revealed a hint of flirtatiousness. She dispelled the thought of refusing and opened her body and mind to welcome the man on top of her. The next day, when they were eating breakfast together, Xiao Longnu looked at Li Qingluo strangely. "Cousin, your face seems to be much rosier than yesterday?" "Really?" Li Qingluo touched her face and glanced at Song Qingshu guiltily. Song Qingshu smiled at her, causing her to turn her face away in an extremely unnatural manner. Actually, both Song Qingshu and Li Qingluo knew very well that there was no love between them. There was only some instinctive attraction between them. For Li Qingluo, her husband died early, and it was difficult to say that there was any feelings between them. All these years, she had been carrying a huge responsibility and pressure to avenge her aunt and uncle. In front of the White Lotus Society's Holy Mother who was wanted by the Southern Song dynasty, she was extremely nervous both physically and mentally. She needed to relax to release these suppressed negative emotions. Moreover, she was originally an extremely mature woman, and at this age, she also greatly desired the love of a man. Of course, because of the social environment and the moral system, she did not have these thoughts at the beginning. She continued to be the chaste wife of a prince until Song Qingshu opened the door to another world for her. That experience, which she had never experienced before, made her yearn for more. For Song Qingshu, Li Qingluo was mature and beautiful. She was an extremely charming woman. Coupled with her special identity, his desire to conquer her was satisfied. Especially since she was already extremely mature and skilled in martial arts. He did not have to worry about their bodies being damaged like he did with other women. He could completely unleash his most primitive desire on Li Qingluo. Wuji was not afraid of releasing his most primitive desire on Li Qingluo's body. Therefore, the two of them hit it off. Moreover, both of them were mature people. They tacitly did not talk about their relationship. After they were done, it was as if nothing had happened. There was no responsibility or moral restraint, which made the two of them quite satisfied and relaxed. In the next few days, Li Qingluo continued to bring Xiao Longnu to learn about her parents. Song Qingshu went to the beggar gang from time to time and began to familiarize himself with the organizational structure of the beggar gang. He began to understand the ability and character of each middle-level leader, who could be used by him, and who must be replaced in the future. Besides, after getting along with Chen Yuliang for a period of time, he had to admit that Chen Yuliang was a talent. He was a great talent. The only pity was that his character was questionable. However, Song Qingshu was not very worried about this right now. Although Chen Yuliang was a double-edged sword, with his current abilities and the precautions he had taken in advance, he had absolute confidence that he would not suffer any backlash when using him. After Chen Yuliang's arrangement and operation during this period, the whole streets and alleys of Lin'an were discussing the injustice of Yu Fei's murder. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation when mentioning the treacherous officials who murdered Yu Fei. The common people were stirred up, and the discussion about this matter in the imperial court was gradually fermenting. In particular, the students of Jianshan Academy were originally at the age of youth. With Li Shouzhong adding fuel to the fire in the dark, they were simply like an angry volcano. It was unknown how many times they spontaneously organized to write petitions to the emperor. But Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun had been the left and right ministers for so many years, and had accumulated a lot of power. Every time, there would be subordinates who would help them resolve these threats. But the greater the pressure, the stronger the resistance. Later, something happened that finally completely ignited the powder keg. The right minister of the imperial household, Zhang Bolan, wrote on the wall of Xichen Palace where the imperial court was held, "Fu Chai, have you forgotten that your father was killed by the king of Yu?" The imperial court was instantly in an uproar. At that time, Emperor Huizong had already died in the Jin kingdom, so everyone understood that these words were meant to mock Zhao Go. It could be said that Yufei's death had caused the dissatisfaction and resistance in the hearts of the common people to accumulate to a dangerous level. Zhao Go dealt with Zhang Bolan with an ashen face. At the same time, he understood that if he did not vindicate Yufei, it would be difficult to win over the people's hearts. Especially now that people were no longer attacking Qin Hui, Ma Qifeng, and the other officials like before. Instead, they were gradually turning the spearhead towards him. If he was not careful, he would bring trouble to himself, and it might even cause chaos. Now that things had come to this, he could only make a prompt decision and abandon the rook to save the king. Anyway, Qin Hui was already dead, and the actions of the other two main culprits, Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun, were too disappointing. Zhao Go looked at the left and right ministers below the court, his heart was already cold. Shi Miyuan's father, Shi Hao, was the teacher of the emperor. Naturally, he quickly sensed Zhao Go's thoughts. Previously, no matter how his daughter, Shi Shengyun, persuaded him, he did not make a move. In the end, once he made a move, it was like a thunderbolt. The imperial court, the palace court, and the imperial censorate all acted at the same time and directly accused left minister Ma Qifeng and right minister Zhang Jun of plotting a rebellion. As an old fox in the political arena, Shi Miyuan did not immediately accuse the two of framing a loyal person. After all, the matter back then had the approval of the emperor. If he was not careful, he might implicate Zhao Go. The crime of plotting a rebellion was the most serious crime in history. Once convicted, the punishment would be the execution of 9 generations. At that time, if he added the crime of framing a loyal person, no one would have any objections. And the accusation of the two of them plotting a rebellion was not made up out of nothing. At that time, the matter of Ma Qifeng instructing Zhang Jun to secretly mobilize 500 imperial guards to surround and kill the Mongolian diplomatic mission had already been discovered by Shi Miyuan. He had been keeping it in his hands, waiting for this opportunity to strike and kill. Although the Song dynasty was weak in history, the people of the Song dynasty never lacked for courageous people. Before the city of Xianxia was breached, the farmers Zhang Shun and Zhang Gui made a suicidal charge, and the subjects jumped off the cliff and into the sea. As the saying goes, everyone kicks a wall when it is down. In addition, Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun had done many unjust things and had long offended a large number of people. Now that they had the chance, they swarmed over like sharks that smelled blood. Very quickly, the voices of the two were drowned out. Feeling the crowd's agitation, Zhao Go was frightened. Worried that he would be dragged into this, he immediately summoned the guards in the imperial court to throw the two into prison. The system of remonstrance, the students of the imperial college, and the citizens all listed the crimes of the two. Even the matter of Ma Qifeng hiring a killer to kill her daughter-in-law was dug up. There was no suspense about the two's ending. The only surprise was that the two committed suicide in the prison. When Song Qingshu heard the news, he laughed coldly. It was obvious that the person in the palace did not want them to live, to prevent them from saying things that they should not. After dealing with Ma Qifeng and Zhang Jun, Yufei's rehabilitation was completed. The imperial court quickly announced to the world, Yufei started his career in the army, and within a few years, he became a general. He was loyal in matters, had the ability to command people, and did not boast. His legacy is still remembered today. Last winter, when he went out to defend Yizhu, his troops were not disturbed, and his movements were disciplined. The credit goes to Yufei. Although Yufei passed away, the emperor did not forget him. Today, in accordance with the emperor's will, he will be restored to his official position, with the title of Wumu and the posthumous title of Prince of Yi. His funeral will be changed, and he will be hired. Because Yufei's body had mysteriously disappeared after he was murdered, there was no way to bury him. The imperial court had no choice but to issue a reward. Anyone with clues to Yufei's body would be rewarded with 500 strings of silver. Originally, this was a helpless move. After all, Yufei had been murdered for so many years, the hope of finding his body was very small. The imperial court had already prepared to build a cenotaph for him. Unexpectedly, on the day the imperial edict was issued, a young man came to the imperial court and claimed that he knew where Yufei's body was. Looking at his age, the imperial court thought that he was here to swindle the reward. After asking, the entire imperial court was shocked. It turned out that he was the son of Kuei Shun, and Kuei Shun just happened to be a prison guard in the Supreme Court where Yu Fei was imprisoned. Although Kuei Shun's status was low and he was uncultured, he was loyal and had always admired Yu Fei. He knew that Yu Fei was framed. Unfortunately, even the Supreme Court officials Li Ruopu and He Yanyu who spoke up for Yu Fei were immediately dismissed and framed. What could a mere prison guard like him do? Especially when he thought of his parents, wife, and children, he could only do his best to take care of Yu Fei in prison, so that he would suffer less. When Yu Fei was murdered, he wrote in prison, "The sun is bright, the sun is bright." Kuei Shun's blood rushed to his head when he saw this. Risking his life, he carried the body out of the city that very night and secretly buried it next to the Jukutsong temple. In order to identify Yu Fei in the future, Kuei Shun also tied Yu Fei's jade bracelet to his waist and planted 2 orange trees in front of the grave. When Yu Fei's body disappeared, Qin Hui and Wan Qifeng were furious and ordered a thorough investigation. However, many prison guards of the Supreme Court were loyal, and although some guessed that it was Kuei Shun's doing, no one reported it. Kuei Shun buried the secret in his heart until his death. He told his son about it and said, "Marshal Yu is loyal to the country. In the future, there will be a day when he will be cleared of all injustice." His son carried on his father's dying wish and kept this secret. It was only when Qin Hui fell from power, Wan Qifeng, Zhang Jun, and the other main culprits were dead and the imperial court issued a public order to rehabilitate Yu Fei did he report this matter. When Yu Fei's body was moved from the Jukutsong temple to the Qixia Ridge by the West Lake, Li Qingluo burst into tears. Xiao Longnu vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. If Song Qingshu had not quickly held her in his arms, her beautiful and refined face would have been intimately touched by the sand and stones on the ground. The ancient tomb sect's Jade Maiden Heart Sutra requires the practitioner to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires. It's too inhumane. If one's emotions fluctuate slightly, one's Xianxia will either reverse or vomit blood. She really can't practice it anymore. It just so happens that the everlasting youth art that I extorted from Tang's sire is very suitable for her. I'll teach it to her when she wakes up. Song Qingshu secretly made up his mind. Originally, he wanted to take Xiao Longnu home to rest. However, he thought that if she was awake, she might not be willing to leave. Therefore, Song Qingshu held Xiao Longnu in his arms throughout the entire Yu Fei's burial ceremony. Finally, when he saw the words King Song Yui's tomb on the stone tablet, Song Qingshu's heart was in turmoil. He secretly said to Yu Fei, "Lord Yu, I will definitely take good care of your daughter and your undying wish of returning my country. However, it's not returning my country to the Zhao and Song families, but to the millions of Chinese people." When they returned home, Xiao Longnu finally woke up. Hearing that Song Qingshu had witnessed the whole process of her father's burial ceremony with his arms around her, her heart warmed. She said softly, "Thank you." Li Qingluo, who was standing by the side, saw that half of her body was leaning on Song Qingshu's arms, but she did not show any shyness or anger. It seemed that she was used to this kind of hugging. Li Qingluo frowned slightly and could not help but worry. It was not because she was jealous. After all, the relationship between her and Song Qingshu did not involve love. It was completely a physical need between a mature man and a woman. She was worried because she knew that a playboy like Song Qingshu was not a good match for her cousin. Especially with the group of women in the Golden Snake camp, if her cousin really fell in love with him, she might not be happy in this life. After comforting Xiao Longnu with a few words, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of a previous idea. He immediately said, "Don't practice the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra anymore. I will teach you another martial art. Whether in terms of power or subtlety, it is above the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra. But this martial art is the result of ancestor grandma's hard work. Back then, Master didn't even teach senior sister, but passed it on to me. How can I let her down?" Xiao Longnu actually had another reason that she did not say. Subconsciously, she did not want to give up on this martial art that she practiced with Gua. This martial art carried too many memories of the two of them. In fact, according to her usual personality, she would say whatever was on her mind. But this time, she didn't know why, but when she saw Song Qingshu's concerned expression, she subconsciously didn't want to mention another man in front of him. Is this what Antigua talked about in the past? Xiao Longnu's heart was in a trance for a moment. But the Jade Girl's Heart Sutra has too many flaws. Once you get emotional, something bad will happen. Over the years, how many times have you been in danger? If it wasn't for me secretly guiding your qi, I'm afraid you would have gone mad again. What if I wasn't by your side? I don't want you to go mad alone and meet Gong Sunji. If he saved you, you would marry him to repay him. Song Qingshu said impatiently. Hearing him mention this, Xiao Longnu's face turned slightly red. She mumbled, that wasn't to repay him. Okay, let's not argue about this anymore. Song Qingshu's tone was unquestionable. From today onwards, you will practice the art of eternal youth. Also, I will teach you the bone forging section of the Nining manual. When you cultivate your qi, you will get twice the results with half the effort. Xiao Longnu nodded slightly and answered. Song Qingshu's generosity made Li Qingluo a little jealous. It was one thing for Xiao Longnu to not know how powerful these two martial arts were, but as the White Lotus cult mother, she naturally knew how powerful these two martial arts were. One of them caused the 5 greats of the Central Plains to fight against each other, while the other was the Heavenly Mountain Maiden's ultimate technique that killed without a second move. And yet, he just casually gave it to a girl who was not related to him. This bastard sure is willing to pay a lot to pick up a girl, Li Qingluo secretly spat. She really did not want to see her cousin continue to lie in Song Qingshu's embrace. Li Qingluo coughed and took the opportunity to pull her over. She said, right now, the imperial court is searching for youngest uncle's descendants. I don't know if they can find your brothers. After the matter of moving the burial was completed, the most important thing was to search for Yu Fei's descendants as mentioned in the imperial edict. Naturally, there was no need to search for Xiao Longnu. She looked almost exactly the same as her mother back then. Anyone could tell that she was Yu Fei's daughter. However, she was a girl, so the special employment mentioned in the imperial edict did not apply to her. My brothers? Xiao Longnu blinked her large, limpid eyes. As expected, her attention was instantly diverted. Previously, I was afraid that you would be sad, so I didn't mention this matter. Li Qingluo sighed and began to explain, your father had 5 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son Yu Yun, the second son Yu Lei, the third son Yu Lin, the fourth son Yu Zhen, the fifth son Yu Ting, and the eldest daughter Yu En's mother were all born by your father's ex-wife. You, the youngest daughter, were born by my youngest aunt. Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. When Yu Fei was killed, he was only in his 30s, but he actually had so many children. The people of this era were really efficient in this aspect. It seemed that it was time for him to consider the issue of having children. Otherwise, with so many women around me without a single child, not only would my confidants have wild thoughts, but my subordinates would also feel uneasy. Li Qingluo didn't know that his mind had wandered so far away. She continued to explain, Yu Yun and his subordinate Xianxia were sent to the Supreme Court's prison along with your father. Yu Lei was exiled to Lingnan. Yu En's mother was not investigated because she was married. Yu Lin, Yu Zhen, and Yu Ting were still young at that time. They were raised in their old home in Jiujiang and didn't follow their parents to Linen. That night, they escaped the calamity. However, considering that Yu Lei was killed by an assassin in the exiled land, the other 3 must have met with misfortune. I have been investigating openly and secretly all these years, but I couldn't find any news about them. Li Qingluo bit her lips, her eyes revealing a deep-seated hatred. Ma Qichan and Zhang Jun, those 2 bastards, died too lightly. Song Qingshu was about to comfort the 2 women when suddenly a servant girl ran in and reported, young master, there is a lady outside who wants to see you. Xiao Longnu's ears moved slightly, but she still remained expressionless. Is it Miss Shi? Song Qingshu asked. Since Shi Miyuan had already initiated the remonstrance, it was about time for Shi Shongyun to come and find him. It's not Miss Shi. The servant girl shook her head. Shi Shongyun had a great reputation among the young ladies in Linen City. This servant girl had seen her before. Then who is it? Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. Li Qingluo was already in a bad mood. When she heard this, it added fuel to the fire. She spoke rudely, it must be another one of your womanizing debts. In history, Yu Lin, Yu Zhen, and Yu Ting were all born by Yu Fei's second wife, Li Hua. This place felt that Li Songhai's image as a fairy sister would be damaged if she had too many children, so it was changed. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and secretly glanced at Xiao Longnu. Seeing that there was no change in her expression, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief but also felt a little disappointed. Ask her to come in. Then introduce us to your female confidant. Li Qingluo said with a fake smile. During this period of time, they had been together and knew about Song Qingshu's situation. At this time, other than Shi Shangyun, the only one who would come to find him was Tang's sire. However, Li Qingluo knew her disciple's temperament. She would not announce him outside in a formal manner and would use her lightness skill to barge in. The servant girl asked for his opinion. I'll go take a look. Song Qingshu coughed twice. He felt that it was better for him to go take a look first. If it really was one of his confidants, it would be good to give her a warning in advance. It would be bad if she saw Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu unprepared and caused some kind of scene. Let's go take a look together. It's not polite for us to wait here. Li Qingluo stood up with a smile that was not a smile. Although Xiao Longnu did not say anything, she also followed closely beside the two of them. This was enough to show her attitude. One is marked by the company one keeps. Even a girl like Xiao Longnu has become a little two-faced because of Li Qingluo. Song Qingshu thought hatefully. However, he did not dare to openly say these words in his heart. The three of them walked out like this, each with their own ulterior motives. Soon, they arrived at the main entrance. They saw a handsome white horse standing at the entrance and a young girl in a fluttering white robe leaning on the horse. Her face was fair and tender, and her appearance was very pretty. However, it was obvious that her face was travel-worn. Looking at the young girl's beautiful and pure face, Li Qingluo cursed in her heart. That bastard is greedy and lustful, but his taste is really not bad. As she sighed, she suddenly thought that this was a disguised praise for her. The corners of her mouth could not help but rise slightly. Seeing the young girl's appearance, Song Qingshu was surprised and happy. Miss Xue, why are you here? This young girl was the female lead of the Linking City Secrets, Xue Xing. It had been some time since they last met at the Golden Snake Camp. Brother Song. Seeing Song Qingshu, Xue Xing's eyes shone with a brilliant light, and she threw herself into his arms with a wisp of fragrant wind. Song Qingshu's whole body stiffened. Feeling her slightly trembling body, he couldn't help but feel a sense of tenderness in his heart. He stretched out his arms and held her in his arms. You've become haggard recently. Cough, cough. Li Qingluo, who was at the side, had goosebumps all over her body. She couldn't help but cough twice. Only then did Xue Xing realize that there were two outrageously beautiful women next to her. Her small face suddenly turned red. She instinctively pushed Song Qingshu away and struggled out of his arms. Song Dage, who are they? Let me introduce them to you. This is Madame Wang from Montua Villa, and this is Miss Long from Ancient Tomb Sect. They are both my friends. Song Qingshu thought about it, but he really did not know how to describe his relationship with them. He could not tell Xue Xing that among these two women, the mature one was his friend with benefits, and the young one was more than a friend, but not yet a lover, right? Nice to meet you, Madame Wang. Nice to meet you, Miss Long. Even though Xue Xing had been praised for her beauty since she was young, the two women in front of her, one older and one younger, were so beautiful that they could not be compared to the world. The aura they exuded made her feel a little ashamed of her inferiority. Xiao Longnu pursed her lips into a smile and nodded at her. For a young girl like her who was not familiar with worldly affairs, this kind of etiquette was already a great improvement. Li Qingluo was much more natural. Nice to meet you, miss. Then, she turned to Song Qingshu and said with the ghost of a smile, aren't you going to introduce us to this lady? I forgot. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. This is Miss Xue Xing, the daughter of Cold Moon Sword Xue Dai, one of the four wonders of the south, fallen flowers and flowing water. Song Qingshu could not help but feel a little puzzled. Why does this atmosphere make it seem like the main wife has met her mistress? These women are not my wives, nor are they my lovers. Why should I feel guilty? The four wonders of the south? Li Qingluo nodded. You've always been known for your chivalry. Like father, like daughter. Song Qingshu knew that with her identity as the White Lotus Mother, it would be very difficult for her to take someone like the Four Wonders of the South seriously. She was already giving him face by praising them like this. Let's go in first. Seeing how many passers-by would glance over from time to time, Song Qingshu felt rather displeased inside, as if he had suffered greatly just from a few extra glances at Xiaolongnu and the others. He got the servant to take Shui Xing's Xiaoyabai away and take good care of her, while Song Qingshu led them to the main hall. Have you settled your father's funeral? Song Qingshu could not help but ask. Back then, something had happened to her father in the Golden Snake camp. Afterwards, her uncle, who was also a major leader of the Golden Snake camp, escorted Shui Dai and the others' coffins back to their hometown with her. When she heard him mention this, Shui Xing's eyes reddened. It's all settled down. I'll bury him with my uncles so that they can continue to be sworn brothers in the afterlife. Song Qingshu sighed. If their spirits are watching from above, they'll thank you for doing this. When I'm free one day, I'll go pay respects to my uncle with you. Hearing that, Shui Xing's pale cheeks flushed red. She gave an undetectable affirmative response. She did not turn him down. After all, with their relationship, it only made sense for her to bring this man back for her father to see. By the way, how did you find me here? Song Qingshu suddenly asked curiously. A trace of shyness flashed across Shui Xing's white face. She replied softly, originally, I was at home to observe mourning for my father, but then I accidentally heard the news that you were infected with the golden ripple flower. I was worried about you. So I came out to find you. I didn't know how you were now. After thinking about it, I went to the Golden Snake camp to discuss it with Sister Audiobook and the others. Later, I learned from them that you were safe and sound. But I always wanted to see you in person to feel at ease, so I came to Linen. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was moved and felt pity for her. She was just a young girl, and in this chaotic era of war, she had to travel north and south. She had to travel thousands of miles, and she must have suffered a lot. Seeing that Song Qingshu had been holding Shui Xing's hand and asking about her well-being, Li Qingluo subconsciously glanced at her cousin on the side. Seeing that she was looking out of the window with a trace of worry between her eyebrows, she was suddenly very unhappy. She deliberately coughed and said, Song, let's talk about business first. There will be plenty of time for you to talk about love later. Shui Xing was a little nervous because of the aura of the two peerless beauties. Hearing that, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. Song Qingshu glanced at Li Qingluo gloomily. Song, can't you be a little more polite to me? At the same time, he thought, when you were under me, you called me sweetly. You even called me good brother and so on. Why did you turn against me in the blink of an eye? It's good enough that I didn't call you bastard Song, Li Qingluo snorted lightly. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Okay, let's continue talking about my uncle's children. Xiaolongnu finally turned around and sighed. Is it really possible for my brothers to still be alive in this world? She had grown up in Gumu and had never thought that being an orphan was bad. It was only when she was with Yonghua that she felt a little bit of the warmth of being an orphan. It was a pity that when she first saw that scene in Gumu, Xiaolongnu was disheartened. Later, when she entered the palace to assassinate the emperor, she had the thought of committing suicide. Who knew that she would suddenly find news of her parents? During this time, Li Qingluo had taken her to visit some of the places where her parents had stayed. She gradually had the concept of home in her heart. Now that she found out that she actually had a few brothers, she couldn't help but feel that blood was thicker than water. It was a pity that the brothers that she had never met were most likely dead. It's not like there's no hope at all. Seeing the light in Xiaolongnu's eyes gradually recede, Li Qingluo didn't want her to return to that state of despair. She hurriedly advised, although I didn't find their whereabouts, I didn't see their corpses either. You should know that your eldest brother Yu Yin died by beheading and your second brother Yu Lei died in exile. I've already confirmed these, but I'm not so sure about the whereabouts of the other three brothers. Next, I'll interrogate Machi Rua's henchman to see if there's anyone who knows about this. Cousin, why do you have to deliberately comfort me like this? With your influence, if you can't find anything after so many years of investigation, what can you find even if you investigate again? Although Xiaolongnu didn't know much about worldly affairs, it didn't mean that she was stupid. She easily saw through Li Qingluo's thoughts. Li Qingluo was silent. Actually, she had investigated everything that needed to be investigated. She had even secretly captured and interrogated Ma Qiruo's henchmen. The answer she obtained was that they had all been secretly assassinated. It was just that no one could clearly tell where their corpses were, which made her fantasize. Are you talking about General Yu's orphans? I might know. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded from the side. Song Qingshu, Li Qingluo, and even Xiaolong Nu, who had always been indifferent to the outside world, suddenly turned around to look at the blushing Xu Weixing. You know where they are? Li Qingluo grabbed Xu Weixing's hand and asked excitedly. Noticing Xu Weixing's furrowed brows, Song Qingshu hurriedly pulled Li Qingluo's hand away. Don't be so agitated. Your martial arts are so high, you're hurting me. You're the only one who has tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Li Qingluo rolled her eyes at him, but she didn't have the time to get angry with him. She only looked eagerly at Xu Weixing. Some time ago, when I was tidying up my father's belongings, I found a notebook. Seeing that Song Qingshu was so concerned about her, Xu Weixing felt a sweetness in her heart. She then explained, it mentioned that my third uncle, Lu Chungfeng, was entrusted by one of his clansmen many years ago to save a few children. My third uncle was worried that he would ruin the clan's plans by himself, so he invited my father and a few other sworn brothers to go with him. How do you know that those children are General Yu's orphans? Li Qingluo asked suspiciously. Over the years, she had received many similar news, but unfortunately, they were all false. She knew that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. She didn't want her cousin to experience such pain. I guessed, Xu Weixing said awkwardly, her face red. You guessed it? Song Qingshu couldn't help laughing. He didn't expect Xu Weixing to be so funny. Li Qingluo's face darkened. If it wasn't for the fact that she was Song Qingshu's friend, with her usual temperament, she might have directly used her as fertilizer. Why did you guess so? Worried that Li Qingluo would explode, Song Qingshu hurried to smooth things over. Seeing their reaction, Xu Weixing thought she had said something wrong. She lowered her voice. Uncle Lu's clansman is called Lu Yunxing. Lu Yunxing? Song Qingshu was confused. He had never heard of this person. Li Qingluo was so excited that she grabbed Xu Weixing's hand. Is that person really called Lu Yunxing? Yes, Xu Weixing was shocked by her reaction and nodded subconsciously. Who is this Lu Yunxing? Why are you so excited? Song Qingshu couldn't help but ask. Xiaolong Nu also looked at her curiously. Li Qingluo sighed and a look of reminiscence appeared on her face. She began to narrate the events of the past. That year, little uncle was framed by Qin Hui. Ma Qishui was sent to investigate this case. At that time, the minister of the Supreme Court, Li Ruopu, and He Yanyu, both believed that little uncle was not guilty. They argued with Ma Qishui and both were dismissed from their positions. Other than the people of the imperial court crying out for Yufei's innocence, the common people were also in an uproar. Among them, the most famous was the commoner Lu Yunxing, who submitted a petition to seek redress for his uncle's injustice. In the end, the Supreme Court was already under the control of that bastard Ma Qichu, and he ordered his execution. Song Qingshu's countenance changed with fright and he could not help but praise, what a virtuous and righteous man. Even Xiaolong Nu's countenance changed several times upon hearing this. Xu Weixing then said, before Lu Yunxing submitted the memorial, he knew that he would not be able to escape death, so he found the famous soft cloud sword Lu Chungfeng, who was also my father's sworn brother, and asked him to go to Zhejiang to do something. Li Qingluo exclaimed, before they came to Linen, they lived on the edge of Mount Lu in Zhejiang. Xiaolong Nu couldn't help but ask, Miss Xue, what happened after that? Even though they were both women, Xu Weixing was still amazed by her beauty. Because third uncle was worried that something might happen along the way and that it would be difficult for him to handle it alone, he specially asked first uncle, benevolent and righteous Lu Broadsword, Lu Tianshu, second uncle, invincible of Zhongbing, Hua Taigan, and my father to go together. Xu Weixing paused for a moment before continuing, my father didn't say what he was going to do either. He only said that he and his brothers were very happy after rescuing Zhongliang. Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh with emotion after hearing this. The reason why the fallen flower and flowing water was famous was probably because the four of them had fought against one expert of the same level, but in the end, they were killed by the blood knife ancestor. This made them famous for their heaven-defying battle prowess. Their nickname, Fallen Flower and Flowing Water, had also become a laughingstock. This was especially so for Hua Taigan, who had sold out his friends for glory. Previously in the Golden Snake Camp, Song Qingshu stopped Xu Weixing from killing Hua Taigan mainly because the four of them had been chivalrous all their lives. They couldn't deny everything he had done just because of one mistake. Now it seemed that it was fortunate that they didn't do anything at that time. The four of them had saved Yufei's orphan, which was such a righteous act. If they had killed him, at this time, Song Qingshu would definitely be condemned by his conscience. Of course, he didn't know that Hua Taigan had been killed by Ah Qing later because of courting death. The more Li Qingluo thought about it, the more excited she became. She couldn't help but murmur to herself, then it all fits. When Lu Yunxing submitted the letter, my uncle had not been killed yet, so Lu Chengfeng and the others went to Jiujiang in advance to rescue my cousins. Later, the killers sent by Qin Hui and Ma Qifeng must have been afraid of being blamed by their superiors, so they all unified that they had completed the task. Even Qin Hui and Ma Qifeng were deceived. No wonder no matter how hard I tortured those people, I couldn't get any useful information. It turns out that they were also deceived by those killers. Xiao Longnu's eyes also bloomed with a glimmer of light. Cousin, are you saying that my brothers might still be alive? Yes, Li Qingluo nodded excitedly and looked at Xu Weixing with a face full of eagerness. Miss Xue, did your father's notes record where they had saved those people? He didn't say it clearly, Xu Weixing said hesitantly, but the notes did mention a few places. Where? Li Qingluo hurriedly asked. Xu Weixing shook her head. I just casually flipped through the notes at that time and didn't pay much attention to those places. I can't remember them now. Did you bring your father's notes with you? Li Qingluo asked, unwilling to give up. Xu Weixing still shook her head and said apologetically, no, it's in my hometown in Jinling. Xiao Longnu's face was full of disappointment. Li Qingluo hesitated for a moment, then looked at Xu Weixing and said, Miss Xue, I have a presumptuous request. Can you take us to your hometown? Of course. Xu Weixing didn't refuse. Why don't we set off immediately? Li Qingluo said excitedly. Ah? Xu Weixing looked at her in surprise. Song Qingshu furrowed his brows. I've just arrived, and you want me to accompany you on your journey? This is indeed a presumptuous request. Li Qingluo sighed faintly. I also know that this request is a bit difficult, but I have been investigating this matter for 20 years. It's not easy for me to see hope, and I don't want to drag it out for too long. What do you mean by dragging it out for too long? Song Qingshu asked curiously. In any case, the court has already announced it to the world. When young masters you hear the news, they will naturally come to the capital. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Qingluo shook her head. No, Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun have been prime ministers for so many years. They have already formed an incomparably large group. Now that the two of them are dead, there are still many remnants of them. For example, Zhang Rou, who is a loyal soldier in the Debi Mountains but is actually a bandit. If they seek revenge for my master, my cousins will be in danger. Song Qingshu frowned, knowing that what she said made sense. With the grudge between Ma Qichen and Zhang Jun's group and Yufei, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't take revenge on his children. Brother Song, you don't have to worry about me. I will bring these two sisters back to Jinling. Xu Weixing suddenly said. But you have been covered in dust from the journey. No matter what, you need to rest for a few days. Song Qingshu said with a heartache. Xu Weixing shook her head and smiled. Saving young masters you is the thing that my father is most proud of in his life. If something unexpected happened and caused all his efforts to be in vain, he would not be able to rest in peace. How can I become an unfilial daughter because of a little hardship? This. When Xu Weixing mentioned her father, Song Qingshu didn't know how to persuade her. Moreover, Xu Weixing's face was slightly red. She glanced at Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu, revealing an expression of wanting to say something but hesitating. Cousin, let's go pack our luggage first. Li Qingluo tactfully pulled Xiao Longnu out of the room. Seeing that they had left, Xu Weixing said, Brother Song, my father's body has not yet turned cold. According to the rules where I come from, I have to observe mourning for him for 3 years. This time, when I heard that something had happened to you, I specially came out. Now that I see that you are safe, I can rest assured. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu's heart was filled with tenderness. He gently pulled her into his arms. Xu Weixing's face was slightly red, but she didn't refuse. Big brother Song, I really want to be with you, but I really should go back to observe the mourning period for my father. Xu Weixing leaned her face against his chest and felt his breath. Suddenly, she felt that the tiredness of the past few days had disappeared without a trace. In that case, I won't keep you any longer. When I finish my work, I will come to Jinling to find you. Song Qingshu said softly. Xu Weixing's eyes suddenly lit up. You must come, I will wait for you. Seeing her excited look, Song Qingshu suddenly had the idea to tease her. What if I accidentally forget? Xu Weixing snorted, if you dare to forget, after I observe mourning for 3 years, I will come to find you and tell the world that you have abandoned me. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was speechless. Don't use this word carelessly, okay? When did I mess around with you? Xu Weixing's face also flashed a trace of shyness. She bit her lip and whispered, you mess up my heart. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart warmed up, and he lowered his head to kiss her lips. With a cry, Xu Weixing hurriedly pushed him away, her face redder than rouge, and her whole body was shy and angry. I am still observing mourning for my father now. Only then did Song Qingshu realize that he had been rash. He hurriedly hugged her and coaxed her. With great difficulty, he made her change from angry to happy. Not long after, Li Qingluo and Xiao Longnu packed up their luggage. Although he was a little reluctant in his heart, Song Qingshu still sent the 3 of them to the carriage. Take good care of them. Before leaving, Song Qingshu told Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo glanced at him with a faint smile. Do you want me to take care of my cousin, or Miss Xue? Of course, Miss Xue. Song Qingshu saw through her thoughts and glared at her. Anyway, Xiao Longnu was his beloved cousin, and he would take good care of her even if he didn't say anything. You are smart. After a smile, Li Qingluo's voice became serious. After we go to Jinling to find out the information, we should immediately leave for Zhejiang. Linen City is treacherous, you should be careful, don't wait until the next time we come back, you are dead. Song Qingshu's lips twitched. Are you concerned about me or cursing me? What do you think? Li Qingluo turned around and boarded the carriage, leaving a string of coquettish laughter. By the way, don't bully my female apprentice when I am not here. Song Qingshu directly ignored her words and looked directly at Xiao Longnu. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether there were other people present or something else, but Xiao Longnu didn't mean to say goodbye to him and boarded the carriage early. Noticing his gaze from the window, Xiao Longnu only gave him a slight nod before turning her gaze to the distance, causing Song Qingshu to be extremely depressed. A while ago, we were clearly so close, why are we suddenly estranged from each other? Could it be that Li Qingluo, that witch, has said something bad about me in front of her? Unfortunately, until the outline of the carriage disappeared from his sight, he still couldn't figure out the answer. For the first time, he sighed, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Back to the room, looking at the empty house, Song Qingshu suddenly felt a little sad. It was lively before, but in a short time, it was empty. In addition to Li Yuanji, there was also Qin Yuanyuan, who was considered a femme fatale by all the men in the world. He had been so busy recently that he had no time to take care of them. He didn't know if anything had happened to the 2 women in the palace. With this thought, Song Qingshu could no longer suppress his worry. Even though the sun had not set, he couldn't care so much. He immediately left and quietly sneaked into the palace. After all, it was not night time. Now that he wanted to enter the palace in broad daylight, even with Song Qingshu's peerless qinggong, he had to be careful. Fortunately, there were not many people in the cold palace, so he managed to sneak in safely. I wonder how they are getting along. That girl Yuanji is weird and has never liked Qin Yuanyuan and her mother. Qin Yuanyuan doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. Could she have been bullied badly by her? Song Qingshu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Qin Yuanyuan. But when he arrived at their residence, he couldn't help but be stunned because the scene in front of him was very different from what he had imagined. Qin Yuanyuan was not crying in the corner with bruises all over her body, and Li Yuanji was not holding a whip and laughing wildly in front of her like a witch. The two women were sitting quietly opposite each other. Qin Yuanyuan was as beautiful and elegant as ever, and the always lively Li Yuanji had transformed into a quiet beauty. Curious, Song Qingshu took a few steps closer and found that the two women were playing Go. Li Yuanji held a black piece in her hand and was about to move it several times, but she eventually retracted it. She gently bit her finger and frowned in thought. She looked very cute. Qin Yuanyuan was still looking at her with a smile, not at all impatient. Suddenly, she saw Song Qingshu next to her and couldn't help but tremble. Because her back was facing them, Li Yuanji didn't notice Song Qingshu at first. It wasn't until she noticed the change in Qin Yuanyuan's expression that she turned her head in confusion. When she saw Song Qingshu clearly, her furrowed eyebrows instantly relaxed. "Big brother Song!" Li Yuanji cried out in joy as she jumped into Song Qingshu's arms, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Hugging the girl's soft body, Song Qingshu gave a knowing smile. Little sister Yuanji looking at the scene in front of her, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but be envious. Although she was the most beautiful woman in the world, and countless men fell under her skirt, she had never found a man like this who could make her rush into his arms with such a girlish attitude. The two of them hugged each other tightly for a while. Li Yuanji suddenly realized that there was an audience watching them. She blushed and jumped out of his arms. In order to resolve her embarrassment, she pulled Song Qingshu's hand to the chessboard and said coquettishly, "Brother Song, come and help me. How should I make this move?" Looking at the densely packed black and white stones in front of him, Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He was a transmigrator, and he was not a Go enthusiast in his previous life. How would he know how to play this game? If it was a game of Gomoku, he would still have the confidence to fight his opponent. "I don't know," Song Qingshu said awkwardly. "Gongzi is too modest." Qin Yuanyuan finally spoke. Her voice was still so soft and pleasant. It made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze, but at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little restless. "That's right. I have lost 2 games in a row. Brother Song, you have to help me get back my face." Li Yuanji hugged Song Qingshu's arm and shook it. "These two women are sincerely watching me make a fool of myself." Song Qingshu was speechless. He really couldn't blame Qin Yuanyuan and Li Yuanji. After all, the 4 instruments, chess, calligraphy, and painting were the standard in this world. Anyone with a little bit of ability in their family would be trained from a young age. There was no reason that an elegant young master like Song Qingshu wouldn't know how to play. Moreover, in their hearts, Song Qingshu had always been a resourceful and immortal-like person. His skill in chess should not be inferior to a national-level player. "Let's play." Who's afraid of who? Song Qingshu naturally didn't want to show his fear in front of the women, so he braced himself and played. Fortunately, he had been transmigrating to this world for a few years. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, he at least knew some of the rules of Go. At least he could play. Huh? Seeing her opponent's move, Qin Yuanyuan was very surprised. She couldn't understand why her opponent would play like this. Wouldn't that be a huge flaw? However, Qin Yuanyuan didn't dare to let down her guard. She only thought that her opponent's skill in chess was far better than hers, which was why he could make such a bold move. She was worried that her opponent was deliberately luring her in and that what awaited her was a trap. Therefore, she didn't dare to take the opportunity to attack and could only steadily defend. Song Qingshu's move was very fast, completely unlike Li Yuanji's previous hesitation. Seeing the young girl beside him, he couldn't help but applaud. "Brother Song is awesome." In fact, she also didn't understand Song Qingshu's moves. However, in a young girl's heart, her lover was the best in everything. Since that was the case, he naturally had his reasons. It was just that she wasn't good enough. As the game progressed, Qin Yuanyuan's expression became more and more strange. An idea in her mind became clearer and clearer. Finally, she couldn't help but try to counterattack. Who knew that her opponent would collapse at the first touch? Li Yuanji, who was at the side, was instantly dumbfounded before she could finish her praise. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help it anymore. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. "So Gongzi really is a lousy chess player." Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. "I already said that I don't know how to play, but you guys still want me to play. In his heart, however, he was indignant. If it was like those system-driven novels in his previous life, where he brought an alpha dog with him when he transmigrated, it would be strange if he didn't torture her until she had climaxes. You scoundrel. You made me lose face. Thinking about how she had praised him to the heavens, Li Yuanji couldn't help but punch him in the chest with her pink fist. Not playing anymore, not playing anymore, Song Qingshu guiltily messed up the chessboard. Seeing him act like a hoodlum on the street, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh. Song Qingshu hurriedly changed the topic. That's right, how is Madam's injury? Qin Yuanyuan smiled slightly, it's almost healed. The scene of him treating her wound suddenly appeared in her mind. Especially when the guards outside came to search the room, he violated her. Her already beautiful face became even more tender and beautiful. That's good, Song Qingshu suddenly asked with a strange expression. Did she bully you during this period of time? Li Yuanji, who was at the side, immediately objected. Brother Song, in your heart, am I such a barbaric person? Qin Yuanyuan smiled gently. Sister Yuanji has always treated me very well. In fact, in the beginning, Li Yuanji was indeed full of hostility towards her, but she had grown up in a brothel, and later mingled with so many powerful men. What she was best at was making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Although Li Yuanji was smart, she was still a young girl who didn't know much about the world. She casually used a few tricks to close the relationship between the two of them. Li Yuanji, who was at the side, heard her words and couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu proudly. Song Qingshu lovingly rubbed her hair and then said to Qin Yuanyuan, Madam, do you mind if I take your pulse? Qin Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at him and thought, you've already done that to me, and now you even have to ask me to take your pulse. Of course not. After saying that, she reached out her hand in front of him. Looking at the pure white wrist in front of her, Li Yuanji couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Sister, your skin is so white and smooth, I really don't know how you take care of it. Qin Yuanyuan blushed and subconsciously pulled down her sleeve to cover the skin on her forearm. Song Qingshu coughed twice and hurriedly got rid of all distracting thoughts to take her pulse. He found that her pulse was steady and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Madam's injury is almost healed. As long as you rest and recuperate, you will soon recover. This is all thanks to young master's treatment. Qin Yuanyuan said with a smile. Huh? Song Qingshu subconsciously glanced at her lower abdomen. Qin Yuanyuan was stunned. Only then did she realize that her words just now were ambiguous, and her pretty face instantly turned red. Ahem. Song Qingshu recovered quickly and hurriedly resolved the embarrassment. Since Madam's injury is almost healed, I should send Madam back. Actually, I think this cold palace is a good place to cultivate. During this time, my heart is calmer than ever before, Qin Yuanyuan said softly. Song Qingshu was stunned. He didn't understand what she meant by her answer. Could it be that she had developed feelings for living here and didn't want to go back? I plan to take Sister Yuanji out of the palace. It's time for her to see her father. How can I rest assured if you live alone in this cold palace? Song Qingshu said, what's more, your daughter has been very worried about you during this time. Hearing him mention Aku, Qin Yuanyuan swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. Indeed, she had been out for too long, and it was time to go back. Can I really leave the palace? Li Yuanji asked in surprise. Of course. Song Qingshu stroked her soft hair. You've suffered staying in the cold palace all this time. Previously, he had let Li Yuanji stay here because of her sensitive identity. Now that the general situation had been settled, she had become an insignificant person in the palace. In addition, now that everyone's attention was on Yufei's case, taking her away quietly at this time would not cause a ripple. The biggest problem now is how to send you back. Song Qingshu looked at Qin Yuanyuan and said in distress, I can't take you directly to Aku. That way, I won't be able to explain to the people in the palace. The three of them discussed for a while and finally came up with a plan. Let Qin Yuanyuan pretend to be imprisoned in the cold palace, then let the nearby palace maids or imperial concubines in the cold palace accidentally discover her, so that the imperial guards would take the initiative to rescue her. The biggest problem is your statement after being rescued. The imperial guards will definitely ask about what happened during this time. Song Qingshu looked at Qin Yuanyuan worriedly. Don't worry. I've experienced many ups and downs in my life. I can handle such a small matter. Qin Yuanyuan smiled slightly, her tone graceful and calm. That's good. Song Qingshu also believed that she could make up a reasonable story. Then he looked at Li Yuanji next to him, his heart full of playfulness. Why don't you go be the imperial concubine who snitches? Maybe you can even restore your status as an imperial concubine. Bah. Li Yuanji spat with a red face. I don't want to be the imperial concubine of Zhao and Song. Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but tease, then whose imperial concubine do you want to be? As she spoke, her eyes deliberately glanced at Song Qingshu. Although Li Yuanji was sometimes bold and unrestrained, she was a shy girl after all. How could she withstand such teasing? Sister, you're teasing me too. I'll ignore you guys. I'm going to walk around the cold palace and see who is suitable to be the informant. After saying that, she ran out as if she was escaping. It's rare to see this girl shy. Watching her figure disappear outside the door, Qin Yuanyuan pursed her lips and smiled. After all, she's still a little girl. Song Qingshu also couldn't help but laugh. Seeing him yawning as he spoke, Qin Yuanyuan said for some reason, Are you very tired? Do you want me to massage you? Song Qingshu was startled. He didn't have such thoughts, but since she took the initiative to suggest it, he naturally wouldn't refuse. Sure. Song Qingshu sat upright on the couch, leaving enough space behind him, and gestured for her to come behind him. Qin Yuanyuan regretted at the moment she opened her mouth, but seeing that he didn't have any intention of modestly declining, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused at the same time. After hesitating for a while, she climbed over the chessboard, and half knelt behind Song Qingshu to massage him. When Qin Yuanyuan's fingers touched his shoulder, Song Qingshu felt an electric current flow through his body, and only felt that the countless pores on his body were very comfortable. This technique, even the technicians in the high-class clubs in my previous life can't compare. Song Qingshu sighed inwardly, but he quickly came to his senses. Qin Yuanyuan was the most popular actress in the world back then. Compared to the technicians in his previous life, she was many levels higher. It was only natural that her skills were better. So comfortable. Song Qingshu couldn't help but close his eyes, relax his body, and began to enjoy the service. That even the emperor couldn't enjoy. Gongzi, if you're tired, you can lie down and take a good rest. Qin Yuanyuan's soft and pleasant voice usually easily made people restless, but now Song Qingshu couldn't have the slightest evil thoughts. His heart was only filled with the warmth and relaxation of a family. Okay. Song Qingshu was indeed a little tired after running around for Yufei's case. After getting his approval, Qin Yuanyuan smiled slightly, and gently held Song Qingshu's head and neck, and slowly laid him down. At this moment, Song Qingshu completely relaxed his muscles, and let her do as she pleased. Suddenly, he felt a soft but elastic place under his head, and he couldn't help but be surprised. At this moment, Qin Yuanyuan's face was also slightly red. She put Song Qingshu down and originally wanted to find a pillow for him to rest on, but when she looked around, she realized that the nearest pillows were far beyond her reach. If she got up to grab one, it would inevitably alarm him and wake him up from his relaxed state. She hesitated for a while and finally supported Song Qingshu's head to rest on her lap. Feeling the other party's round and tight thighs, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel restless. Fortunately, Qin Yuanyuan's fingers gently rubbed his temples. The gentleness of her fingertips gradually dispelled the restlessness in his heart. Even if she doesn't have this stunning beauty, she should still be a very charming woman. Feeling Qin Yuanyuan's gentle hands and smelling the faint fragrance on her body, coupled with the fact that he was overtired these days, he soon fell into a deep sleep. Looking at the man in her arms who was a year younger than her, Qin Yuanyuan's expression was rather complicated. Previously, because he had tricked Aku into coming to Yanjing City as a hostage, she did not have a good impression of him at all. But now that they met again, he was already a man whose name had shaken the world. A few days ago, he had shone brilliantly in the imperial palace, completely like a banished immortal. But when she thought of that time when the two of them were hiding under the bed, she felt incomparably embarrassed. Which side is the real you? Looking at the man's sculpture-like firm and handsome lines, Qin Yuanyuan's expression became complicated and difficult to understand. Brother Song, Sister Yuan Yuan, Li Yuanji went out to wander around and finally found a suitable candidate. She ran back excitedly to report the good news, but who knew she would see such a shocking scene. Li Yuanji only thought that Song Qingshu had hooked up with Qin Yuanyuan in such a short time. She felt jealous and wronged, and her eyes instantly turned red. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Qin Yuanyuan hurriedly made a gesture to her to keep quiet. He is too tired. Let him have a good rest, Qin Yuanyuan whispered to her. Li Yuanji was startled. She walked over to take a look and noticed the tiredness between her lover's eyebrows. Only then did she know that she had misunderstood the two of them. The feeling of grievance disappeared, and what was left was only heartache and pity. Why don't you replace me? Qin Yuanyuan said unnaturally as she pretended to get up. Originally, she had a clear conscience and felt that the two of them were beautiful. However, the two of them were lovers after all. It felt weird to let her lover sleep on her lap in front of Li Yuanji. No need, in case you wake him up. Li Yuanji hurriedly stopped her. Seeing Li Yuanji looking at Song Qingshu with her hand on her cheek, her eyes full of tenderness, Qin Yuanyuan couldn't help but feel envious. This kind of pure, flawless, carefree love was something she had never had before. Song Qingshu woke up and subconsciously wanted to sit up. However, his head bumped into something soft, and he instantly heard a cry of surprise. Only then did Song Qingshu return to his senses. He found that Qin Yuanyuan was holding her chest and looking at him with a reproachful expression. How could he not understand what he had just bumped into? Sorry, Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. What happened? Li Yuanji had also fallen asleep while watching. Now, she opened her eyes in a daze. Nothing. Qin Yuanyuan took the initiative to smooth things over. At the same time, she discreetly shrunk back. It's been a long time since I've had such a good sleep. Song Qingshu stretched, feeling refreshed. Of course, Sister Yuanyuan's lap is more comfortable than a pillow. Li Yuanji pouted and said, this is a blessing that even the emperor can't enjoy. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yuanyuan glared at her. Seeing her rubbing her thigh from time to time, Song Qingshu had an apologetic expression. I slept for so long. Are you feeling uncomfortable? I'm fine. Qin Yuanyuan smiled slightly. My leg is just a little numb. Song Qingshu smiled apologetically. He walked to the window and noticed that night had fallen. He turned around and asked Li Yuanji, Sister Yuanji, how's the person you're looking for? Is there anything that I can't do? Don't worry, I've already found a target. Li Yuanji raised her chin proudly. That's good. Song Qingshu nodded. Now that it's dark, I'll go find Aku to communicate and unify the accounts. Be careful, Qin Yuanyuan and Li Yuanji said in unison. After speaking, they looked at each other in shock. Don't worry. Even if it's a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, I will come and go as I please. Who in the world can keep me here? Song Qingshu smiled confidently, and his figure quickly disappeared into the night sky. He didn't know how many times he had entered the imperial palace. Song Qingshu was now familiar with the way. When he passed by the residences of some of the imperial concubines in the Hogong, he even thought without malice that if he suddenly had the idea one day and came to the imperial palace to sleep with one or two imperial concubines, no one would find out. It was a pity that he had the ability now, but he didn't have a mind. It was like many people in his previous life. When they were young, they wanted all kinds of toys and snacks, but they didn't have money. When they grew up and had money, they couldn't return to the desire for toys and snacks of the past. At this time, Aku had sent away the palace maids and was sitting alone by the window looking at the bright moon in the sky. In her mind, the scene of Song Qingshu walking down step by step from the sky kept appearing. At that time, there seemed to be a bright moon behind him. But when she thought of her current identity and fate, she couldn't help but sigh faintly. Little girl, why are you sighing? Is it because the night is long and lonely, and you can't sleep? A teasing male voice suddenly sounded in her ear. In the depths of the imperial palace, a man's voice suddenly appeared. In addition, Aku was originally unprepared. In her shock, she subconsciously dodged back. Unfortunately, she was sitting by the window. When she dodged, she instantly lost her center of gravity and fell down. Ah! Aku cried out in surprise. She was already prepared to fall to the ground. In her heart, she was even afraid that this fall would accidentally disfigure her face or something. The collision and pain that she imagined didn't come as expected. Instead, her whole body fell into a warm and strong embrace. But she didn't feel the slightest bit happy. What followed was endless fear. She instinctively struggled with all her might. "Let me go. Am I that scary?" A depressed male voice sounded in her ear. Why does it sound so familiar? Aku subconsciously looked up and saw a face that she hated to the bone, but also yearned for day and night. "It's you!" Aku cried out in surprise. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "Otherwise, who else would it be?" Ku's face turned red. She pushed him away. "Let me go." Song Qingshu didn't intend to deliberately take advantage of her. Hearing this, he helped her up and spread out his hands. "I just saw you fall just now. You came to find me at this time. Did you already finish what I asked you to do?" Aku took a step back and said with a slightly guarded tone. Hearing this, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. "Last time, you asked me to either kill that assassin or Huang Chang. But those two are peerless experts. How could they be killed so easily? One was him, and the other was Huang Chang, who was no weaker than him. How could he kill them? Then why did you come to find me?" Aku bit her lip. Her heart began to beat faster. Song Qingshu shrugged. "Although I didn't kill those two, I helped you save your mother. Is that okay? Is my mother still well?" Aku grabbed Song Qingshu's arm. Her trembling eyelashes showed that she was not calm at all. She originally thought that with her mother's beauty and the fact that she had been struck by Huang Chang, who was like a half-immortal, she was most likely dead after being kidnapped. Now that she heard news of her mother, how could she not be excited? "She was injured before, but I've already healed her," Song Qingshu replied. "Where is she now?" Aku asked nervously. "I came here to tell you about this," Song Qingshu explained. "I was planning to send her back, but you also know that the way she disappeared is quite sensitive. If I send her back directly, there will be a lot of trouble, so I plan to." He then explained his previous plan. "My mother is at the Cold Palace now?" Aku asked. "Yes." Song Qingshu nodded. "I came to inform you so that you can prepare. I'll go back and start the plan now." He was about to turn and leave when Aku grabbed his hand. "Wait." Hearing Aku's words, Song Qingshu was completely dumbfounded. He had imagined Aku's reaction after hearing news of Qin Yuan, but he could not think of this situation. "Go far away?" Song Qingshu confirmed again. After all, it was strange for a daughter to let a man take her mother far away. "That's right." Noticing the other's strange expression, Aku realized that it would be difficult for others to misunderstand. She hurriedly explained, "The main thing is that it is too dangerous for my mother to stay in the palace. I don't know who that mysterious assassin is, but his martial arts are so strong that he can enter the palace as if there was no one there. Once my mother returns, he will come looking for her." Song Qingshu's expression became even more strange. He unconsciously rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "Don't worry, that assassin won't come." "Why?" Aku clearly did not believe his words. "Because I saved your mother from the hands of that person. He was injured by me, and he won't be able to recover for 10 years. Song Qingshu had originally wanted to say that he had killed the assassin, but he quickly thought that it was too inauspicious and changed his words. "Really?" Aku was skeptical and her face suddenly blushed. "Then why didn't you take the opportunity to kill him? That way, you could receive my repayment." Seeing the young girl's bashful appearance, Song Qingshu was pleased and could only find an excuse to explain, "That person's martial arts were too high. I could only injure him, but not kill him." "Even your martial arts couldn't kill him?" Aku's face was full of shock. Ahem, Song Qingshu was worried that if she continued to ask, his lie would be exposed, and he quickly diverted her attention. "Now you should be relieved to let your mother return." But Aku still shook her head. "Actually, what I am most worried about is not the assassin, but Huang Chang." "Huang Chang?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but frown. Aku replied, "Huang Chang has always loathed my mother. He feels that my mother is an inauspicious woman who has already ruined the Ming dynasty. He does not want her to ruin the Song dynasty as well. He has already advised the emperor many times to expel my mother from the palace, but I begged the emperor to stop him. Who would have thought that he would take advantage of the assassination attempt to harm my mother? Song Qingshu knew that she was telling the truth. Last time, he had seen it with his own eyes. Huang Chang had indeed wanted to take Qin Yuanyuan's life. If my mother continues to stay in the imperial palace, Huang Chang will definitely find an opportunity to harm her. His martial arts are so high, how can we protect ourselves? Ke looked at him pleadingly. You've harmed my mother by sending her back, so please take her away from the imperial palace. Then where can I take her? Song Qingshu frowned. Shanhai Pass? After all, Wu Sangue was still Qin Yuanyuan's husband in name. Song Qingshu secretly thought, if Ke really wanted him to take Qin Yuanyuan to Shanhai Pass, he would refuse no matter what. After all, he did not have the time to travel thousands of li to Shanhai Pass. Not to Shanhai Pass. Ke's reaction was also very intense. Mother and daughter were connected. She knew her mother's thoughts. She most likely did not want to go back for the rest of her life. Then where to? Song Qingshu frowned. I don't know. Ke shook her head. Can you take me to see my mother? Okay. Song Qingshu did not hesitate. After all, Qin Yuanyuan had always been thinking of her. Ke suddenly had an awkward expression, but if I go out, there will be a large group of palace maids and eunuchs. Will I alert the enemy and ruin your plan? Song Qingshu smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm here. With that said, he grabbed her slender waist and directly jumped out of the window. Being suddenly hugged by a man, Ke's first reaction was that the other party wanted to do something to her. She was about to shout for help when she suddenly realized that the other party was secretly taking her to the cold palace in order not to alert the other people in the palace. After thinking it through, Ke's body was no longer stiff and gradually relaxed. The tall walls and trees that she usually heard whistled past her ears, but she did not have the time to enjoy this rare experience. Instead, she looked up at the man who was hugging her. Song Qingshu clearly also noticed her gaze. He lowered his head and smiled at her, then quickly turned his attention back to the front. After all, the palace was heavily guarded, and there was also the unfathomable Huang Chang. He had to be very careful. Although it was night time, Ke had been dazzled by his smile just now. Her heart pounded, but she quickly thought of her current status and the humiliation of being rejected by him in the past. Her beautiful face gradually paled. Song Qingshu did not have the ability to read minds, so he naturally did not know that the girl in his arms had 1,000 knots in her heart. The two of them were like smoke, quietly returning to the cold palace. Ke? Qin Yuanyuan was chatting with Li Yuanji when she saw the two people suddenly appear. She exclaimed in disbelief. Mother seeing her mother, Ke also woke up from her melancholy state. She jumped out of Song Qingshu's arms and excitedly threw herself into her mother's arms. When the mother and daughter last parted, they originally thought that they would be far apart. Who knew that they would have a chance to meet again? They were so excited that they could not help but hug each other and cry bitterly. Seeing the sincere affection between the mother and daughter, Li Yuanji's eyes also turned red. She choked and said, I also miss my mother. Don't you miss your father? Song Qingshu gently put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry. You have already repaid what your father owed me. I won't make trouble for him anymore. After we leave the palace, I will send you back to meet your parents. Thank you. Brother Song. Li Yuanji nodded as she wiped her tears. Mother, was the mysterious assassin who kidnapped you last time Song Qingshu? Ke suddenly looked up at Qin Yuanyuan and asked. Song Qingshu almost choked to death on his saliva. She was clearly warm just now. How did she change so quickly? He was thinking about how to explain to her later. After all, he had been lying to her before. Who knew that after a moment of surprise, Qin Yuanyuan directly replied, Silly child, why would you think that? It was clearly Prince Song who saved me. Song Qingshu stilled. He didn't expect that Qin Yuanyuan would hide the truth for him. At the side, Li Yuanji looked at him and then at Qin Yuanyuan with a smile that was not a smile. Aku quietly looked at his mother's eyes. Seeing that he couldn't see any flaws, he smiled. Nothing, I was just asking. Song Qingshu was worried that if she continued to ask, Jin Yuanyuan would reveal some flaws. After all, there were some things that happened between the two of them that couldn't be explained to Aku. He hurriedly diverted her attention. Just now, Aku said not to send you back to the palace. He then recounted what they had just discussed. Jin Yuanyuan smiled slightly. What does it matter? Huang Chang killing me will help me wash away the sins of my life. Aku panicked and was about to say something when Song Qingshu spoke first. The public's mouth can melt gold, and the accumulated damage can melt the bones. Furen has heard too many rumors. Now, even she feels that she is a femme fatale. Jin Yuanyuan smiled sadly. Is it not? Of course not. Song Qingshu said resolutely and decisively, pushing a man's failure onto a woman is a kind of cowardice and evasion. This is the behavior that people look down upon the most. Furen, the reason why you are called a femme fatale is because those people are trying to cover up their own cowardice and incompetence. Really? Jin Yuanyuan's eyes lit up. In fact, it wasn't that no one had said similar words before, but the same words had a different effect when said by different people. In the past, the great scholar Wu Meizuan had also tried to persuade her like this. But Wu Meizuan was just a scholar, and it was inevitable that he would try to please her. Song Qingshu was different. His name was now known throughout the world, and he was a marquis. The evaluation of this kind of top person in the world was naturally better than that of an ordinary person. Of course it is true, Song Qingshu changed the topic. In fact, you don't have to worry about being called a femme fatale. In my hometown, the term femme fatale is used to praise women. Not to mention Li Yuanji, even Aku couldn't stand it anymore. He thought to himself that it was no wonder he had so many female friends in the world. His ability to please women was really amazing. But Jin Yuanyuan didn't seem to feel the sappiness. She only said angrily, Gongzi must be joking. How can a woman be praised as a femme fatale? Song Qingshu replied, when the people in my hometown meet a beautiful woman, they will often use the word devastatingly beautiful to describe her. But if they meet a woman who is even more beautiful, other words will no longer be able to describe her, and they will praise her as a femme fatale. Is that so? Jin Yuanyuan pursed her lips and smiled. Then if I have the chance, I will really go to Gongzi's hometown to take a look. From her tone, it was obvious that she didn't believe him. The two women beside her also looked suspicious. Song Qingshu immediately became anxious. I swear to the heavens, if I'm lying, lightning will immediately strike me. Although flags couldn't be randomly raised, he really didn't lie this time. In his previous life, there were different levels of beauty on the internet. Above devastatingly beautiful was indeed the level of a femme fatale. Gongzi, please don't make such a vicious oath, Jin Yuanyuan hurriedly said. I believe you. Li Yuanji, who was standing to the side, curled her lips. Brother Song was really trying hard to please a woman. She really is an existence that can bring calamity to a country. Even the world-famous Golden Snake King lost his composure in front of her. At this time, an old voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. The people in the room turned to look. When they saw Huang Chang's signature black cloak, the women's expressions changed. Only Song Qingshu didn't panic. He smiled and said, as the saying goes, money can't buy a beauty's smile, and I can't bear to see women sad. A mere oath is nothing. Huang Chang lightly said, you have a sharp tongue. No wonder so many women are attracted to you. Hearing his words, the three women beside him immediately blushed. Song Qingshu couldn't help but become gloomy. I say, old Huang, you didn't come here on purpose to make fun of me, did you? Huang Chang's body stiffened. It was obvious that he was caught unprepared by the words old Huang. After a long time, he finally snorted. You kidnapped the imperial concubine, and now I've caught you red-handed. Why don't you seem worried at all? Hearing his words, Huang Chang fell into silence. After a while, he replied, that's right, with your level of cultivation, I can't keep you here. But now that you have to take care of them, the situation is different. Song Qingshu smiled, old Huang, you are a famous senior in Wulin, an existence like an immortal. How can you learn from those despicable people? When the martial arts of Wuling reach a certain level, other than cultivation, one's state of mind and spirit will greatly affect one's fighting ability. The most obvious examples were people like Jinluan Fuang and Taoist Bai Xin. Their martial arts were the best in the world of Jianghu, but they were willing to be the dogs and eagles of others. Their state of mind wasn't great, so their combat ability was greatly reduced. On the opposite side was Ouyang Feng. Even though he was a bad person in the traditional sense, he had his own principles. For example, he respected his status and had the bearing of a master. He wasn't unscrupulous like some people. In addition, he had an ambitious and ruthless temperament. Even though his cultivation was lower than Jinluan Fuang and Daoist Baixing, when it came to fighting, he was better than them. Xiaofeng was similar. Even though his cultivation was very strong, his fighting ability was far beyond his cultivation level. It was because of his heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Song Qingshu purposely said this to make Huang Chang feel apprehensive. At his level of cultivation, if he left a flaw in his heart, it would have a terrifying effect on his strength. Who knew that Huang Chang didn't care? The way of the world is heartless. Whether it's despicable or unscrupulous, it's just the shackles that people put on themselves. Do you think I care about the moral standards of the world? Song Qingshu remembered that Huang Chang practiced Taoist martial arts. Taoists have always adhered to the concept of heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as dogs. Huang Chang had also cultivated to this level. It would be strange if he cared about methods. This is going to be difficult. Song Qingshu frowned. He wasn't afraid of Huang Chang if he was alone, but he had 3 women with him. If Huang Chang decided to attack them, he wasn't sure he could protect everyone. And that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that unless they fought to the death, he did not have the confidence to keep Huang Chang here. Once Huang Chang revealed the news of this place to Zhao Guo, the rare honeymoon period between the two sides would be interrupted, and a series of unpredictable chain reactions would occur. At this time, Huang Chang spoke again. His words surprised everyone. I know what you are worried about. You don't have to worry about it. I am not here to be your enemy. Huh? Song Qingshu stared blankly. The two of them had fought every time they met, causing him to instinctively think that Huang Chang was here to cause trouble again. I won't do anything to them, and I won't tell anyone else what I saw today, but... Huang Chang changed the topic, but you have to promise me something. What is it? Song Qingshu asked in a low voice. At the same time, he quickly calculated whether or not he could control the other. After all, Huang Chang's condition was definitely a difficult task. He didn't want to be tied down because of it. Actually, concubine Wu has already stated this condition, Huang Chang continued. Take Qin Yuanyuan out of the palace. Ah? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the other's condition to be so simple. As if sensing their confusion, Huang Chang looked deeply at Qin Yuanyuan and continued, this woman is unlucky. Staying in the palace will harm the great Song's fortune. Hearing his evaluation, Qin Yuanyuan's charming face instantly paled. Her body swayed a few times. If Ake hadn't held her up, she might have fallen to the ground. Song Qingshu was speechless. I say, old Huang, why didn't I see that you have the potential to be a fraud? Fortune is illusory and often used by ambitious people to deceive the common people. Why do you, a learned great grandmaster, believe in this? He couldn't help but think of Newton in his previous life. He was the best in physics and a super genius in mathematics. In his later years, he devoted his energy to theology. Could it be that these geniuses all reached the same goal when they reached a certain level? I'm not listening to hearsay. I have my own evidence, Huang Chang said calmly. In the past year, I've been observing the stars at night. I found that ever since Qin Yuanyuan came, the North Star, which represents the Emperor of the Great Song, has gradually dimmed. I don't want the Great Song to follow in the footsteps of the Ming dynasty. Song Qingshu frowned. You blame the rise and fall of a country on a woman. The people of your era are really ridiculous. Hearing Song Qingshu argue for her, Qin Yuanyuan's eyes showed a trace of gratitude. Even Aka's gaze softened when she looked at him. Huang Chang said calmly, I didn't come here to argue with you. If it wasn't for the fact that you saved the princess of this dynasty and vindicated Yu Fei, I wouldn't have let her live. I would have taken her life. In fact, there was another purpose that he didn't say. This way, he could sell a favor to Song Qingshu and also have something to use against him. Why not? Song Qingshu frowned slightly. He was about to say something when Qin Yuanyuan stepped forward and pulled his arm. Young master, you don't have to speak for me. I didn't want to stay in this imperial palace. It's good to take this opportunity to leave. Okay, I'll take you out later. Song Qingshu nodded. After all, it was dangerous for her to stay in the imperial palace. In addition, Aku had the same intention. There was really no need to fight to keep her here. Huang Chang looked thoughtfully at Song Qingshu. Let me give you a friendly advice. After you take her out, it's best to send her as far away as possible. This woman is not good. If you keep her by your side, it will affect your luck. It's not easy for you to have such achievements at such a young age. Don't let beauty ruin your future. Song Qingshu sneered, you don't have to worry about me. I don't believe in such nonsense. Not only will I not send her away, but I will also keep her by my side. Time will prove everything. Hearing his words, Li Yuanji's expression changed slightly. She was worried for her lover. She wanted to say something, but when she thought of Qin Yuanyuan, who she had been getting along well with, she didn't say anything in the end. Qin Yuanyuan's face, which had previously turned pale from Huang Chang's evaluation, now had a faint blush. She thought to herself, what does he mean by keeping me by his side? Aku knew that her mother had been under a lot of pressure these past few years. Her father had only been greedy for her mother's beauty and had not cared about her mother's feelings. Thus, her mother could only silently endure the slander and ridicule of the world. Now that she saw Song Qingshu's understanding and protection, her eyes lit up and a voice sounded in her heart. Could it be that he was doing all of this for me? Qin Yuanyuan was a generation younger than Song Qingshu, so Aku didn't think too much about it. In the end, he is still a young man. Lust is like a knife above his head. Huang Chang didn't say anything else. His figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. Huang Chang's words caused the people in the room to have strange expressions. Fortunately, Aku broke the awkwardness. Brother Song, where do you plan on sending my mother? On one hand, she hated this man who had changed her life, but on the other hand, she had an indescribable feeling for him. However, seeing that he had stood up for her mother, her words were naturally much more polite and gentle. Song Qingshu bitterly laughed. You have to ask yourselves. You mother and daughter should discuss this and see where you plan on going. Qin Yuanyuan faintly sighed. After we leave the imperial palace, young master can just send me to a random nunnery. These past few years, I have been living under the lamp of an old Buddha. Unfortunately, my fate in the mortal world has not been fulfilled yet, so I have not made up my mind. This is a good opportunity for me to shed my hair and cultivate. It can also be considered as fulfilling my wish. No. Song Qingshu and Aku said in unison. Aku glanced at Song Qingshu. Then, she hugged Qin Yuanyuan's arm and pressed her face against it. Mother, you are so cruel to become a nun. Do you not want me anymore? Why would I not want you? Qin Yuanyuan lovingly caressed her daughter's hair. But a nun is a nun. When that time comes, you will be brainwashed by those nuns. Who knows, you might not even want to see me anymore. Aku seemed to have seen the future, and the more she spoke, the sadder she became. Song Qingshu coughed and said, Madam is a peerless beauty. If you go to cultivate, I'm afraid that it won't take long for the men nearby to flock to you. In addition, Madam's reputation is too great. I'm afraid that it will attract some extreme people. By then, Madam's safety will not be guaranteed. In fact, there were many things that were not convenient for him to say. One must know that in the ancient times, there were many nunneries and female Taoist temples that would turn into brothels due to various reasons. Take Xuanji for example. After he became a nun, he had an endless stream of patrons. Be it in terms of reputation or beauty, Qin Yuanyuan far surpassed Xuanji. Song Qingshu could already imagine the scene when she entered the nunnery. This was not Shanghai Pass, and Qin Yuanyuan did not have the ability to protect herself. Song Qingshu did not have the energy to protect her all the time. Hence, he felt that it was too dangerous to cultivate in the nunnery. Yes, what Brother Song said is exactly what I wanted to say. Aku hurriedly added. If I don't go to the nunnery, where else can I go? Qin Yuanyuan sighed, and she seemed to be in a daze. Song Qingshu suggested, why don't you go back to the Qin family of Haining? Didn't Madame return to the Qin family? Madame's uncle, the current patriarch of the Qin family, is the third minister in the imperial court. He is in charge of the finances of the world. He has a high position and people call him the minister of Ji. He will definitely be able to protect you. The third minister was a system that existed in the early northern Song dynasty. It was abolished in the later period. But because of the chaotic butterfly effect in this world, the southern Song dynasty still retained this system. Qin Yuanyuan shook her head and said, Mister, you may not know this, but the Qin family prides themselves on being a family of scholars. In their eyes, I am a woman who has brought shame to the family. Who would be willing to accept me? The reason why they accepted my identity was because my uncle, Chen Ziqiang, is a core member of Han Xingzhou's group. Han Xingzhou wanted to ally with Wu Sangue, so he made use of him. Furthermore, I escaped from the imperial palace. As long as I step into the Chen family, they will send me back to the imperial palace on the same day. Qin Yuanyuan's face reddened. She couldn't help but say, Aku, what nonsense are you talking about? She knew that even if a normal woman and a young man lived together, there would be all kinds of rumors, especially when her identity was so sensitive. I am not speaking nonsense. Didn't Brother Song and Huang Chang say the same thing? Aku was still a young girl who had not seen much of the world. She did not understand the risks behind this. Prince Song was just responding to Huang Chang's words. Qin Yuanyuan almost stomped her feet. She thought, my silly daughter, in the future, men will eat her up and she will be grateful. It's not that I'm just being perfunctory. Song Qingshu smiled slightly. How about this, if Madam doesn't mind, you can stay at my place for a period of time. We'll talk about it when you think of a place to go. Qin Yuanyuan's charming face was flushed, and her big watery eyes were filled with incomparable awkwardness. This? I'm afraid it's not very good. Song Qingshu waved his hand. Foreign, do not worry. I am upright, I am not afraid of any rumors. Qin Yuanyuan was speechless. Of course you are a man, of course you are not afraid. It is always us women who get hurt, but she quickly realized that her reputation was already bad enough. As the saying goes, debt does not weigh on one's body. Also, he was helping out of kindness, then I will trouble master. Qin Yuanyuan bowed and said softly. Aku also looked gratefully at Song Qingshu. Brother Song, thank you. Being stared at by two calamitous beauties, even Song Qingshu, with his strong will, was dazed for a moment. He was worried that he would lose his composure if he continued to stare. He said in a hurry, Huang Chang came just now. He might have alerted others. We should leave the palace as soon as possible. In such a hurry? Qin Yuanyuan instinctively looked at her daughter, her reluctance to part with her was clear in her words. Even though Aku was also reluctant to part with her, for safety reasons, she also urged, Mother, leave the palace first. I will find opportunities to come see you often. Song Qingshu criticized in his heart, thinking, you are an imperial concubine who is favored, even if you and Zhao Go are only husband and wife in name, but other people do not know, how would they dare to let you leave the palace as you please? Qin Yuanyuan was obviously thinking the same thing as him. It's easier said than done for you to leave the palace. Aku pursed her lips and smiled. She tugged on Song Qingshu's sleeve and said, Brother Song's kung fu is so strong that he can come and go as he pleases in the palace. If I miss you, I can just ask him to take me out of the palace quietly. Song Qingshu's face was filled with black lines. He thought to himself, if you often walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes? It was too risky to come to the imperial palace to bring his most beloved concubine out of the imperial palace. At the very least, Huang Chang would not sit by and do nothing. Nonsense, Prince Song has a lot of things to deal with every day. He doesn't have time to deal with you. Qin Yuanyuan pinched her daughter's face. It shouldn't be a problem to bring him out of the palace once in a while. Song Qingshu interrupted. No matter what, he had to give them some reassurance. Otherwise, it wouldn't be right to just take him away like this. Before the mother and daughter left, they whispered to each other for a while. Song Qingshu saw that it was almost time, so he said to the two of them, "I'll send Aku back to the palace first. When I come back, I'll take you out." Jin Yuanyuan and Li Yuanji had no objections. After all, they couldn't leave Aku alone in the cold palace with no one around. First, they were afraid of danger. Second, even if they returned safely, they wouldn't be able to explain to the guards in the palace. Song Qingshu held Aku's slender waist and returned along the way. Soon, they returned to her bedroom. After settling her down, he was worried that something might happen to the two women left in the cold palace, so he hurriedly turned around and left. "Wait." Aku suddenly grabbed him and said with a face full of resentment, "Do I annoy you that much?" Song Qingshu was stunned. "No, why do you ask that? Then why did you just put me down and leave?" Aku pouted and muttered in a low voice. "I feel like a burden." Song Qingshu laughed. No man in the world would dislike such a beautiful girl as a burden. Aku's eyes lit up. "You also think I'm beautiful?" Song Qingshu looked at her gently. "Of course, white jade inlaid with pearls can't compare to your beauty, and the first dew of a rose can't compare to your beauty." Aku had been praised for her beauty many times since she was a child, but she had never been as happy as she was now. "Brother Song, thank you for saving my mother." Aku's face became more and more gentle. The resentment from being tricked to Yan Jing by him seemed to have mostly disappeared. "It's a piece of cake." Looking at her charming face under the candlelight, Song Qingshu's heart moved. Although Aku and Qin Yuanyuan looked somewhat similar, their temperaments were completely different. Qin Yuanyuan was graceful, mature, and charming, while Aku was full of youth and beauty. One was an extremely beautiful young woman, while the other was an extremely beautiful young girl. It was really a saying that plums, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums each had their own advantages. Seeing that Song Qingshu had been staring at her in a daze, Aku turned her face away shyly. A faint blush appeared on the girl's crystal-clear face, and the bashfulness on her face made Song Qingshu stunned. He subconsciously teased, "Previously, you said that if I complete your request, you'll promise me one thing. I wonder if it's still true now." Aku's heart skipped a beat. Of course it counts." "Then can I make a request now?" Song Qingshu looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Aku's heart beat even faster. The young girl's modesty caused her to reflexively refuse. "But you clearly didn't complete my request." Song Qingshu immediately became gloomy. "Although I didn't kill the assassin or Huang Chang, I saved your mother. In addition, I will have to take care of her and protect her for a period of time. No matter how you look at it, I can still fulfill your previous request. Then, after my mother is settled, then you have completed your request," Aku said with a red face. Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. "Then when the time comes, I can make any request I want from you." Aku somewhat regretted making him stay. She didn't even need to look in the mirror to know that she was blushing. She thought to herself, "How do you expect me to respond to such a question?" Seeing that the young girl had her head lowered and was silent, Song Qingshu suddenly felt that this was particularly interesting. "If you don't say anything, then I'll take it as a silent agreement?" Aku opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. "Song." Qingshu laughed. "Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I'll leave first. Take care of yourself in the palace. If there's anything urgent, you can contact me according to the method I taught you just now. Well, you have to be careful yourself." Aku felt her vision blur, and Song Qingshu was no longer in the room. For a moment, she couldn't help but stand on the spot, feeling lost. When Song Qingshu returned to the cold palace, he found that both Qin Yuanyuan and Li Yuanji had a strange expression on their faces. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with you guys?" Qin Yuanyuan smiled but didn't say anything. It was Li Yuanji who said in a lively manner, "Just now, Sister Yuanyuan and I made a bet on how long it would take for you to come back. Sister Yuanyuan said that with your lightness skill, you could come back in the time it takes to drink 3 cups of tea. However, I know your character. You definitely want to stay there and have some fun with Aku, so I concluded that you wouldn't be able to come back in less than an hour." Seeing Qin Yuanyuan's faint smile, Song Qingshu was extremely embarrassed. After all, he was teasing her daughter. He was a little angry and wanted to pull Li Yuanji over. "You stinky girl, are you deliberately making it difficult for me?" Unexpectedly, Li Yuanji was already prepared. Like an agile rabbit, she instantly hid behind Qin Yuan. "Sister Yuan, someone wants to kill me to silence me, don't hide. No one can save you today," Song Qingshu deliberately said fiercely. Seeing Song Qingshu pouncing over, Li Yuanji cried out in alarm. She pushed Qin Yuan forward and took the opportunity to hide further behind. Qin Yuan originally thought that Li Yuanji was only using her as a shield. She didn't expect that the other party would turn her into a moving shield. In fact, even if she had expected it, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, Li Yuanji knew martial arts, and she was just a delicate and weak woman. Hearing Qin Yuan's cry of alarm, Song Qingshu subconsciously reached out to catch her, holding her steady so that she wouldn't fall. In the end, he couldn't help but feel extremely embarrassed. It should be known that with his character, if he wanted to take advantage of someone, he would do it openly. He didn't care about such petty tricks. Therefore, the situation in front of him was what he hated the most. It was clearly not his intention, but it made his glorious and imposing image fall into the Mariana Trench. Qin Yuan was still smiling a moment ago, but now her smile froze on her face. Her gaze fell on the other party's hand on her chest. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything. "Hey, what's wrong with the two of you?" Li Yuanji hid behind them. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, Song Qingshu still hadn't caught up? When she looked back, she saw that the two of them were quietly hugging each other. No, nothing. After all, Qin Yuan was someone who had experienced great storms. After a while of buffering, she had already come back to her senses. She quietly took a step back. "Just now, you almost pushed me down. Fortunately, Prince Song supported me." Li Yuanji stuck out her tongue. "I'm sorry, Sister Yuan. You don't have to be so polite with me." Qin Yuan dotingly stroked her hair. Seeing that Qin Yuan acted as if nothing had happened, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. There was indeed a difference between a mature woman and a young and inexperienced girl. It was much easier to interact with a mature woman. Seeing that the two of them were chatting endlessly, Song Qingshu couldn't help but say, "It's getting late. Let's leave the palace first." Li Yuanji giggled and said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance to hug each of them." As she spoke, she opened her arms, indicating for Song Qingshu to come between the two of them and hug them. On the side, Qin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. She thought that she had cultivated alone for so many years, and a man had never even touched the corner of her clothes. Who knew that during this time, she would be hugged and touched by Song Qingshu? Really, but when she thought about how she had been in contact with Song Qingshu before, a mere hug didn't count as much. Qin Yuan calmed her mood and her face returned to its usual graceful and gentle smile. "Thank you, young master." Song Qingshu nodded. Hugging the two of them, he turned into a sharp arrow and quickly flew out of the palace. After returning to the Fu, Song Qingshu didn't enter from the front door. Like a thief, he snuck into the room. Because he was worried about Qin Yuan's safety, he specially arranged for her to stay in the room next door. Then, he ordered the servant girls to prepare toiletries and other things and put them in front of her room door. From beginning to end, he didn't meet Qin Yuan face to face. The main reason he did this was because Qin Yuan's identity was too sensitive. She was a femme fatale in the hearts of the world and he had secretly brought her out of the palace. The servant girls and manservants in this Fu were all prepared by the court for him. There were definitely spies from various powers. If someone knew that Qin Yuan was here, it would be very troublesome. Song Qingshu had already made plans. He decided to go out tomorrow and find some trustworthy servant girls and manservants to replace the servants in the Fu. However, it was already late and it wasn't convenient for him to stay in Qin Yuan's room for long. So, he had her rest early. Ai. Looking at Song Qingshu's back, Qin Yuan wanted to say something but stopped. Song Qingshu smiled and said, "I'm just next door. If there's any trouble, I'll immediately come over to protect you. So, madam, you don't need to worry about danger. Go to bed early." "Thank you for your trouble, young master." Qin Yuan's face was slightly red. In fact, what she wanted to say was that because she saw Song Qingshu today, she hadn't eaten anything yet. Right now, her stomach was already rumbling with hunger. However, women were more concerned about their own image. She always felt that asking a man for food was somewhat indecent. After hesitating for a moment, she still didn't say it. She thought that since the Yuan hadn't eaten, when she was hungry and acted like a spoiled child in front of Song Qingshu, the two of them would naturally remember that she was also hungry next door. Meanwhile, when Song Qingshu returned to his room, Li Yuanji happily jumped into his arms. The two of them were affectionate for a while. Then, Song Qingshu asked, "Yuanji Mimi, when do you plan to leave for Yangzhou?" Li Yuanji's small mouth curled. "What? You want to drive me away so quickly? Are you afraid that I'll ruin your and Yuanjiajia's good time?" Song Qingshu was speechless for a while. "That's not what I meant. I just want to know in advance so that I can arrange the following time more rationally. Also, don't make that kind of joke so casually. If others heard it, you don't know how awkward it would be." "Feeling sorry for me so soon?" Li Yuanji giggled. "I'm just joking with you. I plan to leave early tomorrow morning." "So early?" Song Qingshu asked in surprise. Li Yuanji gradually stopped smiling. "I've been out for so long. If I don't go back to visit my parents, it will be unfilial. I couldn't do anything in the palace before, but now that I'm out, I naturally have to go back as soon as possible. Otherwise, my conscience will be uneasy. Moreover, my father, after being defeated by you, the difference between before and after is too great. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for him to recover. I also need to console him." "In that case, I can't stop you," Song Qingshu nodded. "But I haven't finished my business yet, so I can't see you off personally. The Golden Snake Camp has a branch here, but there are no masters. I'm worried about your safety on the way." Li Yuanji raised her chin and said confidently, "Don't worry, brother Song. All these years, I've traveled all over the country. Am I not alive and kicking?" Seeing her contented look, Song Qingshu lovingly pinched her nose. "Today is different from the past. In the past, you were alone and didn't have any enemies. But now you are my woman. What if my enemies can't deal with me and find you to deal with? I have to guard against that." As the daughter of a feudal lord, Li Yuanji naturally understood that he wasn't speaking without thinking. Thinking of the enemy holding her hostage to threaten Song Qingshu, she couldn't help but slightly change her expression. But when she heard her lover say that she was his woman, her heart was quickly replaced by a sweet feeling. Song Qingshu continued, "I'll teach you a set of light body techniques so that you will have the ability to protect yourself when you encounter danger." While Li Yuanji's eyes brightened. Back then, she was also a girl obsessed with martial arts. In order to get her master Lu Feiqing to teach her martial arts, she spent a lot of effort. "Do you know the position of the Book of Changes?" Song Qingshu asked. Among the lightness skills he knew, the wave-like subtle steps was most suitable for women to practice. At the same time, it also had a nature-defying dodging effect, which was very useful when facing masters. "I roughly remember." Li Yuanji was the daughter of the admiral's mansion, and her master Lu Feiqing was a disciple of the Wudong sect. Whether it was military education or Taoist tradition, they all involved some things about the Book of Changes. In addition, she was smart, so those things were imprinted in her mind from a very young age. "Then it'll be twice the result with half the effort." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. "I'll teach you the formula while demonstrating. Watch carefully. Wave-like subtle steps, silk socks produce dust. Returning sister. Innocent." Song Qingshu demonstrated in front of her several times. Li Yuanji remembered most of it, but when she actually started to walk, she would inexplicably fall after a few steps. It was obvious that she failed. "What's going on?" Song Qingshu practiced martial arts as if he had a plug-in. He had never practiced martial arts step by step, so he naturally didn't understand what kind of problem Li Yuanji had encountered. At first, he thought that she was not qualified enough, so he could only patiently explain it a few more times. Unfortunately, Li Yuanji still encountered the same problem. "I don't know. I clearly remember those steps, but after a few steps, I felt annoyed and nauseous." I couldn't take the next step no matter how hard I tried. Li Yuanji said with a pout. Obviously, she felt a little embarrassed after running into a wall several times. Song Qingshu reached out and felt her pulse. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and he found the reason. I understand. Wave-like subtle steps is a very advanced martial art. It requires the practitioner to have a deep internal strength. Every step is closely related to internal strength. It's definitely not just walking. If someone without the foundation of internal strength forcefully walks wave-like subtle steps, it will cause the danger of self-destructing meridians. Ah? Li Yuanji's pretty face was slightly pale. Fortunately, she didn't try to be brave just now. Otherwise, if she was paralyzed, it would be worse than death. I originally planned to teach you another internal strength. In that case, let's learn internal strength first and improve your internal strength. After all, in this martial arts world, internal strength was the foundation of everything. Only when the internal strength was high, other abilities could be improved by leaps and bounds. What internal strength? Li Yuanji asked curiously. She used to study under Lu Feiqing and learned some internal strength mental cultivation methods of the Wudong sect. However, because Lu Feiqing's position in the Wudong sect was not high, she naturally couldn't learn the top Pure Yang Limitless technique, Wudong 9 Yang technique, and so on. Song Qingshu took out a booklet, on which various human silhouettes were drawn. There were some red lines inside the human body. This book is called Magaduo Country Wants to Stop Movement and Achieve Shinzu Sutra. It was passed down from India's Magaduo country. It is a magical technique. When he met Azi Yutanji, he cleverly took the Sanskrit version of the muscle-bone strengthening scripture from the Shaolin temple. Unexpectedly, Li Yuanji shook her head. What devil, earth, broken legs? The name is so ugly. It is also some Indian martial art. I don't want to learn it. Brother Song, can you teach me a more powerful martial art from the Central Plains? This internal strength is also called Shinzu Sutra. Although the name is a little ugly, it is really very powerful. It is the most profound internal strength in India. Its position in India is similar to the muscle-bone strengthening scripture and Nine Sutra of the Central Plains. Although Song Qingshu also had the muscle-bone strengthening scripture and Nine Sutra, the muscle-bone strengthening scripture was in Sanskrit and he had never had time to translate it. The Nine Sutra was too profound and obscure. Even top masters like Wu Ju and Gu Jing could not be considered to have truly mastered it after decades of practice. Li Yuanji's martial art skills were even worse. It would take too long for her to practice. If she learned the method that Zhou Zhirui used, her foundation would be unstable and it would be easy for her to go berserk. As for the joyful true energy and the God-illuminating scripture, they were not suitable for women to practice. The everlasting youth art also had a high threshold, and the absorbing star's great skill had too many drawbacks. After thinking about it, the most suitable one for Li Yuanji was the Shinzu Sutra. Song Qingshu continued to explain, this internal strength is very suitable for people who have no foundation to practice it. It can progress very quickly and the internal strength obtained is amazing. He was indeed not lying. In the original work, Yutanji's aptitude was average. He learned this martial art halfway through, and the internal strength he obtained was unexpectedly able to suppress the internal strength of the martial art genius Xiao Feng. Although it was not without the help of the ice silkworm, the Shinzu Sutra was the foundation. Alright, since Brother Song said so, then there must be no problem. Hurry up and tell me how to practice it. Li Yuanji looked at him with a face full of excitement. Practice according to the postures of these little people. The red lines represent the route of the genuine qi. Song Qingshu handed her the booklet with the Shinzu Sutra, which was copied from the Sanskrit version of the muscle-bone strengthening scripture. Li Yuanji couldn't wait to take the booklet and practiced according to the postures drawn on it. After a while, she couldn't help but have a strange expression. Brother Song, is the creator of this martial art a pervert? Song Qingshu was confused. Of course not, he is an eminent monk. Why do you ask this? Li Yuanji's face turned red, and she said timidly, this practice, this posture is a bit too shameful. Song Qingshu had been guiding her on the route of the genuine qi. After hearing her words, he noticed her current posture and almost had a nosebleed. It turned out that at this time, Li Yuanji was standing on one leg with her body slightly leaning forward. The curve of her small and exquisite chest was particularly obvious, and the other foot was raised high behind her head. At this moment, her posture vividly displayed the gentleness and beauty of a young girl, showing off her voluptuous figure. Of course, it wouldn't be considered much in his previous world, but in this feudal and conservative era, it was indeed somewhat shocking. This is the unique secret of yoga in India. Although these postures are a bit strange, they can not only strengthen the sea of consciousness of the practitioner, but also greatly expand the practitioner's flexibility. If a woman practices it, she can also maintain her youth. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and explained in a hoarse voice. Really? Then I have to practice seriously. Li Yuanji's beautiful eyes lit up. She completely ignored the other effects, but was interested in the last sentence to maintain her youth. After all, there was no woman who didn't love beauty. Looking at Li Yuanji's posture that made people's noses bleed, Song Qingshu only felt that the fire in his lower abdomen was burning more and more fiercely. Finally, when she posed with both hands on the ground, one foot on the ground, and the other up in a split posture, Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore and directly pounced on her. Brother Song, I'm still practicing at this time. Because of the practice, Li Yuanji's skin was oozing a thin layer of sweat, and her face was also very attractive. You continue practicing, I'll play. Song Qingshu only felt that his body was getting more and more swollen, and couldn't help but lean behind the girl. End of chapter 1346. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.